A Slant of Light by Bella 645. Chapter 1, A Slanting Beam. The rain in Forks has a memory. It remembers trees and telephone wires and every small thing that has ever been left wet and waiting. It remembers how to make a town feel older than it is by wrapping it in a perpetual gray film. When I stepped out of my truck that morning, the air was this paint, thick, cool, and impossible to see through all at once. It sounded like someone had turned down the volume on everything I knew. I felt smaller, somehow, as if the damp could press a person down to the size of the life they'd been handed. Moving here was supposed to be simple. A quieter life. Charlie's house, his footsteps at the kitchen light, the easy, ordinary rhythm of being his daughter and nothing more. Instead, I came with boxes and a bruise of loneliness that had started in Phoenix and traveled with me. My first day at Forks High felt like arriving late for a play you hadn't auditioned for, when everyone else already knew their lines. The hall smelled faintly of wet wool and chalk, lockers opened and closed like small mechanical mouths, and the gossiping currents moved faster than I could swim. Rumor is a local weather here, too. Vampires whispered in the parking lot, wolves mouthed into the shadows, and the names of impossibilities skittered along the edges of class schedules like insects. I had treated those stories as you do most tall tales, curiosity coated with skepticism, like scolding a child for pretending a monster lives under the bed. Then the world tilted. The beam came as if it had been hiding, waiting for just one honest face. It found an opening in the high, narrow windows and slanted across the classroom, a thin, stubborn strip of light that seemed out of place in Forks, like a laugh in a funeral parlor. For a second it baptized everything it touched in truth. I noticed it because it was against the room's law, gray to gray, even the desks looked like they'd agreed to be dull. But the beam cut a white through that gray and landed on Alice Cullen. She was small and abrupt as a snapped twig. Even before the light fell, she looked like someone assembled differently, too clear skin, hair that moved like it had rehearsed its fall into places, and a smile that didn't quite make the corners of her eyes crinkle the way a normal smile would. It was as if she had practiced being polite for centuries and had finally perfected the expression. Then the light struck her face and everything I thought I knew about the town splintered. Her skin did not glare back or burn, it split the light. The beam broke into shards of color, thin and crystalline, and spread across the planes of her cheeks and forehead like a stained glass confession. Those colors were not of this weather, pinks that belonged to lipstick and blues that belonged to summer skies that never came to Forks. They moved with her features as if the light had taken a sudden, urgent interest in her. It was beautiful and terrible to watch. It was the sort of impossible beauty that announces itself with a small, domestic detail and then remakes your notions of what the ordinary holds. I felt, in a single, vertiginous intake of breath, that the rumor had never been rumor at all. It was just truth that had been waiting for the bright edge of a beam to reveal it. People else saw it too. Not the whole room, only the ones nearest her. They looked at her like you look at someone who is about to do a remarkable thing and you should not interrupt. The Cullens are a constellation, they orbit one another in small, careful distances. They watched with the practiced politeness of people who spend their lives rehearsing restraint. There was a kind of clinical beauty in their stillness that kept my own selfish, clumsy heart from intruding. Alice's eyes found me across the room, amber, or maybe golden, I couldn't call it by the usual names, quick and bright and somehow wide with something like welcome. When she stood, the light slid along the line of her jaw like a ribbon. She moved toward me on the short, clean stride of someone who has never been afraid of making a first impression. The classroom noise folded into a hush that I could feel under my skin. She did not reach into my head. The thing I had come to accept in other people, some private, invisible map they expected me to know, did not happen. I had always imagined that to be seen in Forks was to give yourself away, like wearing your palm up in a room full of hungry hands. But the thing about Alice, the thing that made her small smile tremble in a way that steadied me, was that she had not read me. Instead, she said, without words and without the penetrative thought, that she had seen me. In some future that kept changing, she had peered forward and watched me walk into a shape she couldn't quite hold. There was a softness at the edge of her expression, like a hand set down too quickly on a surface. She offered me her hand the way one offers a lifeline, deliberate, a small gamble. It was cool, a surprising touch against the heat of my skin, but not the dead cold I had feared from stories. Her fingers were only a little too light, as if they belonged to a statue that had learned to move. For a moment the ridiculousness of the situation, me, taking the hand of a girl who flung light apart like a curtain, could have made me laugh. But the laugh stayed lodged behind my ribs. My life had been a series of not-quites. Not quite pretty enough, not quite brave enough, not quite brave enough to claim anything but a steady, ordinary existence. Here, in a place where the weather always had the first say, someone I had only just met reached for me and offered an answer to an ache I had been taught to hide. The ache wasn't hunger in any easy sense, it was a hollow shape like importance. It wanted to fit into something that mattered. I took her hand because the tremor in that smile steadied something thin and fragile inside me. Because if I did not, I felt certain I would be left standing in the hallway of my life where fog obscured the street signs. Because her fingers fit into mine like the right piece into a jigsaw I hadn't known I'd been assembling. A choice had been bracketed in a single motion and I was not sure whether I was stepping toward and away from what that choice would become. Her skin felt paradoxically alive and cold, like winter water and the inside of a marble box. I became aware of the way the room had rearranged itself after that small contact. The Cullens watched with that same careful reserve, but a new current wove through the air between us, something intimate and terrible, like the quiet before a storm that has finally learned the math of its fall. She told me, with a softness that did not quite rely on language, that she had not read the map of my thoughts because maps are stubborn and the future she had seen kept slipping. It had shown me in many small iterations, walking through the rain by myself, laughing at the library for reasons she could not understand, carrying someone's jacket that was not mine, standing in a hallway holding a hand and looking as if I had found a place to keep my breath. Each time she looked forward it was slightly altered, a photograph with edges folded differently. That unsettled her in a way that was almost human, sudden, raw worry at a thing she could not fix. She did not try to fix me. There was no panicked tenderness, no theatrical offering of salvation. Instead there was a proposition: we could begin with a hand, with small, private things that would become a language of their own. It was an invitation into a secret that required silence rather than confession. I wanted to argue, about consequences, about the absurdity of the idea of entwining myself with someone so other, but that argument felt irrelevant when her fingers tightened around mine once, wordlessly, as if checking some measure. I looked at the others in the circle of glances, a mother who could make everything possible look effortless, a father with too much of his own faith in surgical calm, a brother who laughed like thunder at weddings and, somewhere beneath the smiles, lived a surface the way a champion might live a sport. They were all precise and quiet and very much controlled. The room could have been a display case and they the objets d'art, arranged with museum care. The fact of them made me small and human in a way expectation never had. Their very existence confirmed there were rules to be navigated, pledges to be kept. Being close to them meant being held under an examination I could not fake. There was danger in this proximity, as old and as fresh as myth. Wolves lived along the coastline. Their presence was a low, disciplined hum in forks that no one spoke of aloud unless you trusted them with your life. And I was an ordinary woman, mortal enough to forget that some loves require sacrifice that cannot be undone. My body remembered its limits, cold nights, scraped knees, the way I could tire from a walk, but my heart, traitorously, wanted to be measured by a different standard. Alice's offer sat like a stone at the bottom of an otherwise placid pool and suddenly the water wanted to shift around it. We didn't say the terrible, simplifying words yet. Immortality is not a single shine, it is an architecture of choices, of doors you close and scents you allow to stay in rooms forever. And sacrifice is not clean either. You give up warmth and familiarity and the right to be naive. You exchange the simple dignity of a finite life for the terrible gift of duration. It sounded grand when I thought of it from a distance. Up close, with Alice's hand in mine and a beam that made her face into a lie of colored glass, it sounded like something that could carve hollows into the people I loved. There was something else under the surface of my reaction, too, an ugly, bright patch of self-doubt that had been growing since I was small. Who was I that someone like her would stop time for me? Why would she choose the mess of my life when she could choose the art of being absolute? I had no answers, only the particular, visceral certainty that my life was at risk of being dismantled by a gentleness I had not anticipated. Alice squeezed my hand once more, not to command me but to confirm that she would allow the future to keep changing. It was relief and a threat all at once. She could have turned away, she could have done nothing, and maybe then I would have made my insignificant, safe choices and nothing much would have happened at all. But she did not. The beam of light that had exposed her like a secret moved with her as she stepped back, and the colors along her cheek folded away into the ordinary skin of someone who had practiced walking in the rain without ever getting wet. When the bell rang, I felt like I had left a part of myself in that classroom. There were practicalities to attend to, where I would sit in the next class, whether people would whisper behind me, whether my father would notice the way my hands trembled in his presence that night. But the most pressing urgency was quieter, the knowledge that something had shifted, that for the first time since I had left Phoenix, I was not sure where my own life ended and someone else's began. I walked out into the rain, and for a moment the sky seemed to hold its breath. My hands still tingled where hers had touched me, as if the cold had left a phantom warmth. I told myself to be cautious. The stories about what waits in the dark are not all metaphor. Wolves wander this town, secrets have teeth, and consequences have a way of finding the people least prepared to pay for them. But there was a stubborn pulse in my chest that answered a different truth. Some things, once tasted, cannot be ignored. Behind me, in the gray of a classroom that had remembered sunlight for one selfish instant, Alice watched me go. Her face remained unruffled, but there was a line between her brows that suggested calculus, the kind of careful, terrifying planning that grows where the future is a landscape you can almost see but never map entirely. The beam of light slanting through that window had done its work. It had turned a rumor into an irrevocable possibility. I told myself to be careful. I told myself to be sensible. Then I folded those cautions into my coat like spare scarves and walked toward a life that had become suddenly, dangerously beautiful. Chapter 2, When Glass Smiles. The beam hit her like a punctuation mark, sudden and impossible against everything Forks taught me about light. For weeks the town had been a soft, watercolored smear, clouds, wet asphalt, the kind of gray that made your teeth ache. But there, in the middle of a courtyard that smelled faintly of damp concrete and schoolbooks, a single slant of sun fell through like a blade and lay across Alice's face. I had been standing where I always lurked, half hidden along the edge of the grass, pretending not to be watching anyone at all. School had a way of turning me to glass, transparent, brittle, and I walked through it like a ghost. When the light landed on Alice, everything else went out of focus. Her skin didn't just glow, it fractured. Tiny shards of color seemed to split and scatter, as if her face were a prism and the sun had been made to confess. I puzzled at it at first, at the colors that walked along the planes of her cheek, at the way the light gathered at her temples and refused to burn away, and then a rumor that had always been the town's private mythology shifted into a hard-edged fact. Vampires, running like gossip through the hallways, were suddenly not a story told to make a quiet town feel dangerous. They were a living, breathing contradiction of everything ordinary. The light on Alice's skin made that contradiction articulate. She looked up and found me watching, and for a second there was no sound in the world. Her smile arrived like a permission and a dare. It was too quick and too obliging to be only kindness. It had the tilt of someone who kept all her cards pressed together. She was smaller than I had imagined, as if distance had exaggerated something so small into monstrous scale. Close, she seemed almost abrupt, angles and very controlled motion, but the smile softened her, made her less like a glass sculpture and more like a person who could yield. I moved because it's impossible not to respond to attention. My legs took me across the wet grass without my mind's consent, and each step felt like crossing a border I hadn't known I'd need a passport for. They, Alice and whoever was with her, fell quiet when I came close. There was a roominess to that silence, a kind of waiting. The Cullens sat like a constellation, spaced, ordered, bright. If normal families were constellations of shared habits, these were stars whose gravity had been perfected into something almost surgical. They watched the way you might examine a specimen, careful, curious, but not cruel. When I reached them, Alice extended her hand. It was sudden. There were no words, no small talk. Her fingers were cool through the fabric of my sleeve before I realized she had taken mine. Cold enough to startle, cold enough to make my pulse feel audible. But the cold was not dead. It thrummed like a living thing, like the hand of someone who remembered warmth and chose cold for other reasons. "You looked like you needed company," she said, not with the voice of a predator tasting prey, but with the soft, keyed tenderness of someone who had decided to be merciful. Her voice had a quickness, the kind that dashed one line of thought out before the next could form. It made me want to know what she thought of me. People rarely said what they meant in Forks. We were practiced in understatement. Alice's words left room for many stories. I wanted to fill them. "Why are you?" The question stopped uselessly against the knowledge that it would be absurd to ask why she shimmered. "You don't ask a prism why it makes rainbows." She laughed, a tiny sound like glass tapped at the rim. "I didn't expect you to show up today," she said, and I shouldn't have been surprised that she admitted uncertainty as readily as she admitted the presence of light. "I saw you in a future, but it kept changing." That should have been explanation enough. Alice's eyes had a brightness that was not sunlight, it was an internal gleam, something like curiosity made visible. She told me then, gently, with the kind of careful phrasing that suggested she'd practiced truth before she let it walk around the room, that her visions were pieces that would rearrange as choices were made. She could see possible passages of time, the branches and offshoots the future might take, but not the fixed path. For me, that meant she had seen my arrival, my presence in a place where she had not expected it, but not how the lines between us would be drawn. I felt my breath shift. It was one thing to believe in monsters as a story, it was another to stand in the light they made and be recognized. The fact that she had seen me and not the story that would become us was both terrifying and strangely freeing. There was no destiny laid out like pavement, there was only the faint, shadowy map of choices. We sat on the edge of the concrete while the river of students flowed around us like a current, a safe distance of ordinary life keeping us anchored to the world. Alice talked about colors and angles and futures as if she were explaining the weather. She had a way of turning something audaciously strange into something domestic, like admitting you had a fireplace that spat stars when it burned and then arranging the chairs around it. "I don't read thoughts," she said at one point, answering a fear that had been curling dull and sharp in my chest. "I see what's coming. Not everyone's future. Not everything is clear. It shifts whenever anyone chooses differently." Her denial made sense, and yet it didn't feel like relief. I'd always assumed that if someone could see the future, they'd also plunder the present, rummage inside minds and arrange us like dolls. This was a kinder, more dangerous power. To see possibilities is to know where choice can wound and to be tempted to push. I wondered if she ever wanted to. I wondered, more secretly, if she had wanted to push because I felt like something that could be moved. She studied my face the way a person studies a photograph and then a person again, as if she were measuring the dimensions in both forms. Her hands curled tighter around mine, only a little, and the cold receded from a sting to a steady ache. There are different kinds of hunger. Mine had a taste I couldn't name yet, not always wanting to eat or to be fed, but a need to be recognized by someone who could be entire without me. The idea was humiliating and heady at once. I told myself I was being melodramatic. I was very good at that, at blurring ordinary days into gothic scenes with the slow-motion editing of my own anxieties. But the truth sat under the melodrama like a stone, being desired by cold skin felt elemental. It undermined my definition of myself. I had expected to be noticed by boys who wanted to measure my normalcy. I had hoped for one who might like me enough to notice me fully and simply. This was something else entirely. It tested the limits of what I thought I deserved. "People talk," I said finally, because the quiet made me speak in a voice that felt too exposed. "They say things about creatures. About what you are." Alice's smile sobered. Her eyes, that quick, bright spark, softened into something that resembled sadness. "People say many things," she said. "But rumor is made of what people need, not of what is true. Staying hidden is a choice for us. It keeps us alive in a place where we might otherwise be hunted for being what we are." The careful syllables separated the myth from the life of it. In that moment I saw the Cullens not as the romanticized idea the town had spun into a story, but as people who had negotiated a contract with the world, to present themselves as harmless, to control what they were, to live with hunger they did not feed in the ways others might imagine. They had rules that felt almost religious. It made their lives seem more disciplined and, somehow, lonelier. Why me? I asked, and the question came out softer than I intended. It wasn't a boast. It was a raw and small inquiry. Why would a girl like Alice, suddenly, irrevocably not mine by any human measure, look at me and extend a hand? I can't say. She let the words fall like a curtain. I saw you. I saw some versions where we didn't interact. But others where you came here. You were in most of them as yourself, and there was something that kept pulling the line back to you. She spoke of me like a constant in a math problem, a variable that persisted no matter the hypothesis. It made me feel both important and inconsequential in a way I couldn't reconcile. Importance could be anonymous, and anonymous things could still demand sacrifice. There, under that narrow slice of sun, we made a compact without ceremony. We would keep our knowledge to ourselves for now. She didn't say it aloud with holy emphasis. She implied it with a squeeze of my hand and the way her eyes watched me for a sign of agreement. There was no falling of names, no proclamations. It felt more like a pact drawn with invisible ink, visible only when held to the right kind of light. Keeping the secret was the easy part. The harder part lay in what sat under the silence, the consequences of being known by someone who didn't have to want me and yet did, it seemed. Love between a human and something not human was already framed in the town's whispers as transgressive and fatal. I knew that if I opened the door all the way, it would pull me toward choices I had not planned for, a life that demanded immortality at the cost of everything that kept me human, or a life of staying small, of being loved in degrees and distances that felt safe. Alice's palm was still warm against mine, cold, in the way that made warmth seem relative. There was an invitation in that contact, clear as a carved rune. It held promise and danger braided together so tightly they were indistinguishable. My chest felt like a room in which someone had turned the light on at night, all the objects made bright, some treacherous in the glare. When I thought about what becoming one of them might mean, my mind filled first with the obvious image of endlessness. Years where birthdays flattened into decades and people were archives to be revisited like specimen slides. Then came subtler losses, the cost of being beloved in a vocabulary that did not include warmth as we define it, the idea of transformations that required a theft in the name of love. To be with them might mean giving up my father's steady, flawed human steadiness. It might mean becoming something that, in the town's mythology, devoured what it wanted. The sacrifice felt like a sacred knot. I touched it with the tip of my thoughts and felt the sting. Alice's gaze searched me for the question I would not voice. She saw what I did not want to see in myself, the hunger for being chosen, the hunger for being desired by anyone who could not readily be given. There was a softness in her that made me confess things I hadn't understood I was keeping, the way I measured myself against absence, the way I worship what's distant because it's easier to imagine it putting me together than letting me do the job myself. I won't try to decide for you, she said, as if reading the entrails of my thought and setting them down like a fragile bird. I can see paths, but they are only possibilities. Choice is still yours. She faltered then, and for the first time I saw how unprotected she could be. I want to know you, Bella. The way she said my name felt like an offering and a verdict. That tiny, particular sound wrapped itself around the edges of me. For a trick of a second I believed it could hold me together if I let it. Desire, when shaped like that, felt like a theft and a gift. We left the courtyard without making a sound about the rest of the world. The secret slid between us as easily as breath. I replayed the light on Alice's skin for the rest of the day until it hurt in my chest. I went to classes and the teachers spoke and the clock hands moved. I only half registered the motion of school life. In the margins of my notebook I drew the same angle over and over, a quick, slanting line, until the pencil tore the paper. At home, Charlie's house felt both familiar and fragile. I watched him make dinner with the apathy of someone who loved a routine because it never asked more of you than you already had. He asked about my day and I said it had been fine. The lie tasted like a little betrayal. I thought of Alice and the way she had smiled like a storm made polite. That night I lay awake, the memory of glass, cold and refractive, pressing at my eyelids. The idea of not being ordinary anymore hovered like mist at the edge of sleep. If I let myself imagine fully, then the image of eternity came with Alice's hand in mine. If I refused, then I would wake up the next morning and the sun would still try to peel its way through the clouds and the town's gossip would go unfolding over itself like wet sheets. Alice had told me she had seen me but not the story we might write together. That uncertainty felt like both a mercy and a bell. I could be reckless with what came after. At the same time, the lack of certainty made my choices weightier, because there was no fate to lean on. Before sleep stole all my edges, I made a decision, small and private, the way promises often begin. I would not run. I would not hide behind Charlie's steady hum of normalcy as if it were armor thick enough to stop everything that could strike. I had always imagined myself as someone who walked the middle of the road, safe and unremarkable. Standing with Alice, feeling the strange, electric cool of her skin, I understood that being ordinary was a kind of retreat. We had agreed, wordlessly, with a touch and a look, to keep each other in the dark for now. The secret felt like a live thing between us, something we were guarding because we didn't know yet whether it wanted to be freed or caged. That knowledge was a small, dangerous ember. I wanted to blow on it and watch it flare. I also wanted, irrationally, to bury it and be done with the fire. I closed my eyes, and the beam of sunlight returned in memory, laying across Alice's face like an answered question. The thought of her small hand clasped around mine, made something inside me rearrange. The future might have been blurred when she saw it, but whatever had drawn her attention to me had not been an accident. I did not yet know whether I would step into the light she offered or whether I would step back into the safety of rain and routine. I only knew the truth of the small, steady thing in my chest that had begun to ache in a completely new way. It felt like confession, and confession felt like the beginning of a story that would not be easy. Even so, once you hear a voice that has learned the shape of your name, you find it hard to pretend you never did. Chapter 3, Paper-Thin Secrets. The first time I rested my hand against hers, time thinned until the rain had no sound. It was the kind of quiet you notice only when everything else is loud in the head, my tongue dry with 1,000 questions, the small impossible prickle along my arms. Alice's fingers were cool enough to steal the heat from my palm, but the cold didn't bite, it settled around me like a woven thing, protective, deliberate. It felt less like an absence and more like a promise braided of frost and light. After that the world reorganized itself around Alice in small, ridiculous ways. I found reasons to be where she might be. I timed detentions, rearranged my lunchtime, lingered in hallways pretending to study locker combinations. Wonder became a secret object I carried against my ribs, like a talisman folded into the lining of my shirt. It was an act of theft and devotion at once, quietly collecting moments that belonged to us. The thrill sat low and steady in my body. I was the keeper of something fragile and combustible. She had, of course, other names in my head. The girl who laughed before anyone had learned the joke. The girl who moved as if gravity were a suggestion. The small, abrupt beam that sometimes cut through Fork's gray and skittered across her face like an answering chorus. People called her bright, which was true in a literal, impossible way. Alice swallowed the gray and spun something new. When that slant of light found her, it refracted into colors that didn't belong in the sky here, a whisper of gold, a slice of glass blue. I could stand too close and pretend my own breath made the air electric. There were rules, though. I learned them the way one learns how not to speak during a prayer, by watching, by the slight hitch in someone's expression if a line was crossed. The Cullens lived like a constellation you could step into and find yourself reoriented. Their world had edges, ritualized and white-gloved. I began to understand that hospitality came with an unspoken contract: sit in the places they suggested, meet the eyes they allowed, speak only when asked, keep Charlie out of the private things. The price of that easy admission was my consent to fit into a pattern I hadn't known existed and to accept that the pattern kept teeth hidden. Alice didn't ask for that consent. She offered us a hand instead, literally and figuratively, reaching out with the casualness of someone who had rehearsed it until her own future didn't startle her. Except she had not rehearsed mine. She had seen me in visions that refused to hold together, the future she had shown me wavered like heat above asphalt. That admission came out like a confession, and the difference between reading minds and glimpsing futures thrilled and frightened me. She could not peel back the privacy of every thought I had, she had only an unstable map of what might come. It made her small, in the humanest sense, and it let me breathe. We made our own languages instead. Words felt worn and risky, the wrong syllable could fold an ordinary life into chaos. So gestures took their place. A book left in a certain spot on the library table meant stay. A hair tucked behind an ear was not vanity but an invitation. We learned the cadence of silences between us, how long a look would carry, how a fingertip on a page could be an entire conversation. When it was too loud to speak, Alice would draw an arc with one small hand, an artless, private curve, and I knew she would be close by the following day. Our lives were thin and harmless and brittle, I kept telling myself that was enough. I told Charlie I stayed after school to help with homework. I told myself I was learning to be brave. Each untruth slid past like a paper boat on a creek, small and light, but a current was forming beneath them, dragging towards something neither of us could name without the word sacrifice. There was hunger in those days that had nothing to do with food. I wanted Alice in the way a plant wants water, in a slow, inexorable way that left shaded traces on everything I did. Sometimes I would wake in the night with the phantom pressure of her palm against my skull where it had rested during some afternoon confession. I measured my days in pockets of her, the thin chime of her laugh in the cafeteria, the way she leaned over me to see the margin of a page, the cold press of her fingers when she steadied my wrist. Every touch taught me a new grammar. Cold could be an oath. Cold could be a shelter. Cold could be a kind of need. The Cullens watched with that desert patience vampires in books are always ascribed. Not all of them were as abrupt as Alice. They were jewelry-polished folks who moved like a single organism, glancing at one another with tiny movements that meant far more than any sentence. They were careful about their proximity to my normal life. They led me into rooms that felt like museums, surfaces too clean, light that behaved oddly, photographs arranged with deliberation. They asked little, but what they did ask sat heavy. I realized quickly that being inside their house meant being run through a sieve. Visibility in one area meant concealment elsewhere. The first time I joined them at their long table, it felt like trespassing into a family portrait that would not crack under ordinary weather. There was laughter, but it was the kind that lives inside lungs that have ruled out panic. Around that table their norms formed the architecture of safety. They kept a careful tally of hunger and impulse, and that accounting was part of why I felt safe with them and why the safety felt so perilous. To accept their protection was to accept the rules that carved out my choices. To refuse them was to invite the wolf's interest into a world where teeth would leave marks that do not heal on mortal flesh. Sometimes, when I let my mind wander, I imagined what eternity might look like through other people's eyes. The thought was a thin blade, beautiful and alarming. I would picture endless rain, the slow passage of seasons like a metronome over years that meant nothing. I wondered how much of myself I would have to lose to stand beside someone who never aged. Being desired by cold skin felt like being offered a lantern to carry in a place that had never known dawn. The lantern's light was lovely, but it consumed its own oil. There was an ascetic discipline to loving someone who was, in literal terms, forbidden. I learned to savor the smallest transgressions. A hand that lingered a breath too long when we passed in the hallway. A note left in a locker that said only meet me by the art room door, come at 3. At first the excuses were practical, help with a history paper, sharing notes on a language I pretended to understand. Later, the excuses sloughed off form and became ritual. I would find any reason to be near, and being near became a devotion. Alice's presence altered my sense of self. I had always lived below the level of other people's expectation, comfortable in anonymity, a place where no one could accuse me of failing at something they hadn't asked me to do. But being noticed in the way she noticed me made me acutely visible to myself. I began to expect desire, which felt both arrogant and insanely tender. The knowledge that someone else wanted me was a lens that refracted my own worth differently. If she saw me in a future where my edges were smoothed or changed, did I have to become someone else? If immortality waited on the hinge of surrender, what would I bring with me, Charlie, the ordinary ache of my human convalescence, the me that had learned to keep hold of small certainties. The wolves were a shadow at the edge of every ordinary day. Their presence was not loud at first, it was the sense of being watched in a place where you had thought yourself alone. Rumors coagulated in classrooms and parking lots. Hushed conversations gap-toothed with fear. Then there were nights when the sound of the ocean carried inland, and I thought I heard lungs not mine break in the dark. I imagined them as animals pressed against the idea of territory and loyalty, pure, raw devotion that did not negotiate. The Cullens' rules were a net, the wolves were the storm that could tear it. Sometimes Alice's visions showed me fragments where those two forces, pack and family, touched. I would see myself standing between them, absurdly small. I would see the shape of things if I chose to step through one door and slam another. The paths were not neat, they were braided. Each possibility required giving up a different portion of who I was. Love, here, was a ledger in which every line required sacrifice. I grew careful with words to others. Telling someone that a future was possible felt like handing them a weapon. People were eager to damage what they didn't understand. So the secret lives we inhabited expanded in private. Alice and I developed a language of glances so intimate I sometimes felt naked under it. There was a kind of honesty in pretending ordinary things. If I said I needed help moving a box, she would be waiting. If I said I wanted to see the art room, she would show me pictures of a life she might have had if the world had been other. Promises were stored in the hollow spaces between excuses. The more I let her in, the more the boundary between wanting and needing blurred. I discovered a selfishness in myself I had not known I possessed. I began to measure days by when I would next smell the cold of her perfume, by the density of her presence. It was a petty, intimate tyranny. Loving her without being hers felt at once noble and ruinous. To be desired by someone who had nothing to prove left me with the brutal question, what was I willing to trade to be wanted forever? She was mercifully pragmatic about the danger. Alice always said yes with a clarity that made my indecision feel childish. Her plans were tiny: sit in the back of a classroom where the light was thin, avoid the intervals where hunger could crowd. She was careful because she was fond in the quiet way people are of things they'd decided to guard. She had a fierce tenderness that read like armor. There were nights she would watch me leave from the window and I felt like a contraband object tucked under her gaze, illicit and valuable. There were moments when normal life would assert itself with its bluntness, the smell of Charlie's dinner in the house, his hand on my shoulder and a greeting that meant the ordinary world still spun, and I would almost resurface into it. But even then the electricity of her absence would prick me. Sometimes I imagined the pack at La Push. I imagined their bodies moving like a single threat through the dark and understood, with a slow, sinking clarity, how little my ordinary life could withstand the collision of other loyalties. I did not believe in impossible things as a rule. My faith had always been practical, in coffee, in the unremarkable safety of small habits. But Alice remade my faith into something thinner, more dangerous, belief in the possibility of a different life. It made me greedy in a way I had never been before. I began to daydream of giving up the easy human narrative, leaving Charlie, changing towns, stepping into whatever it was the Cullens lived in, and the thought was equal parts liberation and sacrament. Being human meant being ephemeral. The idea of permanence dazzled like a single, lonely star in a clouded sky. There would be repercussions. There always are. Every small touch, every secret lunch in a deserted hallway, made the world around me narrower and more intense. The closer I moved toward Alice, the more the margin for safety disappeared. Loyalty pulled against loyalty. The wolves would not tolerate intrusion, the Cullens would not tolerate exposure, and I, perhaps the most vulnerable of all, would be the hinge on which their worlds might turn. When she reached for my hand that afternoon in the library, it felt less like theft and more like destiny being read aloud in a voice only I could hear. Her palm was colder than it had ever been, and where our skin met, something inside me shifted, as if a seam had become visible and could be mended or ripped. I looked at her face, serene, small, luminous, and for the first time I wondered whether the person I would become beside her would still be mine to recognize. She did not answer my question about the future. She never had a clear map to hand me. Instead, she slid her fingers into mine and held on. It was a small, ordinary thing. But in the silence that followed, the world felt rearranged. A choice crouched in my throat, large and hungry and patient, and for the first time I understood that if I opened my mouth to speak, my voice might not be enough to hold everything that was waiting. Chapter 4, Cold as Glass. The sun never meant to be here. Forks is better at half-lights and the gray that softens everything into concession, but a single blade of sun had found its way through the kitchen blinds and cut across Alice's face like it was searching for something to excuse itself on. For a heartbeat the world stopped being rain and glass and polite restraint. It became sharp and immediate and, impossibly, full of color. Her skin did not glow. It fragmented. The light split against the planes of her cheek and eyes and scattered into hues that lived between names. I had no words for what thawed across her like a spill of stained glass, and that uselessness made me clumsy and small. Even then, before I had truly thought of touching her, before my feet moved of their own accord and closed the space between us, I felt something like a permission granted, not by the house or the family hovering like pale guardians, but by the odd softness in Alice's mouth when she looked at me. When my fingers met her face, a rational part of me catalogued textures the way I always did in new places, cold, smooth, unyielding as porcelain. Then that same rationality failed, because cold did not mean dead. Cold meant precise, like the bite of winter air that makes your breath sharp enough to see. It felt alive under my hands in a way that made the skin on my arms rise. She did not shiver. She did not pull away. Her eyes were bright with some private spark that had nothing to do with temperature. It was an attention that belonged to things that had known entire centuries and were learning a particular minute with exquisite care. The tilt of her head under my palm was small and immediate, and it was everything. I traced the ridge of her jaw, mapping the jawline the way I always mapped the edges of things I wanted to understand. My thumb followed the hollow beneath the cheekbone and caught the light there. Tiny shards of refracted color pooled against the shadow. It was like finding a door in a wall I had accepted as solid. I had always been good at vanishing into the background, less than a ripple in the steady rain, but against her, my vanishing felt cowardly. I wanted to be seen. I wanted to be more than the girl who was new and awkward and carried her books like armor. She smiled then, but not the fragile, deferential smile I had practiced in front of Dad's mirror. It was sudden as someone pulling a curtain aside to let a secret breathe. The smile belonged to someone who liked knowing what she had done. There was a hunger in it, but it was not for blood. It was for curiosity, for the newness of me like a rare book that had yet to be read. I was flustered the way I had been in the first weeks of Forks, words clumsy and too slow, my heart loud in my ears because it still did what hearts do best. Human warmth insisted on itself like an insult in the face of Alice's cool. My blood felt too close to the skin like a fault line, like something that could break if you pressed the wrong way. Desire and fear braided themselves so tightly I could not tell which strand I was following. We stood in silence and the rest of the Cullens became a soft perimeter. They watched as people who had learned how to watch without storming. Their control was the kind that could be consecrated into religion. Carlyle, steady and deliberate as a metronome. Esme, whose smile could fold a house into comfort yet who kept an eye that catalogued. Jasper, who had the look of someone who weighed risk on scales and then kept his distance because the math said so. Rosalie and Emmett were a kind of blunt gravity. Their presence tightened things, smoothed edges until whatever this was could be shaped to fit rules. The air held its breath, the house becoming church, and in the pews of couches and polished glass there was a sermon no one admitted to knowing the words of. Alice's fingers found mine with the ease of long habit, the way hers fit mine like two pieces of a pattern I was only just discovering. Her hand was cool, yes, a certainty like a stone pool, but there was a thinness to her warmth too, not of heat but of attention. It made my pulse erratic in a human way that none of them would understand. The bequests of mortality are vulgar that way. They insist on being messy when eternity chooses perfect lines. She had told me, earlier, quietly, with her head cocked as if she were listening to some music only she could hear, that she had not read my thoughts. The rumor that vampires could pry thoughts like apples from a tree did not apply to her. Instead, she had seen me in a future that kept rearranging itself like cards in a storm. That explanation should have made me feel less peculiar, less exposed. It didn't. If anything, it made the situation sharper. Alice had chosen me without the shorthand of telepathy, without the easy seduction of private knowledge. She had chosen a sight that did not give her steady answers and then let her motion be gentle enough to let me follow. "I wanted to see your face when the light hit," she said, like it was a confession and also a plan. The words were small, but they landed in me with the same soft insistence as her touch. I wanted to tell her that I had never expected to be treasured like that. How could I have, when my life felt stitched together from small consistencies: dad, school, the occasional awkward lunch. I wanted to tell her that my bones had no models for affection like this and that my chest felt too small for wanting. Instead, I let my fingertips continue to explore the planes of her face, memorizing the map of her like a religious practice I hoped would make me less lonely. The colors that bled off her skin made a language I could not translate. There were greens that felt like the hush of leaves in the rain, and reds that were not the angry red of warning but a soft, patient thing that seemed to promise longevity, damnable, impossible longevity. Blues that smelled like winter and the back of the sea at night. I wanted to say the names out loud, to pin them like butterflies in a glass case and carry them home, but there were no names small enough for what the light did on her face. Each shard of reflective color felt like a promise I had no right to accept. My right of being here was a thin thing. I could see it measured in the small things, the way the Cullens watched for the town gossip's glances and deflected them with courtesy, the way Alice's smile was secretive rather than brazen. Being desired by someone like her felt like being marked by a weather I did not know how to forecast. If I let myself, my thoughts spiraled into all the ways this could end badly: the wolves at La Push catching scent of newness, the pack's rigid lines misunderstanding the Cullens' restraint, a rumor caught in a teenager's throat and spread like wildfire through a town that ate oddities for breakfast. The possibility that loving Alice would reshape everything in me was a slow drum beat. I had never been graceful at choices. My life had been a sequence of acquiescences, jobs taken because they were safe, relationships avoided because they implied risk, hands never dared to find a warm palm in public. Loving a vampire was not merely reckless. It was a form of sacrament that demanded more than my mortal clumsiness could sometimes offer. It asked for sacrifices that had no model in the world I had lived. Yet when she tilted her face into my palm as if she were a thing that wanted to be held, the part of me that had always believed I did not deserve something answered with a fierce, hot no. I deserved to be wanted, irrationally and utterly. Deserved was an ugly word, choked with fear and expectation, but in my chest it translated into a demand for honesty. If this was to become anything, I wanted to approach it without pretending I was someone else. She watched me as if cataloging something delicate. Her eyes, when they caught mine, had an ocean's patience. There was an intelligence in them that made me feel less like prey and more like an unsolved line of poetry, meant for reading, not for sexless consumption. That small difference mattered. The world often treated me like content. Alice measured me like meaning. "You're warmer than I thought you'd be," she said, then, and it was a laugh more than anything. It struck me as human, an assessment that belonged to someone tasting a new fruit. It made my mouth curve despite myself. The notion of warmth, of my warmth and its consequences, became a taut thread in the room. My blood was a current they had to guard against, not because I could control it but because it was in their nature to habituate themselves to restraint. The Cullens had made vows and carved rules out of necessity. The wolves had codes sealed with tooth and fur. I felt suspiciously like a footnote in a dispute that had nothing to do with my desires. Esme's presence softened some of the edges. She offered what she had best, a sheltering kindness that did not pry. It was a kindness that felt like the necessary balm after a wound was inflicted, not by a blade but by the sharpness of possibility. I had not expected to be cared for in such a domestic, human manner by immortals. It made my chest ache and ached in a different way than the desire. I wanted to deserve their care as much as I wanted to deserve Alice's attention. Alice's vision, when it returned to her, fluttered like wings in a box. She sometimes looked away, as if resisting the temptation to see too far ahead. That the future with me rearranged itself, sometimes showing a hand that chose me, sometimes showing a hand that let me walk away, annoyed her with its fickleness and thrilled me with its possibility. The instability was a cruel kindness. It meant nothing was predetermined, it meant everything had to be argued for, earned, chosen, day after day. The thought struck me that forever sounded both like a threat and a benediction. To become immortal in someone's orbit was to be polished until there were no rough edges left, but it also meant losing the warmth of small certainties, birthdays that matter because they're numbered, a father's laugh that grows quieter as hair goes thin, the small, scandalous bloom of panic that comes when you realize you have lived too fully to be content with ordinary life. I was mortal, I knew what living and ending felt like. The eternal horizon frightened me because it would require other kinds of endings, losses of the brief, private certainties I'd stitched my identity out of. When I raised my hand to the side of her neck, my thumb brushed the hollow there, near the angle of the jaw, and the sensation that uncoiled in me had nothing to do with warmth. It was urgent in a way that had nothing to do with need and everything to do with recognition. It was the sense of being known slowly, like someone reading you aloud and learning which parts to linger on, which parts to skip. She did not move, but the rest of the house breathed as if a storm had just passed. For a moment I believed in a kind of immortality that tolerated human touch. The world, as always, had a practical axis. The pack was a presence not in the room but in the town. Their loyalties were a current that could tug us under if it found a reason. The thought of Seth or Embry or Sam, names that belonged to lives that ran on different instincts, made everything feel like a thing balanced on a blade. They would not understand the quiet agreements the Cullens had made. They would not understand why controlling hunger could be an ethic and not a system to be exploited. They would understand territory, hierarchy, the ruthless clarity of pack life. Their law was not gentle. It was honest and lived. Alice's fingers tightened minutely in my palm and then relaxed. Whatever she saw next shifted again. I wanted to demand to see what she saw, wanted to be sure our path eased towards something we wanted, but that would be to ask for the certainty she did not possess. Her sight had gifts and curses, foresight that danced out of reach at the edges, a brightness that could not be trusted to stay still. Perhaps that was why she reached for me with hands rather than predictions. There was appetite in the room, yes, but it was not all theirs. Mine burned too, not in the vampiric, ancestral sense of blood calling to fanged teeth, but in the vulgar, stubborn way that humans can want other humans, messy and hot, and not always rational. If this love, if that word dared to attach itself to what had only just begun, became a thing, it would ask sacrifices. It would ask me to choose what I valued most. That knowledge quickened my breath. I pulled back, though not entirely. There was the distance of sanity between us, a measured step I invented to remind myself of limits. The light still lay across her cheeks, less fierce now, filleted into color like a petal dissected. I smelled rain outside the windows, the town's gray pressing at the glass like a familiar hand. Be careful, I wanted to tell her, and the sentence felt like a valance of all the things unsaid. Careful for me, careful for them, careful for whatever made a pack bristle. Careful that my own instincts would not betray the small, private things I had come to cherish. Careful that a rumor would not become a bullet. Careful that a choice would not become a wound. Instead, I let my hand rest on her cheek, because hands memorized better than words ever did. Her skin answered with the same cool precision and the same urgent, impossible life. The room remembered itself into its roles and the future hovered like a bird in a window, flitting its wings. I felt like a sacrament in a religion I was still learning the prayers for. Outside, beyond the carefully kept glass and the polite restraints of an immortal household, the world waited with sharp teeth and loyalty like iron. Inside, my fingers counted the ridges of Alice's face and my head became a drum of small, fierce certainties. If it came to choosing between the safety I had always known and the pricing of forever, I wasn't sure which of my hands would sign the ledger. But for the first time since I had arrived in Forks, being alive, the hot, awkward, inadequate thing that is human, felt like a point of power rather than a liability. Alice's laugh, a sound like a page turned, reminded me that futures shifted and that desire was not always the same as doom. The colors on her face changed as she moved, and I wanted to follow every one of them like the only map that mattered. The thought of walking away had become unbearable in one small way and necessary in another, and the knowledge of that contradiction settled in me like rain in the gutters. On the lawn beyond the window, something moved, a shadow drawn long and low. For a moment the house held its breath, then Alice's expression folded into a shape I did not yet understand, as if the slant of light had shown her something I could not yet see. I followed the line of her gaze and felt, like an ember catching, the logic of everything shifting toward a choice I would have to make with my whole body, not just my heart. Chapter 5: The Quiet Language. The rain had a rhythm here, something steady and low that washed the town clean but never brightened it. It came down in silver curtains, flattening color until the world reduced to shapes and the small points of light that refused the gray. I found the bench by accident, like I found most things now, awkward, ungainly, as if I were a child trying to place my body where the world expected someone far more graceful. Alice was already there, as she often was when school let out, as if she belonged to the rain the way twilight belonged to the sea. She did not look like she was waiting. She looked like an accident of light. When I stepped into view, a sliver of sun, impossible, a single breach in Forks constant, touched her face and fractured. The rain should have made the world dull, but the light split across her skin and turned her expression into a file of colors I could not name. It made the small, sudden smile she gave me feel like a thing that had been constructed for only one use. It fit me like a glove I had no memory of ever wearing. I hesitated, an animal doing the math of approach. The rational parts of me ran through the rumors and the warnings, the childish stories and the small, sensible truths I'd been raised with. You do not court danger. You do not touch fire. But danger sat beside me on a rain-soaked bench, smiling like something offered out of goodwill, and I could not bring myself to walk away. "Sit," she said. Not a command, only a suggestion folded into a smile. Her voice was small, but it held the architecture of certainty. I sat. Courtship, I learned, could be quiet. It did not always announce itself through grand declarations or crashing storms. Sometimes it built itself from tiny gestures that, collected together, became a country. We invented our rituals the way two shy children invent a word. There was the bench in the rain, our baseline. It mattered less that the bench was wet and more that we both kept coming back to it until we memorized its grain. There was the shorthand smile, the one Alice used when she wanted me to know she would become a shelter but not yet the whole world. It was a tilt of the lips that said both apology and invitation, and it taught me to listen for meaning in a face that never needed to speak. There was a book that passed between us like contraband. It arrived with a hesitation and a half-smile and ended up in my hands because mine were the hands that trembled the most. I had carried the book in my backpack that day because I believed, irrationally, that holding pages would steady me in a town that made steadiness an optional purchase. When she set it on my knee, pale fingers leaving a brief chill where they touched the cover, I felt as if someone had given me permission to exist. I learned the language of our small, private rituals through repetition. She would hand me the book with an index finger brushed against the spine. I would hold it as though it contained a map to some hidden city we could only reach if we kept our palms steady. We began to measure time by how many pages we shared. A chapter read together meant 3 days of silence from me. A paragraph shared between glances meant a week of small gifts, a folded paper crane left on my locker, a stray, polite note with a silly sketch, a hair comb from my shoulder when neither of us thought anyone was looking. There was something perversely plain about it, and that plainness made it dangerous. Because there were no histories we could lean back on. There were no childhood stories to anchor our tenderness, no mutual friends whose memories could smooth the edges. With Alice, everything began new each time. I had no claim on a past. She had no ledger of my wrongs or kindnesses to refer to. We created our story out of small, present acts the way a glassblower makes a vessel one breath at a time. Being seen by her was not loud. It did not come with proclamations. It arrived in the tilt of her head when I talked about the absurdities at school, in a patience that felt like light warmed slowly. She understood the thinness of my life in Forks, the ordinary days, Charlie's steady routines, the way my mortality hummed beneath everything, and yet she still reached for me. That reach was a constant contradiction, an invitation that contained both danger and solace like a note held between two keys. Her hand was cold when she finally let me take it. I do not mean cold in the way the damp air is cold, or that a refrigerator is cold. It was cold like glass held in snow. And yet it was alive, electric in a manner that had nothing to do with warmth. It surprised me every time because warmth is the thing human skin promises. What she gave me instead was a stillness that felt perilously inhabited. My fingers curled around hers the first time as if I were afraid she might shatter, because she could have, in the way all delicate things can, but her grip tightened, a deliberate response, and the smallness of that physical assurance rewired something in my chest. She told me, one rain-soaked afternoon, that she had not read me. That she had seen me, yes, sudden and bright in 1,000 shifting futures, but not by delving into my mind. I saw a pattern, she said, folding her hands and watching me watch her. A possibility that kept repeating even when other things changed. She did not explain further, because explanations are unnecessary between people fluent in a language not yet made for words. The admission both terrified and freed me. If she had the capacity to know everything I was thinking at any moment, how would consent have survived? If she had read me, my vulnerabilities would be a map to her amusement. Instead, she had chosen me from a set of unstable images, from a chance she could not anchor. That choice felt like faith, and faith felt like a promise that made my knees weak. I suppose that is what edge of the slow burn is, not the fevered spark of instant hellfire but the steady hunger that grows by degrees. I wanted her. There is no softer way to say it. Wanting Alice was like wanting a winter storm. It was inevitable and it promised to leave the world altered. Desire threaded my thoughts until they were hard to separate from the ordinary business of getting dressed, going to class, listening to a teacher speak about angles I had no patience for. The hunger was not only for her hand or her mouth or the pale, glass-smooth plane of her skin. It was for the permission she gave me to imagine myself different. She made me feel as if my life were an instrument that could be retuned. Yet even as I learned to accept the small mercy she handed me, her smile that meant protection, the chipped pen she left as a joke, the way she corrected my clumsy metaphors without condescension, there was a rope of fear tightening at my ribs. I was mortal. This was endless. Even if she asked, could I really trade the rhythm of Charlie's mornings for the hollow eternity of a life that would watch his face forget? Could I risk the people I loved for something that did not promise return? These questions sat between us like a door left ajar, letting in rain and possibility. Secrecy was its own ritual. We became fluent in omission. We chose phrases that said nothing and nothing was translatable in audacious ways. A look could be a sentence. A brush of knuckles against a book could be a confession. We took small public risks, a hand that lingered on a locker for one breath longer, a note with a sketch of a sun that we both knew we could never truly rely on here. Each act was a test of boundaries more than a boundary itself. The mondo of forks, rumors, gossip, the slow accretion of suspicion, pressed against what we were building. But the quietness of our courtship made exposure feel like an impossibility most days. If no one noticed the signposts, the road remained ours. At night, when the house settled and the rain pattered in a familiar, lulling rhythm, I would turn the pages of the book we'd been sharing and think of her hands. There was a section in that book about cities that tried to hold on to their old lights when newer lights came, and I would imagine Alice as one of those old lights who refused to fade. Being with her was both a forgery and a truth, a stealing of breath that felt like theft and an offering that felt like restoration. We spoke of small futures, weekends, movies, the silly possibility of teaching each other to play chess, but Alice's vision hovered nearby like a moth. She never promised me forever in words. She let me see slivers of possibility and watched my face for how I reacted. That uncertainty was a higher cruelty than any vow declining. It kept me alert, kept me pleading silently for something that might never settle. When I asked her, not in words but in the small tilt of my head, whether she saw me in any of those futures she glimpsed, she would close her eyes, and I would feel like a photograph being developed slowly. Sometimes the image was bright and solid, sometimes it blurred and refused to take shape. There is an intimacy in being the one whose existence fits oddly into someone else's timeline. It makes you hyper-aware of the weight you carry and the lightness you inspire. I wanted to be permanent, to be an addition to a future that did not shift, but permanence, when offered by someone who had already lived through unnumbered years, came with questions I could not answer. If I stepped across the threshold into her world, what would I have to leave behind? If I stayed, how long could I stand the ache of a life measured in human heartbeats? On a particular evening not long after we had settled into our rituals, a time when rain had turned the pavement into mirrors and my hair clung to my neck, I felt the pressure of those questions assemble into something I could no longer ignore. Alice noticed first, because she is made of observation. She moved beside me, the motion of her small, precise body not meant to conceal but to include, and offered the shorthand smile that had become a second language. I matched it because matching is a kind of answer. "You do not have to decide tonight," she said, and I knew she spoke the truth the way a tide knows its own memory. Her voice, despite the certainty of its cadence, held no force. It was an offering, a hand left open in the rain. But even as she said it, I saw out of the corner of my mind, one of the faint, shifting fragments from her visions, an outline of things that could be, wolves that stood at the borders of the path we would someday take, a hunger that smelled of salt and iron, the way loyalty can be a wall as much as a shield. The glimpse wavered and slipped away like something fragile, and I was left with the tactile world instead, rain on my sleeve, her hand's coldness in mine, the book heavy with unspoken sentences. We stayed until the rain blurred the world into soft shapes and the streetlights burned like distant suns. We spoke in those intervals between words, in the quiet collection of small rituals that had become our conversation, a page turned with fingers linked, a shorthand smile when my courage cracked, a book passed with trembling hands until trembling became a shared rhythm. It was all I ever asked for and more than I deserved. When I left that night, my coat clung to my shoulders and my mind clung to the image of her small face lit in impossible colors. The bench was empty soon after, a wet witness to what had passed there, two figures who had decided, for the moment, that inventing a future could be done in increments. The town wrapped itself around me, dark and familiar, and I walked home like someone who had been given a secret and did not yet know whether it would save them or ruin them. I fell asleep thinking of her hand, and of the way a life can tilt from one state to another with a single decision. Outside, the rain wrote its endless sentence against the window, and in its rhythm I imagined the future arranging itself into possibilities. Somewhere in those possibilities a choice waited, patient as the tide. I was not ready for it, but the next page in our private book had been turned, and once turned, it could not be unread. Chapter 6, At the Family Table. Alice's fingers were an outline of winter when she slipped my hand into hers, small and certain and very much alive in the way that frightened me. The house took the sound of my breath and held it like something fragile. Glass walls and clean angles softened the gray day into a careful hush. A stray band of light, stubborn and obscene for forks, found her cheek and scattered across it like fractured jewels. I had seen that light before, in a classroom window, and it had been the moment a rumor became a living thing. Here, at the threshold of the Cullens' home, it was less revelation than invitation. She led the way with the impatient ease of someone walking toward whatever she wanted and expecting it to take no more than the next step. Behind us the hallway swallowed the rain, muffled the ordinary clatter of a town that never looked up. Up close her skin was cool, closer to glass than flesh, and every time my palm brushed against it I felt the odd, aching contradiction of wanting to warm her with something I could not give. My fingers tightened without thinking, not to test reserve but because the world had narrowed to the space between us and the improbable fact that she had taken me that far. The dining room smelled of coffee and something floral, a softness that was Esme in human form. The table was set as though for a simple family dinner, plates, polished silver, a vase with a single stem caught mid-bloom. Around it they sat like a collection of portraits come to observe, each face a study of restraint, of beauty held to the smallest, most practiced degree. Their eyes flicked up as we entered, cataloging and curious all at once. Alice moved with an almost casual flourish, as if introducing me were nothing more than unveiling a new book to the shelf. You could tell her every action had been thought through, how to tilt her head so the light made her features sharp and kind, where to place her hand on the back of a chair so that it looked like belonging rather than claim. She announced me with a smile that was so utterly hers, quick, bright, the kind that made you feel like the center of some private constellation, and then stepped back enough for the family to decide. Carlyle was first. He stood when we entered, and his hand came forward in a motion that felt more like alleviating an ache than making a greeting. He had the look of someone who listened for the right rhythm before he spoke. His curiosity was gentle, threaded with the calm of a physician who believed he could name everything that wasn't healthy. He asked my name with an evenness that made me start at the sound of my own answer, and I felt suddenly like a specimen on his table, examined, perhaps, but with the promise of a diagnosis I might need. Esme rose then in a movement so warm my defenses loosened without meaning to. She wrapped me in a hug that was more a surrender than an embrace. Her scent was faintly of soap and sunlight, and I had the absurd sensation of being smoothed out, like a crease in paper flattened by something benevolent. She called me dear as if the word had been waiting in the house for any stranger who might need consolation. In that small kindness I tasted the kind of family I had never been sure would accept me, and for a moment the steady beat of my chest slowed because I believed it. Rosalie's face was an arrangement of lines that did not invite conversation. She looked at me the way someone might look at a scratch on a car they were attached to, annoyance and the faintest glitter of something more dangerous. There was a silkiness to her disdain, a practiced perfection that made me feel, ridiculously, like my hair needed brushing. She sat but did not smile, and the air thickened around her like a barrier. I recognized some of the casual cruelty of the world in that look, the way you are measured and found wanting in a fraction of a heartbeat. Emmett's presence was immediate and solid, like a laugh that had forgotten to stay polite. He leaned against the back of a chair as if gravity favored him, and his grin was a private joke at my expense that I couldn't help but be charmed by. The warmth he radiated was not Esme's soothing kind but something more dangerous, mischief with an edge of adoration for his own strength. He offered a comment about the weather that should have been trite but landed with a friendliness that made the room feel a degree more human. Jasper watched from the corner like a guard at a gate who had trained himself to wear no expression at all. His eyes were the most controlled presence there, a man who measured reaction and suppressed it with practice. There was a tautness to him, the sense of someone who remembered too clearly what appetite could do and who had taught himself 1,000 ways to be still. He nodded to me once, formally, and the motion was enough to tell me not to test edges I could not see. Edward remained seated, and the first time I saw him up close it was like the world narrowed into a single, impossible focus, an amber or hazel or something else, shifting with the light, and a face that looked as if it had been sketched to the limits of human beauty and then shaded by restraint. He said very little. His silence was not the emptiness of disinterest but the thickness of someone listening so intently that words would be sacrilege. His stare found me and did not flinch away. I felt it as a pressure against the chest that made my breath shallow and my thoughts sticky with 1,000 unasked questions. He folded his hands on the table as if to keep himself contained, and in that small gesture there was an apology for whatever he might be. Alice settled beside me like a secret, close enough that I could feel the small, cool tremor of her hand against my wrist. She told them, in that quick voice of hers, where I had come from and how strange it was in Forks to find a sunbeam that cared to touch her, and they listened as if this were family news rather than something that might undo them. She introduced me with a casualness that felt like ceremony. Her light, when it caught the planes of her face, slid and danced like mischief. She mentioned in passing that she had seen me before, which made a hush fall over the table like a curtain being drawn. She did not read me, she said later, but she had seen me stumbling between futures that wouldn't stay still. The uncertainty in that confession sat between us like a warning, or an invitation. Conversation moved at the pace of a house that had learned patience long ago. They asked the right questions about my father, about why I had come to Forks, simple things about weather and school that were barnacles on the ship of my life. Carlyle's questions, though, were different. They were anatomy beneath the surface, gently probing for what fear I carried and what had hardened inside me. Esme smoothed every awkward pause with a motherly turn of phrase. Rosalie's remarks were sharp and rare but precise. Emmett's laughter punctuated the air like a relief valve. All the while there was a tightness in me I could not name. To sit at that table was to be admired and catalogued in the same breath. Their beauty was not an accident, it was curated, preserved, and the fact that it did not age made it both alluring and monstrous at once. I felt my own mortality like a paper dress beside their marble, light, combustible, finite. It was humiliating and thrilling to be held by eyes that had seen centuries of humanity pass like weather. In them I saw what eternity might be, an endless refinement that smoothed out blemishes until no one remembered what difficult, contradictory living felt like. I wondered, not for the first time, what I would look like when all the edges had been filed down. Alice's hand found mine under the table. Her fingers were cool enough to draw the outline of every map I had ever followed, the way I measured my worth by being useful, the way I had learned to keep small so others could feel larger. She did not squeeze, only rested there with a certainty that made my chest ache. In the silence that settled there was a language of gestures I had not been taught, the quick tilt of her head, the way her lashes lowered for a heartbeat like a curtain. That private communion was enough to make the rest of the room recede. At some point food arrived and I realized how little of the meal I had actually eaten. The conversation continued, misremembered hometown stories, a discussion about the best coffee and forks, while my mind traced the edges of Alice's hand. Each laugh sounded distant, dulled by the pulse in my ears. I was aware of the family as a whole unit, the way each member operated like a single organism with separate parts, the brain, the warmth, the muscle, the guard. They moved with precision, their restrained humming like an unspoken rule I did not yet understand. There was an oddness to their politeness, a careful avoidance of certain topics. When the pack came up, just a mention of the neighboring communities, of local wildlife, the room tightened for a fraction too long. Jasper's posture changed subtly. Theo would have called it an involuntary shift that betrayed preparedness. It was the first time I felt the wolves as more than rumor, a presence at the edge of our civilized life, something waiting in the wet places for an invitation to be feral. That awareness made me a little dizzy. To be wanted by this family might mean being wanted by the things they kept at bay. After dinner, Carlyle talked about his work like a man who used his hands to stitch lives back together and who learned to be gentle with the casualties of choice. He asked me if I was happy, an elegant, dangerous question, and I found myself answering honestly for the first time in days. It felt like giving them my pulse. Esme's face crumpled in sympathetic surprise at the fragile things I revealed, grief for a different life, a longing for a quiet permanence I did not expect to find in a house that pulsed with the promise of the unending. I watched their expressions carefully, trying to read not just curiosity but the cost of whatever it was they had bought to exist this way. Rosalie caught my eye once across the table and there was no malice in her look, only a precise, hard kind of pity. It was more cutting than any scorn. It said that she had made decisions I could not yet fathom and that she would not be the one to advise me toward them. Emmett clapped me on the back before I stood to leave and said something half-joking about not running off with their light, which made me laugh in spite of myself. Jasper stayed where he was, eyes unreadable, and Edward watched me with the steady ferocity of someone who chooses not to move not because he cannot but because he hasn't decided whether the cost is worth the taking. Alice walked me to the door and for a breath we held the space between saying and not saying. Her fingers lingered at my wrist. Up close I could see the faint glimmer on the skin where the light had kissed her earlier. It was like looking at frost that refused to give way to touch. Her smile when she turned to face me again was casual, but the corners of her eyes betrayed the intensity beneath the surface. "I didn't read your mind," she said, and it was not a confession so much as clearing a small distance. "I kept seeing you. It kept changing, like something in you kept shifting the future." The admission sat between us like a small, dangerous truth. Visions were supposed to be a certainty with Alice, snapshots of what might come, so the shifting suggested agency and choice and the thrilling terror that comes with both. My stomach dropped and rose in the same breath. A choice was a door, and my hands hovered at the knob. She reached out then, not to pull me through but to offer the semblance of it, and her touch was ordinary and extraordinary at once. I wanted to reach back and close the gap, to anchor myself to this cold, luminous thing that had made me feel seen, but the room hummed with rules I had not yet learned. To be accepted meant understanding what acceptance would cost. As I walked back across the yard to my car, the rain had already begun, soft at first, turning the drive into a silver smear. The house receded behind me, a rectangle of light that did not seem to belong to the world I knew. In the rearview mirror I thought I caught movement, 2 shadows perhaps, the lengthening of something in the trees, but by the time I blinked it was only a trick of the weather. For the first time since I had come to Forks, I considered the unthinkable with a clarity that frightened me. Immortality was not simply a lengthening of days, it was a recalibration of every small human thing I had ever held dear. To choose to cross into that quieted world would mean to trade the warmth of Charlie's kitchen for the perfection of polished smiles. It would mean swapping the fragile, inexorable human arc for a stasis I had never imagined wanting. Yet when I thought of Alice's hand, cool and certain, the desire to be rewritten by her was a heat that burned through the cold. I started the car with hands that trembled not from the chill but from the knowledge that the future, when Alice saw it, had moved. It was not fixed. It was not comfortable. It was mine to consider. And as I drove back toward the small, safe light of my father's house, I realized that the choice I would have to make was already no longer theoretical. It was beginning to shape itself in the spaces between my heartbeats. Chapter 7, What She Cannot Read. The light hit her like an accusation. It was the kind of thin, reluctant shaft that slips between clouds and forks and looks like it was carved out of the gray, too precise and too bright for a place that prides itself on steady overcast. It sliced across Alice's face and scattered into impossible pieces, a constellation of color that did not belong in a town where everything tried to hide under a veil of rain. For a second, no, a long second that lasted like a held breath, Alice's skin became a map of tiny rainbows, and I understood in a way that bypassed the sensible part of my mind that the high school whispers were not whispers at all. She did not flinch. Her smile arrived the same way sunlight does in forks, sudden, small, and with no permission. She reached for me. Her hand was colder than any pale thing I had expected. Cold enough that the inside of my wrist prickled. The lines in her fingers were precise and neat, like the filigree of a piece of glass blown with skill and care. I almost thought, absurdly, that she belonged in a museum, kept safe behind velvet ropes so people could look and not touch. She said she couldn't read me. The words shouldn't have been as disorienting as the light. I had been bracing myself to be transparent, to have whatever private repository of shame and loneliness I kept under lock and key picked open by some polite, impossible stranger. Instead she told me, simply, that she had not heard the thrum of whatever lives in my head. "It isn't that you are closed to me," she said. Her voice had a musical flatness that made everything sound like a discovery. "It's that I'm bad with the ones like you." Bad. The word had an edge of exasperation, not arrogance. She looked at me without the casual, invasive familiarity I had grown to expect from the rumor of a being who could peer into minds the way other people glance at a magazine headline. She looked as if she were explaining a fault in a watch. "When I look, I see paths, Bella. I see steps and moments like frames of a film. But sometimes the film tears. Sometimes the frames slip. You make the picture shiver." I wanted to be offended, because privacy was rare enough in my life that the idea it might be denied to me should have felt like theft. Instead, I felt naked in a softer way, the way you feel when someone says you are unlike every other thing in the room. It was almost flattering. "Why?" I asked before I had time to consider how foolish the question was, how much of me would prefer not knowing the mechanism and simply accepting the fact. The rational parts of me, the parts that had managed to survive moving across a continent and starting over with a body that was persistently tragic in all its proportions, wanted a reason. Even a ridiculous one. "What is it about me that tears your future?" She gave that abrupt, whole-body laugh she had when she found something excellent. It made the light in the room shiver again, scattering into angles that I suddenly wanted to trace with my fingers. "It's not about you the way you think," she said. "It's about how small things are allowed to be. I can watch the big patterns, marriage, cars, a house, tiny decisions blur out into a long, smooth line. But when someone can make a difference without meant to, when someone moves as if they don't know they are making everything else rearrange itself, the film jumps. The edges blur and I can't hold on. Everything rearrange itself." The idea pleased me and terrified me in equal measures. I had always been the kind of person who thought the world would go on without her, an afterthought in the margins. To think that my presence might make a film jump felt like an accusation of worth I was not used to receiving. "Does that mean you couldn't see when we'd meet?" I asked, clinging to the narrow fact that proved I was something other than a mistake. She regarded me with those quick, black eyes that took everything in and somehow focused on what mattered. "I saw you," she admitted. "I saw many yous. But every time there was a new one. You were always a variable. It was as if there were a dozen thin, fragile roads and none of them would stay put long enough for me to follow. It made me nervous." Her nervousness felt like sunlight that didn't quite know where to put itself. I wanted to tell her that my nervousness was the kind that sat in my ribs, that waking up in a strange town with the same clumsy life and a father who loved me in that rough, practical way had left me frayed. But the trust that had crept up around me since that first handhold made saying things easier. It was absurd, dangerous even, to allow someone into the small interior I kept stitched up in secret. But there was something about the way her shoulders curved when she insisted she couldn't read me that unlatched a door I had kept bolted. I like the ocean even though the sea is loud and makes my teeth ache, I began, the sentences tumbling out like confessions because they felt less like theater and more like giving someone a piece of bread when they were hungry. I hate small talk. I bite my tongue until it hurts in classrooms. I miss Phoenix in ways that are mostly smell-based, drier lint and citrus, and I think that's absurd. I always think too much, and not bravely enough. I want to be necessary and I am afraid of being only a convenience. I have a habit of bumping into things when I'm nervous. My father thinks I'm tougher than I feel. I don't like being the center of attention, but I will stand in it if the stakes are high enough. And I paused because the truth that mattered the most seemed too heavy to offer up. I wobble between wanting to be kept safe and wanting to be kept because I am wanted, not because I'm supposed to be. Her fingers tightened briefly on my wrist, the cold of them a clear, startling thing against my skin. It was a small gesture, almost nothing, but it held the gravity of a planet. "That's a lot," she said. The laugh that punctuated it was softer now, like someone thinking something delicate was also funny. "It's mostly banal," I admitted, surprised at my own candor. But I figured if someone couldn't read me, they'd at least deserve the small data points. "Data points," she echoed with obvious delight, as if the phrase were a new, delicious flavor of candy. "That is perfect." She did not answer the part of me that hurt the most, my fear of being changed into something that would put my father in danger, the way my future felt like a hand on a leash tugged by voices I could not always hear. Instead she offered me small mercies, her silence, the tilt of her head, the way her thumb brushed the inside of my wrist in a motion I realized had no affectation to it at all. It was practical, tiny, and it calmed the quickness in my chest. We sat like that for a long time, the Cullens a backdrop I could feel rather than see. The house held them like a living thing holds sleep, quiet, ready, and watchful. Once, I heard a muffled sound from another room, the careful clang of someone setting down silverware, the low murmur of a conversation that did not include me but was not unfriendly. It occurred to me that their watchfulness might be as much a comfort as a prison. Protection and secrecy have the same currency. "I don't know what you'll mean to my visions," Alice said finally, her mouth curved with an expression I would learn to read as pleasure and mischief, both. "Maybe you'll be a crack that lets in light. Maybe you'll be a shadow that shifts everything darker. Maybe you'll be a necessary confusion." She said each possibility like a small, dangerous pet she liked to watch. "Necessary," I repeated because the idea lodged under my ribs and didn't want to leave. To be necessary was a kind of virtue I had always thought belonged to other people, the people who could make promises and keep them, who could be relied upon to show up when the weather turned and the rest of the world folded in. If I could be necessary to someone who moved like glass and sunlight, then perhaps my tendency to be incidental was not immutable. She smiled at that, and it was the kind of smile that looked like a doorway I wanted to walk through even if the other side smelled like winter. "You make the future complicated," she said. "Complication isn't bad. It means interest." Interest. The word was both a warmth and a blade. I had never felt anyone describe me as interesting without sarcasm or a protective pat. Alice's appraisal felt like being recognized as a rare specimen, not because I was pretty or dramatic, but because I altered trajectories. "You don't try to read me because you can't, or because you won't?" I asked, because despite the thinly veiled flattery, there was a cautious beast somewhere inside me that wanted to know the rules. Her face became very small and very serious for a breath. "Because I can't," she said. "At least, not the way you mean. When I try, it's like hearing music through a wall that calls to me but keeps changing key. I get images but they crack when you are in them. It's not that I won't. It's that listening would be like trying to hold dripping glass without a towel. I could get cut, Bella." "Cut," I echoed, tasting the word like a warning. She shrugged, one shoulder rising and falling in a way that made her look younger and somehow infinitely older at the same time. I have always been forward-looking. I am built to watch. That's how I stay safe. But sometimes people exist in ways that are not neat enough for watching. You are like one of those things. Like a wild creature no cage can predict, I said, reckless with the concession that the metaphor made me want to be tamed and wanted at once. She leaned forward, the hand on my wrist sliding up to my palm, fingers curling around mine with a gentleness that made my breath hitch. I don't have a cage for you, she said. I have a table, and sometimes a map that forgets where we were going. But I will sit with you as it rearranges. I thought of Charlie, the steady, stubborn certainty of his love, and of the pack, the way their loyalty would mark a perimeter if I stepped too close to the things that could hurt them. I thought of the Cullens' codes, the promises they kept to one another, and the way those promises could become bars if you let them. Love in this house smelled like iron and lavender and something else that I could never name, and that made me want to belong and fear belonging in equal measure. Will you tell me when the picture stops tearing? I asked. It was a childish request, perhaps. I wanted to know if there was a time when my future would be graspable, when the edges would hold together enough for someone else to read it without wincing. She looked at me as if the question itself was a small, bright thing she wanted to examine. Maybe, she said after a beat. Or maybe we'll just get used to the motion. There was a ridiculous streak of hope that made me laugh, and it sounded unlike me, small, quick, surprising. The sound seemed to please her in a way I couldn't parse. She squeezed my hand once, a brief, precise pressure that announced the moment like a punctuation mark. Outside, the rain began again, fine and steady, as if Forks itself had decided to curtain the world and let our exchange be a private thing between two people who didn't quite fit the molds around them. I thought of the pack, somewhere beyond the trees and the sound of the highway, force and loyalty and the kind of danger that didn't care about promises. I thought of the future, the jagged, shifting movie that Alice described, and the idea that one more presence could make it fracture. There was a hunger in me that I had named in other ways, a craving for certainty, for the feeling of being held. It was the same hunger that the wolves might mistake for an invitation and that I feared the Cullens would misread as a weakness to be guarded. Loving someone like Alice would not be simple. It would be a slow, exquisite risk. She slid her hand from mine and tucked a stray lock of hair behind my ear with fingers that left a trail of cold warmth on my skin. The gesture was small and affectionate and utterly hers, immediate, unexpectedly domestic, and mysterious all at once. I felt as if she had traced the outline of an answer I had not known how to ask. I can't promise you safety, she said quietly. I can promise you presence. Promise. The word thrummed, and I wondered if promises in immortal mouths had the same weight as promises in mortal ones. I wondered what it would mean to accept presence knowing it might be eternal, or else impossible. I folded that possibility around me like a shawl and let it be warm. It was not a solution. It was not even particularly sensible. It was only a beginning, the offering of her hand, a revelation that I was inscrutable to her sight, and the steady small fact that she chose to stay. Outside the glass, Forks continued to blur in and out of rain. In my chest, something slow and irretrievable began to set, like a tide deciding to give itself up to the moon. I wanted to hold on to the ordinary with both hands, Charlie and jobs and clumsy living room lamps, but there was also, insistently, a different hunger that felt like coming alive. Alice's eyes found mine, bright and amused and patient, and there was an unspoken list between us, questions I could ask, ones I couldn't, and the hard truth that neither of us could know yet where the future's film would settle. She didn't read my thoughts. She couldn't. That lack of certainty made her honest and maddening and, somehow, more dangerous than a mind reader. I will try not to break anything, I said finally, and it was as much a joke as a promise. She smiled, the small, sudden light that belonged to dangerous things. Try is a good word, she said. Sometimes it's all you can do. She let go of my hand, but her fingers lingered near mine like a magnet testing a range. When I left the Cullen house that evening, the rain had softened to mist. The drive back toward my father's house felt different, as if the road itself had been repaved. The ordinary world, groceries, the small, slow domesticity of Charlie's kitchen, was still mine, but now it sat beside the knowledge of cold skin and a heart that wanted me in ways that made both my blood and my common sense go slightly off balance. I told myself I could be careful. I also, secretly, and with a fierce clarity that frightened me slightly, believed that one day soon the future would stop shifting long enough for someone to read it straight. Chapter 8, Echoes. The rain came down like a slow excuse, soft and endless against the glass. It turned the world outside into a watercolor of gray, familiar, comfortable, the way it had been ever since I moved to Forks. Inside the Cullen house, something else pulled at that watercolor and cut it into planes of shadow and polished surface. The house lived in light differently. It drank it and returned it as angles, as edges, as a deliberate, cool brightness that made everything feel true and dangerous at once. I sat on the sofa with my hands folded over my knees because I did not know what else to do with them. I tried to pretend that I was simply being polite, that I could be a sensible guest and keep my curiosity folded inside like a paper fan. That pretense did not hold. The Cullens were a display and a shelter, a whole constellation of restraint and history, and I felt like an intruder in a museum where the exhibits were alive and very hungry. They moved around the room with a rhythm I recognized now, the quiet cadence of people who had learned how to be seen and not smelled, who camouflaged themselves in manners and small talk. Carlyle with his steady hands, arranging plates with a reverence that looked almost religious, Esme's smile, which tried to be a harbor for everyone, Edward's half-smile that never reached his eyes when someone new arrived. Alice flitted at the edges, cementing chairs into neat places, smoothing a throw here, aligning a glass there, all of it done with the precise efficiency of someone who could see beyond the present and wanted to keep it tidy. I had come to think of their restraint as a philosophical choice like dieting or vegetarianism, a moral position dressed in secrecy. It sounded noble in my head, a romantic renunciation. I could tell myself such things to keep the fear at bay. That night, that comforting fiction slipped apart. It started with a plate dropped in the dishwater. The sound was small but it snapped the room's taut courtesy. For a second all motion stopped, like a pulled curtain, and the air thickened. Emmett's shoulders stiffened as if a tendon had burned under his skin, Alice's expression froze, and for the first time since I'd met her I saw something like a fissure cross her face. It was small, quick, but it carried with it the history of 1,000 practice stops. Carlyle moved with a calm that was almost surgical. He addressed the half-break in their routine without raising his voice. He said something about the unpredictability of human life, about how accidents happened and how luck could be a bad teacher if you let it. There was a lesson in the way he set the broken pieces aside, the same lesson as a history book of more serious things. Accidents could be a temptation, and temptation had a cost. He told stories with the economy of someone who had watched too many bad things and had learned to compress them into safe narratives for younger ears. He spoke about their early years, not in a way that burned but in a way that put a cool, clinical light on choices. There had been hunger, he said quietly, and there had been the peril of giving in. He described, not with pride but with a sort of professional sadness, how they chose to reframe their lives, modeled, he said, on a single human virtue, restraint. It was training, not martyrdom. It was muscle memory forged by a series of smaller denials until the larger one became the reflex. What struck me was not the heroics, it was the cost. Discipline had its own injuries. Rosalie did not speak that night, and yet when she moved through the room I felt the history clinging to her like a shadow. You could see it in the set of her posture, the distance she kept, the way her hands hovered just so over a cup before she picked it up, as if she practiced the distance of touch in the air the way actors practice gestures. Her beauty felt like armor. I wondered if an armor could become a prison. For the first time, I saw scars where I had expected only perfection. They were not scars of flesh but of memory, ridges under the skin of someone's life that a stranger could not map. They had names. Regret. Loss. A bitter tenderness that had calcified into caution. Alice watched me watch them, and for once her abrupt cheerfulness folded inward. She was small and bright and refused to be quiet for very long, but there are margins to even her light. I had always loved the way her face translated light, how that stray beam across her cheek turned into a secret rainbow, but I had never considered the way that same light could show the hard geometry of a life built around self-denial. Up close, the refractions were less magic and more a ledger, an accounting of what had been given and what had been taken. She sat next to me later, all the rest of the family drifting away into small tasks or silence, and for the first time we were alone without the artifice of civility. I felt foolishly aware of my pulse, of the sound of my own breath in the quiet house. Her hand hovered near mine, then took it. Her skin was cold as river stones and impossible to reconcile with the warmth of the wand inside me. Touch was a language I was still learning. Her fingers said both hold me and do not break me. She did not read me then. She had never read me, she told me once, and that confession loosened something that might have been fear. She could not map me, she had only seen outlines in a future that refused to be fixed. She offered me a little of that future in the way only she could, in fragments that shimmered and rearranged themselves. She was reluctant. I could see the reluctance in the brief tilt of her head, the way her eyes searched my face as if looking for permission. When she finally gave in, she did not force a memory or press her sight into me like an exam. She invoked shapes, a feeling, a smell, a flash of movement. Her visions were never simple. They were like glass dropped into still water, skimming, scattering, landing on their sides. What came first was not gore or hunger but sound, the rumble of applause at a fair, the metallic ring of a carnival game. For a moment I thought it was a harmless scene at some town celebration. Then a figure blurred at the edge, movement too quick to be human. There were more figures, too many, and they moved in a way that was wrong, like animals beyond the restraint of collars, like the silhouettes of men who had learned to bite instead of bargain. The image snapped like a brittle thread. The next was harsher, a road at night, the frantic flash of headlights, the sudden stillness of bodies that would not be rising. I felt a false certainty in my chest. If I closed my eyes I could smell blood as if the sight had left an echo. Alice's hand tightened against mine, as if she felt the same phantom tang. She had not shown me any of this to horrify me so much as to warn me. The quickness with which it pulled away suggested a future she did not want to hold, one she had glimpsed and then forced herself to refuse. My fascination contorted into something colder. The fantasy some rumor chasers like to feed on, the idea of vampires as tragic aristocrats in buttoned coats, was a lie compared to what hunger could make you. There was nothing romantic in the way a need could erase choice. I had thought of immortality as a kind of answer to fear, as if never dying meant never losing. The Cullens taught me that immortality without restraint would only be an endless, repeated grief. Alice's sight, mercifully, abandoned the scene. It was like a door slammed in the middle of reading. She let out a laugh that had trace elements of embarrassment and annoyance. She said she hated seeing that version of things. That she would not let it happen. Her defiance warmed something inside me that had been chilled by the vision, but it also made me aware of what her anger could cost. Anger suggests temptation. Restraint had to be constant, practiced, not just reactive. Later, alone in the hallway that smelled faintly of lemon and rain, I watched Edward throw a glance at the front window when a car rolled past. His jaw worked the way it did when he was trying to be polite and failing. He told himself rules the way I told myself old, small comforts. Some of their rules were obvious: no drinking of human blood, no preying on those who could not defend themselves. Others were more intimate: training regimens for appetite, limit exposure to crowds, never hunt in packs near humans, never indulge in the thrill of the chase. They treated desire the way a pianist treated practice: repetition made it tolerable. The Cullens' hunger took shape not as a monstrous appetite but as a history book of small denials and ritualized wins. They had training and compassion the way athletes have drills. They measured themselves by the life they had not taken rather than the power they possessed. That definition of virtue was harder to hold than the romantic image I had in my head. It required living in an almost constant state of vigilance, a narrow corridor of acceptable behavior within which one had to pace oneself like a prisoner. I found myself considering what it would mean to be part of that work. Part of me, the part that delighted in beauty and the idea of being seen by a woman like Alice, wanted to fall into the cool of the house and never leave. Another part recoiled, the part that lived in Charlie's kitchen, that knew the comfort of small predictable risks and the weight of winters where nothing monstrous happened. To love Alice was to take on more than her body. It meant taking on the ledger of her life. It meant accepting renunciations and living in a smaller moral world where pleasure had to be rationed and every step measured. That evening, a howl scraped through the rain like something reminding the horizon of its boundaries. I imagined the wolves of La Push as a tide, powerful, patient, marking the coastline with tooth and instinct. They were a law unto themselves, a counterweight to the Cullens' rules. The pack did not reason about restraint, they embodied a code as ancient and absolute as muscle. Their presence made the Cullens' rules imperative. The wolves would not negotiate, they would enforce. Alice squeezed my hand and the cold of her touch was a solid fact beneath the metaphors. The future she could see shifted constantly, but sometimes the edges sharpened into dangerous futures, a pack angered, a loss of restraint, a town exposed. She did not want me to become a casualty of any of those slippages. That desire, both protective and possessive, left me feeling both cherished and terrified. I thought of the small ordinary things I would give up without thinking, like the smell of my dad's coffee in the morning, the creak of the porch, the way a scraped knee was cured with kisses and a band-aid. I thought of being the only human in a family that had made a religion of denial. Would I be able to teach myself to measure my own wants in increments, to let an urge pass like a tide? Or would I be the one loose stone that unplugs the dam? If I could romanticize danger, I could also romanticize sacrifice. It sounded noble because it was a story I already knew, heroes giving up themselves for something greater. But here, there was no chorus to sing my sacrifices into something beautiful. Choices would be made in long small increments, and the price would be the slow whittling away of my margins. I would give up sleep and predictability, perhaps even the small exasperations that made me feel alive. And for what? To be loved by cold skin and a warm, dangerous heart? To end a life never ending, held in the frozen detail of their immortality? Alice saw me unraveling myself wordlessly. Her expression softened into something like pity and fierce delight combined. She had never been able to read me, but she seemed to know the architecture of my fear. She leaned her head against my shoulder and said nothing. The silence between us was heavier than any speech. It meant more than promises. It meant an invitation to see not just the sparkling parts but the ledger, the scars, the rules, the wolf-lined boundaries. What I had always feared was that desire would be only appetite, animal and overwhelming, that falling into the Cullens' world would mean becoming a casualty of their nature. What I had not expected was the quiet, disciplined form that hunger took when it was governed. It was not less terrifying. It was simply different, meticulous and patient, full of self-control that could be mistaken for moral superiority. That discipline demanded a faith and stubbornness I did not know I had. When I left the house that night, the rain had slowed to a fine mist. The world smelled clean and sharp, as though the rain had washed away a thin skin of complacency. I walked home under the gray sky and felt the weight of other people's moralities like raindrops on my shoulders. Forks seemed unchanged, the same dull streets, the same windows lit with ordinary domesticity. But inside me, things had shifted. I had learned their rules. I had seen their scars. I had been shown a possible future and felt the recoil of terror and the ache of wanting at the same time. The choice looming before me was not framed in melodramatic terms. It was a ledger of tiny decisions I would have to make every day. I wanted to believe I was brave enough to choose rightly. I wanted to believe I could balance my hunger for Alice with the small human life I loved. As I pushed open the familiar screen door and the smell of my father's house reached me, coffee, old wood, the scent of home, I realized that desire and discipline were not mutually exclusive. They could coexist, but only at a cost. Somewhere in the dark, a wolf sighed, long and low, as if the coastline itself had exhaled. I did not know which law I would learn to live by first, my father's or Alice's. I only knew that whichever I chose would not stop the other from watching, waiting, and one day demanding its due. The future was still a shifting mirror, but for the first time it had edges I could name. Chapter 9, Between Two Worlds. The bell was a small, indifferent thing that morning, swallowed by rain. It trilled and meant algebra and 100 small obligations, but my body answered like a traitor, keyed to a different rhythm, the hush of the Cullen house, the stitch of cold when Alice took my hand, the way the light had split across her face like something alive. I moved through the hallways of Forks High the way a spy moves through a foreign city, eyes soft, steps calculated, speech muted by the knowledge that everything I said could become evidence of things I could not explain. People kept their faces flat with gossip. That was the town's armor, thin, habitual rumors folded into polite conversation. Vampires. The possibility had hung over Forks like a joke you didn't dare laugh at. For everyone else it was a bright, improbable rumor that made good small talk. For me it was the secret I carried with the same careful reverence that I had once reserved for old photographs and the smell of my old home. Under the rain's gray blanket, ordinary life felt like paper, featherweight, easy to crumple, impossible to hide a stain from. Math homework waited in my bag. The equations spoke in a language I understood with numb precision, balance, proof, a clean finality that did not allow for moral nuance. The rest of my life had no such neat solutions. Between classes I watched for the windows of the world I'd stepped into and the ones I had left behind, keeping my hands in my pockets like a child clutching candy. It wore on me, this double life. Keeping my mouth shut was an act of endurance. Smiling when someone told a joke about monsters felt like betrayal. I wanted to say nothing, and yet to say everything. Alice's proximity changed the geometry of everything. The memory of that first slant of light, when the hall lamp hit her face and the rumor tightened into proof, lived behind my eyes, a slow burn. Her skin had shattered it into colors I could not name, flecks of something impossible that made me want to press my palm against her cheek and see if glass could hold warmth. She had been small then, abrupt as a camera flash, offering me a hand that was cool and alive in a way that felt like a dare. That hand had steadied me the way ice steadies a fever. Since then she had become my safe harbor and my noose. There is comfort in coldness when your insides are a storm. Alice's touch steadied me because it told me I was not wrong for wanting something dangerous. She fit light into the hollows I had learned to keep empty, and her smile had the careless cruelty of something that knows the truth and delights in it. She did not pretend the consequences were small. In the quiet rooms of the Cullen house she would lean forward, eyes wide with the strange attention she reserved for things she liked, and say in a voice that was all quick edges, "You're here. We are here." Those sentences did not make anything safer. They made it more unbearable. The Cullens are not a family in the way most people understand the word. They are a constellation, precise, composed, held together by rules and a kind of quiet hunger that is polite on the surface and ferocious underneath. I knew the shape of their protection like a garment I had been fitted into. It suited me in some ways and chafed in others. They watched me with a tenderness that made me feel both revered and exposed. Their courtesy set boundaries that I was expected to respect, avoid certain streets at certain hours, do not draw attention, do not remind the wolves that we are the wolves opposite. Those commandments were carved in glass and practiced in silence. I obeyed because to disobey felt like lighting a match in a dry wood. I grew tired of silence. There are small ways to betray yourself to another person, the way your foot taps when you are trying to be calm, the way your voice sizes itself unconsciously to fit the mood. Alice learned me like that. She did not read my thoughts, she told me that she had seen me in a future that would not settle. That admission should have been a relief. It was not. To be known without being known is a strange cruelty. She had not reached into my mind and taken me apart, she had watched and waited. And then she chose. The choice between seeing every possible ruin of us and simply deciding to love is both outrageously simple and devastating. There is a purity in choosing someone when everything about them endangers you. It removes the calculus and leaves rawness, the two of us against consequences that do not care for our humanness. Alice's decision was not proclaimed with trumpets. It came in a dozen small rebellions, the way she sat closer than propriety allowed at the Cullen house when I came for dinner, the way she left 3 minutes earlier than everyone else to meet me in a parking lot, the way she pressed her thumb to the side of my hand, cold and alive, and watched me as if she could memorize me like a map. Those moments should have been secret, private, but secrecy kept multiplying behind my ribs like a secret fever. At school, I pretended normalcy. I handed in assignments, answered questions, forced my mouth into the shoes of a girl who would never fall into myth. On the outside, I kept to ordinariness, attending class, pretending to be bored by cafeteria chatter, letting the gray rain make everything feel small and soft-edged. But normality and the world of Cullens had different gravity. The former made demands on my days, the latter dissolved them into something else entirely: long silent drives, whispered rules, the careful choreography of leaving no trace. My life became an exercise in walking a tightrope over two very different chasms. The elements tried to pull me to one side or the other. Sometimes the pull was as subtle as the scent of pine on the wind. Other times it arrived as thunder. Something in the town shifted, a new attentiveness in the eyes of strangers, an undercurrent that made my skin prick. The wolves were a presence I could feel even when I didn't see them, a drumbeat on the edges of consciousness, a reminder of animal priorities that did not care about human niceties. Their loyalty is like a tide, it molds the shorelines of this place. I was learning to read their moods as if they were weather. The knowledge that my presence, luminous and brittle, might provoke them made being with Alice both more urgent and more impossible. There are boundaries that the earth will enforce. The wolves would mark their territory with a ferocity that did not bend for explanations. There are nights when hunger is a literal ache that claims your throat and veins. There are other hungers that live in chest and gut and the small private places no other being can touch. Mine was the latter, a slow accumulation of want that had nothing to do with necessity and everything to do with longing for someone who was not meant for me. That longing is its own sort of hunger, sweet and dangerous because I did not know if it would be sated or if it would hollow me. Alice made the possibility of being desired by someone like her plausible. She wanted me in ways that should have been impossible, reverent, insistent, gentle in a way that did not erase my fragility but honored it. She would take my hand and watch me breathe, and there was a tenderness in the way her gaze lingered that turned my self-doubt into something tender and shameful. I wanted to tell her everything, that I did not feel worthy of such a decision, that my life had been built on qualities I resented: clumsiness, self-effacing humor, the quiet way I faded into the background. Loving her felt like stepping into a room with walls lined by my own inadequacy and then watching her hang mirrors on them so I could finally see myself reflected in a new, dangerous light. She never promised that she could fix me. That would have been a cruelty. Instead, she offered presence, which is its own kind of salvation. Presence is a pact. It is the act of staying even when staying is expensive. She had the luxury of immortality, an eternity of days to weigh the consequences of loving me, yet still she chose moments as if they were priceless. That paradox terrified me, how someone who could wait forever could instead elect to burn toward me now. The Cullens rules wrapped around her choice like a white-hot wire. They care about the balance between succumbing and controlling, about not making predators of themselves in the eyes of the world. Their restraint felt like an embrace and like a cage. I could feel the family's vigilance as a series of small checks, a glance, an insignificant shift in the seating plan at dinner, an extra invitation offered for one reason: to keep me close. I knew they watched the pack as much as they watched me. There is a code among them, quiet and rigid, that aims to protect and to prevent the very catastrophe my presence could bring. That vigil made me eternally guilty, the human satellite whose orbit might swing the family into danger. I was growing tired of being guilty about simply existing. Guilt becomes a comfortable familiar after a while, it fits like a second skin. I would tell myself that I had no right to ask for anything more than a friend, and yet the days collapsed whenever Alice touched me. In the short hours between school and anything else, I would stand at the edge of ordinary things and try to imagine a life without her light. The thought felt obscene, like denying oxygen. There is a moment in every choice when indecision fractures into something truer. For me, it came as a small, decisive thing: Alice, one evening in the kitchen, reaching out and placing both of her cold hands on my cheeks. Her eyes were not the merciless, laughing eyes that sometimes glanced to the future like a child peering through a book of possible endings. They were only very steady. At the time, she said nothing about futures. She said something that made the world contract and expand at once: I do not know what will happen. I will learn with you. To someone who had been taught to calculate every risk and brace for every consequence, that sentence was both a sanctuary and a hazard. It removed the pretense that our affection could be planned into safety. It made loving her an act of faith, or of recklessness, perhaps both. There was no strategy in that moment, only a choice made plainly, like flipping a coin and deciding to live by the result whether it pleased you or not. Love that refuses to be tidy is terrifying. So much of my life had been about finding a place where I could belong without endangering anyone. Here, in the cold glow of the Cullen house, belonging meant complicity in a way that felt like stepping over a line with bare feet. I could imagine the wolves' noses catching the scent of me turning toward the light and their teeth drawing new borders. I could imagine the quiet, noble faces of the Cullens constricting with worry. The parts of me that had always wanted to be small and unseen feared I would be the cause of a fracture. And yet, I could not walk away. To be desired by cold skin was to be seen in a way that my life had never allowed. Alice had offered me a place in a dangerous constellation and told me to stay. She asked only that I be honest about what I wanted and what I feared. When she said she would see the future without trying to bind it, she gave me the freedom to choose without having my choice predetermined by some prophetic certainty. That was her rebellion, to love me without having seen how it would end. The town kept bending toward evening as I left school. Rain dotted my hair and made the world low and close. The ordinary tasks of homework and small talk waited at the edge of my bag. In my chest something old and new thrummed, the usual patient ache of being human, layered now with the sharp, thrilling pain of being wanted by someone who could outlast me by centuries. Between the Cullens and the pack there are rules and instincts that will not be negotiated for long. My life had been the safe half of a mirror for so long that the idea of stepping to the other side felt like sacrilege. Yet when Alice's hand slipped into mine that night, cold as the underside of a lake, my hesitation thinned like fog at noon. I am not ready to say what I will do. There is a taste of iron at the edge of my future, and the pack's awareness is a drumbeat that will not be ignored. The choice I am being asked to make is not only about love. It is about whether I am willing to be the person who stands between two loyalties that will not compromise. When we walked out into the gray, the rain caught on Alice's face and sent the light into fine shards. She did not look away, her eyes held me like proof. I wanted to tell her that I was scared, that I felt small and unfit and painfully alive. I wanted to tell her that sometimes I wished for the simple courage of the creatures that lived and died in a single season. Instead I tightened my hand in hers and let the cold sink into my skin like a promise. I had to learn to hold both worlds without breaking, and I had no map for how to do it. Behind us, the town folded into fog. Ahead, the lines that divided creature and human, safety and hunger, devotion and duty leaned together like tectonic plates. I could feel the pressure of the decision in my bones, patient and inevitable. It would either split us or make us something new. I did not know how long I could live with the not knowing. I only knew that the thought of walking away from her, of returning to a life that would never see me like that, felt impossible in a way I had not predicted. The choice was not yet mine to make alone. Forces were aligning that would call me forward whether I was ready or not. I could feel them like weather on the horizon, and the first rumble of them sounded like a promise and a threat at the same time. Chapter 10: The Pack Appears. The ocean was a flat, iron sheet under the late sky, and I stood with my sneakers buried in driftwood as if I could anchor myself to something that would not give. Rain had been a rumor all morning, a threat the gray town kept promising but never delivered. Here, at the edge of the world, the air tasted like salt and small, bright things, shells, glass, the scattered bones of someone's long, careless fire. I had come to La Push because the Cullens' house felt like a room that had closed its door around me, and because Charlie's empty house smelled like waiting, and because when my chest folded inward I needed a place that would not care to pry. I thought of Alice then, of that improbable slant of light across her face, the way it made her skin a map of colors that did not belong to the rainy world, and I remembered the hand she'd offered me, cold and alive in a way that made my fingers seem to glow with warmth by comparison. It was ridiculous and perfect that she could be both frost and some secret sunlight. It was ridiculous, too, how much of me wanted to walk back to Forks and lean into the cold until it replaced the ache. I did not expect to find Jacob Black there, a silhouette carved out of the tide line, hair wet and dark against his neck, the surf slackening around his calves. He had the easy, stubborn posture he always had, the one that made him look a little larger than he was, like someone prepared to take up more of the world by force. When he saw me, he raised one hand, half greeting, half a question, and everything that was noisy and messy and human in me rose up like a tide. He walked over with the long, lithe stride that always made me think of animals, efficient, purposeful, lacking any of the tentative clumsiness I brought to my own body. Up close, his face was open and sunburned, and his eyes, always a warm brown, had a distance in them I hadn't noticed before. There was a defensiveness now that had not been there our first awkward months in Forks, a line in his jaw that could have been the weather. He said my name the way someone says a prayer they aren't sure they believe in anymore. "You come here to think?" he asked, voice casual but too keen. I said something about the wind, about needing the sound of something bigger than my problems. I was trying to be ordinary, to sound like the person who still knew how to be small and straightforward, the person who could be a lunch date and a movie and a conversation that didn't from behind her ribs. But the words felt thin. Jacob frowned, and for a second his expression softened into the protector I knew, the unself-conscious desire to keep me from harm. His protectiveness had been a shield against awkwardness for him and flattery for me, safe, simple. But lately it had become something else. It had edges. It sat straight and alert now, like an animal in a trap, ready to snap. "You've been different," he said. It wasn't a question. The tide hit a log and sent a small spray up my jeans. The spray smelled like fresh rain and seaweed and something sharp enough to sting the skin. "You're not around as much." "You're not, you look like you're holding your breath." I wanted to tell him that I was trying not to breathe because the idea of oxygen seemed too finite, too trembling a thing to waste. Instead I lied, because that had been my safest language for so long. I shrugged. "School's been weird." He studied me for a long time, like he was watching the surface of something to look for movement. "Is it him?" I flinched. The question was blunt in a way that bypassed all the little lies I'd been telling myself. Jacob's eyes searched my face for an answer, and the honesty in his expression made more noise than the truth itself would have. His suspicion of Edward was not new. Everyone in Forks had at least heard the stories, and Jacob's instincts were tuned to danger in a way mine never had been. But what startled me was the implication under it, that I might be stepping across a line he would not tolerate. "You don't know him," I said. It was half right. He was a stranger who stood impossible close, and he was not the only reason I had retreated from ordinary things. Some nights I felt like I was standing on a shore between two oceans, the surf on either side pulling in directions I could not reconcile. Alice's hand was one tide. The weight of my father, the Cullens' rules, the rumor made real that hovered around their house were others. I had kept most of it folded inside me because I had believed secrecy could be a sufficient shelter. Jacob's jaw tightened. There was a hardness that came into his features when he felt something deserved his attention. It reminded me of the boy who'd once read to me by the river, the one who'd made me laugh over burned pancakes. The boy was still there, stubborn and bright, but another thing lived in him now, a carefulness like an animal learning boundaries. "You've been to the Cullens' house," he said finally, and the certainty in his voice left me with nothing to hide behind. He didn't ask if I liked them, he stated it like a fact that demanded a response. I had been 3 times. I felt guilty admitting it even in silence. The house was impossible in the rain-silvered world of Forks, glass and dark angles and a hospitality that felt very much like a bargain. The family had been polite in the way of people who practiced control until it was indistinguishable from kindness. Alice had been abrupt and luminous, Edward had been a study in composure, the sort of man who could make silence feel like a curtain falling. The memory of my hand on Alice's skin, cold and refractive, hummed in my palm like a second heartbeat. Jacob watched my face for the briefest of moments, and then his expression shifted to something colder, less forgiving. I had seen that look once before, in a different way, when someone else had told him something I did not want to hear. It was a look that meant he was deciding where his loyalties belonged. "You have to be careful," he said. The caution in his voice was suddenly heavier, almost a threat wrapped in concern. "People don't, things aren't what they seem." It was needless to remind me we lived in a town of half-truths. I was painfully aware of the way rumors stuck to Forks like damp. But there was something in his stilted sentence that said he knew more than rumor, the way his jaw set, the way his shoulders drew back, like a man preparing to defend ground. He wasn't just protective of me, he was protective of what he thought I should be. We stood there in a silence so complete I could hear my own blood. The roar of the ocean filled the intervals between my thoughts, and each wave felt like a small verdict. "You're being ridiculous," I said, because I needed to feel able to speak. My voice sounded brittle, but that, at least, was honesty. Alice, she's not dangerous like that." They watched themselves. Jacob's eyes narrowed. He wanted me to say more, to give him some small detail he could latch onto. I thought of Alice's smile, the way she had offered a hand as if welcoming me into an art exhibit and a sanctuary at once. I thought of Jasper's eyes, which carried a guarded sorrow I couldn't place. I thought of Rosalie's cold reserve and Emmett's blunt, dangerous amusement. I thought of Carlyle's steady, almost fatherly presence. They were a constellation that attracted my curiosity like a moth to glass. "You don't look safe around them," Jacob said, softer now, as if choosing words that would not break whatever fragile thing existed between us. "It's like something's changed in you. Like you're slipping away." The accusation hurt in a place I rarely let anyone touch. He had been one of the few people who had made me feel like my ordinary life could matter. His anger felt like the possibility he was losing me. I wanted to tell him that what drew me to Alice was not a want that consumed by itself but a question, a radical reordering of what I thought possible. But how could I explain that the warmth I felt for a cold skin felt like a kind of shelter? How could I ask him to understand that the danger was the shape of the answer I craved? Before I could find words, there was movement in the thicket behind us. Not the restless small sounds of birds or crabs, but a slow tightening of attention, a set of quiet bodies drawing together. We both turned toward it. For a heartbeat the world narrowed to that line between the trees and the water, the skies seemed to press closer, the clouds heavy with something that could fall. From the dark a small group of men emerged, their steps muffled in the wet sand. They were not men I knew well, the Quileute boys from the reserve, older than Jacob, some new faces, and there was an unmistakable coordination to the way they moved, each subtle when they looked around, each whole like a single organism. Even from a distance I felt the way their eyes slit toward Forks as if following a scent only they could perceive. There was something in the set of their shoulders, in the way they surveyed the glass line of the forest toward the town, that made me think of ancestors. One of them, taller and broader than the rest, nodded to Jacob, and their conversation began in low tones I could not catch. But the meaning was there in the space between their bodies, awareness circling like a predator's patience. They watched the direction of Forks with a taut, ancestral vigilance that made my skin prick. It was as if they had been waiting for something to appear on that horizon, something the woods could remember even if the rest of the town could not. Jacob's face changed then. The nervous boy who used to laugh at my clumsiness was gone. In his place was someone who understood boundaries as a law of nature. He introduced the others, a few names I half recognized from school, and the way he moved among them was quiet leadership, the sort that did not need to shout. I felt simultaneously very small and absurdly dangerous. To them I was a human, a creature with familiar weaknesses, blood, fear, warmth. To the Cullens I had been an anomaly pulsating with mortality. To myself, I was a fulcrum, something that neither the wolves nor the Cullens expected to hold. Jacob's gaze returned to me, hard as flint. "You know they don't play by our rules," he said, though the words were for himself as much as for me. "We look out for each other. If you keep seeing them, you have to tell us." There it was, the possessive pronoun that had always made my skin warm, us. The offer of protection, the plea for loyalty, the subtle insistence that belonging to him would matter. He was offering me a place in a circle that had rules and teeth and allegiance. It should have felt comforting. Instead it felt like another set of choices being pressed against me, another litany of things I would have to give up if I accepted. I imagined Alice's small hand again, and for the first time I saw the bargain as two-sided, warm human life traded for a cold eternity, my father's steady breath for the hush of glass. I imagined telling Jacob no, and watching the line on his face deepen into something permanent. I imagined telling him yes, and the way his protective posture might harden into an unyielding war. The Quileute boys did not say much else. They stood like weathered markers along the shore, the sea on one side and the forest on the other, their attention tethered somewhere beyond my comprehension. When one of them finally spoke, it was with the kind of authority that made my chest ache. "We're keeping watch." The words were simple, but the promise, and the threat, behind them were not. It meant they would be present in ways I could not foresee. It meant my choices would be noticed, tracked, measured against a loyalty that would answer to an ancient memory more durable than rumors. It meant that whatever my life became, I would not make the change alone. I stood between the tide and the woods, between Jacob's fierceness and Alice's impossible hand, feeling as if my skin had been peeled back to expose the thing beneath. The ocean sighed, indifferent. The boys angled their heads toward the direction of the town again, their watch resuming like a ritual. Jacob walked up beside me, and for a second only the wind spoke. He did not touch me, but I felt the imprint of his presence like heat. "Promise me you'll be careful," he said. I promised him, though I could not promise what he wanted. The truth was that I was already far past the point where being careful would be enough. The Cullens had become a question I could not unask, and the tribe had become an answer I could not yet accept. As we walked back along the beach, the sand cold and slick under our shoes, I felt the world arranging itself into two stark silhouettes, one made of a family who moved like glass and shadow, the other of a pack that would put its body between what it loved and danger without asking why. Neither silhouette included me entirely. I was something porous and contradictory, a thin thing waiting to be made whole by a choice that had not yet arrived. Behind us, beyond the gray band of trees, the town of Forks kept its soft, perpetual dim. Somewhere, in that dim, the Cullens would be sitting in their controlled quiet, perhaps watching the empty stretch of road with a care that looked like patience. Ahead of us, the Quileute boys tightened their circle like a muscle preparing to spring. I realized, with a chill that had nothing to do with Alice's cold skin, that I was standing in the middle of something that wanted me to decide where I belonged. The thought settled in me like a stone. The next time the woods moved, it would not be with the shuffle of ordinary life. It would be with teeth and loyalty and a hunger that called itself protection. And the choice I made, or failed to make, would be the thing that set everything else into motion. Chapter 11, Slow Fire. The rain made a sound like something breathing softly through the house, steady, patient, the kind of wet that flattened the edges of everything until only silhouettes remained. Outside the world was a single low gray, and inside the Cullen house the lines were too sharp, too deliberate, a table, a counter, the perfect plane of a window. Alice stood by that window, and for a moment the room kept retracting from me until it was only her and the wet light. Her skin caught the lamplight the way glass catches a stray sunbeam, small, impossible rainbows that trembled along her cheekbones. I had seen the rumor become real once, a sudden lift of my breath in a high school hallway when some light I hadn't even noticed cut across her face. That first time had felt like the bottom dropping out of everything I thought I knew about safety, one slant of brightness and the world rearranged itself so I could see what had been hiding inside ordinary. Tonight the effect was softer, as if the house itself were trying to apologetically remind me that beauty could be dangerous in a quieter register. She turned toward me with that abruptness that was all her, as if she existed in small, precise motions. Her smile was the same, an inviting, careful curve that felt personal enough to steal the air from my lungs. "You're there," she said, which sounded like a fact she'd been waiting to be proved. I wanted to say that I had been trying to learn the rules around her. That I had been cataloging what was allowed and what was not, how close was close, how much skin could touch without changing either of us irrevocably, what she could look at and still be safe around me. Instead I came. The sentence dissolved into the sound of rain. She reached across the counter and offered her hand. It felt colder than anything human should. Not the brittle chill of ice, not the deadness of something else. It was present in a way that confused me, like a winter shore held up against the warmth of the sea. Her fingers were always warm with life in my imagination, but the reality of them was cool, sharp-edged, as though she were carved from glass and still capable of giving. When I put my hand in hers, the contact was a small, electric violation that bloomed through the places inside me that had been insulated against feeling. I had been braced for shock. Instead there was a kindness in the cold, not the absence of feeling but the absence of all the things that hurt about being human. It was an offering of a different order. We stood like that, our palms touching, for longer than I had any right to be allowed to stand that close to a creature who could kill me and make it look like mercy. The rain became a private percussion below us, a soundtrack to a language made of small gestures. Alice did not read me. She had said it before, in that same quiet that made warnings sound like invitations. She had seen a future where I arrived, but the vision kept unraveling and reknitting around some central point she couldn't hold. The uncertainty in her sight made everything more immediate, because if she could not rely on foresight, she could only rely on intention. And her intention when she looked at me was something that made my chest ache with a tenderness I didn't trust. You never get used to cold skin that radiates longing. Longing is the heat you can feel without a pulse, the evidence of wanting disguised as a temperature. My fingers remembered how to curl into hers like an anchor. I felt wanted in a way that had nothing to do with pity or curiosity. It was an earnest, plain kind of desire that did not require explanation. I had always thought of wanting as a greedy thing, a consuming flame. With Alice it was the opposite, a slow, patient burn that promised it would not scorch, but would instead press heat into the small wounds of me that I had learned to hide. We learned each other's quiet rules in the evenings. She showed me how to tilt my head so that the light fell in a way that made her colors soft and manageable. I learned to run my thumb across the inside of her wrist because she liked the placement and because the motion told me where she held herself open. It was absurd and intimate in the most private way, no words, no vows, just a map of gestures that translated need and restraint. Sometimes she would hum under her breath while she folded napkins or sifted flour for some of Carlisle's impossible meals. The small domestic acts made her more human than anything else could. I would watch the muscles in her hand move and think about the unfathomable steadiness that kept her from becoming what she could be. That was the thing the Cullens carried like a secret religion, the discipline to contain hunger. Jasper's brief movements, Rosalie's still, pale hands, Emmett's huge attention wrapped in gentleness. The family's restraint felt like a covenant that included me because Alice wanted me to be safe. But theirs was a fragile, chosen peace. It was a deception against the world's appetite, and I knew that any deception could be breached by force or by fatigue. When I let myself imagine what immortality meant, it was always a two-sided coin. On one face there was the comfort of never again watching someone I loved wither and crumble. On the other, there was the slow erasure of the things that made up me, the ordinary trivialities of being human that seemed to thrum with meaning because they were finite. Forever appealed to a wild, adolescent part of me that wanted to belong to someone without the interruption of death, but another part, the part that had Charlie's heartbeat in it, recoiled at the thought of leaving a father behind to keep living alone. The future Alice saw and could not hold folded up those differences and made them into a question I was not allowed to answer by law. She would catch me staring and tilt her head like a cat measuring whether a bird in the rain was worth risking movement. Her eyes would glitter, not with the light that made colors across her skin, but with something visceral and immediate, wanting that was framed by a resolute kindness. The desire in her was not indiscriminate. It was carefully apportioned, as though she had learned that the world would demand more if she offered too much. One night we sat on the back steps together, the same steps that made the scent of wet earth and cedar feel like my own private world. The rain made hard lines down the glass panes, and the distance between our bodies was a private geography I mapped with my breath. Alice leaned against me without force, a weight that was both feather-light and inevitable. We fit together like two halves of a puzzle that had not known it was missing a piece. I told her about my father in small, useless confessions, that Charlie drove the same routes in the rain and that his silence was a sort of shelter, that sometimes I wanted to be an invisible houseplant that he would never notice besides the steady presence. I told her that in Phoenix I had been able to disappear into the heat and the crush of people, and in Forts the world compressed me into a single place where everything about me felt defined by the distance between my heart and other people's lives. My voice came out softer than I expected, not because I could not say the things but because saying them made them real and fragile. She listened by pressing her forehead against my shoulder, her breath cold against the skin of my neck. It was an intimacy that required no answering, only reception. Later she would say that it was the one true kindness of our evenings, the mutual relinquishing of control. She could not anticipate every ripple, and I could not foresee the consequences of wanting her the way I did. The two admissions hovered between us like the steam from a kettle cooling in the night. The warning came in small forms: Emmett's watchful grin that had every muscle trained toward protection, Carlyle's soft, unspoken inquiries in a look that asked whether I understood what we were choosing, Esme's hand at my back like a compass to the rightness of staying safe. The family operated like a careful machine designed to keep one aspect of their nature from overwhelming everything else. Their generosity toward me was not blind. It was strategic, like donations of time and hospitality that brought a little more safety into my life. Then there was the pack. The presence of the wolves was a raw, low awareness, like the sensation of being observed by an entire animal world. I could feel it in the way the air in La Push seemed to tense before the tide came in the abrupt silence that fell on nights when the moon made the water silver. Their awareness was not merely territorial, it was a moral boundary, an animal traffic that made the town feel smaller because it insisted on definitions: mine, theirs, and the dangerous in between. One evening, a sound threaded into our domestic calm, distant, layered howls that folded through the rain like an accusation. Alice stiffened against me, the rainbows along her cheekbones briefly bright as if she'd turned a prism toward a sharper light. The family responded in the way they always did, with a private, practiced gravity. The laughter drained from Emmett's face, Jasper's jaw set, Carlos's shoulders narrowing a fraction. The wolves were not here yet, but their proximity was like a tide approaching the shore, inevitable, inexorable. Alice's hand tightened on mine and I felt a jolt of something like fear and something like defiance. When I thought of the wolves, I thought about loyalty in its most animal shape. They would not understand me, or them, the way humans do. Loyalty for them was a line drawn in blood and scent and muscle. For the Cullens it was a set of rules they had constructed out of will and sorrow. Both forms of devotion were noble and terrible in their own ways. I had to be careful that my own desire did not become a wedge between those two rigid forms of allegiance. There were times when I wondered if my attraction to Alice was a selfish revolt against the ordinariness of my life, a way to rewrite myself as the kind of person who could be wanted by the dangerous and the beautiful. It was an ugly, human thought, the kind of cruelty we are capable of to ourselves when we want to see our lives as more than they are. But when Alice looked at me, her expression carried no hint of condescension. She wanted me because I was me, flawed, finite, silly, and all the more luminous for being so fragile. That was the part one had the most trouble believing, that someone immortal would find worth in the things that defined mortality. We learned not to speak of transformation as a tidy act. There were no sudden rites and no promises without consequences. If there was a way to become like Alice, it would be a relinquishment of everything the human me treasured: my father, the taste of coffee at dawn, the possibility of solitude that did not feel like absence. Alice knew that. She also knew that forever could feel like a bomb if it was shared by someone you trusted. The trust one felt toward her was not a blithe surrender but a negotiation. I was bargaining pieces of my self-worth against the promise of being seen with a clarity I had never known. One night she showed me a small, private future she had seen and then discarded because the edges of it kept smudging. It was a moment, not a map, not an end, of us sitting on a beach far from Forks, my hand in hers while the tide moved in a pattern that made the sand sing. The picture was tender enough to ache, and in it I understood the scale of the thing being asked of me. To choose the path with her meant to fold my life into a new cartography drawn by predators and guardians both. It was not a hero's gambit. It was a soft surrender to a heat that would not burn but would never again let go. When I looked at Alice in the thin light that night, something both fierce and entirely settled in her face. She had the look of someone who would stand in the middle of anything to protect what mattered to her. That fierceness frightened me more than her teeth ever could because it promised consequences so vast they would dwarf my private anxieties. Loving her would not be a private rebellion. It would be a statement in a world that would not be shaken by my small life but would be forced to hold me as I changed. I did not yet know which I would choose. I did not yet know whether my bones were willing to trade their human burden for the steady cold of immortality. What I knew was this: in the ritual of those rainy evenings, in the slow architecture of touch and shared household ordinariness, a fire kindled that was not destructive. It warmed me. It made me braver in the small, honest ways, brave enough to put my hand in hers, brave enough to raise my voice to ask what would happen if I stayed. Outside, the rain continued its patient work on the world, flattening distances and carrying away whatever had been left behind. Inside, the small burst of color along Alice's skin moved with her breath, a private aurora that only I seemed to notice. I rested my forehead against hers and found, in the pressure of bone on bone and the cool of her brow against my lips, a promise that had nothing to do with prophecy and everything to do with choice. The room felt narrow to the two of us and the rain. Beyond that, the pack was listening, the Cullens were watching, and the future, always mercurial, always half-made, waited in the gray for me to answer its question. Chapter 12, Shifting Horizons. The light cut across Alice's face like a promise and a threat at once, a thin, improbable blade in a room that usually swallowed everything in gray. It struck where bone met skin and fractured into a scatter of impossible colors, tiny prisms rolling over her cheek, across the slope of her nose, vanishing into the dark of her hair. She laughed, a quick, bright thing that didn't quite belong in Forks, and offered me her hand as if handing over a secret. The skin was cool under my palm, not cold in the way of death but in the way of something that had never learned to warm. It was alive only by its stillness. She said, matter-of-factly, that she could show me things. Not read me, she had told me that already, she had not read a single private corner of my head. She had only watched a dozen different roads in which I eventually crossed the threshold of the Cullen lives, and the paths hadn't agreed on what would happen once we touched. They kept sliding past one another like cards spilled on a table. Watching them had been dizzying, and she'd thought it kinder, if that word could exist in her bright, strange language, to let me choose my own way into the picture. I wanted to say no. I wanted to keep my distance from a power that rearranged truth with every blink. I wanted, more than anything reasonable, to step back into my father's neat, ordinary grief and the measured safety of his brown, lived-in house. But the light made promises that my common sense couldn't translate. The idea of not knowing felt worse than any danger I had been taught to fear. So I let her show me. Alice closed her eyes, not in the slow, human way of shutting out the world, but with the delicate, practiced folding of someone who could retreat into a private theater. When she opened them again, there was a softness about her that came from somewhere no one in Forks could ever name. She reached out, palms up, and the room filled with images like breath. They came not as moving pictures but as shards of weather, a rain-streaked kitchen where I was older, hands marked with time, a coffee cup steamed in my fingers, elsewhere, a long hallway of glass and glass, white light like bone, and someone small laughing at a joke I didn't have the right to know. In one fragment a tide through the beach clean and silver and the sound of wolves was everything, in another, a winter night in a house where no light ever came through the windows because I had made the choice that kept it closed. Each little scene was exquisite and obscene, private in a way that left me feeling naked. I reached toward the first, the kitchen where I imagined warmth without a threat, thinking I could anchor it if I could touch something that looked like the ordinary. My fingers splayed in the space where the image sat and, for a breath, the scent of old coffee rose as if the room had a muscle memory. Then the kitchen blurred, the handle of a drawer stretching into a sliver of silver, and the whole thing folded away like paper. "Don't try to hold them," Alice warned, small and urgent. Her voice was the sort that belonged to people who had learned to make rules because the alternative was carnage. "They change when you reach for them. They are not yours to fix." "I know," I said, which was only partly the truth. I wanted to steady them more than I wanted to breathe. I wanted to put my hands around a future and keep it from slipping out like something alive and unwilling. The desire felt like hunger, physical enough that I could chart it on my skin, a hot, lashing need to choose certainty. She showed me with her then, no, not me as I am, but me changed by proximity. I stood in a dark doorway, my pulse steady even as it should not have been, and she came to me in the image with a softness at the corner of her mouth. Her hands were not the brittle things of rumor, they were precise and certain, and she was laughing because she had noticed something about me I hadn't yet admitted to myself. I was terrified in that fragment but not the cowardly, small fear I carried to school every day. It was a clean, sharp fear like the one you feel standing at the edge of a cliff and knowing you will step because there is nowhere else to stand. Then the picture slid. The laugh became something else, raw, loneliness hiding behind humor, and the room molded into a glass house where daylight refracted into 1,000 tiny griefs. In that future, not all the bright things I'd thought I might keep were allowed to remain. I saw a chair with Charlie's face etched into its wood in a way that made my throat close, and a plate cold on a table where my appetite was an obsolete thing. The two images existed in the same breath and refused to be reconciled. Alice watched me the whole time with a gentleness that made me ashamed of how clumsy I felt. She does not read my thoughts, she had told me, and I had wanted to press my head to that fact like a pillow. The freedom it offered was brutal. No one could predict whether my choices would rip the future into one path or another. Nothing was guaranteed. The sight of it unfolded into me like a cut. "Do you see something you want?" she asked finally, and her question was small but not naive. It was like asking whether I preferred the ocean to the roofline of a city, but each preference here had stakes. Yes, I thought, and the word wasn't enough. Yes, I wanted not to grow old without her, and yes, I wanted my father's hands warmed by the presence of his daughter for another 20 years. Yes, I wanted both and neither, and something I had no language for yet. Wanting her made every other desire seem like a small, fragile thing. She tilted her head. Then she showed me a life in which I was not there, a room where she sat alone, light falling across her in the same slanting blade and painting her skin with the same impossible colors. She was laughing at a joke no one could hear. She was tearing something invisible into neat, controlled pieces. The scene was empty of relief. The difference between the pictures was not dramatic. There were no sweeping destructions or miraculous salvations, but the absence of me in the quiet was a weight I could have lifted with a single, selfish heartbeat. It hurt in the precise way heartbreak does, anticipatory and certain. The visions were not prophecy. They were a shutter that closed and opened on possibilities that lived in the joint space between who I was and who I might be. They had edges like glass. They cut if I pressed too hard. "I never see anything I am not allowed to see," Alice said once, like a confession. "Not because the future protects itself, but because it doesn't hold what won't ever be. It offers me only what could be, and sometimes I am punished by the abundance." The pictures, they argue with each other. Punished? The word felt clumsy in my mouth, as if a huge thing had been tried on and didn't fit. She made a face that was almost exasperation, entirely Alice. "It's inconvenient," she said. "It's like trying to look at a tide that keeps changing with your breath." And then there was a scene where the pack's presence was the entire weather of the world. A forest in the low, brotherly violence of wolves, and me standing at the perimeter because somehow my choices had shifted me there. Fangs gleamed and there were rules being enforced with a kind of terrible, unyielding justice. In another fragment, the pack and the Cullens were negotiation, tense and brittle, watching me like an object of dispute. The idea of being a fulcrum was humiliating. It put me at the center of other people's loyalties and fed them with my name. I thought of Charlie and the way his laughter filled the kitchen in the mornings, of his hands on mine when we worked on something mechanical together, of the small ceremonies of ordinary life that had carved themselves into me like initials in the bark of a tree. The thought of giving that up, of making myself small and pale and no longer his daughter in the way his heart understood, made me sick in a slow, inhabiting way. "If you stay human, things happen," Alice said without cruelty. "If you become," she searched for a word and let a small smile fill the space with understanding. She knows what the word means. It is a way the world breaks and resets. Other things happen. People you care about must understand. People will make choices because of you. The house was quiet then. The others were in the next room, silver and measured, eating without hunger and watching the edges of our private map. The family was a constellation that tightened when I approached its center. Their kindness felt like a bargain, their control like a glove they expected me to slip into or leave at the door. I imagined the look in Carlyle's eyes, gentle, old, in the scene where I became a different creature. I imagined Esme's attempt to mother a child who would never age. The images were not judgmental, they simply were, as if the world could not help but lay out consequences the way a teacher lays out test questions. Alice's fingers found mine and they were cool and startling. "I can't tell you the right way," she said. "There is no single right way. The future keeps shifting because people change. Choices ripple. I saw you because I had to. Then the pages kept flipping and I could not stop them. That was the essence of her sight, I realized, not precognition as a neat line but precognition as weather that rearranged with every step. She could see the pattern but not lock it. The knowledge made intimacy an act of bravery rather than comfort. Would you want to be chosen? I asked, because it seemed fair to ask whether she wanted the danger of me in her life. She looked at me, and in a tiny, raw seconds between heartbeats I wanted to pack her into my ribs and carry her like contraband. I wanted, she said slowly, as if tasting the word, to know. Everything else is a negotiation. There was love in the sentence, not the kind I had ruled myself out from before, practical, contained love for a family, but something sharper. Desire, yes, but also the hunger to understand what would happen next. She was small and intense and needed knowledge like breath. She needed to know if the things she loved would remain, and the not knowing made her impatient in the way of someone who has lived so long that every choice intensifies into consequence. I thought about being immortal in the quiet. The idea was both a balm and a brand. Staying human meant being finite, the beloved daughter with a line drawn firmly through my future. Becoming other meant relinquishing the easy measure of my days and taking on a life whose horizon never settled. For Alice and for the Cullens it meant that my value was different. It meant I might be a thing to protect and to tether the family line. For the wolves it meant a trespass to be answered with teeth. I don't want you to decide because of me, I said finally. I don't want your life to be a set of what-ifs that close over because I am afraid. She pressed her forehead to mine in a motion so sudden and intimate that I forgot to be terrified. The prisms on her skin turned the air into a private dawn. Then don't, she whispered. Decide for yourself. Or don't. People make their own futures sometimes by simply walking into the space they fear. The thing about her voice was that it made wanting an act that could be dignified. She made courage look like the only decent response. We sat together until the light died down into the kind of gray that Forks keeps like a family heirloom. The fragments slipped away because that was what they were meant to do, visions, not vows. A small, mundane future folded under the weight of a larger, stranger one. My chest ached with the sense that the shapes I had seen wanted to recruit me, each in its own way, and that to answer would mean cutting away something I had no right to destroy. Outside, the night carried with it a sound that was not quite a threat, not yet, but a notice, the distant cadence of paws on underbrush, a rhythm of belonging. Wind and wolves and weather. The Cullens listened, a single organism of tense awareness. I felt suddenly, painfully, like something that might be placed on a scale and weighed by two different loyalties. Alice's hand tightened around mine. The gesture was small and private, and in it was the entire dangerous suggestion of what could be. I thought of permanence and impermanence, of the way her sight had shown me both blurred and pinprick futures until I was dizzy from wanting to catch them. I thought of Charlie's laugh, of the scent of his old shirts, of my own clumsy, human heart that seemed fragile compared to the steady patience of the family around us. There are choices that can be made calmly, over time, like choosing what to pack in a suitcase. This was not one of them. The world around Forks was shifting in its own veins, wolves stirring, rumors loosening like threads, and I could feel the moment drawing tight. I had always believed that life would catch up to me gradually, like the tide. Standing here, hand in hand with a being who lived in light and glass, I understood that sometimes the tide is a sudden, remorseless thing that can bury reasons faster than they can be grasped. Alice smiled at me, small as a secret. You don't have to fix anything tonight, she said. Just keep looking. I wanted to keep looking, wanted to keep peeling back the layers until something solid and final could be found. But watching, I realized, would not make the pictures hold. If anything, attention made them slippery, as if the future did not like being observed. It preferred to be invited. So I let the pictures go. They folded away, leaving only the memory of color and the taste of what could be. Outside, the packs moved like a rippling shadow. Inside, the Cullens resumed their calm like a trained tide. I was left between two certainties, the life that had raised me and the wildly, luminous possibility that would not be politely shut away. When I finally stood, my knees a little unsteady, Alice still held my hand. Her fingers were cold as consequence and steadier than any plan I had ever tried to make. The decision crested and waited, patient and dangerous. There would be time to answer. There would be time to betray, to rescue, to hold, to age or not to age. For now, the future was a slanting light across her face and the knowledge that horizons shift when two people simply decide to stand close enough to see. I could feel the pull of both, and I knew, with the pain I could taste, that the world would not wait forever for me to decide. Chapter 13, Rain as Reckoning. Rain began as an apology and grew into something crueler. It started thin, a betrayal of the gray sky that had promised nothing but a steady, forgiving drizzle, and then the clouds gave way to a sheet that made the world smaller, as if Forks itself had been folded and tucked into the palm of someone's hand. I stood under the cheap eave of the high school entrance and let it tattoo my hair with dark spots, each drop spelling a note of the things I could not say aloud. People loved to speak of weather in this town the way they loved gossip, endlessly, as if the subject itself might relieve some other pressure. Today the town's conversation was a physical thing, falling and beating against shoulders and faces. It felt like retribution. I had been retribution enough, rumor had its talons. Whispers followed me like exhaust. Eyes, curious and mean, skittered along my skin as if they could read some secret printed there in an ink only the cruel could decipher. Someone laughed too loudly near the lockers. The sound peeled off the locker doors and landed on me with a pinpoint of malice. It should have been easy to turn away, to slip back into the private, unremarkable life of my father's house. Instead I thought of Alice, of a slant of light refracting like an impossible prism over her face, of a smile that belonged to something unearthly, and I felt the stubborn ache that comes when wanting doesn't leave you enough room for anything sensible. I did not plan to go to the Cullen house. It was less a decision than a magnetism, a geography in me rearranged, and I found myself walking in rhythm with the rain toward a place I knew was hospital and display and refuge all at once. The Cullen home sat in its glassy stillness, roof dark against the sky, a composition of straight lines and pockets of shadow. Rain made its windows into mirrors. I felt watched even before I was inside. They were waiting for me in the living room as if the storm had been an appointment. The family formed a careful constellation across sofas and chairs, their movements measured and polite like people who had rehearsed sorrow and joy until each expression was precise. Esme's hands moved, a soft kind of choreography that said hospitality without questions. Carlyle watched me with the cool attention of someone cataloging an oddity rather than a threat. Emmett and Rosalie gave me smiles that were quick, practiced, they fit into a human equation called welcome. And Alice. Alice sat on the arm of the chair with that small abruptness she always had, like wind leaning in to listen. The light from a street lamp outside caught in the wet glass and sliced a blade across her features. For a moment there was color, tiny, impossible fireworks on skin that refused to be ordinary. The sight of it made a part of me ache in a way I had not known names for. I'd found out the truth about them in a single beam of brightness at school, but seeing Alice like this, ordinary and unbound at once, collapsed the distance between rumor and the thing rumor had once tried to name. She stood when she saw me, that slight motion my private comet. She offered a hand. It was cold, yes, colder than anyone I had ever touched, but it was also alive in a way I could not measure. My fingers curled into hers like a confession. I knew better than anyone that such contact carried costs in this family. They were always careful to say the rules out loud, no temptation of human blood, distance kept like a wound bandaged. Yet being near Alice made those cautions feel like myth, proximity rewired me. We said little. Language felt unnecessary, too clumsy for the delicate architecture of what was forming between us. Alice's eyes held stories, but they were not the flat, certain future tales I'd half feared. She had told me, once, that she had seen my face in many shifting mosaics of what might be. She did not read me. She had not reached into the hollow of my thoughts and plucked out my doubts, she had merely seen possibility and been brave enough to reach toward it. That knowledge both frightened and freed me. I could not hide from consequences if she had mapped them, but neither had she handed me a destiny like a verdict. I sat on the couch opposite her and felt as if the room was built of two kinds of air, one that warmed and held, the other that was perfumed with something dangerous and so exquisite I did not want to breathe. The Cullens' quiet filled spaces between things. It reminded me of glass kept in a museum, curated to both protect and display. I wanted to understand the rules without sacrificing the parts of myself that belonged to being human, Charlie and Rain and the clumsy comfort of a grocery aisle. The idea of giving those up was a slow, exquisite thought that hurt more than any bruise. After a while the rain softened into a fine mist, the sort of weather that turned the world into wax and memory. That is when Alice moved closer without announcement. There was a small, private language to her touch, an index of fingers tracing the back of my hand, a light thumb learning the map of bones. Her skin stayed cold but not inert, it carried an electricity I had no right to expect. I thought of a winter night and the way frost maps a window pane, stillness made incarnate. My breath hitched. It was not only desire that tightened my chest. It was recognition that my desire was a live, hungry thing and that the people I had come to care for lived a life that demanded restraint I might not be able to give them. "You're trembling," Alice said. She always spoke with that crisp, small voice that could contain both a joke and a prophecy. Her laugh was a flash, then the color in the room shifted. I hated that she could see me like I was something translucent. I hated me for wanting her to trace my cheek with the same fingers that had seemed to bend the light. I told her I was cold. It was a white lie, I was cold in the way people are cold in the bones of themselves. She moved closer and that gesture again, small, decisive, like a curtain being let down, made a distance evaporate. I leaned in without meaning to, drawn by something older than propriety, and felt the weight of her wrist against my palm, felt the odd, clean chill of it sink into the spaces between my fingers. For a second the rest of the world retreated, rain on the glass became a separate planet, the Cullens' faces a watercolor at the edge of my seeing. There was only the hush of her breath and the constant feel of a choice forming like a bruise. Being wanted is a dangerous thing to me. It makes all the precarious parts of my life stand up and demand a reckoning. I had lived under the steady, undramatic love of my father. It was a different kind of shelter, consistent, warm, and human. Alice's desire was not the same. It was precise and sharp, and it came with an attached set of consequences I could sketch in my head, warnings from Carlyle, the constant vigilance Esme kept like armor, the quiet but absolute rules that kept their thirst under siege. Loving a Cullen was not only loving them. It was insurgency against the life you had known. It was the slow erosion of mortality's advantages. There is a hunger that is not only physical. I found that out sitting opposite Alice with her hand in mine. This hunger was animal, yes, the feral flare that made my skin tailspin when her hair fell across my collarbone, but there was another layer, an appetite for being seen in a way that made me less invisible. I had always been the quiet one, the observant, the person who listened for the edges of life and stitched them together. Alice looked at me like an answer. She wanted me, and for a brief terrible moment I felt like accepting that want would be like stepping across a line painted in blood. We kept our company quiet. Conversation when it came was something small and domestic, Esme asking about school with that precise gentleness, Carlyle commenting on the ethical quandaries of making choices, and it was all somehow huge. There was a tenderness to being allowed into this family, and with it came the knowledge that we had to be invisible in a town that watched. A misstep could make us public, and public was like a bright light that could shatter the glass in which they kept themselves whole. High school, meanwhile, held its own weather. Cruelty hovered at the margins like gulls. I could feel it in the eyes that tracked me, in half-turned conversations that paused when I walked by. The rumor of vampires was a thing that men in jackets claimed to have seen, like some badge of bearing witness to horror. Some of them believed their own stories. Others made them into sport. The effect on me was slow corrosion. I had imagined being disliked for trivial, teenage reasons. I had not accounted for the collateral damage of choosing proximity to the extraordinary. Being near the Cullens meant my edges would become part of an argument no one had the right to make about me. When I left the house, the rain had died into a slight, persistent thrum, like the reluctance of something that didn't yet know it was over. Alice walked with me to the car, as though escorting me back into the human world. The cool of her touch lingered on my skin in a way that threatened to become an ache. She did not speak of futures that were set in stone. She had taught me that her sight was not a map with borders, it was a weather forecast in which everything could change with a single wind. As I climbed into my truck, the town loosened around me. Forks was small enough to feel intimate and large enough to remember slights. I drove slowly under trees that dripped like they were shedding secrets. Something in me hummed with a new kind of danger, that sense that the axis of my life was tilting. Love in this town was not a gentle thing. It carried a cost like the stones my grandmother's house kept under its foundation, necessary, inconvenient, heavy. Loving Alice meant becoming a part of a calculus that fed on sacrifice, giving up the unremarkable immunity of mortality and stepping into an existence that required more guardianship than I had known how to offer. But it also offered a possibility I had no right to expect. To be chosen by someone who existed outside the narrow margin of living was to be placed at the center of something immense and cold and alive. Desire here was not a flotation, it was an erosive force that could hollow out whatever had kept my life predictable. I had built a scaffolding of ordinary to hold my core in place. Alice's presence unpicked pieces of it with the delicacy of a surgeon's hand and the hunger of a tidal force. On my way home, the forest opened like an audience. Somewhere in the dark, something answered the storm, low, slow, not human. The sound moved through the trees and back again, a confirmation of boundaries. I thought of the pack, a pressure at the edge of town that had once been myth and had become something felt in the bones. The arrival of wolves in our quiet meant that the ledger of secrets was shifting, they were a raw counterweight to the Cullens' careful ethics. Their existence was a reminder that Forks was not a place where one kind of power could hide a rival. Laws of survival in this town were not written by opinion, they were written with teeth and blood and an animal devotion that did not soften. I sat for a long time with my hands still tingling where Alice had held it. The rain had left a cold that moved inward. In the mirror of my dashboard, my face looked like a shadow of myself, pale, alert, a portrait of someone standing at a crossroads they hardly dared to look at. The future was a map both enticing and dangerous. The Cullens offered an eternity where my fragility was an argument against me and a reason to keep me near. The pack offered the bluntness of a life that remained earthy and immediate. Neither path promised peace. Both demanded something from me. I could feel my life shrinking and expanding at the same time, shrinking because the margin of me that was unclaimed was thinning, expanding because desire always, absurdly, makes space. It made me think of sacrifices, not the theatrical gestures I had once imagined, the dramatic declarations and immediate transformations, but the quiet surrenders that wore like new skin. Choosing Alice would not be the end of some list of things, it would be the beginning of a new set of small, relentless givens. Maybe that was what love really asked for, not a single, grand renunciation, but a continuous willingness to cede pieces of yourself until you were mostly someone else with someone else's breath moving through you. I started the truck. The engine was a small human sound. Rain spattered the windshield like staccato applause. My phone buzzed in my pocket with messages that were all polite, all ignorant of how the interior weather of my life had been rearranged. I wanted to answer them with a lie or with the truth. In the end, I did neither. I drove. Ahead, the road cut through dark trees. At its end, the Cullen house sat like a held breath in the weather. Behind it, the town pulsed with rumor and hunger. Somewhere beyond that, the pack moved like a promise of conflict, a reminder that loyalties and forks were not gentle things. I felt the pull between warm, mortal living and a cold immortality and understood that being loved by a Cullen did not erase me. It asked me to weigh what I could bear and what I would offer. I thought about how Alice's sight wavered, how futures had become translucent and untrustworthy when she looked at them. The not knowing both frightened me and comforted me. Unpredictability was an invitation to make the next choice myself. I had always been more comfortable being invisible, skirting the center of things. I did not know if I was brave enough to step into that center now. But the memory of her hand, of color folded into skin like a secret language, kept me moving forward. The rain finally quit as if someone else had decided the conversation was over. The air smelled of wet earth and promises that might not be kept. I parked and sat for a long time in my truck until the damp cooled into ordinary night. Then I walked toward the house, toward the lighted square of glass, knowing that with every step I was choosing to stay near what was dangerous, to accept the cost, to let my life shift into a shape that might be more beautiful and terrifying than anything I had ever known. At the door, I paused, the line between leaving and entering an impossible thing to cross. In the hush of the house, I could hear them, quiet footsteps, a breath that wasn't mine, the subtle music of people who guarded themselves with love. Alice's presence was a pull that felt like both refuge and reckoning. I slipped my hand into hers again without thinking, and for the first time since I had arrived in Forks, the future felt less like a sentence and more like a choice to be made, a road rising and folding in the dark. Chapter 14, Rules in Pencil. The house held its light the way a jewel hoards color, sparse, precise, each shard measured. It settled on the hardwood in thin bars and rested on the glass-backed books like something too deliberate to be accidental. I sat on the arm of an unfamiliar couch and watched the dust in those bars move slowly, as if whatever change came to this room would wait its turn. Alice's hand in mine felt like a promise and a warning at once, cool, impossibly small, an absence that still made heat. She watched me with the bright, impatient attention she always carried, as if she could catalog me in a glance and tuck me quickly away. Around us, the Cullens were themselves, controlled, quiet, the air around them taut with restraint. There was a reserve to their speech that made each sentence as valuable as coin. Carlyle spoke first. His voice had that careful cadence that made ethics sound like weather patterns, inevitable, natural, measured. He explained what they already were in the hush of his hands, what their existence demanded. Discretion, he said. Restraint. A commitment to a life forged by conscience. It was simple, almost sterile when he said it, a list of necessities rather than an appeal. But listening to him I felt the weight of each word settle into my chest. Discretion meant 1,000 small denials, no loud gestures in public, no moments where they let the animal show. Restraint translated into a continual negotiation with their bodies, hunger disciplined into a distant, aching muscle that never entirely slept. Esme was the soft undercurrent behind his clauses, always the warmth that reminded you of softness even when you were learning cold. She had a way of folding her hands as if to keep a family whole and ready to give. When she said we were welcome, really said it, there was the faint catch in her throat that proved I wasn't only a curiosity. I was a person they wanted to protect, even at the cost of their own graces. Rosalie watched me like a mirror, her expression cool and often unreadable. There was judgment there, yes, but not cruelty as much as a private calculation. She asked no questions but could weigh my worth with a single flaring of her attention. It was embarrassing to think I cared. It was worse to find that I did. Emmett's laugh was a ripple across the surface, a small attempt to make all of this manageable. Jasper barely spoke, he leaned back as though timing himself against some invisible horizon. Alice, of course, tried to make the room brighter. Her attempts were clumsy sometimes, too quick, the smile that didn't quite reach what her eyes wanted to say, but there was a steadiness when her hand was in mine, like a cord held too long and finally resolved. They set the rules out on the table as if laying out silverware. It was almost ceremonious, but not cold, rather, it felt like a household doing what any household must, establishing the boundaries by which it would remain itself. First, nothing reckless. They did not hunt in town, in the human-populated parts of Forks. They avoided anything that might provoke attention. Their lives had become exercises in being invisible, attention, curiosity, rumor. These were dangers that unspooled into real threats. I understood, viscerally, the sense of fragility that hovered around their words. To be noticed here was to risk more than a sharp conversation. Second, victims would not be allowed. Carlyle's voice was quiet, exhausted under the moral weight of his profession. He had carved out rules the way surgeons carve clean lines, to spare as much as possible the bodies of those who could never consent to what they were. The diet they kept, animals, dear, small, controlled, was a confession of how they had tried to keep cruelty from staining them. They had constructed their restraint like a chapel. Third, no pressure, no promises to anyone vulnerable. Their lives had boundaries. They did not make converts lightly, did not promise immortality as if it were a cure for loneliness. Alice's vision, I was reminded, was not a map one could depend upon. It changed like weather in a way that made planning impossible. She had seen me, yes, but often the futures slid and slipped away. She had offered me a hand when she saw me in one of those versions that stayed long enough to be stubborn, but she could not, by virtue of that instability, promise more than a willingness to try. I listened to these rules with a strange kind of reverence, as if their listing sanctified them. Each rule was written in pencil, they said, not in ink, meant to be adjusted, erased when circumstance demanded, but never flippantly. That phrasing, that the rules were in pencil, felt right. It preserved the possibility of change without making shelter flimsy. Pencils could be sharpened, pencils could be blunted. The lines they drew left room for mercy and for error. When they spoke about the pack, their words were clipped. Wolves, Carlyle said, were a boundary not of law but of elemental force. Their loyalty was a thing that did not negotiate. I had known, even before I moved to Forks, the stories about the Quileute, about their presence like a low tide against the shore, withdrawing, returning. The Cullens treated the idea of the wolves with a practical fear that made the hair at the back of my neck stand up. It was not just that the wolves were dangerous, it was that their very existence enforced a kind of territorial honesty. They would interpret my presence, my being with them, in their own code, and that code allowed for very little leniency. They tried to make me understand that my choices would ripple outward. If I allowed them close enough to make demands on my life, if I wanted what they could offer, then I would not be choosing alone. Charlie, my dull, faithful life, the possibility of a small domestic future that meant something sacred because he existed in it, those were casualties of a different kind. Carlyle's eyes softened when he mentioned my father, and Esme's hand touched mine briefly, as if to steady me against an internal precipice I might not yet recognize. Alice squeezed my fingers, and when she spoke her voice was small but unflinching. She did not have the language of guilt, she had the bluntness of someone who had seen too many outcomes slip from her fingers. She told me again, simply, that she had not read my thoughts. She had not. She had seen images, shades of possible days like film frames trembling at the edges. They had shown her my arrival, over and over, until one iteration took root and she trusted it. That trust was not blind. It was the product of practice and of fear, the fear of losing people she loved and the practice of not letting herself love recklessly. Love. There it was, named in the softest voice in the room. I felt my face betray me, even in a house full of cold smooth skin and careful rules. I felt the obvious burning in my veins. To love a Cullen was to live under a different sky, one where noon could be as dangerous as midnight. The very smallness of Alice's hand in mine felt like an anchor. Or a chain. They told me what they would do for me and what they would never do. They would protect me, certainly. They would offer shelter and a slowness that was almost exotic in its steadiness. They would tell me the truth, blunt as glass, and they would expect me to understand that truth before I asked for anything else. They would be honest about the cost. They would not, Carlyle said with all the gentleness he could muster, pretend that my life with them would be ordinary. Immortality had a price tag that was never simple. To become what they were would be to hand my future over to a machine that never stopped. There would be a permanence to decisions made in heat or in longing that I could not undo. They would not be the ones to romanticize that for me. I thought of Charlie, hunched over his paperwork at his kitchen table, the smell of old coffee like a shorthand for safety. I thought of the way he would grip the steering wheel when I came into town late, of his hands as steady as a dock. I had not known until that moment how thin the line was between wanting to save someone and wanting to be saved. The Cullens' rules were an attempt to keep the saving from becoming a theft. Rosalie's voice cut in then, low and edged. She warned me about illusions, about ways of thinking oneself worthy of sacrifice simply because desire made such a sacrifice flattering. She said she had been young, once, and disrupted, that she knew the easy mistake of conflating wanting with deserving. Her gaze held an old, rough sorrow, and I suddenly believed that she had been wronged in ways that could never be put back together. Maybe that was why she was so sharp with me now. She would not let herself or any of them fall for the myth that love should erase the cost. I wanted to argue, to say that I had no illusions. I wanted to tell them that I was not afraid of losing anything I had to give. But there was a cowardice in me, too, that surprised me, an instinct to keep something like breathing for myself. I thought about immortality as if it were a garden I could wander through at will. In their faces I saw the row after row of autumn leaves required to keep that garden planted. They described how hunger could be managed like a kind of liturgy, rituals of control, patterns of feeding that required not just will but community. They used that word, community, with a weight I hadn't expected. This family was a unit not only by choice but by necessity. Their rules were acts of preservation for one another. They watched for each other's falters, carried each other's shame and each other's guilt. When Alice leaned in, her breath cool at my cheek, I felt how small I was against their continuity. My life had been a single thin thread until I walked into their house. Here, threads braided into cables and could, in time, pull entire lives along with them. To be loved by one of them was to be voted into a deeper reckoning than love usually demanded. There were practicalities, simple instructions about how to move through coffee shops and hallways, warnings about overexposure on sunny days, the odd, clinical details of what being around them did to a human body, the way a pulse might race at the sight of them, the small, mortal weakness of an ordinary heartbeat when juxtaposed with something inhuman. It was humiliating to be told how my body might respond, but it was also the rawest form of honesty. They weren't suggesting I ignore those responses, they wanted me to own them. This was the part that cut the most. They asked me to think carefully before I asked for more. It was a generosity dressed as a restriction. If I flooded myself into their world on a whim, if I stepped faster than I could stand, I would risk the very thing I claimed to want: stability, connection, a hand to hold when the night threatened. Alice's thumb traced the line of my knuckles while Carlyle unfolded a broader, gentler caution. "We can bend, but we may not break the things that keep us human," he said. His phrasing was clinical, almost impossible to argue with. The rules in pencil were a device not only to preserve them but to protect me from the contagion of their eternal hunger for control. I felt small in the middle of that generosity, a child at once wanting to be taken into the circle and terrified of being stepped on. They were asking for my comprehension before my consent, and it was a kind of trust one didn't know how to earn. It was Alice who finally said the thing that made the room tilt toward me like a compass finding north. She didn't speak of eternity in romantic terms. She didn't offer me silver-laced promises or images of forever as a balm for present loneliness. Instead, she said, softly, that if I chose them, it would not be choosing a rescue. I would be choosing a life that asked more of me than I could yet imagine. I closed my hand around hers and felt the slight tremor there, the human tremor of someone who could envision 1,000 small deaths and still come to me. The Cullens' rules were not commandments to trap or to judge. They were a map for survival drawn in handwriting that could be smudged and rewritten. They wanted me to understand the borders before I crossed them. Outside, rain began to knit itself back together into the persistent gray forks kept like a shawl. It muffled the world into a distant, safe murmur and made the house seem even more like an island, a carefully tended place where rules kept not just human curiosity at bay, but the worst of their own instincts too. I breathed and felt how much of me was hunger and how much was fear. Both felt equally bright, equally clean. To be wanted by Alice pulled at me with a gravity that made my limbs lighter and my thoughts more dangerous. To be asked to wait, to consider, to hold my life as if it were glass, this made me ache and relieved me all at once. They left the pencil on the table between us, a small everyday object in a room of broken rules and careful lives. It seemed ridiculous and perfect. It suggested that nothing was absolute, that even vows could be revised with care. It also suggested accountability. Whoever held the pencil could erase only if they were willing to rewrite with intention. When I looked up, their faces were already familiar enough to be frightening. I had crossed into a new geometry of belonging, angles sharper than anything I'd known, but a structure that might, if I were brave enough, hold me steady. I thought of Charlie's kitchen, of the way his laugh softened after a long day, of the ordinary safety of dinners at a table where nobody would ever have to measure their hunger against another's. I thought of the wolves and their uncompromising loyalties. I thought of the future sliding visions Alice carried like brittle glass. For the first time since I'd arrived in Forks, I understood the scale of what I might ask for. The rules in pencil meant that choosing them would be choosing to be written into someone else's life with a pressure I could not anticipate. It meant that to be loved by a family of restraint and vows required an integrity equal to their own. Alice squeezed my fingers and the light on her skin shattered into impossible colors again, as if the house itself reminded me of the miracle and the danger at once. I realized I had a choice to make, and that every second I delayed the future shifted, tiny as it was, into a shape I might not recognize. I rested my head against the back of the couch and let the silence swell around us. They waited, all of them, positioning their lives like a harbor in which I could find shelter, or be dashed against the rocks. I could stay human, ordinary and finite, with all its small, beautiful compromises. Or I could step towards something colder and more permanent, and the knowing of that step would be heavy enough to change the music of my days. I had always thought decisions were like doors, one closed, another opened. But in this house, where the light split like glass, I understood that some decisions were like ink seeping into paper. Once it spread, you could not take back the stain. The pencil on the table promised a gentler rewrite, but it still demanded courage. Alice's thumb moved against my skin, patient as tide. "Take the time you need," she murmured, but even as she spoke I felt the miles of quiet between that murmur and a promise. The family watched me with an intensity that made me want to either run or fold into them. I wanted both things so fiercely my chest hurt. I had to decide, and the decision was no longer simply mine. It threaded outward, into Charlie's ordinary days, into a pack whose boundaries could not be pleaded with, into the Cullens' meticulous rules and the habits born of centuries of restraint. Outside, forks kept ringing in a steady, unremitting way, as if it too were waiting with me. I swallowed and felt the taste of iron, not blood, not yet, only the fear of what might be lost if I let myself want too quickly. I picked up the pencil. It left a faint, worn mark on the wood, and for a moment the house felt as if it had paused to see what I would do next. Chapter 15, The Taste of Being Wanted. The light bent across her face like a secret finally told. It found the slope of Alice's cheek and scattered into colors I had no names for, thin shards of a sun that did not belong in forks. People said vampires sparkled, that was the town version, gossip turned glitter. What I saw was more particular, a tiny, deliberate fracture of the world that made everything around it feel plausible. It was as if some private lamp had been turned on inside her and the ordinary gray of the day opened, just for a breath, into something ridiculously, impossibly sharp. Alice smiled then, small and abrupt, as if she had practiced how to make the world lighter. She extended her hand toward me without a question, without the invasion of thought that always felt like a second skin with the others. Her skin was cool, a little damp, alive with a cold that did not repulse but steadied. When I touched her fingers I felt the place in me that had learned to expect nothing reach and come back with something heavier and undeniable. A claim. Not the cold, possessive ownership I had feared in stories, but the warm burn of being noticed until my edges softened. I have built armor out of smallness for as long as I can remember. It began as a practical thing, blend, go unheard, be the person who could be placed anywhere without complication, and by the time I reached forks it had ossified into a creed. My shy voice, my crooked laugh, all the ways I learned to minimize space around me were not modesty so much as survival. There is safety in being forgettable. People do not pull you apart if they cannot see you. Charlie's steady love taught me that sometimes ordinary constancy could be enough. My mother taught me that absence itself could be a refuge. But what Alice offered was not refuge. It was exposure into light. The first time she kissed my forehead the world recalibrated. Not because it was anything like the reckless movies of my adolescence, but because a touch on my skin was the first time someone with absolutely nothing to gain from me desired me. That recognition is more dangerous than any bite. It eroded the neat calculus I had: if I am small, I cannot be broken, because what I had not counted on was that being wanted might become a necessity. Want is not a weapon, it is a breath you begin to need. She watches me like someone who keeps collecting the shapes of me. Sometimes I think she is cataloging, like a private archivist who treasures the oddest things, the freckle by my ear, the way my hands rearrange an absent-minded braid. Other times I imagine her as a stormlight, rapid, unpredictable, pulling futures like threads through her fingers. She has told me in her little halting fragments that she did not read me. She did not walk through my thoughts and pick them apart. Her sight is more like a map with fading ink, futures that arrive and then blur, choices that shine briefly and then dissolve. For her, I was a question mark in 1,000 versions of everything. For me, that was terrifying and, perversely, liberating. If she could not know me by borrowing my mind, then she wanted me for the way I looked to her, the way I stood in whatever moment she caught. There is intimacy in being chosen without proof. The Cullens are a constellation that orbits Alice. Their attention is never intrusive, more like the watchfulness of people who have practiced restraint until it is a form of love. Carlyle's eyes are steady like Mercury, Esme is the harbor, quiet hands always offering a towel or a plate. Jasper reads the room with a gentleness that terrifies me because he learned kindness where war made his hands. Emmett laughs in a way that can break the air, and Rosalie's scrutiny is a tempered blade. None of them pushed when I came into their light. They taught me that shelter has its own rules, discomfort is acceptable, but not cruelty. They were polite about my awkwardness and fierce about my safety. Those hours under glass and quiet conversations became strange lessons in being permitted to exist fully, without pretending to be less in order to be acceptable. And Alice, who is as abrupt as light, became my tutor in small violences of tenderness. The way she will braid my hair with fast fingers that want everything to be uncomplicated, the way she will drag me out into a slant of sunlight on the porch and hold my face as if she is reminding me where the rims of my world are. There is power in her gentleness that I had not expected. She is immortal in a way I can feel like a pressure against my chest, and yet her hands do not coerce. They teach. Each time she tells me that I am remarkable or rests like a comma against my collarbone, a tiny muscle inside me contracts and, after a kind of painful burn, lengthens. Self-worth, I am discovering, is less a flood than a muscle you find yourself forced to use. It aches in the beginning. You ask things of it that it has not been called to do before. But the ache becomes proof, you are working towards something stronger. There were nights when my old instincts surged back. I would stand in the kitchen at Charlie's and watch the light fall in that dull, familiar way and feel like a traitor to some solemn, ordinary oath. Charlie, who loves me for the way my presence erases his loneliness, does not know how to meet the impossible. I cannot tell him that I feel like an ember under ice when Alice looks at me, that I imagine eternity like a tide pulling me out past the safe shallows. I have thought often about the slowness of faith, about how the promise of every day can be enough. I have always been a person who believes small things could be sacred. The shock here is that sacredness can be violent too. It can demand that you either expand or break. The wolves smell of rain and warning. Their presence is a low percussion that hums under the town's ordinary noises, engines, the slap of rain against windows, the distant bark of a dog. They are not a rumor now. La Push is a boundary that seems to draw at my bones with animal eyes. They are not sentimental, they are made of loyalty that does not compute compromise. The pack's gaze is a thing that reads lines and edges and marks trespass. I can feel their watchfulness in the way traffic seems to thin on the road to the beach, in the way the wind holds a different tone when I think of the forest. The thought of my being the hinge between them and the Cullens presses at me like a weight. I am mortal, and mortality is a confession that has consequences for both sides. Alice knows this as much as anyone. She is as aware of the pack's geometry of love as she is of the way daylight dances across her nails. Sometimes she watches the trees with a private expression, like someone watching a chessboard with both delight and dread. When she speaks of the wolves, it's in small, clipped sentences that always leave me wanting more explanation and less poetry. I have to remind myself that for her, foreseeing is both blessing and curse. The future slips in and out of her fingers, déjà vu must be an old companion. She is never blasé about danger. Her casual tenderness is a choice in itself, a stubborn insistence on being soft in a world that offers hardness as proof of survival. Being wanted by her is not an absence of fear. It deepens it, sharpens it. Fear used to be about physical danger, about needles, heights, blood. Now it is a different, more exquisite kind. It is the fear of shrinking back into the smallness that kept me safe before and denying a version of myself that I hardly know how to hold. It is a fear of hurting Charlie, of drawing the wool's ire, of being the cause of a fracture that would not only break me but break everything fragile around me. There are nights when I lie awake and think about that choice as if it were a hinge I am responsible for oiling. I imagine the pack's eyes, the Cullens' faces. I picture Charlie at the table in his work shirt. I imagine Alice sleeping with the small smile she reserves for me when she has dreamed something bright. The weight of all these possible consequences is heavy on the pillow. And yet I keep coming back to the quiet, everyday things. Alice's hand finding mine under a table, the way she will press her forehead to mine as if aligning constellations. She taught me to notice how alive silence can be when it is mutual. Love in this house is not a thunderclap, it is a patient weathering of edges until they fit. There is a slow fidelity in it that begins to teach me how to be whole without being small. When she tells me, without words, with a look, that I'm not a problem to be solved, the new muscle inside me contracts and then stretches. I practice saying to myself that I am allowed to want, that wanting is not a weakness but an appetite with room for ethics. I repeat it until the sentence becomes less foreign. Sometimes we sit together in the back of the biology classroom, my hand tucked under the edge of the desk and her fingers cold inside my palm. The light that leaks through the high windows catches on the silver of her thumb and throws a sliver of something dangerous across my notebook. I watch the patterns change and think of all the ways I have been invisible and all the ways invisibility becomes a kind of theft. Alice's brightness refuses stealing. It insists on illumination, on making visible the parts of me I had hidden from myself. There are small ceremonies of trust that shift things more than any proclamation. She lets me see the way her smile softens when she is alone with me. I let her braid my hair and feel uncharacteristically sure that even if tomorrow everything shifted, these moments had happened. The Cullens teach me to be careful with my impulses. There are rules, no foolish risks, no needless exposure. But within their caution there is an extraordinary permission to be sincere. That permission is more radical than any vampire lore. It is the kind of revolution that arrives in teaspoons, a steady, relentless pouring until you notice the cup is full. Alice's sight is still a thing I cannot predict. Sometimes she will twitch as if listening to a radio no one else can hear. Sometimes she will blink and look at me and say, "I saw us," with a kind of reckless tenderness. Then the vision unspools and evaporates and she cannot say more. It is maddening, and also a mercy. I like being an unknown she chooses without certainty. It makes the attention feel like a vow rather than an exploitation. It means I am chosen, not collected. The distinction is everything. There is a rhythm to this life that I am learning to match. The danger is present, wolves and hunger and the possibility that one choice might split what I love into pieces that cannot be mended. But the tenderness is present as well, and it has a cumulative force. Each careful touch, each refusal to let me shrink back into my old shell, presses at the armor I used to consider permanent. It cracks. Through the fissures light leaks, not like a theft but like a discovery. I find parts of myself that relish the openness. I practice asking for things, sorely and clumsily at first, then with a growing steadiness. Asking is another form of muscle. There will be choices. That is the horizon that hums under everything. The pack's presence makes them inevitable. The Cullens' protective rules mean they will watch and calculate. The thing that feels both most terrifying and most profoundly right is that the choice is not only about joining one world or another. It is about a tiny, stubborn insistence that I deserve to be wanted and that desiring a thing does not make you careless. I have to figure out how to want without being blind, how to be brave without forfeiting humanity. Alice's love does not make the path easier, it makes it urgent. Tonight she will bring me a dress she insists is flattering, even though I suspect her tastes are less about style and more about imagining me as something she keeps. She laughs when she says that, a quick sound like a bird startled, and I laugh back, a noise caught in my throat that is mostly relief. The house settles around us, a careful bubble of mercy and rules. The wind sings against the windows with the taste of incoming rain and the far-off shorelines that always feel like a promise and a boundary. When Alice slips her fingers into mine later and tugs me closer as if to say, "Come," there's a part of me that wants to give names to these feelings, to line them up like trophies and keep them safe. But the best thing I can do is hold her hand and feel the cold steady under my palm, and trust the new muscle for what it will do. It will ache. It will strengthen. It will remind me that being wanted is not a theft of who I am, but a kind of fire that teaches how to be luminous without burning everything in the vicinity. Outside, the pack's low hull threads with the wind, a reminder that loyalties are not abstract. Inside, Alice hums a note that vibrates like a pulse beneath my ribs. The two noises do not yet have to be the same, but the way they exist together makes me understand that some choices cannot be made quietly. They will be demanded. For now, in the slanting light of the house, I let her hand fold over mine and practice believing that I am permitted to want, and to be wanted back. The thought is reckless and full of tender danger, and it tastes like the first warm thing after a long winter. Chapter 16, Small Town Rumors. The rumor began as a thin thing, the way a single thread of fog can find a way into every corner of a house. It braided itself through lockers and lunch tables, seeped beneath porch eaves and into the pews of the church, braided into the steady, bored conversations at the hardware store where men traded weather and the town's small misfortunes as if that were safer than believing anything stranger. In Forks, where the rain already felt like a private truth, gossip landed like another kind of precipitation, damp, persistent, impossible to brush off. I first felt it as a weight around my chest the day Alice and I stood at the edge of the courtyard while the rest of the school moved around us like a slow tide. She had been laughing at something small and abrupt, so bright it seemed to cut the gray with its own, private light. I watched the laugh split across her face and remembered, uselessly, the way a shaft of sun had once thrown a constellation of color over her cheek, a flash that had suddenly rearranged my world. The sound of the whispers was what made me look up. For a few seconds the courtyard was not a place of fellow students and open sky, it was a pool of lowered voices. Heads turned, then quickly turned away as if someone there had burned them. A pair of girls who had been rude to me in homeroom folded their paper bags inward and traded speculative glances that said everything a whisper could not. Someone pretended to drop a book. Someone else bumped into my shoulder with an accident that was too certain to be a mistake. Rumors, I thought, are a kind of attention that refuses to be polite. They poke until you flinch. Alice noticed it with a tilt of her head, a tiny, effortless recognition like a radio tuning into a frequency no one else could hear. Her eyes looked sharp for a moment, calculating, not in that hungry, secret reading way I had half feared but with the crisp, internal map-making of someone who sees shapes of things before they are solid. She didn't explain. She never did. She offered instead the small kindness of touch, a hand brushed mine, cold and alive, and the color that lived in her skin sent something down through me that had nothing to do with warmth. The touch said hold. The touch said I know. The touch said be careful. The Cullens closed like a constellation. Not in a dramatic sweep, they did not flare or shout, but like the slow tightening of a fist. At first I only noticed their gestures. A drink was refused from someone hovering too long. A presence shifted in a doorway, a face that had been visible an instant ago melted into the shadow of the house, and the house, with its glass and angles and impossible light, looked like something designed by someone who liked secrets. They became more visible not by making themselves obvious but by the way other people moved away from them. People are the best barometers of fear. If enough people begin to suspect something dangerous, their fear draws a map of where danger might be. It forced my attention toward the choices I had been trying not to make. To live near them was to stand at the edge of a question that had no answer that didn't hurt someone. The more my days involved the Cullens, their quiet watchfulness, their patient rules, the more the edges of my life narrowed. My father's house felt smaller. Charlie's steady presence at the kitchen table, his hands on a newspaper, his worry folded into practical questions about insurance and work, suddenly seemed like a lifeboat that might be pulled away if I leaned too far over its edge. The rumor did not stay contained to noon or to hallways. By the time the rain began that afternoon, the town had become an organism that hummed with unease. The diner had two new faces who had not been there the week before, and they spoke in urgent, low tones that made the pot into background percussion. Mothers asked their children to keep the windows closed despite the cool, oxygen-starved air. Dogs that normally tolerated strangers were snug in their yards with alert, twitching ears. I could feel it, like a shift in pressure before a storm. And the pack felt it too. You do not have to be a member of the Quileute Wolves to sense them settling into a pattern of watchfulness. The town carries them in memory as if they were a tide that thrums under the mane. But their presence became more than the sticky, comfortable knowledge of a tribe. It crystallized into something sharp. On the days when the rumors were loudest, there were more cars with license plates from the reservation parked at odd hours near the outskirts of town. I saw figures moving along the line of trees that separate the ordinary from the wild, shapes that paused and tilted their heads as if trying to catch a sound decorative to other people but deafening to them. They had been taught, from childhood, to read the world the way the Cullens read light. They could hear deer spill across a field a county away. They could smell the promise of a rabbit under a log 2 days before it asked to be found. The knowledge the pack carried was a kind of law, an inheritance of defensiveness that produced a taut, almost physical tension along the seams of the town. I felt it as a pressure in the air when I walked home at dusk. The mailboxes at the end of the street seemed to lean away from the woods. Even the rain dropped differently, as though listening. It made me imagine them, those human lives that could become something other, gathered and measuring the distance between our silence and their instinct. They would not stand by idly if the balance tipped the wrong way. The Cullens would do everything to keep the balance intact, of course. Secrecy is a household skill for them, woven into their manners and into the way they eat dinner and glide through town. But secrecy is only as strong as the people who agree to believe in it. You cannot instruct the town to forget what it has seen. You cannot tell a pack not to react to the story its elders have been telling it about vampires for generations. Between the two groups I felt myself as a kind of thinness, like paper held over an open flame. I was mortal in a town that had begun to imagine more permanent things. That fact should have made me steadfast, human, fragile, finite, a shield against recklessness. But desire does not respect the arithmetic of risk. The way Alice moved near me unmoored my sense of what I should want. The coldness of her hand in mine was as precise as a scalpel. It both cauterized and opened new passages in me I hadn't known existed. To want her was to want the ending of things I loved, my father, his quiet evenings, the small, private clumsiness of my life as it was. To resist her was to feel the rawness of every unspoken, what if, press against my ribs. Alice's visions had been the first, honest crack in my defenses. She had not read me, she corrected me gently, with that small, intense compassion she reserves for truth, because she could not. She had seen me, yes, but not as a steady picture, as a shimmer of possible roads, as futures folding into each other like paper in the wind. Her sight was a map with its own weather system. That knowledge put me under a pressure I could hardly name. If even she could not be certain, then every small rumor could change paths. Every misstep, every overheard conversation, could shift the world she saw. When the whispering climbed from school into the town's bones, Alice grew quieter. Not withdrawn, that would be a mistake to call her retreat, but intent. She watched the way people turned toward her family with suspicion. She watched the way children stopped playing near the edge of the Cullen property as if the house had become a magnet for unease. Once, during a family dinner where voices moved like silk and plates were placed with precise gentleness, I felt the air thrum with something like a warning. It passed as quickly as it arrived, a low, electric thing. The family looked at each other without speaking. Their faces were polite, closed, and edged with a kind of fierce preservationism I had rarely seen in humans. We spoke less and listened more. Our conversations became smaller, halves, gestures, the quiet exchange of looks that carried entire arguments without the danger of being overheard. Alice sometimes sat by my window at night, her shadow a silhouette against the rain-streaked glass. She would speak in scraps, stories of school, of things she liked, of clothes and tastes and the almost childish delight she took in patterns and movement. She had a joy that seemed to live in details, as if she collected small pleasures against the greater cold. Those moments were and were not consolation. They were a tether and a torment. To be noticed by her was to be illuminated and simultaneously marked. The town's rumors were not neutral, they bent toward threat. A rumor can be a tool as easily as it can be a weapon. It can protect you, alert you. It can also do harm. I began to find notes left in my locker, polite but inquisitive emails at school, jars of gossip set at the edges of my every movement. People who had seemed uninterested in my life suddenly wanted to know where I went after school, who I was leaving with, whether I had ever seen the Cullens at night. There is a cruelty in curious people that is quiet and efficient, the kind that lays traps with smiles. Sometimes I imagined what it would feel like to step away from both sides, to go somewhere where rumors could not follow me. The idea of leaving Forks had existed before Alice. What is this town but a single line on a map? But the thought of walking away from them felt like stepping into a void behind me, an absence that would ache with every sunset. And staying was an act of recklessness that I could not justify to Charlie, who loved with the kind of practical, human devotion that made me want to be better. I was not some noble figure willing to burn for love. I was an ordinary girl who wanted, impossibly, to be both safe and wanted. The wolves movement became syntax in my days. They no longer loitered at the periphery of my awareness. Their vigilance threaded through my life like a cautionary tune. I saw them more and more at the margins, a pair of eyes in the dark when I walked past the woods, a silhouette against the gray when lightning laced the sky. Once, I heard them howl at a distance, and the sound made the bones of the town vibrate under the rain. The howl was not angry, it was a declaration. They were naming their world, and the name did not include what the rumor was calling them to fear. I wanted to tell everyone to stop listening. I wanted to clamp the town's mouths shut with my hands and keep them from saying her name. Of course I couldn't. Secrets are not mine to command. The Cullens, for their part, tightened their rules with an almost clinical efficiency, fewer public outings, more enforced routines, a kind of household choreography intended to minimize moments of exposure. They explained the rules to me like surgeons explaining recovery, careful, absolute. If I had a choice left in this, it felt smaller every day. Yet Alice still reached for me, across those newly barricaded spaces. She learned the language of small contact, a sleeve brush in the hall, the pressure of a finger at the base of my skull when I came too close to a thought I did not want to carry. Those touches were a study in subtlety. They asked nothing outright, but each one built a scaffold I could not pretend not to climb. Rumors have a way of accelerating time. What had been merely a whisper becomes a rumor, what had been a rumor becomes an accusation. Forks, which had always felt like a place where secrets grew comfortable and then domestic, was shifting into a setting where a single misstep could start a chain reaction. The pack's tension was a bell, the Cullens' vigilance a shield, my own desire a match waiting in the wings. I could feel, with the small, persistent terror that has followed me since the day I understood how fragile mortal life is, that we were teetering towards something that demanded decision. I lay awake the night the rain finally thinned and the moon showed itself as a pale thing above the pines. Alice's voice had been in my ear earlier, the memory of it was like a hymn and an accusation both. The town slept in a tensioned sigh. Somewhere at the edge of Forks, the wolves moved like a current. Somewhere in a house of glass and shadow, the Cullens sharpened their plans into rules. I wondered which of the two forces would move first, or if my feet would force the choice to be made for me. The rain had stopped, but the air held the taste of it, and the town tasted of rumor and iron and something persistent and old that had nothing to do with me and yet might demand everything I had. They were listening. I could hear them, in the way the world hummed, waiting for an answer they could not ask aloud. Tomorrow, I told myself, would either clarify the kind of life I might have or begin to close the doors I loved. Tonight, the town listened, and at its edge something like hunger sat very still, counting heartbeats like a clock. Chapter 17, Lines Drawn. The rain had a way of making everything look like a photograph left too long in a developing tray, edges soft and colors bled to gray. I stood beneath the overhang of the school entrance, the damp air clinging to my hair, and felt absurdly scripted, as if this scene had been rehearsed by a universe that liked its dramas neat and melancholy. Jacob found me the way he always did, unobtrusive until he wasn't, and when he came up the walk he moved like someone who owned his path, direct, plants and dirt scent clipped close to him the way a second skin might be. He didn't smile. He never could manage anything that felt like a truce when he was on the verge of something serious. "You're here," he said. It wasn't an observation. It was a charge. He took the umbrella I wasn't holding and hovered it over me, like a gesture of protection or restraint. Water pattered on vinyl. The drops made tiny halos where they hit the concrete. In that small, domestic noise, Jacob's voice deepened into the pleading I knew too well. "I need you to listen to me, Bella." He said it like he was patching something torn, dog-eared, important. "Really listen." I had heard this sentence before. I had heard it many times in different forms, at the picnic table, on the phone, in the hollow of the high school's back field. Each time he said it, a small animal inside me bristled and then calmed. He could make me feel brave in sharp, everyday ways. But this was a different kind of demand. The air around him felt charged, not with adolescent heat but with something older, like a tide thinking about the shore. "Okay," I said, because it seemed cowardly and cruel to refuse openness when people were giving it to me. "What is it?" He took a breath that was all lungs and will. His hands found mine, one warm, calloused, unloved, and the grip was brief but not accidental. The physical touch steadied me, anchored me in the mortal moment. He looked at me as if I were a fault line he wanted to see before it moved. Up close, his face was all the things I'd memorized, the stubbornness of his chin, the way his eyes darkened when he worried. The familiar vulnerability made me ache. "Don't be stupid," he said, but there wasn't venom in it. There was terror wrapped in the scolding. He seemed younger and older at once, like a boy in a man's body. "You don't have to choose a side because you've been told it's the only thing. Please." I wanted to laugh because the earnestness of his fear made me think of parents and patrols and things that could be solved with a flashlight and better judgment. Jacob's choices were always blunt instruments. The world made sense when it had edges, when loyalties were brackets you could pick a side inside of. His view had always been the safer country, if safety could be called anything that asked men to be ever vigilant in guarding less tangible things. "And which side is that?" I asked, though I already knew. It was the same side he gestured toward before, his tribe, his pack, the raw, ancient geometry of loyalty. He would never shame himself for seeing life as lines drawn in the dirt, boundaries clear as tide marks. He didn't flinch. "My pack. Our people. You. Maybe you haven't seen what I see when I'm not trying to sweep it away, but I'm not asking for your trust because you owe it to me. I'm asking because I don't want to watch you get hurt." His eyes were urgent now, the kind of lifting intensity that made me feel unmoored. "You have to believe, danger isn't always loud. Sometimes it is steady and slow and perfect. It's not a monster in a closet, it's a calculation." He used the word warning and I felt it like a physical thing, its edges soft but deliberate. Jacob's warnings were not threats. They sat beside him like a pack member, patient, waiting for instruction. He began to tell me what he could see, minute patterns in the Cullens' behavior he thought meant more than coincidence, the way they positioned themselves around town like satellites, the way they kept their distance from hunters and the patterns of their lives like a held breath. He spoke of not wanting to be a Cassandra, of the ugly smugness of certainty when you're young and right and undeservedly whole. Every sentence tightened something inside me that loved neatness. He wanted me to step into a life that had the moral clarity of a marching band, binary, organized, warm. He wanted me to choose a camp and claim it like a flag. The insistence of that wish was almost tender. "Tell me what you see," I said finally, softer than him and more dangerous for it. "Don't ask me to take you at your grief and make it my compass." Jacob's jaw moved. I watched a war play out in him, pride against fear, the animal against the keeper of names and faces. He looked like someone trying to decide whether to show his teeth. Instead, he showed me his hands, open, rough, meant for engines and for fishing nets, and in them he tried to place a map. "There's a thing about the pack," he began. "When we mark something, it's because it matters. When we hunt, it's because there is something in our bone that sees patterns. I'm not saying the Cullens are monsters. I'm not trying to make you hate anyone. I'm saying that their otherness isn't a metaphor. It's real, Bella. And real things don't always look like what stories tell us." I thought of Alice across town, her hand the first reach of a strange new gravity, her face turned by a little shard of sunlight that painted her cheek in impossible colors. I remembered the glass-cold comfort of her touch, the way she smiled like an answer. Loving her had been like stepping off a cliff with both eyes open and choosing the sensation of falling over the neatness of a measured descent. Loving Alice had taught me that the world could be wrong and still be true, that contradictions could be the only honest thing. "I don't trust you to protect me by dictating my fears," I said. It felt small to say it, and fierce, both things at once. "I don't want your certainty if it means I have to stop thinking altogether." "You're not asking me for certainty." Jacob's hand closed around mine again, urgent, like a knot. The warmth of his palm spread through me as it always did, comfort as simple as a campfire in a forest. "I'm asking you to see what I see. To notice. Don't let pretty answers take the place of ugly truths." He used the word ugly like it had weight. Ugly truths were the ones that came with decisions that bit. I wanted to tell him the truth, which was complicated and slippery and altogether more dangerous than the crisp map he offered. I wanted to tell him that Alice's coldness fit me like a glove, that there was a strange, hollow ease in the way her eternity swallowed my future into a sweet promise, that sometimes danger felt like home. But every time I opened my mouth the words compressed into ash. "I see things," I said instead. "I see hard truths too." He exhaled. That sound was both relief and skepticism. "You see things? Then see this, see the pack isn't just reaction. We're history. We remember 1,000 ways to keep people safe that don't show up on the surface. If you keep walking between both worlds, Bella, you will be torn apart by two truths that don't fit. You'll try to be human in a place that isn't, and you'll try to be what they are where you are just human. You won't be enough for either." I wanted to tell him that not being neat had been salvation for me, that being made of ambiguity felt like a rebellion I was finally allowed to live. When I moved through the Cullens' house, I had the peculiar sensation of weather, sun warm in some rooms, winter still in others. They were both shelter and display, their affections felt like a glass object you were allowed to hold as long as you learned how to keep your hands steady. Alice had given me permission to be complicated. She had taught me that desire could be soft as breath and sharp as a blade at once. "You think I won't be whole?" I asked him, but the question wasn't a demand. It was an excavation. I was trying to find the part of myself that felt like it might fit into the line he drew. "Not whole the way you are now." He looked pained, like he was cutting off one of his own veins and handing it to me as proof. "If you let this happen, if you step where those people live, you'll be living a life that isn't human in any tidy way. You won't be alive like you are. You'll be something else. And I'm not afraid of what you choose because I only want you safe, but if you choose them, you will walk away from us in a way that can't be undone." There was an honesty in his fear that made my chest tighten. Jacob had always been the kind of friend who gave you everything he had without calculating what it would cost him. His love for me was a thing that bared itself open like bone. It demanded reciprocity on principle. Maybe that was why he was terrified. The idea of me not returning him on his terms was a hollow all his dignity couldn't fill. I did not speak. I watched rain gather at the edges of his hair and slip off like forgotten promises. If I stepped away from him now, I would be breaking a tether that had held me to an old shore. If I stayed, I would be choosing a life that fit the warm, certain geometry he'd been raised to defend. Both options had the seductive clarity of reductive arguments. Both made the world clean. "Do you think I'll ever stop thinking for myself?" I asked, because beneath everything the question was a test for him as much as for me. I wanted to know if his vision of me was a shape or a sentence he could rewrite. He looked wounded, and then something fierce and beautiful rose in him like sunrise. "I think you do what you have always done, Bella," he said. "You stand in the middle and judge the sides. But I'm asking you to trust one more time that lines drawn by blood and hunger aren't as neutral as you hope. Sometimes gray is just fog, and behind it there's a cliff." He said cliff and hunger in the same breath. It was what he saw, the predators of his world and the ones in mine, the Cullens' restraint as an artifice that could crack. He wasn't asking me to hate them. He was asking me to be afraid of them. I felt the argument for fear like cold fingers around my throat. I could have let his certainty slide into me and closed the lid on every strange possibility Alice represented. I could have chosen the warmth of his hand and the pack's honest, rough loyalty. Jacob would have given me a life with edges and history and terra firma values. But I loved Alice the way people love when they are sure of being wrong and therefore entirely free, the way someone might love a storm if they understood what it cost them. Alice's fragility, deliberate, exquisite, was a lesson in how being wanted can unmoor you. Loving her had taught me that the neatness of a rule is not always the same thing as wisdom. Sometimes truth is a bruise disguised as beauty, and choosing to live in the bruise was a sacrament. "I won't let your warning become my cage," I said, and the words surprised me with how cool they sounded. There was a steel in me I had not acknowledged, a small, stubborn need to be the author of my own ruin. "Listen to me, Jacob. I know what you're saying. I understand the danger you think it is. But I'm not afraid of confusion anymore. It's the one thing that has felt honest." He made a small sound, neither exultant nor resigned, something between surrender and the soft pain of being cut. For a moment I thought I had wounded him by refusing the simplicity he craved. The world did not rearrange itself to accommodate my wish. Rain still fell. Cars still drove past like careful observances. The life choices of a 17-year-old were nothing special to the weather. "I can't promise what will happen if you keep walking these fault lines," Jacob said. "But I can promise you this: I will not let you go without telling you why I am afraid. If you walk toward them and something happens, if you get taken, know that it won't be because I didn't warn you." "Warnings are a kind of violence too," I said quietly. "They make the scary things tidy. They ask you to trade possibility for safety." He looked at me like he wanted to argue and had decided he couldn't bear the spectacle. "Then at least promise me you'll be careful," he said. "Promise me you'll notice us. Listen to the pack, Bella. We hear what others don't." I promised him something small. I promised to notice, which felt like the least concession a person could make without giving up their heart. He let my hand go after that, and the release was a small, betrayal-tinged mercy. He positioned his face like someone who was trying to memorize features, the line of my jaw, the slope of my nose, the way my lips moved when I lied about something big. "Don't make me hate you," he said finally, but his voice was softer than the appeal. He meant it as entreaty, as a plea for moral decompression. "Don't make it necessary for me to choose hate in order to protect myself." The thing he asked was impossible and cruel because it forced me to balance being loved by two people whose existences were incompatible by design. I had loved him. Not right away. My heart had been a crowd of quiet, skeptical people before that, but in the slow bright turns of time, affection had settled its claim. It was a different kind of love from the one that hummed in my bones for Alice. Jacob's love was fire and sweat and the domestic comforts of human life. Alice's was a cathedral, glass and cold, meant to be entered and adored and feared. "I won't make you hate me," I said, and I believed it. I could imagine a future where he and I were careful friends, where the shy, loyal warmth between us was kept tidy and humane. But I couldn't promise to erase the place in me that leaned toward the glass-cold cathedral. I couldn't promise to deny the way a slant of light once turned a friend's face into a prism and rearranged everything I knew about wanting. Jacob nodded once, like a man accepting a verdict with dignity. He turned away then, and the umbrella sagged a little as the rain took back the space he'd occupied. He walked off down the sidewalk in the way he always had, intentionally unhurried, leaving me to the slant of the world he'd just tried to redraw. I stood there until his shape diminished to a strip of brown jacket and then melted into the blur of town. The wet puff of my breath made a small ghost in the air. I had said no to neatness and yes to 1,000 gray things that might be kindnesses or might be knives. The Cullens, the pack, Alice's cold hand, everything felt at once nearer and more dangerous. In the hollow left by Jacob's leaving, I felt my identity stretch like cloth over a frame I couldn't see. Loving had taught me many things: how sacrifice could be gilded, how immortality could be both opiate and challenge, how self-worth could look like a choice you made every morning and not like a trait you were born with. I pulled my jacket tighter and started walking home, the rain marking my shoulders in steady proof. Between the roar of the road and the hush of the trees, a decision waited like a closed door. It would not be drawn by any hand but mine. I thought of the family I had been allowed into, the Cullens' polite table manners and fierce containment, their rules like a map with parts missing. I thought of the pack's old, clean loyalties and the hunger I could taste in their warnings. I thought of being a girl who loved two impossible things in a small, gray town. The world around me continued to tilt. Somewhere, someone, Alice, might be smiling at a future that kept changing like sunlight through a glass. Jacob had given me his warning, his map, his hand. What he couldn't give me, and what I could not take, was the obliteration of the knot in my chest that loved confusion more than safety. I walked. The lines of the town blurred. Choices waited like closed doors, and I had to decide which ones I would open and which I would let remain forever shut. Chapter 18, A Fractured Vision. Alice's hands were flat against the glass, fingers splayed as if she could hold the world steady by pressure alone. The late afternoon light, rare and obstinate in Forks, had found some fault in the clouds and fell through the kitchen window in a thin knife. It struck her face and scattered into a dozen impossible colors across the pale plains of her skin. For a moment I forgot to breathe. For a moment the world was nothing but that slant of light and the way she held it like a private thing. Her lips curved, the reflex of a practiced composure, and I saw the tiny tremor beneath it, so small it might have been nothing, except I knew the language of her steadiness well enough now to tell the difference. She was scolding herself in the silence, hairline cracks of irritation at the corners of her mouth, and when she moved she did it with the grace of someone trying to take up as little space as possible. It was flustered, and that was worse than any thunderclap. "Not now," she mouthed without sound, the shape of the words as precise as a bell. She didn't read me, she never had. She had had enough carelessness in other lives to know the damage done by certainty framed as possession. Instead she saw me. Or rather, she had seen me. Her visions were supposed to be a window, a neat pane to look through. But mine had always been cut by restless hands. I had been something she had glimpsed from a dozen possible angles, each one shimmering and then gone, so that the knowledge of me arrived in her as a rumor of a life rather than a map. That uncertainty made her jittery in ways that were new and not at all comforting. The Cullens were composed by training and long habit. Alice's nerves were a different animal entirely. They tuned her to a frequency that might catch a future thread and then, like a radio station with poor reception, the station broke up into static. She pressed her forehead to the glass and closed her eyes. The colors on her cheeks dimmed and then flared again as a cloud moved. I saw her take a breath she couldn't have needed. Our air is not for them, but the mimicry of breath was intimate in its own way. Her hand slid from the window to my arm as if by instinct, cold and light and perfectly steady for a second before I felt the small, electrical shiver of panic pass through it. She had been scolding herself all evening. When she thought she was alone, she mouthed grievances at the empty house, at herself for looking, at herself for seeing the wrong things, at herself for letting futures slip like reluctant fish from her grasp. The family heard it as muttered nonsense, a private neurosis, and smiled with indulgence and that careful distance vampires maintain to preserve their semblance of normality. It was different with me. I was inside the thin circle where her panic could manifest. It became a pressure folded into our silences. "You keep trying to smooth it," I told her. My voice sounded small in the glass room, useless as a pebble tossed into a vast, quiet pond. Alice's eyes opened slowly and the colors returned, a cautionary array, joy brightening into a smirk that didn't reach her mouth. She didn't answer with words. She didn't need to. Her face was an apology and a dare at the same time. She turned and crossed the polished floor to sit opposite me at the long table, hands folded in the formal rest of someone taught to look like they belong in the daylight. Her fingers were thin, knuckles white against the unnatural pallor, and when she lifted one hand toward me I felt a deliberate intention settle over her like an old coat. She'd been trying to force futures into being as if she could press her palms flat against the timeline and smooth out every wrinkle. Rituals, schedules, improbable small sacrifices, things that made sense if you believed the future was a fabric you could iron. She arranged my days along rigid seams, where to sit, when to leave, the routes I could take to school. Most of the time I did what she suggested because it felt safer. Safety, when you're mortal and your name seems to wake something with a long memory, is a temptation. The Cullens wrapped caution around me like a cloak. But seeing her do it with the look of a woman trying to staunch a wound with her hands made me realize how much of this was not about prudence and was all about possession dressed in fear. "You're certain about me in a way you can't be certain about anything else," I said, softer this time, because the truth pressed against my ribs like a stone. I had thought certainty universal in her, that she saw a clean path and walked it without hesitation. But her eyes told me otherwise. She was sure of me in a way that faith goes quiet and fierce, more certain than the shifting images she chased. It was a conviction so deep it hummed under her skin and made her reckless. Her fingers found my wrist and her skin was a temperatureless cool that made veins bloom under my own. It was a familiar, bizarre intimacy now, how her touch drained warmth and yet filled me with a warmth that could only be called longing. She didn't need to see my pulse to know I was human. She knew it the way artists know the clay still breathes. She could not predict me because I was not a pattern, but she believed in me as if belief itself could create constancy. "I keep thinking if I can just pick the right one." Her voice broke into a laugh that had something like despair in it. "The right version, the right sequence, everything will stop changing." She would count days, then uncount them. She would lay out options like tarot cards across the table: stay away from La Push 1 week, go there alone the next, avoid Dez's parties, sit with Edward in the first lunch period instead of third. The methodical absurdity of it made me want to play the game, to follow her ledger and see which line led to the sunlight that didn't break us apart. But those lines were not lines at all. Any plan became another variable for other people to move. The wolves, our latent, pawed danger, were a force that refused to be scheduled. They lived in tides, in territorial instinct, in the lonely, flourishing code of loyalty that made negotiation impossible. They responded to scent and sight and to the wild logic that belonged to packs, not to humans. Their movements sliced through Alice's carefully numbered days like an unexpected river changing course. Every time Alice tried to quarantine a future she liked, the pack found the seams and pulled. It made her obsessive. It made me doubt, shame prickling like rain under my skin. Sometimes I resented her certainty. It felt like being pointed out in a crowd with a finger that couldn't be unseen. The thought of being marked for what I couldn't control, a magnet for danger and desire, was terrifying. But more often I felt small and grateful, as if someone's faith in me could patch the raggedness I'd always worn. The knowledge that someone wanted me enough to scold herself into anxiety felt obscene and exalting in equal measures. I had never had that before. Wanting had always been something I kept to myself, private and manageable. To be the object of a vampire's devotion was to step into a light that could illuminate me forever and also burn everything I loved to ash. How do you hold on to anything if the future keeps rearranging? I asked. My hands fisted in the fabric of my jeans. I wanted diagrams, step-by-step assurances. I wanted a thing I could hold and feel secure with when I walked home alone. Instead, I received Alice's small, unshakable certainty like a gift I wasn't sure I deserved. She leaned forward, knuckles resting against the table as if she might anchor herself. Her hair, always a little too precise, fluttered at her shoulders with invisible movement. "I don't," she admitted, and her expression shivered with the admission. She had never admitted inability before, not like that, not aloud. She looked almost smaller for it. A child who'd been given a toy and couldn't make it play in the way they'd imagined. "But you say you see me," I said, and perhaps I said it like a plea. It was hard not to sound like one. The question was also a dare. If she saw me, then why couldn't she see a future where our lives weren't a constant balancing of hazards? Why wasn't she certain about the shape of us? She laughed again, quiet and bitter. "I see 1,000 ways you could be safe," she said, fingers worrying at a loose thread on the tablecloth, "and 1,000 ways you'll be sacrificed. I see the wolves, I see Charlie, I see the pack's jaws, and I see how you would be loved, and I see how you would be taken before you even learn the weight of it. I see us as a possibility, and I see," her hands flapped once, uselessly. "And then everything divides in half. There are choices you couldn't have seen," I murmured. a truth so sharp it hurt. People were not only their future tense selves, they were also the sum of the accidents that brought them to each other's doorways. The Cullens had histories that made permanence sensible to them. Mortals like me had lives so small in comparison that they were easily blown by wind. To Alice, those storms were fractals of future imperfections that refused neat resolution. We sat in a quiet that the house held like a secret kept in a safe place. Emmett laughed in the next room at some private joke, and there was a sound of plates being set for dinner. The mundane noise of being human, or vampire who pretends to be human, was a balm. The room smelled faintly of lemon and of the metallic tang that always came with discussing contingency. Outside, the rain made a steady percussion against the roof, a drumbeat for changing weather and for things that could not keep still. Maybe certainty isn't the point, I said, testing the thought like a bridge to somewhere else. Maybe it's not about being able to see every wrinkle and smoothing it out. Maybe it's about choosing to move forward without proof. Alice's hand tightened on my wrist then, an almost panicked squeeze. Her nails were clean and impossibly short, the colorless force of her grip a counterpoint to my pulsing blood. For a second the past and the possibility merged until it was hard to remember which was the greater danger, the wolves outside or the knowledge inside her head. She was willing, I realized, to accept the unknown if it meant keeping me near. She would trade the comfort of foreknowledge for the cruelty of chance if chance included me. "Will that be enough?" she whispered. It wasn't a question about facts, it was one about faith. She wanted to believe she could choose cleanness over fragments, that making the decision to keep me would outweigh the jaggedness of futures that kept rearranging. She wanted me to agree that her choice mattered more than her sight. I thought of Charlie, of his steady, unquestioning love that smelled of oil and coffee and the simple habits that make someone worth coming home to. I thought of La Push and the low, dangerous music of pack voices and of the line I might cross if I let myself lean toward the cold promise of immortality. I thought of myself, of the small girl who had always felt a step behind the rest of the world, whose self-worth had been purchased by silence and modesty. The place Alice wanted me to stand in her life was not modest. It was bright and impossible. It asked me to be the kind of person I had never allowed myself to become. "Maybe," I said finally. My mouth tasted like rain. "Maybe if both of us accept the risk. If you stop looking for a perfect map and start choosing by heart." Her eyes landed on me like a compass finding north. The color in them deepened, something like relief and like a dangerous hunger braided together. She smiled then, not the practiced, pale smile she wore in public, but a small unguarded turn of lips that made me remember how it had felt the first time she reached for my hand. Her certainty became a thing I could touch, solid, raw, aching, and it frightened me more than the idea of the wolves ever had. She drew my hand up to her mouth and kissed the inside of my wrist. The cold was a brand, a punctuation that announced what we were, not warmth and safety, but an impossible geometry. It left me wanting. It left me certain too, in a way that was dangerous. "I will try to make a place for you," she said, and the words were a vow, not a prediction. It trembled on the edge of an offer and an order. I will try to hold the paths steady enough to walk between them. Outside the panes, the rain changed tempo, and for a single second the sound cut like a blade. Somewhere in the woods a single long howl unfurled, low and sorrowful, as if the world itself were reminding us that its loyalties were not ours to command. The noise unsettled Alice, made the colors on her face jitter like caught light. Her hand tightened around mine as if to keep me tethered when currents shifted. I wanted to say that I would walk with her even if the way forward led to nothing but emptiness, to speak the thing she most feared and promise to fill whatever future she might give me. I did not say it. Words were small and inadequate. Instead, I let my fingers curl around hers and trusted that the silence would act as an agreement. We were not safe. We were not certain. We were a fragile, ridiculous constellation of desire and rules and teeth and cold skin, caught on the edge of a world that did not forgive trespass. But for the first time I felt less like the inevitable casualty and more like something someone might keep. She leaned her forehead to mine then, a tiny, foolish intimacy that left me dizzy with its tenderness. Behind her, the rest of the house hummed with the ordinary noise of lives that continued even while futures bent and snapped. Outside, beyond the glass, The rain scoured the world clean and the pack moved in the dark, a memory of heat and muscle and promise. I could almost see the future splintering again, some of them bright with teeth, some of them pale with glass. But for a moment, with her hand on my wrist and her voice an urgent, trembling thing between us, a single, stubborn line held. "Stay," she breathed, and the word carried with it all the risk and all the hope that belonged to her. I did not say yes. Saying yes would have been an act of ownership, of surrender. But neither did I choose to step away. I let the space between us be full, like a held breath, and in that breath I decided to belong to the danger for as long as it let me. Chapter 19, First Blood on the Edges. The rain had been the kind that makes the world feel like a photograph left out too long, softly washed, edges mellowed, colors soap thin. Forks folded itself under that damp light as if it were tucking a secret in, roofs and trees breathed silver, and the air smelled of wet earth and the cold iron of tide. I was standing where I had learned to stand lately, at the Cullen house window, because there are some pictures that keep the rest of life honest. The glass divided me from them, but it also caught their reflections and made everything more beautiful and farther away at the same time. Alice was a slice of impossible sun against the weather. A single slant of light, weak as a rumor, broke through the low clouds and hit her face. For a second her skin did something that nothing I had ever seen a human face do. It split the light into colors so thin and bright they felt obscene in that gray day, like she wore a secret painted on her bones. It was ridiculous and terrifying, and for the first time the rumor I'd folded like a bad joke into the town's collective murmur sharpened into a hard, sensible truth. Vampires were a rumor until they weren't. I didn't know which was worse, that they existed, or that I had been right to be afraid. She smiled then, that quick small smile she had when the world tilted in an interesting way. There was a little bow of amusement at the corner of it, a practiced politeness that was also a sharp edge. The others, Edward still tall and composed, Carlyle as always like a calm room, Jasper tightening a little at the mouth, moved around her with a keen, subdued choreography. There was a rustle of fabric, a glance, the minute centering of a family that had learned to move as one to hide the tremor beneath. I should have left. That was the sensible thought, the one that lined itself up with Charlie's careful face and the dull, steady safety of my room on Maple Street. Instead, the part of me that had always kept to the edges of things stepped forward, a curious, soft animal. I watched them prepare with the same helpless clarity that comes when you watch a road accident and cannot look away. Alice didn't look at me. She couldn't have read my thoughts even if she wanted to. She had told me that before, how her visions were slippery things now, futures that folded back on themselves and changed with the smallest weather. She had seen me standing here in some of those futures, and in some she had not, and that made every meeting we had feel like a held breath. But she moved toward me anyway, and when she reached the window she pressed her palm against the cool glass and leaned her forehead there for a second, as if she could feel me through the dividing barrier. It was intimate, an act that contained more permission than 1,000 conversations. When she turned away she extended her hand. It was a private sort of insistence, a hand offered in a world where hands can mean promises. I wanted to step out of the house and into her fingers with the same urgency that lives in the bottom of my stomach when hunger and loneliness are the same thing. I wanted, with my entire small, mortal body, to be taken somewhere that did not end in the hospital or a funeral. But she was a creature of glass and winter and law. The Cullens had rules the way houses have walls. Those rules were how they had taught themselves to survive beside us. "I won't let you go," she did not say aloud. She did not have to. Her gloved hand hovered, as if waiting for the impulse to step forward or to pull away. It felt like an invitation to theft. That chill, her skin would be colder than my breath, was a thing I had imagined over and over. Imagining was a kinder religion than doing. They moved out into the rain with all the grace of something that did not need to touch the earth to be precise. You could tell the difference between human urgency and theirs. The Cullens acted with the economy of predators who measured risk with an almost painful patience. Carlyle took the lead with that control that made every crisis seem like a surgery to be completed cleanly and, if possible, without blood on the table. Edward's attention was like a compass, flicking, adjusting. Jasper watched the edges. If there was panic to be felt in the world, Jasper felt it like a cold wind and tried to smooth it. I wanted to follow them. I told myself I would sit very still, that I would be the unseen watcher, the one who stayed out of sight. But human rules are stupid in the face of need, and some rules are softer when you call them by different names. I drove because it felt like movement could make me less a spectator and more a person in the middle of whatever was coming. I told myself it was curiosity. I told myself it was instinct. The truth was simpler and uglier. I did not want a life in which I always watched from windows. The outskirts of Forks smell different, salt and spruce and the old iron of the tide. The road there has the thinness of a place people pass through but do not touch. A place for things to happen that the town can pretend never occurred. We found the place because we always do. Will finds its way to will. There was blood on the shoulder of the road, dark and bright at the same time, and the scent it left was not the mellow dryness of old wounds but the hot, metallic sting of something fresh. It struck me like a lie because I had learned that the Cullens did not make blood. They avoided it with the relish of people who had learned a tremendous discipline. Whoever had left that stain had been careless, or cruel, or both. Wolves were already moving through the trees. They were not howling. This was not a cortege of noise. It was a pressure, an expectation. I felt it in the bones of my hands pressed on the steering wheel, the world tightening like a fist. Their bodies were dark, huge, an animal as river rock. They should have been terrifying and instead were just terrible, the sort of presence that makes you understand that the earth remembers old orders. Their heads were turned toward a scent that didn't belong to them, and their muscles were taut with the clean intent of a pack closing in. The rogue was a shadow among thinner shadows, a movement that had been indulging its hunger at the edge of a town that did not belong to it. It fed and then moved, as predators do, leaving evidence because hunger does not always include caution. The wolves picked up that evidence like a story and read it aloud with their paws. Whatever it had been there a moment too long. What I saw next, what I felt in the way the world narrowed, was not a clash so much as the arrival of stakes. The Cullens emerged from the trees with that silence of people who carried their bodies like sealed instruments. There is a kind of beauty to violence when it is controlled, hands that move like the turning of pages, eyes that calculate distance and consequence. Carlyle stepped forward first, and there was a dignity to him like a man in a white coat performing a necessary cruelty. Edward's face was calm but there was a tautness under his eyes, the hint of a past scene from too many angles. Jasper's body seemed ready to be a shield without thought. The wolves did not run. Their loyalty wasn't a choice in the way a human makes one, it is part instinct and part an old law that their blood keeps repeating. They smelled otherness and they moved to remove it. The air buzzed with the human equation of hunger and fear and also the far older equation of territory. For the wolves, vampires were threats to be neutralized. For the Cullens, wolves were forces to be negotiated. Both sides had rules. Neither side trusted the other to keep to those rules. The rogue moved like a thing that understood only its own immediate necessities. It was not elegant. It was hungry and impatient and it had paid little attention to the idea of concealment. That kind of vampire was dangerous not because it was stronger than the Cullens. They were not. It was dangerous because it did not play by any rules anyone else respected. It made mistakes that could break the fragile trust the Cullens had forged with the world. They met with the violence of two kinds of inevitability. The wolves struck first, the air filled with a romping, a focused brutal geometry of bodies. The Cullens did not leap into the melee with the kind of abandon a younger heart might have desired. They moved with precision, a surgeon's hands. It was like watching a slow, beautiful map of lines and tactics. Rosalie's form cut an arc, Emmett's impact was a blunt punctuation, Carlyle directed with the soft voice of someone who had to keep a calm in order to heal afterwards. I thought of all the times I had wanted things to be simple, to step into what I longed for and have the world not shift under me. There were no simple paths here. Alice was a smaller presence in the center of noise, but she was everywhere at once. She darted between the wolves and the rogue, a sliver of movement and color. There is a kind of violence in her that is not the same as the wolves. For the wolves, violence is an answer, for the Cullens it is a sentence. Alice's motions were all angles and light. She found openings the others didn't and moved like someone rearranging a room in which a guest had become dangerous. When she passed near me later, when the fight had thinned but the world remained cracked open, there was blood on her sleeve. It was not hers. She had a way of carrying violence like an aftersmoke. I stood in the periphery of both worlds and understood, with a cold that had nothing to do with weather, that being desired by a Cullen was to be wanted in a way that required sacrifice. Love from them is a thing that can warm you indefinitely if you are willing to be cold in the interim. To be with them means to let go of certain human conveniences forever. The knowledge sat like a stone in my throat. Immortality is bright and very lonely. It requires the trading away of things you would not think to offer until it was demanded. And then the wolves tightened their line. The rogue faltered, and in that falter I saw what the Cullens feared most: exposure. A human shelf of panic caught at the edges of the fight, deer eyes in a girl's face too close to the wrong place, and I understood why Carlyle had led this dance with such surgical kindness. Protecting people was a rule that balanced on the sharp end of their existence like law on a blade. If a human saw too much, if the wolves smelled too strong, the fragile mask they wore would crack. I wanted to reach for Alice then, for the reckless smallness of her face, to place my hand on that fracture of light and feel something whole. My feet moved without permission. For a second it was like slipping into film. The world slowed and I was acutely aware of my breath and the absurd smallness of my hands. Alice's head snapped toward me at the same instant, as if some thread between us tightened. That look, sharp, bewildered, something like apology, reached me, and in it I recognized danger but not regret. She could not drag me into their duel with the wolves without destroying the fragile order she kept with her family. That understating of choice and consequence was what made her dangerous to me. She loved with rules that asked for participation. A wolf's snarl drew a line close to me and, instinctively, I jumped back, my heels slipping in the mud. Alice was at my side the next second. She didn't hold me like a girl needing protection. She held me like someone measuring the ballast of a ship. Her fingers found my wrist and they were colder than a river, softer than my skin, and the contact sent a confused warmth through me that had nothing to do with blood. Her dark eyes searched me, and in them I saw futures that were not singular but a collage, places where I stayed inside the safety of my father's house, places where I stepped over that line and paid in ways I could not count. "We can't let them know," she said, not to me, but to the universe that had been listening. It was the same thing as telling a bell not to ring. The fight ended the way these things always do here, without the fanfare I'd wanted and with the exhausted practicality of people who have seen too many small catastrophes. The rogue fled when the wolves pressed hardest, leaving a trail of mess and half-formed plans. The pack scent lingered like punctuation in the air. The Cullens stood with the patient exasperation of people who had to do the mopping. No one wanted to create a legend from a stray hunger. The Cullens would move, as they always did, to clean the edges and to remind the town that it could go on unknowing if everyone played their parts. I was soaked through by then, the rain a thin veil that made the world suspiciously close. My heart beat too loud in my ears, my hands shook in a way that wasn't just cold. Alice squeezed my wrist, a small acknowledgement, a touch that promised 1,000 things without naming any of them. For the first time I felt a fear that had nothing to do with wolves and everything to do with the gravity of choice. You can stand at a window and imagine what eternity might cost you until the cost begins to speak back. You can be brave in theory and cowardly in practice, all with the same set of lips. I had imagined being brave. I had not imagined the sound my life would make when it split in two. Standing there, rain biting at my eyelashes, I sensed the crookedness ahead, a future tilting toward a life that would never be ordinary again, and a life that would ask me to give up things without ever promising me that the giving would be worth it. Alice's fingers tightened once more, not to draw me in, but to steady me. Her eyes touched mine and held, and I read it like a verdict and a benediction at once. I was at the edge of a choice, and both sides of the choice had teeth. A wolf's low rumble rolled through the trees, an answer to something I couldn't hear, and somewhere down the road a car's engine coughed its disapproval at being so near to the unfolding. The rain began to come harder. The edges of the world blurred. I had been warned about storms my whole life, the kind that come with thunder and the kind that rearrange your inner weather, and I had believed I could stand them both. Now the first blood on the edges had been spilled and it had left its stain on the map of us all. I realized, with the soft, fierce clarity that fear brings, that some doors do not swing both ways. Choosing one home would close me out of another, and the question was not whether I loved them both but whether I was willing to let one love contain and change me forever. Alice's cold palm molded around mine like an impossible promise, and I understood, more deeply than I had dared to before, that what I wanted from her was a thing that would not be free. The pack's shapes moved like punctuation marks in the trees. The Cullens were already whispering in plans only they understood. I had not yet decided which side of the margin I would fall on. But the rain kept falling, and choices are slippery when they are wet. I allowed my fingers to close around hers, not because I was certain, but because certainty felt like a lie and desire felt like truth. That was the worst part. Truth asked for a price I had not yet learned how to pay. Chapter 20: Unraveling Threads. The corridor felt narrower that morning, a throat of lockers and feet and voices that tightened as they passed. Someone laughed too loudly at something someone else had said. Someone else folded a rumor into the air between us like a paper boat. I could feel the current of attention before I saw it, a tide pulling toward the short, bright place I occupied in other people's imaginations. It is a peculiar thing to be noticed not for what you are but for what you might be, an absence filled with speculation until it becomes a presence in itself. A girl at the end of the hall tilted her head and mouthed the word that had been making its slow, careful orbit around Forks: vampire. The syllable landed against the damp paint of the lockers and soaked into the gossip like oil. I wanted to laugh, brittle, disbelieving, but my mouth made a small, private smile instead, the one I had practiced when people asked me where I was from or why I always looked like I was thinking about snow. The smile was a shield as much as anything, and shields can break. They said my face had changed. They said I walked with a new kind of lightness, an absence behind the eyes. They were right and wrong in equal measure. I had been changed, everything about Forks was changing around me. Alice had cut herself into my life like a slant of sun, sudden and impossible in a place that had always run on gray. When the beam had struck her face the first time, at the edge of the courtyard, when I had been arriving late and she was waiting with that abrupt, small smile, the light had scattered into a shard of color I could not have placed on any map of the sky. It was ridiculous and intimate and terrible, and the rumor that had once existed only as a trembling possibility in the back of my head had found a face. The class faded around me as if someone were dimming the world to make a single thing sharp. I felt watched and dangerous and naked. My skin carried the memory of the touch she'd offered, the quick, cool pressure of fingers that had been both invitation and warning. She had told me she had seen my arrival in a future that refused to sit still, not a certainty, she said, but a loop of possibilities, each bearing my face like a coin. She had not read me, had not dug into the private rooms of my thoughts the way I had imagined, yet what she had shown me had been instructive because of that lack. The absence of a mind read made the future malleable, it made choice real. Rumors cling to people like mildew. They are small and slow and insidious, and Forks is a town with surfaces that hold on to damp things. The whispers followed me into fourth period and out again, into the rain-silvered street and home through the tired, safe house that still smelled faintly of normalcy, coffee grounds, the damp habit of a life that continued without bloodless wonder. I carried those whispers home like a stain, visible only when I tilted my head into certain lights. At night, when the house settled and the rain tapped a patient rhythm against the windows, I would think of Alice's hand and how cold it had been and wonder what it meant to be desired by cold skin. The Cullens became a kind of weather. When the pack's rumblings edged closer, their faces smoothed into professional calm, their dining room conversation was an aerated thing, pleasant in the way blankness can be pleasant, easy to live with because nothing needed to be held. But I felt the taut line under their politeness. Edna might have said nothing at all, but her eyes watched the world as if cataloging threats. Carlyle's courtesy folded like porcelain, elegant but easily shattered. Esme's smile was an attempt to hold me in a net of ordinary tenderness that I could not deny. They wrapped me in rules like a bandage: be careful where you go, don't linger in crowds, do not bring the town's attention. It was protection and imprisonment braided into one. Alice's guard flicked, though. Where the others performed restraint, she moved like a light that had never learned to whisper. There was a geometry to her gestures, quick, small, decisive. She brushed my hair back from my face once in the kitchen, her thumb cool against my cheek. The touch was simple, domestic, almost sisterly, and yet underneath it sat a hunger that wasn't the same as anyone else's. Being wanted by a vampire sat on me like a paradox. I was mortal and small, and this thing that wanted me could not grow old. It did not require the daily accommodations my body made for itself. It was beyond the scale of my life. To be the object of that attention felt both flattering and obscene. I sometimes imagined why Alice's visions kept returning to me. Perhaps it was because I disrupted things, because I was a variable she could not fold into her neat equations. Perhaps it was because she had always been drawn to motion, to the pendulum swings of possibility, and I was something in flux. The thought that I was an answer to a thirst that had nothing to do with me sat uneasily in my chest. Am I desired for who I am, or for the effect I have? If the Cullens loved me, would they love the girl that existed before them, or the one that could become invisible to time? The questions were not new, but they sharpened against the present like stones. The pack's presence began to thicken. At first it was tiny things, a low, distant bark at the edge of the forest, a dog-shaped shadow that seemed to linger too long by the high school's parking lot. Then the town's conversation changed tone, the had beings became the acutes. Someone had seen a dog that was too big for a dog. Someone else said they had heard a howl at dusk that wasn't dog and wasn't quite human either. I noticed more glances cast toward the tree line when I walked to my car, and my shoulders learned to hitch at every sudden scrape of leaves. It was not only the physical proximity that made my skin crawl. The pack's loyalty had a pressure to it. It was territorial and absolute in a way the Cullens' restraint was not. They marked boundaries and expected them to hold. The Cullens had rules because their appetites needed maps. The pack's rules were not articulated, they were enforced by presence, by posturing and teeth. Where the Cullens reminded me politely of danger, the wolves made it explicit by lining the edges of town and humming a single, low chord of menace. I felt like an ember in a place that had been bone dry for too long. A spark anywhere in Forks would do damage if it landed in the wrong place. That thought burned my chest. My existence was not just my own. The choosers in my life, every person who had to calibrate their steps because I might become a fulcrum, were a weight I did not want but could not ignore. Loving Alice would mean pulling the pack into collision with the Cullens, or making myself a sacrifice. Remaining human meant carrying resentment and hunger with me until my body surrendered to age and mistakes. Either road required giving something up. Sometimes people asked me whether I wanted to be immortal in a way that implied the question was merely hypothetical, like liking iced coffee or preferring certain shoes. The idea that eternity could be dictated by a single transfer of blood and decision made my stomach lurch. Immortality appealed at the level of fantasy, the idea of never losing someone you loved, of being able to hold them forever. It appealed less as the finer print came into focus, the cold of an endless body, the ossified routines that could calcify into loneliness, the ethical calculus of feeding. To give up the cadence of years for the flatness of forever did not seem like love as much as it seemed like a choice to opt out of grief. I wasn't convinced grief was something to flee. Those nights when Alice and I found ourselves alone, the house's modern angles softened by the lamplight, our conversations thinned into gestures. She liked to make small signs for me, an arrangement of spoons, a cup set out in a particular place, as if translating a language she could not quite speak. Once, she laughed at something only she could see and the sound was bright and unafraid. Another time, she grew still and told me in that quick, decisive way that she could not be sure of anything but that my presence bent possible futures. There was no pretense of omniscience. That lack made the things she did no heavier, because they were choices rather than revelations. Because Alice's sight was unstable, each possibility she showed felt both gift and threat. She would say she had seen a version of me that was radiant and old and everything she'd ever wanted to understand about attachment held, then she would retract, saying the pattern had frayed, that the threads had shifted. The uncertainty kept me honest in a way I had never been before. With a prediction carved in iron, one can plan a life around it, but with a future that slid like oil through one's fingers, one is left only with the present, the small acts, the courage to refuse or to lean in. The Cullens tightened during this slippage. I could feel the net being drawn taut, invitations rescinded that had nothing to do with their dislike of company and everything to do with keeping light away from the places it might set alight. They moved like gardeners pruning a delicate plant, careful, necessary, and somehow cruel in how they managed me. I resented them sometimes, their calm, their authority, but I also understood the logic of containment. If the pack got a foothold, the fragile balance would be broken. If the balance broke, ordinary people might die. It was a calculus of morals that I was too young to arrange neatly in my head. Sometimes, in bed, would rehearse what I might lose. My father's house, the soft, habitual safety of it, even the knowledge that I could let someone take care of me on earth. The thought of giving up the simple claim of having been only a girl once, with scrapes and scars and a slate of real, mortal endings, made me ache. How much of myself would I be willing to give up to step into a brightness that did not need to sleep? Would I be content to become an object of devotion, to be preserved but not allowed to age, to be loved across decades that would flatten into sameness because the beloved could no longer surprise? And then there was the fear that I was, in some fundamental way, unworthy of the love I felt creeping through my ribs. It seemed extravagant that a creature like Alice could choose me. Why would she pick me unless it was because something about me filled a hole I didn't know I had? That insecurity was both mine and universal, an ache everyone carries in a particular corner of their chest. To be desired by someone who built her identity out of impossible light made the question louder rather than quieter. If I was wanted, was it because I asked to be wanted, or because I fit some neat piece that completed an unfinished pattern? The threads and forks were loosening. The town tightened in the way that the air tightens before a storm, curtains twitch, dogs grow restless, people speak in frayed undertones. I watched the Cullens shift their glances toward the trees and felt the wind of their worry lift the hair on my arms. I heard the pack in the night, a low, humanless chorus, and felt the old rule reassert itself: borders matter, and once they are crossed, the consequences are not symbolic but teeth deep. What frightened me wasn't only the wolves or the blood or the ethics of life and death. It was the truth that my choice would not be private. Whatever side I stepped toward would pull others with me. Love was never merely about two persons in this town. It was an accordion, opening into the town's breathing. I could take a partner and gain eternity, but at the cost of carrying the town's safety on my shoulders. I could choose to remain human and watch fierceness circle like sharks, always careful. Both paths demanded a sacrifice. Alice took my hand once and held it as if anchoring me to a cliff. Her skin was the temperature of glass kept in shadow. It radiated a stillness that was not unkind. She did not say she would save me. She did not promise a path free of sorrow. She only, for the first time since I had arrived in Forks, let the future be uncertain with me rather than for me. That, more than anything else, felt like a commitment. She could have shown me all the possibilities, locked me into complacency with certainty, and yet she hadn't. She had shown me the mutability of things. At dinner that night, the family moved like a constellation, fixed, connected by lines I could not see. Esme's eyes found me often, as if measuring warmth. Carlyle's chin tilted in ways that asked less and inferred more. The conversation was pleasant and small and utterly necessary to maintain normality. The wolves were a presence outside the copper frame of the windows. Somewhere, tires hissed on wet pavement, and a dog, if it could be called that, threw its voice low and long into the dark. My chest tightened with something like grief for the way the world would look different whether I chose to stay or not. I lay awake that night, listening to the house breathe around me, and tried to imagine a life where my choices were not a hazard. I could not. The town had become a web and I was a fly on the strand. Every forward motion sent a vibration through the hole. To stand still seemed an act of cowardice, to move forward felt reckless and inevitable. The threads were unraveling because the world was being honest. There was no way to keep both halves of my life whole. In the gray light of morning, in the span between one breath and the next, I understood that whatever I did next would not be a private thing tucked away in the corner of my life. It would be a scene ripped open for everyone to see. My skin felt thin and porous and, strangely, awake. Alice's face appeared in my mind, light slanting across the planes of it and scattering into colors that did not belong to Forks. The image was as tempting as it was terrifying. She had offered me a hand once. That hand had been cold, and in that coldness there had been an invitation to a different kind of warmth, the warmth of being wanted beyond the small human calculus of days. I could stay and be safe within the tidy borders of ordinary life, or I could step toward the strange brightness that had chosen to notice me. Either way, the town would rearrange itself around my decision. I had always thought I would have time, not just the stretch of years but the kind that lets you test the waters, retreat if the water is too cold. That assumption had been naive. Time was not mine to spend like money. It was an axis that other people's choices spun around, and I was a weight on that axis. There were no answers in the dark, only the small, stubborn pulse of desire and the heavy, steady pull of fear. The pack's growls were a distant drum, the Cullens sat moonlike, composed and watchful. The threads were beginning to fray, and I, who had spent so long trying to be invisible, had become the spark that could either knit them tighter or set everything alight. Tonight, nothing would be resolved. But the edges of my life felt sharper, and the choice was no longer theoretical. I imagined my hand in Alice's again, cold, refractive, holding steady, and I felt hunger and terror at the same time. The town would not forgive trespass easily. Lovers had been known to become everything and nothing in the space of a single, impossible decision. I could feel the shape of the future, not as a map but as a pressure, and I knew this, because I had been seen, the world would not fold back to the way it was. The threads were unspooling, and whatever came next would require me to pick up a pair of hands and begin the slow, dangerous work of stitching or burning. Chapter 21, Shimmer and Bruise. Light landed on Alice like contraband, too bright for forks, a single blade of impossible afternoon that found her in the living room and broke into a scatter of color across her cheek. It made her small face look like the inside of a jewel box, and for a second the world forgot to breathe. I was sudden with the way I watched her, the way every private part of me leaned forward, not trusting that such light was supposed to exist in a town that had learned to keep its sky dull. Alice turned. Her smile arrived the way it always did, abrupt, an inward brightness that did not touch the rest of her. Her hand came out before she spoke, like a truce made of bone and glass. The skin was colder than cold air, underneath that cold there was the peculiar sense of clarity I had come to crave, the feeling that if I leaned my forehead to her wrist I might somehow see straight. She surprised me. Instead of the practiced cheer, instead of the little mysteries she carried like secret candies, her voice was soft and something like a confession. The easiest way to keep you safe would be to make you like me. Her words landed without fanfare. They did not feel offered as a hypothetical, not delicately phrased or cloaked in the usual polite refrain. There was an almost scientific calm about the way she arranged them. The statement sat between us like an open wound, too close to be ignored, too exposed to be left untouched. I had imagined the possibility 100 ways, in the hush of night, in the margin of a daydream, as a cinematic cut to some ridiculous eternity. None of the fantasies had the weight of that sentence. None of them considered the raw pragmatic clarity in Alice's eyes. This is the simplest solution. Eliminate my fragility and there is nothing left for anyone to hunt. The Cullens watched with the careful restraint that had become our household ordinance. Carlyle's face was composed, a mask of measured concern that did not show how the word made the rational centers in his head begin lists of cases and the ethics of change. Esme's hands tightened once on the arm of the sofa, the motion like a ripple of fear she would not voice. Edward did not speak. He never spoke when something uncomfortable needed dealing. He stared the way people do when they are rearranging all the furniture of a future in their heads. Rosalie's jaw set hard enough that it made the bright line of her neck look fragile. Jasper, who carried the faintest tremor of Warringham, was a shadow at the edge of this room. Emmett's attention was a held breath, constant, resistant, ready to explode into something physical. Alice's fingers curled, then unclenched. She was small and insistent, she had always been that, an unashamed insistence of brightness in a house that forbade excess. She had been the one who had dragged me into this life at an angle, the one who had smiled and promised without knowing if promise could be kept. Now she seemed older than she looked. The bright quickness behind her eyes had been tempered by a care that made her fragile in a way I had never seen before. I thought of Charlie, of his flat little house and the way his laugh filled up a room like some stubborn, human sound. I thought of being 16 in someone else's house, of dinners that were ordinary and safe. I thought of the rain against my window and the way it made loneliness feel classic, survivable. To give all that up, everything that tethered me to a precarious and finite world, felt like the end of an identity I did not know how to reassemble. Why? Came out before I knew I had asked. It was not curiosity alone. Under it was a rawer question: why me? Why would she offer me what she offered, when what she offered was not simply a gift but a theft by design? Alice's shoulders lifted in an almost dizzy small shrug. Because I can see you in ways I can't keep. Because I have seen a dozen versions of us and they keep closing off. Because I would rather break reality than lose you. She spoke in fragments, the same way she had shown me pieces before, images, gestures, slashed possibilities. What she did not say, and what made the room tilt, was that she had not read my mind. She had not been inside my private, awkward head. She had only watched futures as if they were films that relented and rewound. Even when she had seen joy and 1,000 small domestic triumphs with me in them, something about the vision had adjusted, had refused to hold. The sight that made her offer was born of fear as much as affection. I thought about what I would become. The Cullens had rules: iron and silk, feed only on animals, never on humans, move among mortals without preying on them. There was the morality woven into their immortality, a strictness that felt like shelter and also like a cage. To be turned into a Cullen would mean to accept those rules and their consequences, a life without the slow, honest erosion of time, a body that would not tire yet would always be other, senses sharpened so acutely that a single breath in a crowded room could be a blade. There was also the myth the town lived on: wolves. La Push, a place of raw edges and animal law, loomed like a boundary not just of geography but of ancient loyalty. The Quileute pack did not tolerate transgression. If I crossed into vampire nests, would no longer be someone they could protect or understand. Wolves responded to the sacredness of human life with feral ferocity. They responded to vampire life with the same, only sharper. Becoming what Alice was might mean drawing teeth and thunder to my doorsteps. The pack's loyalty to those they claimed would translate into anger I would not be able to mollify. And then there was the quietest fear, one I could not say aloud without sounding small: would she love me the same way if I stopped being fragile? Love, in my experience, had fit to my edges. It had been a balm and a critique that assumed the right to be limited. To be loved as a thing made of glass would mean to learn what love looks like when it does not age, when it does not need to be saved. It was a terrifying possibility and a beautiful one, braided together until I could not tell which strand would strangle. Alice watched my face the way she watched images she could not fix. Vulnerability in her was like an old song played just once and fading, sudden, impossible to recapture. She sat very still and then said, quieter, because I asked her the question she had been guarding against: I can't make you safe without changing the equation. I could keep every arrow away, but not the wolves. Not time. If you stay human, you will always be endangered in ways I cannot stop. That last truth weighed more than anything else. She could be brave and stubborn and categorical and still be unable to rewrite human mortality. For the first time since she'd reached out to me with a hand that felt like winter, I saw the outline of real fear in her features. She could see possibilities but not guarantees. And that made her offer less like a plan and more like a plea. I found my voice and let it be a small, honest thing. I told her about my fear of being a burden. I told her about the way I wanted to belong without having to become someone else. I told her that forever was a word I found both erotic and grotesque because it asked me to give up a life I had only just started to understand as mine. She listened as though she could feel the small bones of me, turning them in her hands. You deserve a choice, she said, and for once she did not attempt to hide the violence of affection in gentleness. I thought she might say, I deserve you, but she did not. She left that blank like a wound that would need tending. The house felt suddenly smaller. The daylight cut across Alice and split her into something less than human, more than a person. The Cullen's silence was an audience of statues. Outside, the rain had stopped its constant conversation and the world seemed to hold its breath, as if listening to the calculus of our futures. I pictured my father, his bored jokes, the way he fed the dog and forgot where he'd put his keys, his complacent, durable tenderness. I pictured winter mornings, the smell of coffee that was never quite good enough, and I thought about the way small deaths accumulate into a life, the loss of a front tooth, the first scar, the way your voice deepens. They are all incremental, brutal, and human. To be without that slow erosion seemed like theft, of experiences, losses, of the very pretense that you might change. But then I looked at Alice. There was a smallness to her offer as well as a scale I couldn't measure. It was not merely a solution to keep me safe. It was a demand, be mine in the way that removes the possibility of losing me. There was a possessiveness beneath her tenderness, an animal thing that did not ever fully apologize. The fact that she had even considered it at all, that she had let such a practical, monstrous solution sit on the coffee table between us, left me feeling both treasured and scared. I thought about hurt, my own, and the possibility that my being changed could rearrange the loyalties I was part of. The pack would do what packs do, they would protect their own. The Cullens would enforce their rules. And in the middle of it all would be me, a pivot point of loyalties and impossible choices. I thought of pain measured not in stabs but in the way the world would always look at me differently, like something precious that must be preserved. Would preservation feel like home or like a cage? Alice's hand found mine again, and her skin was cold and unbearable in its perfection. The light slid over her cheek like water, and in it I saw a reflection of myself as someone I could scarcely recognize, a woman who mattered enough to be altered for. I wanted to take that into my mouth and make it into an answer. My body wanted her in a way that had nothing to do with reason. It wanted the unambiguous closeness of two cold bodies holding each other through a long night. Wanting her felt like admitting a theft. I wanted her without thought for consequence. It was an appetite that terrified me. I had always defined myself by edges, awkward, mortal, grateful in small ways. To cross that line would be to erase what I had always stood on. To refuse would mean leaning into fragility, choosing a life that could be taken away in a dozen ordinary ways. There was no reason to be noble about the fear that lurked under my ribs. I thought, not for the first time, that loving someone immortal is a slow lesson in how desperate you become when the beloved can never age. There is a perverse consolation in that permanence, and part of me trembled toward it. Alice watched me like someone waiting for a verdict she did not have the right to accept, the one I gave her. I realized then that this was not an ultimatum so much as an offering, the blunt, dangerous kind that comes when the other person believes they are saving you. I said I needed time. It was a small stalling, but honest. Even the Cullens, with their measured ages and careful decisions, had to have time to consider. I wanted sleep to press my thoughts into some sort of order. I wanted to hear Charlie laugh and sound real, not something preserved like a recording. I wanted the wolf's distant edge to remain just that, a rumor, a border. I wanted the quiet cruelty of living to stay with me a while longer. Alice's face shifted into something like relief. She closed her hand around mine as though to anchor me, which may have been what she was doing for herself as much as for me, and she smiled again, a small, honest little fracture of light. We did not resolve anything. That was the point. There were futures she could see and those she could not. There were dangers I wanted to deny and dangers I could not. Between us lay a choice that did not feel like a single line but a bruise, circular and aching, that would color everything that followed. I could feel it forming. It would take me time to decide whether I wanted a life that ended in the ordinary ways, slow and human and forever partial, or to accept an eternity that asked me to become other for the sake of safety. Outside, the sky, so often a dull metal sheet over forks, was trying, in a thin way, to peel back and show a blue that had almost forgotten it belonged to anything. A lone sound fractured that fragile attempt at sunlight, a far-off howl, thin and quick, a reminder that the boundaries around our lives were not theoretical. They had teeth and history and loyalties that would not bend. Alice tightened her grip. I felt that like a promise and a threat. I did not know which I would choose. I only knew that the want for her throbbed in me like a pulse I could neither ignore nor satisfy without paying some price. I let the silence hold us, and in that suspended moment the questions multiplied like shadows. My life was a ledger of small, human things. Her offer was an eraser. I loved her enough to consider giving up the sum of myself, and that thought burned like a brand. When I finally rose from the couch, it was because the light had diminished and the house had folded itself back into its normal, careful dusk. The beam that had hollowed Alice into a jewel had retreated, leaving only the memory of color on her skin and the bruise between us. I did not answer. I could not. And yet the absence of an answer was an answer in itself, one that would shape the days to come. I stepped toward the doorway, and Alice's voice followed me, soft, urgent, impossibly small. She said only one thing I could not unhear: "Stay or go, I will wait." It was not a promise to alter fate. It was a vow. It made me want to run and to stay at once. I left the house with rain-damp hair, the memory of cold on my skin and the bright ache of a future that had been opened and left raw. The road home to Charlie was a ribbon of ordinary, human choices, and every step I took felt like leaving something precious on the table between two people who might never be able to agree about what to save. The wolf song followed me, a background note that reminded me there were loyalties that felt as old as the earth. My decision did not exist yet. But the bruise, made by that one beautiful, terrifying offer, would color me until I could finally answer. Chapter 22, Two Fires. Alice's hand on my cheek felt like winter paused in a single breath, cold enough to make me aware of every warm thing inside me. Rain mapped silver veins down the windowpane behind her. The Cullen house held its usual hush, glass, and distance, and 1,000 polite small silences. I had meant to leave, to return to Charlie's small, safe world and the ordinary repair of living, but one look at her stopped the motion like a hinge that had finally learned the right resistance. She smiled the way she did, sudden, as if air had rearranged itself to make space for joy, and the slant of light from the street lamp found the plane of her cheek and scattered. Colors I had no names for blinked there and then were gone, like a soft instrument being plucked and muted. It struck me as impossible, and so I loved her impossibleness in the same instant that fear tightened inside me. Someone human should not be allowed to love this and keep their life whole. We had not promised anything, no vows, no talk of forever. There were things we could not say aloud, there were things the Cullens never said because they themselves were catalogs of restraint. But tonight the restraint broke in the smallest of ways. Alice drew me closer until the heat of me pooled against the iciness of her skin. Her fingertips lingered at my jaw. I felt each breath she did not take. I felt my pulse betray me with animal insistence. Desire was a tide and I was not ready to learn how to swim against it. "You are sure," she said, and the voice was too soft to be a question. It was a ledger being balanced. I wanted to answer with 100 things. I wanted to tell her that I had been sure since the first day the rain followed me here, since I had felt the hum of the Cullens around me and understood without words that danger had a polite face. I wanted to say I had dreamed of cold hands that fit into mine and a future stretched like clean glass. But the truth was a small, scarred thing rolling in my mouth. I wanted her, and I wanted to keep being me. She watched me like someone watching fragile wings. There was an absurdity to how acute her care was. Vampires were not supposed to care like this. Theirs was supposed to be a possession made of stillness and economy. But Alice's vision of me had never been possession. When she had first told me she saw fragments, futures that slipped and changed, I had believed the slipping implied a caprice, that I was a thought she could discard when the light shifted. Tonight she closed whatever distance the uncertainty had made. "I can't see you the way I see most things," she admitted. Her fingers moved, tracing the hollow at my throat where my pulse thudded too loudly. Not in a single clean line. It's shuttered images, echoes. You are there, and then you are not. I was afraid. Afraid I'd lose you from a future because I misread the edges. Her confession landed like a hand on my ribcage. It shouldn't have surprised me. Alice had never pretended to God's certainty, but the fear in her voice was not the predator's arrogance I had imagined in the rumor-filled corners of Forks. It was as naked as mine. To want me at all was a risk she couldn't predict. To ask me to share a life that would outlast my bones felt like a selfish, shining terror. "So you want," the rest of the words failed. To say it plainly would have been to invite the world in. To say the word she did not say yet, the one that bent everything into eternity. She closed the space between our mouths instead. Her lips were cold, and for a moment the world sharpened into a dozen bright edges, the silver glitter of rain, the smoothness of the table, the distance of parked cars beyond the glass house. I forgot how to measure time. Cold pressed along my skin and I wanted to dissolve. When we parted, she rested her forehead against mine, an impossible warmth against her frost. "I want you," she said simply. "Not because I would possess you like a thing, Bella. Because the length of your life, that small, fierce span, it's not something I can reconcile with what I feel. I have been alive too long to believe I should swallow someone into my forever without asking if they wanted the swallowing. But I cannot bear the thought that the only honest thing about me is to watch you burn out in a handful of years." Her hand trembled once. I had never seen her tremble. The Cullens moved with a deliberate, sculpted calm. It was part of their anonymity. Her fear unmade the prettiness of them, and suddenly I understood how savage loving something outside your nature could be. She was asking me not for possession but for a covenant, a shared erasure or a shared immortality, and her vulnerability turned the world cruel and tender at once. I thought of my father, of his easy, blunted love, of the smell of grease and coffee that made our house feel like a careful shore. I thought of ordinary sunsets and the long, slow ache of being alive and imperfect in a small town. I thought of the books I had loved and the reckless safety of mortality, the knowledge that endings mattered because they were true. To trade that for Alice's forever was not merely a step across a threshold, it was a demolition of the architecture of who I was. "I am terrified," I said, which sounded like the smallest of admissions and also like an attempted confession. "I am terrified because I want this. Terrified because I also want to stay myself. I don't know if love is supposed to demand that you die to be loved." She laughed then, a sound like wind through glass, and there was no mockery in it. "I don't want to kill you, Bella." I didn't mean, my denial scattered. Words felt clumsy compared to the immediacy of her touch. "I know that. But, would I be gone? Even if I said yes? Would I be myself in there?" Alice's eyes softened into something older than her face allowed. "I can't promise you will be the same. I can promise the truth of what I feel, that it is not an attempt to own you. I want to be with you not because I am afraid of losing you to time, but because time itself would be a cruelty to what I feel. You deserve more than a life that ends while my mind remembers every one of your breaths." We held each other's faces for a long time. The house around us hummed with the quiet of the Cullens' presence, footsteps in the hall like composed gestures, quiet laughter carrying from the kitchen like the memory of music. It felt like shelter and courtroom both. Their protection was a soft chain, their silence a promise to watch and to judge. "You could live inside me," she said at last, as if laying out a plan. "I won't change you into a shadow. But living with me, living as I do, tastes like an absence of sleep, like losing color in favor of precision. There is a kind of purity to it. There is also a terrible, steady hunger, always the shape of absence where warmth was. I don't know if you would miss the warmth or if you'd find it in different ways." Her honesty was corrosive. It stripped gloss off the idea of being made like them and left the bare mechanic standing, no sleep, eternal clarity, a body that never softened with age but did not feel warmth the way I did. I imagined waking to find my father's hair unchanged by years, my books like dead friends whose pages I could no longer smell. I imagined being at Charlie's table and seeing him leave me a life that had moved on without me. I imagined the wolves, large, inevitable, coiling with righteous hunger, arriving at a boundary and finding me on the other side. The pack's loyalty to the land and to their own law would not bend for me. If I were to step into Alice's world, would widen the circle of consequence until it crushed what I had loved. There was a noise outside, a low, far-off call that could have been wind if I let it, but it wasn't. The pack's presence was like a pressure against the edges of forks, a constant reminder that choices had physical mouths. I felt it in my chest with the same animal pull that tightened when I looked at Alice. The wolves did not understand tenderness. They understood borders. "I don't want you to choose me because I make the world dangerous," Alice said. "I want you to choose me because you could live with me and still be yours in the ways that matter." "How do you know what matters?" I asked. It was a small, hot thing between us. Maybe what matters is the knowledge that things can end. Maybe that's why my life has weight. It hurts to say it, because everything in me wants to be with you. But the idea of losing myself because loving you demands it. She took my face and bent until her forehead rested over mine again. Then we will find another way, she whispered. If there is one. If there is not, you will tell me. No sacrificial sermons. No finalities offered because I think myself noble. I will live with the knowledge that loving you might mean something impossible. It will be my burden to bear, not yours to sacrifice. Her hands spoke in a language that was steadier than her vision, steadying, protective, kind. For a moment, I allowed myself to imagine a compromise, some way to love the way she needed without destroying what was central to me. It felt childish and fragile and desperately necessary. To be loved by her was to have my edges smoothed, to keep myself was to live with a permanent ache of unfulfilled hunger. Do you ever fear you'll fade? I asked. The question came from a deeper place than my fear of mortality. I wanted to know if eternity eroded meaning, if their long scene turned to distance. She hesitated. After a moment the answer came, small as a match. Sometimes I am afraid of outlasting the reason for my days. Sometimes I am afraid that long life will make me cruel by habit. That is part of why you are terrifying. The brevity of you keeps me honest. It was absurd, how easily my fragility became her mirror. I had imagined being the small, quick thing that fed her everlasting light, and instead I found myself offering a balance, a limit, a truth that kept her from dissolving into the quietness of endless appetite. We were two fires, her frost flame that did not burn but consumed by cold, and my ordinary, mortal flame that flickered and died and meant something because of that dying. Outside, a wolf called closer. It was a single, lonely sound that reminded me that the world beyond the glass had its own rules. Inside, the Cullens continued their soft choreography of watchfulness. Between us there was an urgency that was not only hunger or danger but the pressing of two ways of being against one another. I don't know what I want, I said finally. Not in a sentence. Not as some grand sacrifice. I know I love you, and that knowledge is all the more dangerous because it's honest. Loving you makes me want to become something I am not. But loving you also makes me want to be myself enough to matter to you. She smiled, and the refracted light caught her teeth like tiny pains. That's enough for now, she said. We are not forced to choose a destiny like a finished painting. We can live in the space between strokes and see what happens. Her hands were warm now in a way that belonged to possession without owning. The warmth was not heat on her skin, but the steadiness of a promise. For a moment I was content to float in the undecided, to let the rain write small confessions on the glass and to let the wolves howl as if reminding us how thin our safety was. But the world outside was not only rain and promise. The pack's eyes had a geometry, a map of allegiance that would not be satisfied by intimacies kept inside windows. If I chose Alice, I did not choose only her. I chose the shape of consequence that would follow, like a long shadow. If I chose to remain, I would carry her warmth inside me like a secret and the memory would become a kind of exile. The question of whether love demands the obliteration of self hung between us, luminous and terrible. It was not only about forms and rules. It was about whether the core of me, my small domestic miracles, my shrugs and coffees and the plain, honest weather of my life, was negotiable for the kind of fierce, cold devotion Alice offered. She leaned in and kissed me again, slower this time, more like a negotiation. We will be honest, she promised against my mouth. We will test the edges. And if the wolves come, I will stand between you and them. If they bite into what I am, I will bleed for it. Her voice broke and that admission made a chasm that I wanted to leap into. I wanted to jump in to stay. I wanted to fit my small human life into her eternity without erasing its particular knobby edges. I wanted to be loved without surrendering the things that made me Bella Swan, my dad's constant presence, the clumsy comfort of being mortal. I wanted both and nothing in me had learned how to hold such contradiction. In the waiting that followed, silence became a third presence. Even the rain seemed to hush. The house kept its composure. The wolves paced its margins. I touched her hand. It was cold and alive and entirely, devastatingly real. "I will not make you less myself," I said, and shivered, meaning it and not knowing how to make it true. She smiled in a way that looked like forgiveness. "That is all I have ever asked." But forgiveness did not answer the wolves, or the future, or the slow arithmetic of years. It did not tell me whether the person I would become under her features would still be someone who recognized Charlie or remembered the exact shade of a summer sunset in Phoenix. It only promised that if I stayed, would not be owned. And perhaps that was everything I needed to keep me from choosing rashly. A howl rose then, nearer, a clarion note that made the glass tremble like a held breath. The sound was both a warning and a rhythm, the reminder that choices did not remain private in Forks. Whatever I decided would ripple outward. Whatever path we allowed ourselves to take would draw wolves and consequences and a family who kept their own rules. I thought of all the small, stubborn things, the taste of coffee, the ache in my knees when I climbed stairs, the particular way Charlie laughed. I thought of Alice's hands and my pulse and the uncompromising sense of being seen. I thought of the wolves' faithful hunger. There would be time to decide, perhaps, or perhaps only a moment. I could feel the terrible beauty of both options like two heartbeats at once. The question isn't whether love demands destruction. It's whether love can contain you without hollowing you out. Alice lifted her face and the refracted light made her look like a constellation recalibrating. "We can let the future be complicated," she said, and the simplicity of it was deceptive. "For now, stay. Let us be two fires and see whether we burn the same distance." I rested my head against her shoulder and listened to the house breathe. Outside, the wolves were drawing closer, and my heart kept time with the rain. I had never felt more wanted, or more terrified. The decision flickered, undecided, like the last edge of a flame against winter. When the house settled again into its careful silence, I understood that the real choosing would come not with a pronouncement but in 1,000 smaller acts, in how fiercely I guarded my own memories, in whether I would allow myself to change for her without becoming an echo. I did not know which form of courage it would take. I only knew that it would hurt as cleanly as winter air. The rain picked up, and the glass at my back wrote my reflection in bruised gray. Alice's hand lay over mine, cold, steady, waiting, and in the hush the pack's distant call threaded through us like a question. I could feel the world narrowing and widening at once, the house, the road, the tide of the wolves, the small temple of my father's kitchen, and the uncharted map Alice offered. I had loved in fits and starts before, in sheltered, mortal increments. This was different, a demand and an offering braided together. To love her would mean a kind of ending. To refuse might mean living with a hunger I could not soothe. And in the space between those two fires, I sat and tried to learn how to be brave enough to keep both my hands. Chapter 23, When Lines Cross. The grass was slick with rain, glittering under a sky so low it felt like a lid. I stood where the meadow narrowed, and for a second the world held its breath like something waiting to be counted. On my left, the Cullen house crouched among firs, all glass and pale angles. Sunlight that shouldn't be possible broke through a gray seam and struck Alice first, scattering color across her cheek like a secret. On my right, the pack lingered in a long, wet line of dark jackets and colder eyes, their presence a pressure that made my ribs feel too small. I had never been good at being the hinge between two hard things. I had always been the door that swung and squealed under the weight of other people's expectations, and now expectation was arriving in a dozen different voices. Edward's face was the mask he wore when he wanted nothing to be read. Carlyle stood a step behind, steady and larger than he had any right to be in such fragile light, like a man constructed to hold storms away. Esme's mouth was a thin, controlled smile that never quite reached her eyes. Rosalie looked as if she only needed to peel her hands off the railing and the world would fall apart. Jasper had a stillness to him that made you watch him in case he blinked and moved. Emmett leaned against a tree like a mountain tired of standing. He looked bored, which meant he was waiting to be dangerous. Alice caught my gaze for a single span, and there was that peculiar, ridiculous certainty in her expression, an invitation that was also a warning. Across from them, the pack's faces spoke clear languages my lips could not form. Sam's eyes were locks turned toward me and the Cullens both, measuring angles and possibilities. Jacob stood near the back of the line, not forward as always, but close enough that I could see the flush along his jaw where emotion heated him like summer. Leah's jaw was clenched to the point of whiteness. Paul watched with an animal's patience. There was an understanding between them that didn't bother to hide the way they felt about what they were made to defend. The first words were small, like pebbles tossed into deep water. Carlyle's voice reached us first, quiet, even, saying what he always did when diplomacy was required. The pack answered in tones that did not bother with softness. There was no real attempt at conversation at first, only positionings, a pawing at history, a fencing of old wounds. They spoke of boundaries and fear and the things that had been kept below them both like a current. They accused. The Cullens explained. I tried to sit inside both and found my insides shredded into threads that tugged in opposite directions. I had imagined standing between the two forces, if I had ever imagined at all, as a noble thing, as the kind of hard, decisive pivot that heroes in books performed. This was not it. Standing between them felt like being a reed in a stream. Every shift pulled me and I bent until the water swallowed me. My palms were damp on my knees. My throat felt thick, not from the cold but from being made into something other people wanted to fight over. You let her walk around town, Sam said finally. The accusation landed like a stone against Carlyle's carefully composed face. You let your kind cross where wolves live. Carlyle's answer was the same steady tide. He spoke of their rules, of the restraint they practiced, of the care that had been taught and sworn and practiced like prayers. His voice tried to be a bridge, and it was a good bridge, if the river didn't have teeth. And what about when your restraint is not enough? Sam asked. What about when some stranger comes through, hungry, and doesn't see the difference between us and prey? The pack's words were jagged, and I felt the teeth of them in my chest. I imagined, grotesquely, the shape of my skin when a stranger with a taste for us looked at me. I did not dare to imagine more of that. The Cullens' faces held a peculiar kind of horror when the pack spoke that way. My horror mirrored, and yet it was different. Alice's fingers tightened once around mine, cold and unexpectedly real, like stepping into a cool well. Her nails might have iced my skin. I had to remind myself, absurdly, to breathe. Her vision had shown her versions of this future that folded and unfolded. Every move she made seemed chosen from those permutations. She made one more smile, small, soft, an apology, and I wanted to step across the narrow strip of grass and belong to her completely. But the wolves were the earth to my blood. The smell of them, pine and dry fur, rain and something more raw, pushed into me in a way that felt like calling home. The Cullens were the impossible, the beautiful and dangerous thing I wanted to reach for the way you want a sunbeam on a cold day. Each offered me a different way to live or to end. Each pressed against me with demands that were not mine but that cut me nonetheless. I am not property, I heard myself say before I could stop it. It came out softer than I'd intended, but it was a line I needed to draw, not for anybody else but for myself. The silence that followed was not the kind of respectful hush I had hoped for. It was heavy and suspect and full of other people's plans. Humans do not always understand the danger they walk toward, Rosalie said, and there was barely an effort to hide her contempt. You live short lives, why waste them on something that will only take them? There it was, the old argument that never made peace with me. The Cullens' immortality had always lurked like a mirror I was not ready to use. I had never liked looking into it. It made my imperfections enormous, magnified. Rosalie's words felt like a mirror cracked and thrown at my feet. Alice, though, pressed her palm against my arm, that cold shock of contact threading into my nerve straight to a deep wanting I had not yet learned to name without shame. The warmth of the pack and the cold of Alice met on my skin, and the meeting was not conciliatory. It was a wound and an astonishment at once. I loved the way her eyes crinkled when she tried not to show me everything, the way she had offered me her hand the first week I had come into Forks as if she was sharing the most dangerous secret with me. Being wanted by her felt like being given a weapon. You are falling into patterns of fear, Carlyle said, and the reprimand in his tone made Sam bristle. "We do not hunt the people of this town. You know our rules." Sam's reply was not a denial so much as a confession of what he was built to do. "We don't trust it. We watch what doesn't belong. We won't." His hands tightened, his voice warped into the low growl of someone who could not afford indulgence. "We won't let something kill our people." Jacob moved then, slow, but his motion felt like a decision. He did not shove himself forward to attack. Instead, he stepped slightly off the line the pack had held. His eyes found mine, and something private and burning passed between us: regret, accusation, pleading. He wanted to protect me the only way he knew, by folding his body around me and denying me anything that could hurt. I wanted to tell him not to make choices for me. I wanted to tell him everything else, which he would never want to hear. "Then don't let any of them near her without reason," Sam said, and there was an edge of command that wanted to settle this like iron. "We want assurances. We want them to move further away. Assurances. Boundaries." Another river of words. The Cullens exchanged looks, and for a moment I thought the air might catch fire between Edward's expression and Sam's. Edward stepped forward, and though his posture was controlled, everything about him was coiled. He spoke, and his words had nothing like the warmth Carlyle offered. They were the thin, sharp thing you feel when someone takes aim. "She has a life," he said, and his voice shook in a way he would never allow to show internally. "She is not subject to your decisions." The pack stirred at that, and I felt the line between them shift into a taut wire. The idea that I could be spoken for on either side was unbearable. I was not an object to be parceled. I had hands, and a heart that beat like a tiny, traitorous drum. I thought of Charlie's face, the safe, ordinary man whose love had been steady enough to hold me when nothing else did. He made me more myself than any of them had a right to. I thought of Alice, of her cold touch, of the way she seemed to see me as a possibility rather than a fragility. To be wanted by her was to be promised something I had no words for, and those promises are dangerous when given by the immortal. The languages of loyalty around me were not meant to be negotiated like polite conversation. They were ancient and sharp, wolf packs with their blood ties and hierarchies, vampires with their unnatural calm and the rules that sometimes barely kept them from becoming monsters. And in the middle of those two old things, I felt small and fragile and incandescent. "You speak of rules as if they are walls," Alice said suddenly, her voice small and quiet and steely in the same breath. "You speak of loyalty as if it's only the thing that's worn on your shoulders. There are more ways to be bound than the way you brood over your pack marks." Her words were a provocation dressed in gentleness. That was Alice, light and a blade at the same time. I felt the pack's reaction like a wave. They resented her all the more for the way she could weaponize softness. "You will keep her safe," Sam said after a pause that felt like something about to give. There was a resignation threaded through it, a bargain being made not between men but between histories. "Or we will remove the thread ourselves." There it was, the ultimatum. The Cullens had practiced restraint, the pack had practiced protection. Both had reasons, both were right in their own truths. And I, impossibly, sat in a scene where those two truths overlapped and stabbed at one another. I wanted to say that I could decide for myself. I wanted to draw a line and step over it, to choose my side and accept the violence that followed. But the honesty I needed to wield that choice, the courage to say what being wanted by Alice meant to me, had not been grown yet. It was like a seed that had not been nurtured, a small thing that required warmth and danger in equal measure to open. "Then let her decide," I heard myself whisper. Their faces turned to me as if I were the sun and they were planets. The tightness in the air turned into a kind of waiting. You could cut the space between us with the fold of my next breath. I looked at Carlyle first, the man in whose house the world seemed to both pulse and stop. He gave me a look that was not quite parental and not quite predatory. It was too heavy with what he had lost and saved to be anything other than human. Esme's eyes glittered with tears she did not let fall. Edward watched my face as if trying to read a map there. Alice's fingers around mine tightened. "No," Rosalie said, soft but fierce. "You think it's that simple?" The act of choosing, it's a sacrifice. It isn't only for you." Those words landed somewhere inside me and ignited a spark of something ugly and honest: selfishness. The idea that any decision could be mine alone had always been a lie. I belonged to 1,000 things: a father's steady love, a town's rumor, a pack's fury, a vampire's desire. To choose any path meant extraction, of friends, of safety, of the future I had imagined in small, ordinary pieces. The immortality I might step toward with Alice meant the erasure of every small human intimacy I'd ever valued. It would mean losing Charlie's inevitable presence. It would mean a new map where the people I loved might become fragile toys I could not pick up without breaking. And yet, Alice's hand on my arm was light as a bird and heavy as an anchor. In the brief flash of her expression, bright, inscrutable, longing, I saw the future she had been bending in her head, one where I've been translated into a different grammar of life. The thought of what that might feel like, of nights that never end but are full of precise, terrible beauty, was a temptation that had a taste. The idea of never again losing someone to time, of holding someone beyond what death could pry away, sang to the silent places in me. "You will have your assurances," Carlyle said finally, his tone the shape of compromise. "We will be more careful, we will make our distances clear. But you must accept that we are not what you think we are. We mourn, we care, we set laws for ourselves." Sam nodded only once, the kind of concession made by someone who had no room to give but wanted to stop the bleeding. My muscles unclenched in a way that felt like a small death. The pressure around me eased, but only for the time being. Lines had been redrawn, not erased. Loyalties remained, hard as bone. I had been promised nothing more than a pause. Alice's fingers loosened and then slid, not entirely, not ever, and in that movement a decision unmade lay waiting like a sleeping animal. I realized, with a kind of cold clarity, that the real line was not the line of grass between us. It was inside me, a line that could cut me open and turn me into a choice. Someone stepped forward then, not Carlyle or Sam, but a stranger to my heart, one whose presence had always been a soft ache. Jacob's hand brushed the air as if he wanted to pull me out of my own skin. He did not reach for me. He reached for the part of me that was still human. "I'll keep her," he said to Sam, and the announcement was simple and automatic. It was the language of the pack, protective, immediate, without asking permission. "I'll watch." It was not an answer to the covenant, not a solution to the violent geometry of what we all were. But it was a promise, and promises in this world were thin and thick at once. The Cullens looked at him like they were measuring whether he could be trusted not to be a breaker of bones. Alice's eyes found mine, and in them I saw more of that future she had glimpsed, bright, dangerous, and not yet decided. The meadow smelled of wet grass and the iron scent of fear. Both sides took their steps back, and in that breathing space, I felt a shifting inside myself like gear teeth aligning. There was no clarity yet, only a weight that would not lift until I made a choice. I didn't know which way I would turn. I only knew that whatever choice I made would not belong to anyone but me, and the thought of that small, lonely sovereignty both frightened and relieved me. The pack had their laws, the Cullens had theirs. Charlie had his steady, slow life. Alice had a smile that could shatter and a hand that could heal. When Sam called the pack back and Carlyle folded his family into the glass house like a secret closing, I took a breath and felt the world rearrange itself around the place I had left bare. Alice lingered at the edge of the steps and looked at me with something that was not quite fear and not quite desire. Her mouth was a fraction of a smile, and when she stepped down and reached for my hand again, it felt like an answering of a call I had not known I had made. There were lines that had to be kept. There were lines that had to be crossed. And in the space between, my skin, human, fragile, and wildly wanting, thrummed like a string about to snap. Chapter 24, Hunger's Whisper. The smell reached me first, a thread of something old and sharp that slid under the damp curtains of my hair and left the skin at the back of my neck prickling. It was not rain or the cedar in my father's truck or even the faint, comforting human tang of smoke from the high school's boiler room. It was a predator's whisper, not quite sound, not quite scent, but the kind of attention that lingers like heat even when the rest of the world is wet and cold. I was standing under the cantilevered roof of Forks High, the courtyard slick and gray, watching sunlight do its small, insolent thing. The beam had found Alice again, of course. She could not stop sunlight from loving her. The slant of it cut across her face and fractured, the way glass scatters a single point into 1,000 impossible colors. I had learned that color belonged to her the way music belonged to other people, there and wild and a little dangerous. She turned, all of her at once, eyes lit with something like command and invitation, and smiled that small, sudden smile that had nothing domestic about it. It warmed me in ways I had not been taught to expect. Then the other thing moved in the edges of my awareness, patient and circling. It did not need my voice to speak its intent. Hunger says things differently. It tastes like promise and death the same. I have never been good at reading people. I knew with a certainty so clean it frightened me that whatever was circling was not bound by Carlyle's rules or Edward's restraint. Carlyle's rules were a map someone had drawn to keep them to the paths they promised to walk. This thing smelled of someone who tore maps underfoot. I wanted, stupidly, to back away. My feet did not obey. Somewhere in me, in the marrow theft that is desire, I wanted to be noticed. Perhaps that was the cruelest thing about being mortal in Forks. The scent you make is an invitation to forces that do not care about your plans. I had always felt small in the world. Here I felt like bait. Alice saw me seeing it. She always saw before most people could understand that there was anything at all to be seen. Her eyes narrowed in a way I had begun to recognize as focus, a concentration that tightened her face into something fragile and bright. The colored lights on her cheek pulsed like quicksilver. She stepped closer, and the air between us seemed to put on a new gravity. When she reached for my hand, the touch was cold and smooth, and it made the world tilt. Cold should have been rejection. Instead it was an articulation of belonging I had not allowed myself to need. "You shouldn't be here," she said. Her voice was quick and low. She did not read me. That had been our first, awkward miracle. She had seen me in a future that kept shifting the way ink on water shifts, and the not knowing had made her more cautious than the rest of her family. There was a tremor in the way her fingers closed around mine, as if the death of certainty worried her. "You need to go home." Home, Charlie's house, smelled like laundry and the unexciting safety of ordinary mistakes. It was the place where my bruises were cleaned without questions and my small anxieties were pardoned by coffee at midnight. Alice's hand was cold in mine like a dare. I wanted to say I would stay forever. I wanted to tie the idea of staying to something as immutable as the tilt of her fingers. Instead I said, "I can't leave like this." It was not a lie. The presence had moved closer. I could feel the teeth of it through the town, like an animal listening through a shared fence. The roof above us threw the rain in mottled sheets, so every movement had the illusion of anonymity. But anonymity dissolves quickly where hunger is concerned. The Cullens noticed before I did in all the ways that only they could. Jasper's pale profile appeared behind Alice like a shadow within shadow. Emmett filled the space with soundless readiness. Rosalie's posture went hard as granite for a half-beat before she smoothed it into a civility that said she would not be bought. Carlyle came with that patient, surgical calm that had always made the world seem safer. That is his miracle, his small thread of light. Esme's eyes were wet and steady, like someone who has learned to hold hope as a practice. They moved without ceremony into the choreography that kept us whole, subtle shifts in seating, blocked lines of sight, the positioning of a person between warmth and threat. It was intimate work, these preparations, closer than a confession. Edward stood a fraction nearer than protocol demanded, his face a landscape where restraint warred with desire. He did not hide his watchfulness from me. He never had to say that he knew the scent of me would call cruelties, but his presence was its own language, both warning and protection. "What is it?" I asked. My voice sounded thin even to my own ears. The rain swallowed it in a gray mouth. Carlyle did not speak immediately. He examined the town as if it were a patient and he were taking its pulse. "A lone hunter," he said finally, the words clinically flat and all the more frightening for it. "Not one of us. Someone who will not confine themselves to our rules." My stomach did something like fall. The map of Forks rearranged itself. Everything I had been building, a rhythm of days, a fragile acceptance, shifted. Rules were the only thing that made predation tolerable. Without them, danger becomes personal. Alice's hands were cold through the sleeve of my jacket as the family leaned close, their voices dropping to that hush that made you feel like you were the kernel of something huge. They spoke in practicalities, but their manner turned everything tender. Rosalie's instruction when she told me to leave the reflective surfaces covered felt like someone straightening a collar. It was care-handed brusquely. Emmett's attempt at levity to keep the edges of my fear tidy came out wrong and was swallowed by his own tightened shoulders. Jasper's face, which was already the face of battle, haunted me because I understood instinctively that he was thinking of strategy and control the way others think of weather. When they moved me to the car, it was like being wrapped in a net I could not see, safe, and also a reminder of how much my life had suddenly become contingent on other people's restraint. I wanted to ask if I was gray area, emissary or insect, but the questions lodged in my throat. Instead, I let my hand stay in Alice's because gravity makes its claims gently and then all at once. She was twitching in a way I had not yet learned to interpret, not fear, not excitement, but a restless electricity that kept her from standing still. My sight keeps changing, she confessed in a voice too quick to be measured. I see the way you are and the way you are gone and the way everything folds into other things, and then, her breath stalled as if the future had caught on a splinter and refused to come free. This was the other danger, not the one that wore its hunger like camouflage, but the one that could not be read. Alice's visions had always been a gift and a burden. She had told me she had seen me before I ever came to Forks, that she had watched a version of my arrival split into paths and then collapse and then reform. The knowledge that the future was a fragile thing made her tend me with both ferocity and a tenderness that sometimes bordered on panic. That volatility made me adore her and terrified me in equal measure. "It keeps moving," she said. Her fingers dug into mine like an apology. "It's not a single line. Sometimes you are with me and sometimes." She could not find the grammar for losing me and instead concentrated on the present, and the present was my hand in hers, cool and unyielding. The hunter did not have to make itself known to be dangerous. Predators mark territory in the way their presence warps the behavior of others. Dogs at the diner growled a little lower, teenagers stopped slouching, the pack's constant, distant restlessness threaded through the edges of town like a warning bell. The Quileute wolves had their loyalties and their own ways of perceiving threat. They would not ignore a vampire who stepped out of the expected patterns. That was the uncomfortable thing about living between two aversions. Safety for one side often means peril for another. I felt torn in ways that metaphors chewed into something raw. There was the life back at Charlie's, ordinary and undeniably mine, a life that meant nights when I could wake up and be ruggedly, unapologetically human. And there was this possibility of being wrapped into something that did not decay, that did not have the simple, mortal endings my bones were used to. Immortality had a soft, terrible seductiveness. To be wanted by this family, by Alice, whose small hand had somehow rewired my nervous system, felt like being held at the lip of a cliff where every muscle argued both for the leap and away from it. Sacrifices announced themselves in small ways first, the way a laugh becomes a considered thing, the way when you love someone who is not human, you begin to imagine time as a measuring device that must be surrendered. I could already taste the calculus: give up the small laws that made me safe in the world of mortals, or give up the possibility of a forever that glittered like cold glass. Alice watched me as if she could see the argument in my face. She leaned forward and her forehead rested against mine. The contact was improbable, tears in an otherwise seamless reality. Her skin was colder than anything I had known, but her pulse, if it could be called that, made my own heart feel like a soft, private thing pressed into a fist. "We can keep you safe," she whispered. It was not a promise, it was an arrangement offered as if it were a fact. "We will keep the town watching. We will not let him who does not care for rules find you alone." "Why me?" The question cracked like an old plate. I did not ask because I wanted justification. I asked because to understand why was to measure my own worth against a cruelty I had not chosen. Alice's silence was a living thing. Her eyes slid away to somewhere else, to a filament of future she had become unable to pin down. When she spoke again her voice was small and immediate. "Because you are the thing my sight keeps returning to," she said. Because the version of the future where you are safe feels like the one I'm trying to hold. That is not bravery. It is habit. It is wanting. Wanting is a dangerous verb. It charges the quiet air around lovers and predators alike and turns every breath into a negotiation. The Cullens' preparations became a language of wanting translated into acts, food supplies stockpiled, routes and exits reviewed, the hospital bags packed with an economy of things that felt oddly intimate, bandages, sterile instruments, blankets. Carlyle's hands moved with softness and purpose. Esme's usually domestic ministrations felt like the making of armor. I learned things in those hours that belonged to the old world of their survival, how to move when the weather plays tricks with light, which reflective surfaces to avoid, how to answer a door without revealing the shadow behind your posture. The training was practical and intimate. Rosalie taught me how to make my face look ordinary under scrutiny. She adjusted my hair like someone assembling a disguise. Edward taught me how to hold my breath in the precise way that made me a less audible target. His tuition was patient and faintly excruciating because every time he was near my ribs I remembered how strong he was and how little I could do in return. There was an unspoken bargain threading through it all. They would keep me alive if I would let them make me smaller, more maneuverable, less like myself in exchange for safety. The surrender tasted metallic and sweet. I am not good at passivity, not in the way the situation demanded. But for the first time since arriving in Forks, I understood what being desired could feel like beyond the adolescent fantasies of attention. Desire straightened the spine and set the teeth on edge. It made the world narrow and urgent. Night fell like an exhale. The rain had thinned to a mist that made the streetlights halo. The town was quieter, as if it too were waiting for the hunter to make a choice. I sat on the back steps of the Cullen house, wrapped in one of Esme's blankets, and watched the family move inside with the choreographed invisibility of people who love one another so fiercely that it is almost violent. Alice paused at my side, her shadow and mine interlocking, cold against warm. I don't know the end, she said, true in more ways than one. I only know the pull. Sometimes I think the future is pulling me toward you like tide. And if it's wrong? The question I asked tasted like a dare and a plea both. Her hand tightened. The cold spread across my knuckles and along the seam of my palm, and for a moment, for a delicious, impossible fragment, I forgot the map and the rules and the hunger waiting beyond ordinary fences. I forgot even to be afraid of the thing that circled. Then we change it, she said. The words were not a plan. They were not even quite a decision. They were a promise without armor, a frail kind of rebellion. Somewhere beyond the muffled safety of the Cullen house, something moved with a patience that did not belong to our rules. It stepped into one of the town's blind spots and it scented the air the way a hawk scents a field. It had found the edge of our circle and was testing it. I wanted to be brave the way you want to be anything that might make the people you love less anxious. I wanted to pretend that I could be some sort of weapon. I sat very still, my palms inside the wool, feeling the cold of Alice's hand still wrapped around mine and the warmth of Charles's house as a distant promise. The hunter moved closer. Alice's eyes went white with a light I couldn't name. I felt her vision unspool like film and then stop and tear. It showed me a dozen versions of what could be, some where I was safe and smiled, others where I wasn't even a shadow, and none of it settled. She swallowed, and when she looked at me again she looked like someone who had already given up the grammar of certainty and was inventing a new one. We will not make you a martyr, Carlyle said beside us, his voice a cool anchor. We will not fail you. What the family called failure had the weight of ropes. I believed them, not because I wanted to, but because I had nothing else left to do. To be believed by immortality is to be granted a small immortality of trust in return. If the coming night had a taste, it was iron and rain and the slick contentment of something that had finally found its meal. My throat went dry, and the world became the interval between my breath and the next. The hunter's whisper had teeth, the night had teeth, and the reason my chest felt open and raw and terrible was not all fear. It was the recognition that being wanted by cold skin had the power to translate me into something dangerous. It was both a compliment and a wound. Alice leaned in and her mouth brushed my ear, a collision quieter than a secret. Hold on, she murmured, not as an order but as a plea. hold on to me. I did not know if what I was doing was right. I only knew that when she said the words, the unsteady features she saw quivered as if touched by a hand, and the impossible colors on her cheek flared like a warning flare. I let my fingers tighten around hers. The hunter crossed the street. A shadow detached from the rain and moved like a thought. The family leaned forward in unison, a constellation coming together. Every breath in my body felt like an answering to something that had been waiting to be done. The world narrowed to a point of light, and at that point the choices I had been pretending to keep at bay accumulated into an urgent pressure. My life had been a low, steady thing up to this: homework, coffee, the comfortable ache of wanting. Now it pressed at me from all sides with an insistence that was almost holy. The hunter's shadow halted beneath the lamplight. For a moment it seemed to drink the town in, to catalog everything it could devour. Then it looked up and, as if tasting the air, turned in my direction. I felt, in the most primitive part of me, the animal calculus of predator and prey rearranging itself. I did not know how to be anything other than what I was, a single, dangerous human heart that everyone else was trying to protect. Alice squeezed my hand once, and in that small, glacial pressure I heard a world tilt toward an impossible kindness. He lifted his head. The rain made his eyes black as coins. He smiled, and I knew then that he had not come for a quarrel but for a feast. He had come for me. Chapter 25, The Wolf Moon. The moon hung low and fat over La Push, a dull coin hidden under a thin veil of cloud. It made the sea a smear of pewter, a breath held in stone. The air tasted of salt and wet wood and the animal iron that clung to Jacob, his skin warmed by the memory of sun, his bones all heat and too loud presence beside me. We sat on driftwood that smelled like rain and time, our legs nearly touching. The pack fanned out in a wide, deliberate ring behind him, silhouettes against sand and scrub like ink spilled on a gray page. Their breathing was a slow drum in the night, a punctuation to the crash of waves and the small, bright things that felt impossible in forks. No one tried to be invisible. That was the point. They were full of themselves, impossible in their steadiness, and they kept the world in order by flexing into the margins we human beings insisted on crossing. Watching them, I felt both like a trespasser and like something precious that needed guarding. Neither feeling was comfortable. Jacob's shoulder occasionally brushed mine. Each time, an electric ache spread through me, the sort of ache that has weight and gravity and refuses to be ignored. It was warm where Alice was cold. It was immediate and messy, and if I let myself catalog what that meant I would drown in the list of reasons it should be mine and reasons it couldn't. Jacob was quiet tonight. The obvious things, the protectiveness, the anger at other predators, simmered beneath, but there was something else threading through him, softer and more insistent. He would look at me in the way a person looks at a fire that could both warm and burn, a measuring, an imagining. I tried to catch his eyes and find the familiar bronze honesty in them, but they held something like a decision. When Jacob decided something, the world usually followed. That thought made my stomach clench. "You shouldn't be out here," he said finally, voice low enough that even the nearest wolves didn't lean closer. There was the old Jacob in it, sharp, practical. But it sat beside something that made the word mean more than a warning. I let the wet night press its cool breath against my face. The truth of it was simple, unavoidable. I had not belonged in forts for very long and already my life had become a ledger with too many entries that read danger. Alice across from me, her skin a thing that made sunlight behave like a mischievous child, the Cullens with their precise hands and improbable stillness, then the pack, who smelled like the earth and dared to mark it with their bodies. My presence here was a pebble dropped between two tides, and ripples ran toward both shores. "You could go home," Jacob offered, as if that were a balm. His hands were steady on his knees, thumbs rolling in small, anxious circles. "You could stay with Charlie. You could leave all this, us, behind, go somewhere the woods don't know your name." It was an offer dressed up like mercy. I almost laughed at the sweetness of it. Move away. Hide from the protracted and dangerous beauty that had lodged itself like a splinter behind my ribs. Live a life that would be smaller but steadier, home-cooked dinners, control panels of ordinary hours. That path felt safe because it kept the sharp things at a distance I could measure. But safe had a smell I couldn't love, stale tea, the steady tick of seconds that meant nothing more than they existed. Alice had shown me a different smell. Cold metal, and the kind of light that cuts rather than comforts. I wanted both, and wanting both is an anatomy of wrongness. What about the Cullens? I asked instead, because if I admitted how close I was to answering him, I would break. That was what Jacob's gaze was waiting for, the fissure where I would choose. He already knew, in the way people who spend too much time loving you find out about your heart, but hearing the words made them more real. It made the world cohere around a point. Jacob's jaw worked. He'd always been able to wear anger like armor, but tonight the armor didn't fit as cleanly. You know what they'd be, he said. You know what they'd offer. Immortality isn't what it looks like in stories, Bella. It's different. You already saw Alice. It's beautiful and it's dangerous. It would take you away. If you took that, if you let them. I couldn't promise you anything. The pack won't accept it. I wouldn't stand by and watch you. He let the sentence fall into the scrape of the night. Watch me what? Change? Slip away? Die? Jacob knew better than most how those words can be multiple knives. His hands curled into fists at his sides, and for a terrifying second I saw the animal under the skin, the way loyalty changes scales into claws. That image should have frightened me more than it did. Instead I felt a hot steadiness bloom in my chest, the recognition that some part of me, probably the part that loved warmth and the smell of sun, wanted to curl into his heat and stop moving forever. Or you could stay, he finished, the phrase like a dare and a plea braided together. Stay human. Stay with us. Stay in La Push. Be part of something that will keep you safe. Be with me. There was a pause where the world tightened to the sound of my breath. It was not the way I would have imagined him asking. There was no theatrical pressure, no ultimatum with a clock. He did not say that I had to decide now. He simply said the words in a way that left me no room to float. Stay human. Be with me. The grammar of it implied places in which I did not exist anymore if I chose the other path. Part of me wanted to laugh bitterly at the simplicity. Stay. Leave. Choose. As if the heart were a room with two doors and I had been holding the keys all along. But love never behaves in simple grammar. My love for Alice had begun with a slant of light and had curled into something like hunger. It was cold and impossible and felt like sacrifice. It promised eternity and named the price of it in a way I couldn't afford to ignore, my life as I knew it would be over. With Alice, the world would compress into a long, bright line where the rest of people, my father, Jacob, even the blur of human seasons, would be footnotes. You make it sound like leaving is peace, I said, trying not to let my voice catch. But staying, the sentence failed me, not because there was nothing to say but because every word contained a betrayal. Stay would mean choosing the warm, immediate world Jacob offered. Stay would mean choosing mortality and the small certainties that belonged to it. But stay also meant denying the part of me that had brushed cold skin and learned to want it again, all the danger and all the impossible promises wrapped in Alice's smile. Jacob leaned forward, and his face misread me with astonishing tenderness. I don't think either is peace, he admitted. I just think one won't leave you alone. His hands found mine, large and calloused, and the touch was an anchor. He didn't force anything into the shape of a vow, he couldn't. But there it was, an offered life bundled in his grip, loyalty, food for the hunger of being wanted, the kind of protection that keeps things from sliding into harm. He had never been the sort to promise forever and not mean it. That was what terrified me. To refuse him would not be a small cruelty but a change of weather for the man holding my hands. I thought of Alice, her laughter like glass, the way sunlight made 1,000 small prisms run over her cheeks. I thought of the Cullens at the family table, of Edward's impossible steadiness, Carlyle's tired goodwill, Esme's gentle barricade of love. They were a constellation that invited me into a night with no dawn. With them, the horizon would be a line of cold light. Be in love with Alice, and everything else you value becomes something you must choose to let go. Around us the pack shifted, a ripple of gray and muscle and patient thunder. Sam's silhouette was a notch in the line, his posture different, watchful, diplomatic. The wolves smelled of decisions and territorial lines marked in blood older than any of us. Their presence made the cliff of my choice feel more real. They weren't merely a background. They were a jurisdiction. "She isn't human," Jacob said suddenly, voice thin, not to accuse but to note a fact like the weather. "And you know that. And if you stay, if you choose them, then you're choosing a life the pack can't be a part of. We're not allowed. We can't risk what you bring with you into a pack we keep from tearing itself apart." The words landed like stones. I had always known the pack's loyalty could bend into exclusion. Their love was a wall as much as a shelter. Jacob's protectiveness was a blade as much as a laurel wreath. Even then, even with the edges visible, his offer sat there like a promise: choose me and a life still threaded through with mortality, with Charlie at home, with small ordinary things that would be broken up with tenderness but not with eternity. "I don't want to break anyone," I said. I wanted to be honest. Part of being honest was scaring people away. "I don't want to ruin your pack. I don't want to make you choose." "You already make me choose," Jacob said, almost too quietly. "Every minute you stay here, you pull at something that wants to pull back." He swallowed. "I can't," he stopped, and the sentence was entire in its failure. He couldn't promise to stand watch if I ceased to be something he recognized. He couldn't promise that being faithful to his own didn't mean stepping away if I hurt the ones he loved. There it was again, the grammar of impossible choices. It was not a knife with a clean edge. Love had always been like that, split and whole at once. I tried to picture how either option would alter the map I lived on. With Jacob, a life of human seasons where grief had to be carried by bones that would someday fatigue. With Alice, a kind of immortality that required a turning away from the sun and a turning towards something that would change the pattern of my very breath. I did not yet have a language for what loving a vampire felt like. It wasn't just desire, it was identity rearranged. When Alice looked at me, there was a claim there I had not expected, as if the fact of me being human made her hunger more complicated than appetite. She wanted me in a way that said I would have to remap everything I held dear. That was seductive and terrifying in equal measure. The pull of being desired so completely and in such a foreign register, cold skin against my warmth, made me greedy and ashamed. Jacob tightened his hold on my hand, and the gesture was a plea that didn't ask for words. I wanted to tell him that the hope curling in me had the shape of Alice and light and a life that removed the need for the ordinary from ever encroaching again. I wanted to tell him how small and ridiculous that hope made me feel, wanting a thing so impossible it would demand I trade away a life that held my father and the sound of the sink in the morning and the smell of Charlie's cooking. But confession is a dangerous thing. It would burn bridges even to speak it. And sometimes the brave thing to do, sometimes the fair thing, was to keep the truth a small stone and carry it in secret. The wolves' breaths became a chorus. Somewhere in their ring, a juvenile yelp cut sharp and quick, and Sam's head snapped in that direction. For a moment pack life reasserted itself, and the pressure in Jacob's chest made him stand, muscles coiling like spring things. Duty staked its claim over want. He didn't look at me when he moved away, but the heat of him remained. "Don't wander out of the line," he said, as if giving me a curfew. Then, softer, "think about it. Don't let this be a decision you'll regret either way." He left the last thin thread dangling, the one that implied my choosing mattered. It implied he would be here if I built my life around him. It also implied the possibility I'd choose something else and hurt him, and that was a cruelty I had no right to foist on anyone. I watched him move back into the shadows of bodies that were older than mine and younger at once, and the moon slid a fraction. Under its white eye, the sea kept grinding, indifferent to everything but the geometry of tide and sand. Being watched by the pack felt like being measured, like being put in a ledger. I felt my pulse against Jacob's ghost warmth. I felt the cold echo of Alice's skin in my memory and the way light had scattered in impossible rainbows when she had smiled that first strange, gentle smile. Choices couldn't be neat. They never are. But endings are built on choices, and that knowledge thrummed loud in the bones of my wrists. I had been given a narrow map with 2 roads drawn in thick ink, one warm and human, one glittering and endless but foreign. Between them lay 100 small compromises I had not yet counted. Between them lay everything: my father's face at breakfast, Jacob's hand in mine, Alice's cold breath against my ear, the family table with its careful rules. Behind Jacob, the pack settled again, and a long, low hum rose, a wolf song that is less music and more an affirmation. It sounded like belonging and warning rolled into one. I closed my eyes, letting the sea and the wolves and the memory of Alice's light wash through me, trying to stitch together a shape I could stand in. The moon watched without comment. The ocean made no promises. The choices Jacob offered didn't fit the shape of the hope that had taken root inside me. That was the cruelty, the part that felt like being pulled in 2 directions at once until the seams of me might split. I felt, with the clarity of hunger, that at some point I would have to decide not just for myself but for the lives that orbited me. And when I opened my eyes, the pack's ring looked like the world itself, ordered, deliberate, and waiting for someone, me, to step inside or away. Chapter 26, A Hand on Glass. Rain had thinned to a fine, silver dust that morning, the kind that made Forks feel like a place holding its breath. I had stepped out onto the Cullen lawn because staying inside would have been like listening to my own pulse on repeat, unbearable and intimate and very, very human. They were distant laughter and glass, and I wanted the raw of the world, the wet smell of earth and the truth of my feet on it. Alice was waiting beneath the low limbs of a fir, her silhouette a small surprising shape against the muted house. The light caught her at an angle, as if the sun itself had been coaxed into slanting just for her. It splintered across her skin into impossible colors, a confession of something not quite mortal. She looked at me and did that quick, startled smile that made my throat tighten. She moved toward me without words, as she always did, sudden and certain. We had been keeping our little illicit geography, borrowed glances traded in hallways, small civilities turned private languages, and it had become the axis of my days. There was more to it now, a gravity I felt in every breath. I wanted to reach for her as if my fingers could anchor me to a future that felt new and wrong and utterly necessary. Something shifted at the edge of hearing, a low sound that vibrated in my bones. The air changed, it thickened. The Cullens tensed like a constellation tightening. The world narrowed to the sound of something ancient and animal and very close. I had seen wolves before, once, across a beach of coarse sand and wind. It was a memory I had carried with me and folded into the quiet places, impressions of movement, of a presence both beautiful and indifferent. I did not understand the way their nearness made the earth itself seem to remember how to be alive. They were at the line of trees, shapes like ink blunted by rain, and something in me slid into a place of primitive fear that had nothing to do with vampires or glamour and everything to do with being prey. A scent arrived then, thick and raw, musk, wet fur, the iron of lungs working too fast. Even with my human senses they felt enormous and final. For a second, everyone was a statue. The family haloed around us, silent and taut. Their watchfulness was a woven thing, subtle and total, a net that could be trusted and resented in equal measure. But it was Alice I looked at. For a long while, she had been light, small gestures that saved me like pennies in a jar. She had always been abrupt, like a page turned too quickly, but she had never looked like this before, an animal poised to strike for reasons she could not name. One of the wolves stepped forward. It was young, I thought, not by any careful measurement but by a certain reckless curiosity in its posture, and it had the audacity of youth. It moved with an easy power and stopped a mere breath away from where I stood, like it was testing an invisible barrier. It cocked its head, and the world tilted. The wolf's nostrils flared. It smelled me, my humanness, and my heart opened and bared itself in a way I had tried to keep private. Its eyes locked on me with a softness that was not kind. It was aware of the Cullens. It knew we were not of the world that fed it. That knowledge thrummed between us, as alive and dangerous as lightning. Alice moved before thought finished making a plan. The motion was like a crack of light through cloud. She stepped between me and the wolf with a speed that stole the breath from my body, and in that instant she was no longer the tiny, bright shape I had folded my days around. She was a thing more elemental, a slash of pale interrupted by the color the sun threw across her cheek, a presence that snapped the air into sharp edges. She placed both hands on the wolf's muzzle and there was a sound, not a growl and not a human cry but something closer to a breaking wind. The wolf flinched, retreated ever so slightly, and the muscles at the sides of Alice's jaw jumped. Her hands were impossibly cool against the heat of the animal. When I saw the tendons work in them, something gut level and raw told me she didn't need to be holding that wolf back. She could have unmade it without a thought. That realization was a white-hot thing behind my eyes. The family had rules, their restraint was the scaffolding that held whatever normalcy they shared in place. Alice's hands tightened. My sense of time folded in on itself. For a second the scene was suspended, a young wolf, a human girl with bad timing and worse luck, and a vampire who had just announced by motion what her eyes had long kept polite. And then Alice did something I had not anticipated. Her shoulders bowed with an uncontainable weight, and she made a noise that was, impossibly, vulnerability. Vampires did not look away from themselves with shame. They did not falter with human embarrassment. They were all edges and unblinking decisions. But there was a fracture that ran through Alice in that moment and it split her composure apart. She slid her hands from the wolf's muzzle and folded them over each other at her waist as if to hide something. When she looked at me, the light in her eyes was no longer candor but something like apology. It was the first time she had not been everything she usually promised to be, quick, clear, unassailable. The soft, abrupt glamour was gone. There was nothing to hide beneath except a rawness that matched the wet of the morning. I wanted to tell her to stand away, to be careful, to let the grown-up pack sort their blood and boundaries without bringing me into it. But words would have been clumsy scaffolding here. Instead I reached for the small dare that had been mine to offer from the first, my hand. Her fingers closed around mine. Her skin was as cold as any winter lake, and in the cold there was an immediacy that felt like being found and condemned all at once. She did not crush, she did not soothe. She held me like a person holding a fragile thing, aware that the closer she came the more she could do damage without meaning to. A truth unspooled in slow rinses through my head. Loving her was not a soft thing. Loving Alice meant being an item of value in a world that would either protect or destroy me for what I was. It meant being a hinge. If she could move like that to keep me safe, she could move like that to keep me inside an immovable plan. Protection here was a blade with two edges, the comfort of being guarded and the claustrophobia of being caged. Her fingers tightened, not in danger, but in a cruelly clarifying way. It was a squeeze that said I will hold you close even if I do not have the right to choose for you. It said, I will decide what must be done to keep you safe. It said, I can take everything from you and make it mine under the name of care. The wolf backed into the trees, and the tension around us began to bleed out like color in rainwater. The families separated the way they always did after a moment of risk, statues returning to their roles, the quiet of their control wrapping the edges of things. They spoke little, their movements economical. They repaired the line between what was allowed and what wasn't with gestures rather than words. Alice did not let go right away. Her fingers stayed around mine, and in them I felt an invitation and a warning folded into one small, cold pressure. She would be my warmth and my danger. Where she was fierce she was also unsoft, and where she was unsoft she was terrifyingly honest. Her love would not be gentle out of fear, it would be bearing, a force that would demand I be more than I thought I could be, or nothing at all. I had always prided myself on seeing myself clearly. I could catalog my awkwardness, my failings, the small, stubborn lump of who I was and find reasons to accept it. But looking at her holding my hand like that, I realized how little I had understood my appetite. I wanted her not in some pale theoretical way but with the kinds of hunger that made morality a less immediate concern. The thought of being the thing she dropped everything for was dizzying and nearly indecent. There was a cheap stone of fear at the base of my throat. What if the price of being loved by her was a life I could not live? What if loving her required that I become a thing that ate winter and daylight, a decision that would be irrevocable and selfish and monstrous to the people who had kept me human for so long? Charlie's gruff, suffocating love. My father's meals and his honest, uncomplicated rules. The ordinary ways a heart is wrapped in the world. Alice saw something change inside me the way only eyes that had seen futures could. She leaned her head toward me, suddenly smaller in the heavy way people become when they make a choice and cannot undo it. I felt the words behind her gaze, her uncertainty. She had always claimed certainty through movement, an arrival before the rest of us knew we were late, but now I saw the other face of her gift, visions that could not be pinned down, futures that flickered and betrayed her. She did not speak. But she moved her thumb across the back of my hand, a small scouring trace that made my skin shiver. It was a gesture of apology and possession and a promise all at once. I thought of how many futures she had watched rearrange themselves around me and how many of them had frightened her. She had been used to steering the light. Now she was following it, and that was a surrender. The terrifying part was that I would have gone where she led me just to see what it felt like to be held like that, to be defended with force that did not ask my permission. There was a reckless part of me that equated danger with being worthy. If she would tear the world to keep me safe, perhaps I would be worth saving. It was a shallow, selfish sort of logic, but it was honest. I would have stepped into the path of the wolves for her. She noticed the quick rawness that flickered over my face. Her mouth softened, an expression I had learned to trust. It was not a grin, it was not the sharp bright thing that had first hooked me. It was an offering of a different currency, a hand extended not to lead but to steady. She let me lean into that steadiness like a child and then, in something that felt like the most adult thing she had done, she moved backward. It was not a retreat. It was a decision. She released my hand and took a step away as if to give me room to breathe, to make my choice without the pressure of her presence. The pack watched, then melted back into the edges of the trees, and the house settled into a hush that felt like recovery. I stood there dripping in rain and choices and the memory of cold hands that could keep me alive. The future she could not hold as a constant was still being hammered into shape, sometimes by her predictions, sometimes by her inability to stay composed when the stakes were suddenly close to me. She had the kind of strength that could be wielded with brutal tenderness. It was what made her dangerous, and what made her love so inevitable. I turned toward the house with wet thoughts fusing into one persistent idea. To be with her would mean a different life in which safety and harm lived on the same spectrum. It would mean I would be protected in ways that required me to lose my autonomy. It would mean immortality, of course, but not as a gift. As an edited version of myself, chosen from me by the person who loved me enough to cut the world into pieces for my sake. Alice followed silently, her steps light and precise. When she reached the threshold of the porch, she stopped and looked back. There was a question in her face I had not been prepared to answer then, not in words but in the small lift of her chin. I held my answer like a secret I wasn't ready to confess. It was not that I did not know what I wanted, it was that I didn't know which one I would be willing to lose everything for. The rain kept falling, creating a sound like the slow ticking of a clock. My life had always felt compressed into the steady, reliable rhythm of human days. Standing in the doorway of a family that lived in glass, I suddenly understood the scale of the bargain. To step into their world would be to give up the small, human things that bound me to the man who raised me and the town that had taught me how to be ordinary. Alice's voice, when she finally allowed it out of that quiet place where it lived, was not triumphant or self-assured. It was small, fragile as the morning light that found us. She moved back to me then, and for the first time I saw not only the person who wanted to protect me but the one who feared losing me to the very thing that made her most herself. The way she looked at my hand, at the place where our fingers had been joined, said more than any vow. Her strength was her armor and her threat. It was the very thing positioned to hurt me in the name of saving me. I touched my face, where her fingertips had been, and felt the coolness linger. The memory of that pressure settled into me the way a bruise does. It would darken in her mind and finally become part of the same skin that had always been mine. She stepped closer enough that I could taste the air around her, and there, where the house's glass met the garden's wet green, she reached out and let her hand rest, very gently, on my cheek. It was a small, intimate thing and monstrously dangerous, and in that touch I understood the shape of what was coming. Her skin was cold enough to steal my breath, and inside that hush I felt both a fierce promise and a warning. My whole life had led me to this thin brightness, and I knew now that whatever choice I made would not be about avoiding pain. It would be about which pain I could live with, and which I would let break me. I wanted her with a hunger that surprised me. I also wanted the simple, flawed, human life I had been living, the kind where mistakes had consequences, but also where forgiveness was a wet, ordinary thing. Loving her would mean remaking myself in the image of her devotion. It would mean surrendering the safety that came with silence and small-town predictability. She smiled then, small and almost apologetic, as if she recognized the strain in me and found it both heartbreaking and unbearably necessary. Her fingertip drew a cold line along my jaw, and the touch was a map of futures I had not yet decided to follow. When she pulled her hand away, the world felt as if it had shifted on a hinge. The porch light threw long slanting shadows across the lawn, and I realized I stood at the edge of two very different nights. I had always thought the hardest choices would be the ones that altered my life outwardly. Standing there with rain on my hair and cold broodings in my chest, I understood the truth. The most difficult decision would be the one that changed me from the inside. I did not yet know how to choose between a life of mortal stumbles and one of impossible constancy. All I knew was that she had placed her hand on me, and that the warmth I felt in my chest was not simple at all. It was hunger, and hope, and danger folded tight. It was the taste of a future that had not yet decided whether it would be sanctuary or weapon. I had to decide. The world waited like a held breath, and in the small corridor between two heartbeats I felt the beginning of the fracture and the pull towards something that would either save me or unmake me. She watched me as if she already knew the answers that haunted me. Her fingers had been ice, her will was fire. I realized then that loving her would mean being loved by something that could both heal and break me, and that was a kind of beauty I was oddly, devastatingly willing to test. Chapter 27: Collateral Consequences. The rain had been steady enough to make the glass of the Cullen house into a sheet of moving silver. Water slid down like time, and in that wet, drawn-out mirror I kept seeing the same impossible thing, a slant of light, an angle sharp enough to carve color out of pallor. It returned to me like a refrain I could not forget, the first quick, clean proof that the rumor I had lived under like dust was not rumor at all. That beam had found Alice and bent into her face, and for the first time the world folded into two, the safe, ordinary half I had carried all my life, and the other half where skin could be a prism and smiles could be knives. I had been told, in softer tones than the wind outside, that things could happen here that would never happen anywhere else. I had believed it like a wish. After the skirmish in the woods, after the trees that had been so stubbornly still for years had been shredded with teeth and fury, I understood how small the difference between rumor and ruin really was. A snapped limb, a trail of blood damp against the leaves, a witness who saw a shape where a person should be, those were the kinds of accidents that built exposure out of moments. Exposure did not come roaring. It came small and precise like rain. They gathered in the living room as if the house could be made into a courtroom where fate might be cross-examined. The arrangement of people was a map of restraint, Carlyle at the head of decisions, steady and exasperatingly compassionate, Esme pressing comfort into the corners like she always did, smoothing the edges of what could not be smoothed, Edward with that careful, faraway look that made me want to be braver and smaller at once, Jasper quieter than ever, the weight of otherness defending him from saying the wrong thing. Rosalie sat like a fault line, all polished angles and barely concealed disdain, and Emmett's silence was a drum. Alice was the only bright thing in the room, small and abrupt as a match struck indoors, her hands folded as if that could stop the future from lurching. They were debating me. The discovery had not been violent in the conventional sense. No human bodies had been left to testify against them, yet the wolves had not left the forest with no proof of their anger. The Quillid presence had tightened, become a visible thing at the borders of town. Something had been left on the edge of La Push, stones arranged with predatory care, a demonstration more than a threat. It had been enough. I listened while they spoke of contingencies, and the words tasted like cold metal in my mouth. Relocation. Secrecy tightened further, fewer exposures. Containment, in the form of limits on who I saw and when I was seen. A more extreme word came up with the hush of an animal in the trees, irreversible measures. It was not a word meant to be said lightly. It was not a word I wanted to hear, but it was the only one that made the pack's pressure make sense in their mouths. I felt myself flinch at the way their plans were structured. I had never wanted my life to be a negotiation table where several immortals moved pieces around me like I was a problem to be solved. But there I was, essential and expendable in the same breath, territorial currency to be spent in order to keep both sides at bay. They pitted me in their own strange voices, with concern that folded into calculus. Her presence is dangerous. Her presence is tempting. Her presence will force a choice. They argued philosophy, Carlyle about consent and the sanctity of human life, Edward about protection and the terror of losing me to a decision made from fear, Rosalie about instincts she refused to admit were soft. Jasper and Alice exchanged looks that said more than newsprint. Each sentence that met my ears felt like a hand measuring my pulse. Alice watched me, and there was a quiet grief in her that I had not learned to read until then. She had not read my thoughts. That fact had been a kind of cruel mercy and a further wound all at once. She had told me more than once, in the small space where our hands had met, that her visions kept folding around me. She saw me like wind-blown leaves that one could not pin down, one future where I avoided this dilemma entirely, another where my choices cleaved the pack and the Cullens in ways none of us could bear. She had seen us together and apart, and each image had shimmered away when someone walked too close to it. She had seen me arrive on that gray morning and had seen possible ends, but never a clear one. The uncertainty made her hurried sometimes, as if she was trying to stitch together possible outcomes before they frayed. I wanted to tell them I had thought 1,000 different versions of the same thing already, that I could leave Forks, that I could go back to Charlie's uncomplicated house and the mundane grief of scraped knees and broken dishwashers, that I could live the ordinary life of someone who would never be myth. I wanted to say I knew the taste of both choices, how the idea of immortality felt like honey that would eventually be cyanide if it came at the wrong time, and how being mortal felt like sanding my edges away with every breath. But the Cullens needed analysis, and in their minds analysis required options out loud. Move, Emmett suggested bluntly at one point, as if movement alone could dissolve danger. Get as far from here as we can, somewhere with less attention. I'm not a thing to be relocated, I thought, because indignation is better armor than silence sometimes. The rooms of my life were not things to be unpacked and set down somewhere new. The idea of being packed away, of being hidden like contraband, brought a sourness to my chest that had nothing to do with fear of death. We can't simply displace her, Rosalie said with the kind of sharp practicality that hurt because it was meant to protect me from their own vulnerabilities. There are attachments here, Charlie. Charlie. Mentioning him put glass in my chest. He was no actor in their play, and yet my leaving would be a theft, a lancing of the steady man who loved me without questions. My mortality had a gravity that included others. Turning and leaving would not be a personal choice alone. It would be a small explosion in other people's lives. Alice reached for me then, the gesture so automatic that I surprised myself by letting my fingers find her cold, small hand. It felt impossible and essential, the way cold could be balanced with a heat that had nothing to do with blood. Her skin was a truth I had already tasted, beautiful, dangerous, and honest about what it was. She smiled at me with the private light she reserved for my presence, and in that expression I saw apology and defiance braided together. She had been in the room when they debated irreversible measures. She had been the only one whose eyes went straight to mine and kept going. No one else addressed the ethical spine of that word the way she did. Her silence was language. Turning is not a thing you can give or take lightly. The eternity of someone else will warp your life into something theirs. It would be the most intimate selfishness and the most terrible kindness at once. I wanted to be chosen. I also wanted to keep the right to choose. We need to know what the pack will do, Carlyle said finally, voice low and steady. We can continue to work on containment, on a protocol for minimizing contact. But their actions indicate they're prepared to make a statement that could unmake what anonymity we still have. There it was, the pack. The wolves had made their pressure plain and unignorable. The boundary lines had been redrawn and were now being painted with a patience that felt like a countdown. They did not strike with the impulsive viciousness of predators drunk on blood. There was a deliberateness to them, a territorial diplomacy built from centuries of position. They could have come to kill, they came instead to warn, to brand the edges of their anger so that we would read it. The stones on the edge of La Push were not the violent gesture of a pack that had accepted a truce. They were, to us, a promise: choose. I left the meeting with the taste of decisions in my mouth and went out into the rain because staying indoors felt like being kept in a jar, viewed and negotiated over. The house was a museum of sorts: modern lines, cold glass, and a warmth that did not belong to weather. The garden was a shadowed place that evening, and when I stepped onto the lawn the world felt enormous and small all at once, like a held breath. The sky was a quilt of gray and knife-edge light. In the distance, beyond the trees, I thought I heard a sound that ran along the marrow, like distant paws on damp earth, chords of animal anger. The pack's perimeter had tightened in a way that vibratingly spelled out consequences. The demonstration had been elegant and terrifyingly precise. Their ultimatum had not been shouted, it had been arranged and left to be found. It would not be their habit to negotiate. They would present terms that were not open to charm. The wolves were a law, not a suggestion. I wanted to be brave. I wanted to state, with a rhetorical flourish, that I would not be forced into a life by threats, whether of packs or vampires. I wanted to own my agency like a weapon. But bravery felt performative when the consequences of my choices would ripple across other people's lives. If I left, Charlie would have to explain my absence. If I stayed and chose the Cullens, I would be stolen from my own timeline, granted a new one in which things like age and pain would be rewritten. If I refused both, would the wolves still leave me to rot between two immovable hearts? That night, when I was supposed to leave, Alice came to my window. She moved with the urgency of someone who knew the price of delay. She was every small fact I had learned to love and fear: lithe, decisive, luminous. Her eyes held a question and a plea that needed no translation: come with me. Stay with me. Choose me over everything that might claim you otherwise. Her hand found mine beneath the glass, and the contact was cold and alive. She did not need to say anything because the rest of the house was talking for both of us. The Cullens were busy weighing my life against possible futures. The pack had set a deadline in place and did not excel in mercy. I was left between them like a thread they could pull to make their patterns. I thought of being turned and what that would mean to me. Immortality felt like a sheet of glass I could stand behind, untouchable and perfect. It would be a removal from the human coil of small, dull pains, the scraping of knees, the ache for a father's laugh. It would also be a removal from Charlie's steady constancy, from the knowledge that my life, though brief, was anchored by him. The sacrifice was not only mine. It was, as Alice had said in her rare human-seeming ways, a thing shared by the people who loved me. Choosing mortality did not look like cowardice in my eyes anymore. It looked like fidelity. "Do you want me to go?" I asked her, voice a small tremor to the raw sky. She smiled, the part of her that had been so quick and bright since the first time I saw her, but it was a practiced smile by then, curving to cover something deeper. "I want you," she said, and in that two-syllable sentence was every dangerous, reckless thing I had been thirsting for since she first reached for my hand. The ultimatum did not yield to romance. It only carved time into segments: decide, and quickly. The wolves circled with patient teeth, the Cullens weighed ethics like scales. I stood inside a world that had never truly had me in it before, at last the fulcrum of something neither of them really wanted to be responsible for. I could feel myself beginning to tear at the edges, hungry for what I could not have without breaking pieces of what I already had. I thought of Alice's skin refracting light, how ordinary day had become a memory of color and heatless touch. I thought of Charlie, of the way he would look at me if I told him that I had chosen a life beyond his reach. I thought of the wolves, patient and precise in their warning, and of the Cullens who loved me with the fierce, measured caution of people who had been alive for too long. There was an ultimatum in every sense: theirs to me, mine to myself. The world forced me into the center of an argument I had not asked to moderate. It had become clear that this would not be like other forks in roadways. No elegant middle path existed here. Either my life would continue in fragile, mortal lines, or it would be cut and reframed into a glassy, immortal sculpture that would never know the weight of Charlie's hand on a bad day. I went upstairs and pressed my palm to the cold glass and watched rain make 1,000 tiny exits, each one refracting the streetlight into something concluded. The choices all lay in light, some slants enlarged, some obliterated. Behind me, the house was full of voices and plans and a tenderness that had the edges of imprisonment. Outside, the world tightened like a muscle, ready to spring. Alice sat beside me on the sill without asking. Her head leaned against my shoulder as if she belonged there, as if she had not already learned the shape of my spine. I let her, foolish and grateful both. Her presence was the closest thing to home I had felt in Forks that was not Charlie's porch light. "Whatever you decide," she whispered, and the word was not an ultimatum. Her voice never claimed me that way, but a plea. "I will follow you. If you choose." She stopped. The sentence had as many endings as her visions. I thought of how love demanded sacrifice in different currencies. Choosing a life with her would cost me the mundane certainties of being just one person among many. Choosing to stay human would cost me the possibility of never leaving smallness behind. The Cullens debated as if they could engineer what my answer should be. The pack circled as if to make sure I knew there were consequences to every kind of bravery. I held Alice's hand until the rain slowed and the night thickened. There was no neat solution, only the slow contraction before a decision. I could feel my life tilting, the world compressing into a single point where I would have to let go of something vital. They had given me a timeline without saying the words, and I felt like I was losing the time I had been given to be human. My skin prickled with the knowledge that the wolves counted in days and the Cullens in eternity. Both measures felt cruelly precise. I had to choose before the wolves did. I had to choose before the Cullens decided for me. I had to choose before I became the collateral of someone else's safety. And I did not know how to be brave enough to make a choice that could break so many people who were already fragile in their own, immortal ways. Chapter 28, The Lure of Forever. The rain had settled into a slow, patient percussion against the windows, the sort of steady gray that makes the world feel gentle and inevitable. Inside the Cullen house the light was a question, thin and particular, finding angles that the rain could not touch. It slanted across Alice's face and scattered into pieces I had no names for. They played there like color from a prism, small galaxies that belonged to somebody else entirely. For a second the room stopped being a room and became only that beam and Alice. Her skin took the light and divided it, not simply reflecting but rearranging it, making something delicate and impossible out of a single stray sunstripe. She looked like a photograph come alive, flat and then sharp in a way that unraveled my sense of what was natural. She was small, as always, every movement measured as if she had rehearsed it in the mirror of some other life. When she turned the small abruptness of her smile at me, I felt the old rumor click into place, a dangerous, lucid truth I had been running from until now. "You hurt?" she asked, and her voice was light that had been cut and set into syllables, precise, without excess. Her words sounded like promises because she said them the way one might say a fact, clear, inevitable. I could have lied. I had lied to myself for months, telling myself my body was no different than before, that nausea and vertigo were fatigue and an overactive imagination. Instead, I let the little confession slip out, a surrender to the obvious, sometimes. Alice's fingers found my wrist then. They were cool in a way that made my skin feel too warm, as if my flesh had lost its own definition beside hers. She closed her hand around my pulse and kept it there, as if requiring a second anchor to the human world. The warmth of my blood under her fingers was a thing she could not and would not want, yet her eyes did not look away from the tiny signs of life I carried. That made me feel more naked than any weather-beaten confession I had ever made. "You could stop being small," she said. No flourish. No romance. It was the kind of sentence that rearranged the furniture of my life in the space of a breath. She spoke of it like an experiment whose variables were already resolved: eternity, absence of hunger for what we know as hunger, a presence that would not crack under years. The way she said it made me imagine the word without its edges, smooth like a stone. It hummed in the air, a low vibration. You could stop being small. I laughed then, softly, not because it was funny but because the idea arrived like a hand slipping between two people and calling them by some name they had never owned. "Stop being small," I repeated. The sentence felt wrong in my mouth, loaded with everything I had been taught to keep. Alice's smile softened, and for the first time there was something nearly tender in it, an expression that belonged to someone who had seen too many endings and did not flinch at their outline. "Small is not a fault," she said. "It is a history." Her hands never left my wrist. The pressure was gentle, as if she were choosing to hold me rather than as if she might need to restrain me. She spoke then of forever and precise, crystalline phrases that refused poetry, and because of that they wounded deeper. "There are things you would never learn as a mortal," she said. "There are evenings that are not merely long, they are endless. There are friendships that do not dissolve into misunderstanding. There is pain, yes, sharp as winter, but there is also the unwearied patience to wait for the world to be as you need it." I imagined it. I imagined an afternoon stretched so wide it could be walked from and back again. I imagined an aching that never blistered into regret, because the life that caused it could be repaired with time rather than merely remembered. I pictured Alice's steady face in every conceivable light and felt, viscerally, the soft drag of wanting to be the person who could stand beside her without limits. "You would not be alone," she added, and the family around her was implied in that small sentence, the silent constellation of the Cullens, the order of them like breath that never required apology. For a moment I saw the table where they ate, the quiet compliance of their bodies to a rhythm that was not mine. The comfort of that community shimmered like a promise. It looked like a place I could finally be neither wrong nor too much. Exhaustion wrapped around me then. It was not only physical, it was all the small foreseeable violences of living, the endless string of ordinary days that accumulate into a life that can be skinned by illness or accident without warning, the heavy ledger of guilt and grief with only a human lifetime to balance it. The fear that if I continued to remain what I was, would someday become nothing more than the memory of someone else. Alice's words fell into that weariness like a balm. The offer was not coercive, it required my consent. That made it worse because consent implies choice, and I was tired of choosing the limited, the risky, the mortal. I was tired of living in a town that made monsters a half-joke, of being the center of whispered explanations I could not fully pronounce. I was tired of feeling like a mistake that everyone tolerated because they loved me. "You could be safe," Alice said. She said it as any good dealer of absolutes would, soft and honest. "Not safe from consequence. There are always consequences, but safe from the sudden cruelty of chance. You would not have to learn what it is to lose someone as slowly as time allows. You would not have to watch them become dust." It sounded merciful. It sounded like an end to the particular, relentless fear that had gnawed at me since I had felt the first strange pull toward the Cullens, since I had understood hunger could be moral in other shapes. It sounded like permission to stop being the quiet, apologetic center of a human map that had edges and borders and enemies. I knew the shape of the bargain. There was always the bite, the washing away of years, the rupture of everything I had built with the flesh and calluses of my life. I knew what it would mean to relinquish the texture of being human, the calloused patches on my palms from dishwashing, the way Charlie would sound on the phone, the smell of my mother's perfume on an old sweater, the way my friends laughed when we were small and reckless in a language only we understood. I knew, too, the impossible way my body felt now, alive and fragile, a thing that could be lost in an afternoon. Alice watched me as if she counted the seconds like stones to be placed in a line. "I have seen you in some versions," she said quietly. "In some of them you are not afraid. You are different than you are now." Her certainty was not absolute, it trembled in that admission. "But futures shift. I can tell you only what I think, not what must be." Her humility broke something open in me. For all her precognition, she could not promise my shape in her life. She had not read my mind. She had only seen possibilities that slid like glass across a basin, refusing to settle. The lack of certainty was both terrifying and oddly merciful. To be asked rather than told felt like being given a difficult kindness. I thought of Charlie in his kitchen, the familiar clatter of coffee cups, the patient scrape of keys as he always seemed to be assembling some small ritual that declared another day. I thought of the way my mother called to ask whether I had eaten, as if feeding me were an extension of her presence. I thought of my friends and their ridiculous jokes that were only ever funny because we had been foolish together. Those were tiny and ridiculous things and enormous at once, the kind of roots that habit grows into a person. I closed my eyes and tried to imagine a life extended beyond the neat division of human time, a film reel that did not wear thin. The image wanted to be seductive. There was Alice, silent and crystalline at my side through the slow, accumulating centuries. There was the sense that pain would be reorganized into a different architecture, not less, but more manageable, catalogued and held rather than thrown. I felt my throat close around the word immortality. It sounded both like a promise and an erasure. I had always defined myself by the smallness, my ordinary nature, the way I could be bent and broken and still be made whole in ordinary, human ways. To surrender that was to abandon the very things that taught me my worth. And yet the lure of not losing anyone, not being subject to a life that could end in a single unremembered moment, reached into me with a tenderness I could not easily refuse. Alice's hand tightened minutely, a question disguised as touch. "You do not have to decide now," she said. "Decisions made in fear are never faithful. Decide from what you want, not from what you dread." The contradiction of that advice was clean and sharp. What did I want, beneath the fear that had been like a second skin for months? Did I want the safety of endless time or the battered, luminous truth of a life with endings? The thought of growing old with Alice was foreign and unnatural in a way that made my chest ache. The thought of living without her, knowing the shape of her fingers in mine and the knowledge that time could yet steal her away, some part of me shattered at that possibility. I touched her cheek then, on a reflex that belonged to small comforts. Her skin was cool and scattered light in a way that made my fingers feel absurdly warm. It was possible, in that contact, to believe either future, that I could be remade into something steady and unending, or that I could keep my fragile little life and watch everything I loved realign around absence. When I left the room, the rain had not stopped. Alice's silhouette lingered in the doorway like a painting whose colors were still wet. Behind me the family's subdued order hummed, soft footsteps, the clink of a glass. The house felt like a shelter and a museum at the same time. Everything was arranged carefully so nothing would startle into disorder. I walked through it a foreigner in my own body, one foot in yearning and the other on the familiar floorboards of my human life. I slept badly that night, if at all. Dream visions, I wasn't sure whether they were my fears or Alice's inadvertent echoes, tangled me in long loops where I saw myself in her world and not in it, at tables and in storms, always at the margin. I woke with the remembered smallness of the life I had known, Charlie's silly affections, the scent of rain-damp sweaters, the way my friends' faces softened when they thought I was listening. Those things, minute and stubborn, settled like a quilt around me. They reminded me that being wanted did not erase who I had been. Morning came gray and obedient. The town outside my window was the same as it had always been, rain-slick streets, the skeletal trees along the avenue, the schoolyard where rumor grew like ivy. I made coffee because the ritual of it steadied something inside me. The steam rose and blurred the world into a watercolor of ordinary needs. It was nothing like forever, and that was part of its appeal. When I thought of Alice, the memory of her hand on my wrist was both consolation and summons. Lovers and promises tugged, as did pack rumblings in the distance, like a pulse I could feel only on certain nights. There were loyalties in this place that were not mine by blood, but they claimed me nonetheless. The wolf's presence was a map of territory and loyalty that would not be negotiated away. Choosing one kind of life would cast me into another kind of violence. That knowledge made the bargain heavy. I understood, with a clarity that felt like cold water, that the choice was not simply between eternity and mortality. It was between ways of being loved and ways of remaining myself. To accept the offer would be to inherit a family of bright-edged safety and to forfeit the peculiar, intimate world of human messiness, the dinners around Charlie's table, the small, shameless wreckage of teenage friendships, the painful, honest labor of being someone's daughter, someone's friend, someone's anchor without immortal scaffolding. Exhaustion had bent me toward the slippery promise of forever. But waking to the memory of being small, messy, finite, whole in simple ways, pulled me back with a strength that surprised my own heart. It was not courage, I realized. It was choice. Exhaustion might have made the offer appealing, it might have narrowed my options. But choice, even when it trembled, was still mine. The rain turned to a steady drizzle and then to a mist that softened the edges of the town into watercolor. I dressed slow, with the kind of careful attention to ordinary things that felt like a small act of defiance. Before I left the house, Alice met me at the door. Her smile was almost shy, as if she were an exile coming home. There was no pressure in it, only the quiet of someone who had, despite everything, offered a hand and understood the answer might be no. "I will be here," she said. Her voice did not promise forever as a lure so much as a place to return to. "If you choose to be mortal, I will not forget. If you choose otherwise, I will not leave." Her words were a covenant that contained both mercy and danger. I stepped out into Fork's gray air and felt it on my face like a baptism, cold, saline, and brutally alive. Every small thing remained, the sound of tires on wet pavement, the scent of leaves turned by rain, the shape of my own hands. They were trivial, perhaps, and perilous, because they were the threads of my life. They were also, unmistakably, mine. If I chose the safer thing, Alice's world, I could see the map her voice had painted. If I chose to remain small, I could see, with a clarity that surprised me, the contours of the life I would have to protect and the names of those I would have to risk to keep. The decision waiting in the space between those futures was not immediate. It was patient, like the rain. I walked toward school feeling the gravity of it, a sense that every step bent the horizon. The future had tidings I could not yet decipher. Somewhere in the coastal forests or on the road into La Push, loyalties were aligning. Wolves stirred. The family in the glass house watched and waited. And inside me, where fear and desire warred and sometimes touched, a different kind of steadiness was beginning to grow. A slant of light fell across my face as I rounded the corner of the high school courtyard, thin and precise as a promise. It did not answer me. It only made me remember how small and certain the world could be, and how that certainty sometimes felt more like a love than anything eternal. Chapter 29, The Cost of Fidelity. The wolves came with the tide. It was an ordinary gray morning in Forks, damp, small lights smudged into the edges of everything, until the world tilted and the air filled with a presence that belonged to another rhythm. I had gone down to La Push because I thought the sound of the ocean would steady me. The rain pattered against my jacket, the sand was cold under my shoes, and for a little while I let the ordinary elements remind me that my life had once been uncomplicated, a job, a house that held my father, a grocery list and a cup of coffee. Then the pack walked out of the trees as if they had been waiting in the folds of the fog, and the ordinary slipped away. They were not beasts in the way the word was used in storybooks. They were human-sized and elemental, a force that claimed the shoreline like it had always been there. They moved together in a quiet that made my skin itch, not for fear, not exactly, but with the prickly awareness that I had stepped between two constellations. The leader's face held the weight of inevitability. Their eyes were not just watchful, they were claiming kinship and territory both, and I felt the margin that had always existed between what I was and what I wanted to be narrow to the width of a single breath. They did not shout. The Quilut men did not argue, they stated. They told me to choose. It is a strange thing, to be asked to choose the shape of your own allegiance by people who wielded the power of feral certainty. It is stranger still to be told that your choice comes with a deadline. If I did not sever contact with the Cullens, they said, the consequences would be visited on those who harbored them, and they did not soften the word. Consequence was not a metaphor. They made it clear that their loyalty to their own came before my wishes, before my fear, before the bright pulse I felt whenever Alice was near. I remember the sound of the surf like a metronome as they spoke, a slow clock to measure the seconds in which I could not decide. Loyalty, they explained, had a shape. To them it meant protection of their people. To them, vampires were not abstract danger but a wound in the world that required tending. They framed their threat as a favor, wanting to spare me from the choice of being the cause of strife, but the edge of their concern was sharp. They offered me an ultimatum: stay away from the Cullens, or accept that the pack would act to neutralize the danger they represented. The first thing that reached me after they left was the knowledge of being small. Not because I was physically small, but because my life was suddenly a hinge. Every step I had taken since Forks had been a tumble toward this pivot, the rumor mulch of high school, the slanting sunlight on Alice's skin, the way her hand fit into mine like a permission I had no right to accept. I thought of Charlie's steady face, his hands that smelled of work and syrup, his normal, fumbling love. And I thought of the Cullens, of the delicate household of glass and shadow that had folded me in without apology. When I went home, I was an envelope of rain. I sat on my bed and stared at the water beating on the window. The choice the pack had put in front of me cracked something open in my chest that I had avoided naming, the cost of fidelity. It was not a single currency, it was a ledger of small betrayals, time not spent with one person in order to be with another, lies of omission, the soft erosions of trust. To be faithful to one side would be to betray the other, and that felt like dragging my own life between two worlds until it frayed. I thought of Alice the way one thinks of things that are dangerous and beautiful. Alice who had smiled at the slant of sunlight in the hallway like a secret swelling within her ribs. Alice whose skin had scattered light like a handful of glass. Alice whose hand had been colder than the rain and warmer than anything I had expected. Loving her was a contradiction that made my pulse warmer and my mouth drier. It was not only hunger, though the hunger was honest and immediate, it was recognition. I recognized in her a completeness I had never felt in myself, and that recognition was both flattering and tormenting because it asked me to be someone else in order to be with her. She had been small and abrupt, always, but since love pushed the air between us had thickened. I could not pretend the pack's demand had not ruptured the thin safety I had known with the Cullens. I had told myself I was only a guest in their house, an ordinary girl who enjoyed rare, improbable kindness. But the pack had named me an Axis cut. When I walked into the Cullen house that evening, the light inside felt different, more contained, more like a held breath. They were waiting around their table because that is how the Cullens arranged themselves, a constellation of careful faces, each opinion measured and mercilessly private. Carlyle's eyes caught mine and held an apology. Esme's smile was the one that tried to smooth edges into something gentle, though her hands trembled once with something like fear. Edward said little, as he always did, but his stare was the sort that collects small facts and files them in a cold, useful place. Alice sat nearest to me, and when she reached out, the touch was a benediction, cold, impossibly bright, and wholly certain. It was difficult, and necessary, to tell them about the wolves. To be honest felt like stepping into glass. The shards were fine, but they would cut nonetheless. I explained, my voice thick with rain, what they had said, and the room altered at once. The Cullens are not theatrical, they let information change their faces like a weather front. There was no melodrama, just swift, clinical decision-making and the faint, personal protective fury that belongs to people who live by a moral code strange to ordinary life. They asked me what I wanted. It was the question 100 times over that I had not been brave enough to ask myself. Did I want them to break the pack's demand? Did I want them to let the world tilt into violence for my sake? Could I ask them to do that for me? I wanted, absurdly, for nothing to be chosen. I wanted to wake up and find that I had never seen Alice's skin scatter like a moth in sunlight, that I had never known the softness of being truly seen by someone who was not human. I wanted the choice to be taken from me, and at the same time I could not bear the thought of being the reason someone else bled. Carlyle spoke softly about contingency. He was a man who had spent his life making moral arithmetic where human lives and immortal hunger intersected. He described the pack's ultimatum with the kind of precision that suggested he had mapped the edges. Their power, he said, was real and dangerous. The Cullens could defend themselves, to an extent, but their restraint was not indefinite. The more the pack weighed in, the more fragile the peace would become. Alice did not say much. Her hands were folded in her lap, an old habit of someone who lived in tiny, deliberate gestures. Her face was a study in shadows and impossible spears of color when the light struck just so. I watched her and saw, finally, a look I had not allowed myself to translate before, the sight that had once filled all of her before she learned its edges, the knowledge that the future shivered and that some things could not be fixed by wishing. She admitted, with a small cruel honesty, that she had not read my mind the day we met. She had seen me in a future that refused to sit still, 1,000 versions of a life that braided me between the wolves and the vampires. Her visions were not mercy, they were a storm. The versions where I was safe were slender and narrow, often ending with an ache like a finger pressed into wind. The versions where I was not safe were violent and terrible. And the ones she liked best, the ones that made her smile in public and leave me small gifts when she thought I wasn't looking, were the ones in which I had chosen them. Choosing sounded like a grubby, human word in a house that had preserved its humanity through a veneer of discipline. But that was what this was. The wolves' demand had turned my private yearning into a political act. My desire, the most private seed in my chest, had become manifest. It had a consequence that spread like oil on wet wood. There is an arrogance in love that I had not seen before, the presumption that another person will reconfigure the world for you. I had been arrogant, I realized, to think that my wanting could be a gentle thing, a secret kept between two people in a house of glass. The Cullens were not incidental. The pack was not rumor. Both were true, and both demanded fidelity in forms that excluded the other. I thought of sacrifice as the old stories taught me, noble and clear. But sacrifice is rarely neat. It is a rope pulling from two directions with you tied at the knot. If I left the Cullens, would be leaving the only people who had offered me shelter without interrogation, who had folded me into their strange domesticity and let me feel for a while like I might belong somewhere not ordinary. If I left the wolves, I would be betraying a people whose history and pain predated me, whose anger at the presence of vampires was born from raw, collective memory. To each side, my choice would look like treason. Alice took my hand then, and her fingers were ice and familiar. The warmth that had lived in my chest spread to my toes and became a kind of refuge. She is not designed for moral dithering, her nature is to act with absolute clarity when she chooses. She squeezed my hand, a small, private press of steel, and in that gesture I could read both promise and warning. The Cullens would stand with me if I asked them. They would use every resource they had to protect me. They would not threaten the wolves first, but they would defend me if lines were crossed. Carlyle's eyes had been heavy with the knowledge that violence could be reciprocal and escalate. They would not start a war lightly. But neither would they leave me when danger came. What I heard less clearly was what the pack would do if I made the other choice. Theirs was an older, wilder calculus. To them, my attachment to the Cullens might be an endangerment not only to me but to their clan. Theirs was not the kind of threat that could be argued away. They had the means to make a demonstration that would hurt the Cullens and, in doing so, hopefully push me back into safer patterns of belonging. When I left the Cullens' house that night, the rain had scoured the world clean. The streetlights were halos in the mist. I walked without making a plan, because the truth was that there was no plan that felt honest. I was the axis, and on an axis there can be no middle ground. Either I would step toward the cold glass of eternity, or I would keep my feet on ordinary soil and watch what I loved retreat into the shadows. I thought of fidelity as it had been taught to me in other contexts, loyalty to family, loyalty to place, the small economies of trust that keep lives from disintegrating into solitude. But here fidelity felt lacerating. It asked me to measure who I would allow myself to love and who I would have to hurt by loving them. Love as sacrifice is a flattering myth only until you are the one expected to pay. At home, in my room with the rain still murmuring against the panes, I took out my journal and wrote a list of possibilities: ridiculous, urgent, useless. Run away with the Cullens. Stay with Charlie and sever ties with both. Pretend nothing had changed and let events take their course. Each option was a betrayal in miniature. Each sounded like cowardice when I tried to say it aloud. I have never been quick with bravery. I have always liked to think of myself as steady. But steadiness, I had learned, can be a kind of stasis that lets other things decide for you. The pack had given me an ultimatum not to force my hand, but to reveal that my hand was already in play. The Cullens had offered protection but not absolution. Alice had given me a winter hand and an invitation that was warmer than I deserved and colder than my skin. The hardest part, finally, was not the fear of violence. It was not even the terror of watching someone I loved get hurt because of me. It was the idea that, when the dust settled, whichever decision I made would show me an ugly truth about my own worth. If I chose the Cullens and they were attacked because of me, I would be the cause of blood on the ground. If I left them, I would be the one who turned away from the person who had made me feel alive in a way I did not know how to name. Either side saw me as someone to be protected or placated, and I hated the feeling of being the hinge rather than a person with agency. In the soft dark, I imagined futures the way Alice must have seen them, branching, shimmering, possibilities tilting with small movements of the heart. The versions where I walked away were pale and patient. The versions where I stayed were fierce and bloody. And the versions I loved were not necessarily the longest. They were dense with meaning and always, in the end, impossibly fragile. I put my hand to my chest where she had fit her fingers earlier, and for the first time I understood the real cost of fidelity. It was not to choose the side that hurt least but to accept the shape of the wound and bear it openly. It was to decide what I would rather have carved into my life, memory of cold, beautiful perfection that might last forever, or the slow, mortal, ordinary love that promised soft, imperfect days. There was no noble way to pick. The choice itself was undutiful, an arithmetic of losses. But a choice had to be made, and there was something ridiculous and terrible about pretending it could be avoided. So I made a small, dangerous decision, would not let them use me as excuse or shield. I would refuse to be the pawn in their exchange. I would speak for myself. That was not the same as choosing a side. It might be worse. It might be better. Either way, it would make me responsible. I closed the journal and thought of Alice's face when she found out. I thought of the pack on their beach, their eyes like claymstones. I thought of the Cullens gathered at their table, their hands heavy with restraint. I thought of Charlie thinking I was safely inside the ordinary. The rain had stopped. The world smelled like wet earth and new decisions. I slid my hand into the pocket of my jacket and felt the small inexplicable warmth there, not from my own body but from the memory of a touch that had lodged itself in me like a foreign language. I did not yet know whether my refusal would be a surrender to both, a brilliant self-betrayal, or the first honest thing I had done in a long time. But I had stopped being something that could be directed by others. That, at least, felt like something to carry forward, a stubborn, human kernel I would not trade without a fight. When I stood at my window and let the last slant of evening find my face, I could feel the future leaning toward me like a question. I hated that it hurt, and I hated that I wanted to let it. I loved her, of that I had no proof other than the way my bones ached, and I feared the wolves. Between those two truths there was a narrow road, and I had finally stepped onto it. I folded my hands and waited for what would come next, willing myself into a kind of terrible clarity. I would choose my voice, and then I would pay whatever price followed. Chapter 30, Night Lessons. The night leaned against the glass of the Cullen house like a secret pressing close, and I felt it settle on my shoulders the way damp does after days of rain, not heavy, exactly, but intimate, familiar, impossible to ignore. Alice sat across from me where the living room swallowed light and left edges soft, the moon caught in the angles of her cheekbones and scattered like a private constellation. She looked smaller in the dim, less like a sudden brightness and more like a shape I'd been carving around in my head since that first slice of sun at school. She reached for my hand before either of us said anything, and the touch was always a small double take, cold, yes, like a polished stone, but then strangely alive, as if there were warmth under the ice that she kept for herself. It was a paradox I refused to solve because the not knowing was part of why I stayed. The cut of her fingers around mine was considerate. It was not ownership, it was invitation. Tonight's lesson did not begin with words the way school lessons did. It began with gesture and with the small theater of routine that lived in this house. Move quietly. Sit where the shadow takes you. Keep your hands where they can be seen but not seized. Eat slower than you want. Say nothing that might ripple outward. The Cullens had a choreography for everything, an economy of motion that had saved them more times than I wanted to imagine. I was an apprentice in their silence. Alice's eyes, so bright they made the dark look deliberate, studied me like the rest of the world, with a tenderness that felt dangerous. She did not read me. She had told me that once, as if it were a mercy. She had only seen me before I ever crossed the schoolyard, in a future that refused to be pinned down. The future she had seen had been a photograph blown by wind, edges fluttering and new pictures forming every time the wind caught. She had reached for me then the way she reached now, because even uncertain things can feel like truth when they appear again and again. Tonight, she said when at last a thin voice decided to be our conversation, we'll practice stillness. And we'll talk about vision. She used the word as if it were a small, dangerous bird trapped in her hands, something she could study but might not tame. I let myself be still because it seemed the most honest posture. It was harder than it looked. My whole life had been the opposite, moving toward things to prove them true, body and pulse thrown at every uncertain fact like battering rams. With Alice, I had to learn restraint as if it were a muscle I had never used. She taught me first how to sit in a room of predators without feeding their need to devour what I was. Not predators in the mythic sense, the Cullens were not wolves, but hungry things that had learned to be civilized. Speak when necessary, Alice said, not unkindly, and there was an order in her that came from a place I could not see. Breathe through your nose. Do not wear perfume. Keep the light small. It sounds trivial, and in the smallness of the instructions was the map of a larger, more dangerous territory, how to remain unnoticed in a landscape where being noticed could mean permanent exposure. Learning the Cullens' routines felt like putting on a uniform I had no right to wear. Their table manners at dinner were exercises in containment. Carlyle's gentle conversing was a lesson in how to make human words sound harmless around immortality. They moved with an economy that suggested danger kept at bay by habit alone. I watched, and I tried to copy. My hands hovered like a novice's at first, unsure whether to rest or to run. It did something to me to sit so near to people who would never age and pretend that the most important thing was the polite exchange of food and observation. Part of me wanted to shout that my blood sang differently in their presence, and another part wanted to curl into the safety of ordinary things, the way a fork felt between fingers you had always trusted, the solitude of bedtime when my mortal torso felt properly mortal. Alice's lessons were patient and fierce in equal measure. She asked me to recount what I remembered from the things she showed me when she had her visions, and each recollection was tested, turned, refined. She touched my cheek once, just the tip of a finger, and I felt like glass under a lens. Vision is not picture book certainty, she said. It's possibility. It's a room with many doors. I see one open, but I cannot always see which step someone will take after they cross the threshold. I wanted to ask her whether she saw me choosing a door that went away from Charlie, from my life, from my mortality. The words stuck to my throat like a foreign thing. Instead, I listened to the way she named the uncertainty and let the naming contain me. Her patience with the instability of what she saw was more love than anything else I had been offered, an acceptance of the messy, unpredictable fact of being human. My future slips, she told me once, and it was not weakness, not really. It was recognition. It changes because people choose. Choices ripple. Sometimes I see the ripple first. Sometimes I see the wave. Neither is unchangeable. The conviction behind the words made it both comforting and terrifying. Because if choices could redirect what she saw, if the world could be altered by a single shift, then my presence, my decisions, mattered. That knowledge was at once an elevation and a burden. She let me touch the places where her visions lived. Not literally, nothing so literal could be given or taken. She taught me how to anchor myself in the present when the knowledge of future possibilities pressed at the edges. Focus on what you can control, she said, and then, softer, your heartbeat is a control. Your breath is a map. Use them. It was a strange kind of intimacy, the way she taught me to chart my body's small betrayals, the tremor in my fingers, the lake of heat pooling low in my belly when she smiled like she did, half mocking and entirely sincere. It is absurd to say that a human can adapt to being haunted by a vampire's attention, but the truth is that you learn to make peace with the haunting or you make yourself miserable. I chose the first, not because I could fully accept the world she came from, but because her presence made my chest feel less like a prisoner and more like an instrument tuned to something I had never known existed. Her warmth, the odd warmth beneath the touch of cold skin, threaded through me and pulled at the seams that had separated my safe, ordinary life from this new, dangerous one. The Cullens taught me to be careful. Alice taught me to be honest with the pieces of myself that wanted to break those rules. Both lessons were a kind of apprenticeship in living in two worlds at once, approach and restraint braided together. At night we would walk small circuits in the house, me trying not to knock the air with my elbows, Alice teaching me where shadows could swallow a shape and where I would be foolish to trust dimness. When the wolf's presence drifted over the border of town like the scent of rain, Alice watched the window with a contained focus that made her face unusually solemn. Wolves made everything more urgent. Their existence was a force that pressed at the family's self-imposed codes. Where the Cullens had chosen control as armor, the pack's fidelity was a simpler, more animal law, protection through ferocity. I lived with the knowledge that my heartbeat could be a beacon to them, that my mortality was a fault line they could sense and circle. Sometimes at night I would lie awake imagining eyes on the other side of the trees and the packing of muscles under fur. Sometimes I would awake to the distant, tremulous sound of a howl and feel as if the world had tilted toward a more honest axis. Fear lived in me as well. Not the theatrical fear one sees in movies. I did not imagine fangs sinking into my throat, dramatic and melodramatic. It was a smaller, more precise terror, the knowledge that every stolen touch could be a torque on the lives around me, that my decisions could fracture quiet things into shards. Loving someone who did not age was less romantic and more complicated than it sounded. It demanded a kind of sacrifice I had not been raised to consider. To love Alice the way I felt the shape of love forming in my chest would mean stepping towards something that would pull me out of the ordinary orbit that held me to Charlie and to the life he'd built. It would mean weighing my father's slow, steady devotion against the shimmering promise of a forever that might be nothing but hollow weather without human fragility to give it meaning. Alice knew cruelty as well as she knew grace. She could be sharp, abrupt, uncannily honest. In the morning she would sometimes catch my mouth forming what I did not yet know how to speak and correct it with a glance so gentle it was almost merciless. She did not flatter my fears away. She taught me to understand the truth of my visibility in the world they moved through. "You glow," she said once, and I wanted to deny it, but what she meant was more than my skin's ordinary warmth. "You are not made to be invisible to them. That is not a flaw to fix." The admission that my mortality made me luminous in a way that demanded caution, made me feel at once more dangerous and more precious. We practiced confession in degrees. Not the kind of intimate exposure that leaves you raw, but the quiet mutual bearing of small things, how my scent caught on wind, how the pack's boundary felt like a tide, how my arms trembled not with fear but with wanting when Alice leaned too close and the cold under her breath brushed my ear. She never pushed me, she did not need to. Her patience taught me that desire could be policed without being obliterated. The slow burn between us was not a sudden conflagration but heat distributed along a wire, a current I learned to feel before it reached its climax. I was changing, but not in the catastrophic way I feared. The Cullens' rules shaped my outward actions, where to sit, how to answer questions, which streets were safe at which hours, but they did not rewrite the simple fact of my mortality. That remained a stubborn, beautiful limit. My bones would ache with age, my hair would gray, my pulse would eventually falter. That reality anchored me sometimes in an ugly way. It made me jealous of their endless horizon and also tender toward the fragility of my own days. There was an identity I cherished that would be lost if I ever chose immortality. The question of whether that loss was worth it was a weight I carried like a stone in my pocket, heavy and private. Alice's sight, the unstable thing she called vision, complicated the calculus. If she could see a path where we intersected for a long time, did that mean my mortality would be erased? If her future shadows showed me safe and unscarred by time, was that proof the universe wanted me to cross that line? Or did the changing images mean that the safest choice was to walk away? She could not answer those questions because they were not hers to answer. She could only show me the possibilities and teach me how to move within them. The final lesson of the night was the quietest. We stood at the window and the world beyond was a palette of washed grays, trees like inkblots, the man-made brightness of the town dimmed by rain on glass. Alice rested her forehead against mine, cold, and in that small contact the entire expanse of my life seemed to tilt in a way that made my stomach lurch. Time was a thing I had always thought linear, but being near her it felt like a series of bright slants, each capable of cutting into something and changing the reflection. "I can't promise the future," she whispered, and the words were not an absolution but an invocation. "But I can be here now." That was both a salve and a challenge. To be desired by someone whose skin refracted light into impossible colors was to be offered a kind of immortality in miniature, to exist as a cause of beauty, to be the center of warmth in a being that did not feel warmth the way I did. It was a seduction that asked for everything and nothing at once. I could stay in the house, learn the polish of their living, fold myself into their quiet. I could walk away and keep the ordinary, finite life that had its own rough, honest joys. Outside, the pack's presence shifted like a change in the wind. A low note arrived from the hills, the sound of bodies aligning, of loyalties knitting. It was an inevitability, the way tide always answered the moon. Inside, Alice's fingers threaded through mine, and the coldness of them made my own pulse feel like heat against ice. I rested my head against the window's cool pane and let the night press the house into a hush. I did not know which of the doors in Alice's room of futures I would choose. I did not yet know whether my hunger for her would become a hunger I could feed, or a wound I would carry until it hollowed me. But I did know this: the lessons at the house had given me tools. They had taught me to move with care, to hide the simple ways people made themselves visible, to trust the quiet judgments of those who had lived longer than I could imagine. And they had taught me that being human, fragile, finite, burned by sun and saved by mundane things, was not a weakness to be corrected but a texture that made me worth whatever uncertain future might be coming. When Alice finally let go of my hand, the night did not change. The moon kept its pale vigil. The echoes of the pack moved further into the dark. I stood at the window a beat longer and imagined the thin, luminous slant of sun that had first revealed her to me again, only now it was sliced by the darker truth, desire and danger, eternity and the brave, small finite life I carried. The thought of choosing either path made my breath catch, but there was something steadier beneath the catch, a recognition that despite the hunger tugging at me, literal and otherwise, I still owned the small, stubborn self that made choices. A sound came from the hills then, nearer than before, a low chorus that wasn't a threat so much as a reminder of the law that would not be suspended for anybody, no matter how polished the glass they lived behind. It pulled at the edges of the house like a tide, inevitable and demanding. I turned back to Alice and saw in her face not certainty, only a fierceness that mirrored the pack's own, protective, impossible to bargain with. If this was a night lesson, I had learned the most important thing: being loved by what is not yours will ask you to become someone who can be trusted with that love. Trust is not the same as sacrifice. Sometimes it is simply the willingness to stand in the place you are and face the choices that follow. Outside, the world waited with teeth and tide and old laws. Inside, Alice's hand found mine again, cold and steady. I let her keep it, and for the first time, I imagined the shape of a choice that might not annihilate the person I was. I imagined, without fully believing it, that maybe the slant of light that had shown me her face could also be the thing that taught me how to live between two very different kinds of forever. Chapter 31, The Unmaking. The world narrowed to a thread of cold against my throat. There was a sudden, animal sharpness to everything: the scrape of bark under my palms, the sting of rain that had been flirting with the trees all evening, the distant crash of surf as if the ocean were an unending thread at the edges of the world. The vampire's hand was a slab of ice locked around the base of my skull, fingers braided into my hair, pulling my face up so my neck was an open line. His breath ghosted along the hollow where my pulse cupped the skin. It smelled like old leaves and the iron tang of river water. Fear nodded in me like a second heartbeat, steady and fierce. I did not scream. There was something about the way the forest held its breath that silenced me, something like recognition and dread at the same time. The rogue had the look of someone who had been alone for a very long time: sharp cheekbones, eyes like coal in a bed of ash, movement that was all practiced patience. He smiled as though he tasted the solitude of my life and found it thin and easy. He had found me where the trees made a small chapel from their trunks, where the path from the beach curved away from the road and became less assured. He was closer than I'd ever been to the thing I'd always thought a rumor. He was nearer than any photograph and more alive than any ghost. I felt the ridge of a tooth at the base of my neck, a pressure that meant decision for him and a moment of unfinished deliberation. Time fielded itself into longer slices. In one, I imagined the cool of the fangs as they pressed in and the clean white of not breathing. In another, the world held together and I was wrenched backward by hands that did not belong to the rogue. Then she was there. Alice moved with a small, abrupt brightness that made me flinch. Her skin, in the thin space between trees where a dying slant of moonlight fell, was a surface that didn't quite eat the light but sent it scattering, little glints that looked like shards of a broken prism. She did not need words. She reached for me as if she had always known the angle at which this could be arranged, and for the briefest, most ridiculous instant I thought of childhood, of someone taking you from the teeth of the dark. Her hand was ice and warmth at once, the impossible contradiction that had become everything to me. She shoved against the robe with a small, precise force that said both please and no. There was a sound then that came from deeper than any of my thinking, the low, very human command of a man in pain and the animal exhalation of something that has gone beyond breeding into myth. The wolves arrived as if the land itself had decided to rise. They poured from the underbrush like a spill of ink, bodies enormous and moving with the fluid cruelty of tide. Their eyes were like hot metal. The space of the forest compressed under them. The fight was not cinematic, it was a jarring, terrible choreography. It began with a collision, fur against leather, teeth against something harder. The robe twisted, and in that twist my neck was more exposed than it had been a breath before. I tasted copper in the back of my mouth from the fear that lived in my throat. Someone, one of the Cullens, I realized as a ragged shadow struck the robe, hit with full, controlled force. The air was sliced by a sound less like a shout and more like a violation. I think I cried then, though it was not a noise that claimed the forest. I remember the way Emmett's, came around the rogue, or was it Carlyle moving with the precision of a surgeon? I could not tell through the flurry of limbs and the slap of fur and the way the rain beat seemed to speed up. Alice stayed with me, one hand clamped to my shoulder, the other a frightened, determined anchor at the back of my skull. She whispered something that landed on me like a blade and then lost itself. I was too small a thing, too human, to follow it. The wolves fought as if their jaws were the only place a wound could be meaningful. They tore at the robe's clothing, at the places where whatever made him what he was had not hardened into control. He was stronger than they expected, though, and certainly stronger than I wanted him to be. At one point he pushed me forward, a brutal shove that sent my foot skidding across soaked earth, my palms smearing the scent of rain and moss. For a breathless second the world tilted and I was very, very small under the giant frame of things that did not bloody when wounded and things that did. Then there was a sound like a breaking star, something sharp and final. I felt hands at my waist. For some reason I thought of Charlie, of his clumsy way of catching me before I fell. But the hands that freed me were not his. Alice lifted me with a grace that had nothing left of the mockery of fragility I had carried since moving here. Her skin was cool under my cheek as she pressed me to the side of her, as if I were something fragile she could keep from the world. The rogue was on the ground then, writhing against a tangle of fur and teeth, but the way he moved suggested he was not yet finished. He had the old, patient thing in him still. A wolf leapt with a sound like weather, and one of the Cullens, I caught Jasper's shape, lean and quick in the rain, arced with that odd, practiced violence the family used so efficiently. They fought like people who had decided to live differently and so had practiced stopping themselves from becoming what they were when provoked. I had never liked to think of what immortality meant at the cost of everything I was taught to love. In that chaos the idea of eternity became a visceral, hungry thing. The robe's breath had brushed my throat, not the human, rhythmic inhale I had known all my life, but the thin, impatience of something permanent and wrecked. I imagined then, with an absurd clarity, the idea of existing like that forever, with that kind of loneliness and that kind of wanting. It wasn't romantic. It was a slow, sterile hunger that polished you into a thing you could never name. The choice the Cullens had made, the sacrifice they'd embraced, glittered around them like the shards on Alice's skin. I saw the cost in their strikes, in the way their faces tightened when the wolves got too close. When the struggle ended it did so with an ugly, final shove of bodies and then a silence that made sound itself cringe. The robe lay unmoving. There was blood where it should not have been, and the smell broke me into pieces smaller than myself. The wolves retreated like thunderheads. I could hear them exhale in unison, a release that was almost human. They were huge and terrifying and loyal, and the way they moved away said more about boundaries than any speech could. The Cullens drew back too, like parents who had been forced to do something terrible. My legs trembled. I sank to my knees because there was nothing in me to hold up otherwise. Alice eased me down and sat with me on a column of moss, her hands trembling when she loosened the hair at my neck to check a bruise I could not feel. The light where the moon had fallen through the leaves caught on the edges of her cheekbones and made her look like a shard of glass that had been warmed on the inside. She did not say she was sorry for letting it happen. She said nothing at all, and that silence burned hotter than any admission. Later, after they had checked me for wounds that bled and for those that bled without sound, I stood at the edge of the path and watched the place where the rogue had fallen become simply earth again, a bruise in the world, but a bruise that would fade under the steady gray of forks like any other small pain. I wanted to think that everything had been saved by force and by physics, by teeth and cold human cunning. Instead, I felt the slow, unfinished tug of something else, that in surviving, I had measured myself against a future where I did not survive, and the difference was not a matter of luck. It was a matter of being wanted. Alice stayed with me as if proximity alone could stitch the frayed parts. Her hand on my cheek was a reminder of how small I had been and how dangerous smallness could be in a world crowded with immortal predators and faunless wolves. She looked at me as if she had been holding some version of me in her hands for a long time and had finally found the one she wanted to keep. Her eyes were clean and terrible. For the first time I saw not just an invitation but the weight of what the invitation would demand. I had always thought my life was an unremarkable container, a series of days strung together by chores and obligations and Charlie's steady, boring love. But at that moment, with the echo of the fight in my ears and the damp earth under my nails, I knew I had other things inside me. I had the strange, greedy desire to be cared for by someone who could kill a predator with the precision of a surgeon and then make a joke to ease the silence. I had the desire to be held in a way that said both I am yours and you may not keep me safe. It felt like a vice and like a truth. The Cullens gathered then in their quiet way, pulling me into their orbit like gravity. Carlyle's face was a smear of concern and calculation. Esme's voice was small and fierce, an ineffable human sound threaded through the night. Rosalie watched with that careful distance she cultivated. I thought I saw compassion frictioning against her disdain for the mortal weakness she could never tolerate. They checked me with hands both gentle and thorough, as if my viability were an important statistic. The pack lingered at the edge of the trees like dark punctuation, their bodies massive and watchful. Sam and Jacob were there, silhouettes softer than the wolves, faces sharp with worry. There was a bridging of the things that hate each other that felt ridiculous and tender all at once. For a while the only language between them was movement, the pack's low growl answered by a tilt of a head from Carlyle, the soft, precise placing of a hand on my shoulder that said everything his voice would not. I was the reason for the truce, the fulcrum on which their fragile accord balanced. Feeling like the hinge on which their world turned left me feeling less precious and more like a burden, and the two sentiments mingled into something that made me breathe short, shallow breaths. Alice kept touching me like a dare. Her fingers were always light, as if the world itself could be damaged by touch. She pressed a palm to my wrist and held my pulse between her thumb and forefinger, like a scientist who had finally found the specimen she had been seeking. I tried to meet her eyes. What I saw there was hunger and a deep, dangerous tenderness. It scared me more than anything else because it demanded choice from me. I had always said I'd rather live the small, human life I knew than risk the terrible immortality of the vampires. But up close the vampires' cool permanence had a strange magnetism. The idea of ceasing to be so easily hurt, of being made unbreakable in the way Alice herself was, whispered to a part of me that had always been eager to stop breaking. To give oneself to something that would remove the ache of mortality. It sang to the corner of me that had never been wanted with such ferocity by anything more dangerous than a rumor. When the Cullens and the wolves finally dispersed, the forest exhaled and the earth drank the rain and the blood and everything that is left after a fight. I walked home with Alice at my side, both of us quieter than the night demanded. The fall of our footsteps stitched the silence. Her hand found mine without a pretense of secrecy. It was simply there, a cold pressure that steadied me. I could not say whether I wanted the touch because it steadied me or because it reminded me of the edge I'd been pressed against and survived. At my door, I paused. The house smelled like the ordinary things of everyday life: detergent, Charlie's cigars in their tin, a faint undertow of municipal warmth. It felt small now and fragile in a way that made me love it harder. I turned to her. There was so much in my chest: gratitude, hunger, fear, desire. It was all raw edges, bleeding into each other. Alice understood the language of futures in a way that scared me. She had seen me before I arrived here in 1,000 shifting shapes and had offered me decisions like cards from a deck. She had not read my mind, she had not predicted my choices. She had only seen the potential shapes of what I could become. Standing on the threshold of my ordinary life, with the damp of the woods clinging to my shoes and the phantom pressure of teeth that had almost been sunlight into some terrible illustration, I realized how much weight those possible shapes carried. I could fold my life inward and keep it small and mortal and tender in ordinary ways. I could live and break and wake up in the same imperfect world Charlie had always given me. Or I could step into the cold light that Alice embodied and become a thing that did not have to break in the same way, at the price of everything I had ever trusted. She touched my cheek then, a single, certain motion, and for a moment everything I believed about myself unraveled and rewove into something else. Her skin was colder than it should have been, and in that very coldness there was the most unbearable warmth I had ever felt. I could not, then or later, pretend not to notice the way my breath came quicker when she leaned in, or the way my whole body seemed to answer. Behind her, the world held its breath again. The pack marked their boundaries with the pain of yesterday, and the Cullens repaired the damage in a way only they could, quiet, efficient, a bandage around the frayed edges of the night. The future Alice had seen had shifted beneath our feet in ways neither of us could fully account for, but its weight was real. I stood on the edge of a decision that would change the angle at which the rest of my life would fall. I did not know which way I would turn. But I knew now, with a clarity that made my knees tremble, that the possibility of not living had been more intimate to me than I had ever wanted to admit. The spare, cold hand at my face said more about what she wanted than any words could. It asked for everything without naming it. It asked for trust and for a sacrifice that carried with it a promise, the erasure of the very things that had composed me. When I stepped back inside, the ordinary night closed around me like a familiar coat. But inside that coat, under the ordinary fabric of my life, something had changed. The forest had bled into my house, the wolf's heat had mingled with the vampire's frost. I had been offered love that would remake me and a death that would not end me but would end the person I had been. I stared at the window long after Alice left, watching the rain make its slow pilgrimage down the glass. In the dark, I could still feel the squeeze of the robe's hand at my skull, the last thing that had been meant to end me. The thought of that near erasure tasted like iron and possibility. I had been pinched at the very edge of nothing and pulled back. Now that edge hummed through me like a second pulse, and everything I would do next would be an answer to it. Chapter 32, Sacrifice. The world narrowed to an edge. The grass under my shoes sloped away toward the dark fringe of trees like the last solid thing my feet could touch before everything fell into something else. Beyond that shadow the land dropped toward the ocean, where La Push made everything raw and immediate, wind, salt, the endless patient violence of waves. Standing there in the thin morning light, I felt the pull from both sides. One side was a life that had always fit me too loosely, Charlie's house with its familiar clutter, the hum of the police radio through the floorboards, the safe, mortal ache of being wanted without being owned. The other side was the Cullens' world, a bright and crystalline otherness that had opened beneath my ribs and filled them until breathing felt optional. I thought of eternity as if it were a person leaning very close, asking me to step forward. The pack was close. I knew it as I had learned to know wolves in forks, not by sight alone but by the sound of the air when they moved through it, by the low vibration that rolled into my teeth, by the way shadows lengthened with the intent of bodies I could not see. The trees seemed to tighten. The tide boomed like a warning. I had come out to the margin of the Cullens' property because the house had felt too small for the decision in my chest. Inside, their faces were quiet and formal and folded around rules that hid 100 knives. Outside, the world was less civilized and more honest. If I could stand on the literal brink, maybe the moral one would choose for me. Maybe if I let the ocean have me, if I stepped into the salt and surrendered to the pull of something wilder, I could spare them the cost of what I knew I wanted. I had rehearsed my surrender a dozen different ways during the night. I had pictured Jacob's face as a warning, Alice's small, startling smile as an indictment, Carlyle's composed sorrow. I had imagined the leash of mortality slipping from my fingers and the cool inevitability of vampire breath at the base of my neck. And then the light changed. It was not the kind of sunshine you expected here. Forks reserves its few real days of sun like a secret and gives them up to the most unlikely surfaces: the hood of a car, the shoulder of a road, the crooked glass of the Cullen house. A narrow slant of sun broke through a cloud and cut across the lawn like a blade. For an instant it found Alice. She was on the porch before I even realized she had moved. I had always thought of her as a suddenness of motion, as if she existed one fraction of a second ahead of the rest of us, but that morning her movement felt more deliberate, almost painfully careful, as if she were choosing exactly where and how to sit in the world so that the world would respond. The light struck her face and exploded. It was worse than the first time I had seen her skin catch the sun in the high school corridor, not that memory, not the naive astonishment of a rumor's confirmation. This time the refracted light did not simply sparkle, it spilled into color and then into something that felt like revelation. Tiny greens and blues and golds broke the gray of Forks. The little points of light seemed to scatter and settle and then gather again, as if Alice herself were a prism with a mind. Each fleck was impossible and intimate, thrown across her cheekbones, under her eyes, along that narrow last curve of jaw I had never been allowed to touch. I realized, with an almost stupid, physical clarity, that she was showing herself. The Cullens keep secrecy like a skin. It is part of their religion, an exercise in restraint and an armor against the world that would prey on them. For Alice to step into the sun and allow herself to be read as she was would be to tear that skin open. Exposure here would not be small. The Quileute wolves were not exactly subtle. The town, which liked its demons at arm's length and its explanations tidy, would not understand. The world outside the Cullen house would have a new mark on it and a story would form around that mark fast enough to bruise. The danger tasted metallic on my tongue. She did not hesitate. Her hand extended with the old practiced abruptness that always seemed to accompany her decisions, a small, clean movement that I knew had been rehearsed in some lightless rooms and in reveries and in every future she had ever tried to pin down. Her fingers closed around mine, the skin there cold and impossible, not lifeless but not living in any way I understood, and she pulled. It was the sort of pull that demanded a place in me. It drew me away from the edge of the lawn as if I had been standing too close to a cliff and safety had a hand with fingers at my waist. At the same time it was the pull of a magnet I had not known existed, of hunters aligning. Her touch told me two truths at once, that she could save me from falling at this moment and that she might be the thing I would fall into later, of my own accord. I felt the shift in the world like a tightening wire. The shadows at the tree line rippled, the low hum I had known as the wolf's presence swelled into an animal exhale. They were coming out to see, to assess. They would smell a woman in daylight where none had been before, and the scent of vampire would be an accusation. Alice moved completely into the bean den, turning her face to the sun as if to drink it. The fractured colors exploded brighter, chasing each other across her skin. For a breath the world was only light and the soft bruise of her hand holding mine. I do not know what she saw in her unstable features. She had told me once, in the dim secrecy of her room, that she had not read me, she had only seen sketches and then erasures of what might be. Today, she chose transparency over certainty. She sacrificed the thing that bound her family together, their concealment, because my presence at that decision point had become too dangerous to risk any longer. The Cullen secrecy was not abstract to them, it was their compass. For Alice to risk it was to risk giving us all a new map, one dotted with new dangers. The pack smelled of the conflict before we could see their shapes. A body moved under the branches, then another. They did not run, wolves do not behave like the caricature of savage violence. They deployed, they moved through the trees with a choreography of intent. The space between the trees and the lawn narrowed. Alice tightened her grip. I felt the small, fierce pressure like an instruction. Go, her touch said, in a language without words. Be alive. I could have run. I could have turned away from the possibility of being turned, from the all-consuming idea of being something other than human, and returned to Charlie's kitchen and to the crooked light of his porch. But I did not. My feet, traitorous and honest, stepped toward the house instead. The Cullens were the greater hazard and the necessary shelter both. The choice to step back from the emotional ledge was complicated by the fact that the land I stepped away from was not safety but inevitability. The wolves emerged then, a slow, easy slide from shadow to form. They were larger than I expected up close, and their eyes held a peculiar kind of intelligence that made me understand, anatomically, why the pack's owners eyed them with such worship. They were not looking for blood per se, they were testing boundaries. They were saying, with their bodies, that territory had been crossed. One of them hesitated and our eyes met. I saw a flicker of recognition that unsettled me, not because I had been seen, but because whatever primal thing lived in them measured me and found me both human and tied to what they considered prey. The hair along my arms lifted with a premonition of teeth, and loyalty collided with curiosity. Alice didn't break her gaze with the dogs. She turned her head slowly and, with a motion that seemed almost ritual, lifted her other hand so that the sun caught the facets of her skin and scattered in a riot of color into the trees. It was like an offering and like an alarm. The wolves flinched. They moved, not away, not yet, but to form into a line as if the light itself had brought them into a new order. I understood, then, the clarity of the sacrifice. Alice had not stepped into the safety of darkness with me in her arms. She had placed herself nakedly in sight to rewrite the rules of observation. To be seen as they were could mean violence from strangers, from men with guns, and with the kind of curiosity that could not help but tear open what needed to be kept. To be seen would mean that our negotiations would have to be noisier and not quieter. It would make our choices harder and our borders clearer. She did it anyway. For me. The Cullens appeared at the doorway, Carlyle first, that practiced stillness about him like a cord around danger, Esme between the pillars like a harbor light, Edward a block of restrained motion, Rosalie, always cool, with something like fierce resentment in her jaw, Emmett a dark silhouette at the back. They had been ready for the wolves, I thought, but not for exposure. Their faces were a study in measured outrage and fear. At some point while my heart hammered and the world divided into the beam and the shadow, someone behind me mouthed a command that was only for the Cullens. They answered without noise. Alice's hand in mine was both salvation and indictment. I could feel the heat of her intent as surely as I could feel the cold of her skin. She had broken something for my sake. I was suddenly the center of an economy I had not asked to be part of, a ledger of debts and risks and futures bought in stolen, trembling strokes. The stone in my chest settled and sank until it lodged against bone. It was heavier than fear, and it felt like love and like guilt layered with the heat of being desired. We retreated slowly toward the house because courage is not always a singular motion. Sometimes it is measured, and sometimes it masks the fact that you have been saved by someone else's willingness to be less than safe. Alice guided me through the doorway with a patience that felt like apology and like triumph all at once. She did not let go until we were inside, and even then, she kept her hand on me, as if to anchor that morning to the fact of me, not to let it slip sideways into a plausible dream. Later, when the house had closed around us and the sound of surf seeped in from the windows, I felt the weight of what had been given. It was not merely that she had put herself at risk. It was her knowledge that any choice toward me would have ramifications that radiated outward like the prism light across her skin. She gave me safety by making herself visible. She chose the uglier, more dangerous honesty rather than the tidy cruelty of secrecy. She made that bargain, that terrible trade-off, so I would not step alone into whatever was waiting beyond the edge. I tried to count the cost. She had sacrificed Cullen, the family's long practiced invisibility. She had subjected herself to whatever eyes might have been watching and whatever judgments might follow. She had made the Cullens' existence more precarious by one deliberate motion. I did not know how to repay that. The ledger of my life was small and contained mostly unpaid rent and a love that had not yet learned how to offer anything but itself. Debt, in my experience, was something you paid back with money or favors. Here, the repayment required a currency I did not possess, choices made with courage, the willingness to be claimed and to be responsible for those claims. Immortality has a price, people said in stories. I had always heard it as a threat, a warning not to desire the strangely brilliant things. That morning I understood something else, that immortality asks for autopsies of the soul and inventories of obligations. Alice had given me a reprieve by breaking the most sacred symmetry of her family. The weight of the death settled in my chest and did not leave at night. It sat there with the slow, patient pressure of a stone that will not be dislodged. I thought of what it would mean to accept that debt in full. To take her hand forever would be a surrender both intoxicating and absolute. I had tasted the cold press of her fingers and the bright splinter of color that followed. I had felt safer and more exposed at once. The stone in my chest shifted, not diminishing, but carving itself into place. I owed her more than an answer, I realized. I owed her the only thing I could possibly give, a reflected willingness. A willingness to understand that sacrifice would not be one of many options but the mode of any life I chose with her. When I finally spoke, the words were small and came from a place of trembling clarity. She heard and she answered with the same abrupt smile that had always made me feel like a private joke. Her eyes were soft in a way that made me want to break and be mended all at once. Outside, the world rearranged itself in response to the morning's disturbance. The trees settled, the tide pulled back and considered, the town slept on and pretended not to notice the fracture in its ordinary sky. Inside, the house contained us and all the consequences Alice had invited in. The Cullens moved with a nervous grace, corralling danger as good hunters do. I had been pulled back from the brink by a hand colder than any human's and by an act that had cost someone I loved something deeper than I had words for. The debt lay in me like a stone. I could feel its edges when I breathed. It made me heavy and it made me honest. There would be time to weigh the cost and to decide whether I could offer myself in return. For now, all I knew was the weight of the hand in mine and the dangerous, luminous warmth of the being who had decided, without hesitation, that I was worth the price. The choices before me seemed suddenly more jagged and more precious, the horizon, not a single straight line but a landscape of small sacrifices and quiet betrayals. Alice squeezed my fingers once, an affirmation and a question folded into one movement. I looked at her and for the first time I understood how much a person could give away and still be whole, and how much a person could take and be broken. I did not know how to pay the ledger she had opened. I knew only that I would have to learn. The first lesson began with a simple, hard thing, to accept that someone could choose to be shorn bare for me and not expect me to heal her in return. Outside, the sun shifted in the sky and the colors on Alice's skin faded to their usual, secret brilliance. The wolf edges of the day softened. Inside, my chest still held its stone, and with every breath it made me more acutely alive. I owed her everything. And already the world was asking for payment. Chapter 33, After the Storm. Rain left its map on everything it touched, penciling the world into gray strokes so precise I could read the place where the ordinary ended and something else began. The house was quiet in a way that made the silence a presence, thick, patient, and for a while I let it press against my ribs like a hand. I was sitting on the low couch in the living room, knees drawn up, feet bare against the cool glass floor, and the dull light from a July sky found me in strips, horizontal and unsolicited. Somewhere beyond the windows, the forest still smelled of wet wood and iron. Something farther, nearer and older than us, moved and left its scent in waves. Alice's face was a small, impossible landscape across the room. A slanted shaft of light found her as if on purpose. It cut the pale through her skin and threw colors there that did not belong to Washington afternoons, amber triangles and thin blue ridges that slid along the planes of her cheek. It could have been a trick of the glass, an optical joke the house liked to play, except that the colors bent around the chair back and spilled across my hand where it lay empty on my knee. When she looked up and smiled, it was the same quick, brief thing as always, but today there was a softness around it that felt like a ribbon being loosened. Her fingers moved before I thought they would. She came to me like light does, without sound, and when she put her hand in mine the cold at the surface was a living thing. Not numb, not dead, cold like late winter water, precise and clean, like the underside of a lake. I had expected it to be a test or a threat, and it was neither. It was simply another fact. My skin responded to the knowledge as though it were a temperature change in the room, reflexive, honest, impossible to argue with. We did not speak. Sound would have made things fragile. Instead, we sat with our hands together and gathered the small wreckage from the night, broken conversations, the threadbare certainty I'd carried like a coin, the ache that belonged to being mortal and tasting the outline of something eternal and wanting it so badly my chest ached. Outside, a branch thudded against the panes. It could have been the pack marking their perimeter, or it could have been a raccoon. I could not tell whether I was being sensible or cowardly. The Cullens' house felt like a carefully built shelter and a display case at once, polite light, sharp angles, the air ordered and contained. There were other presences in the rooms beyond my vision, watchful shapes that rearranged themselves when I blinked, but their voices were measured, their steps restrained. Protection wore manners here. I had been sheltered with tea and questions that were never quite probing before. This time, their watchfulness was pulled taut, like a violin string tuned to the edge of another storm. I counted losses in the only way I knew how, silently, finger by finger, until the list was complete. The first was nonsense, the rumor that had been only a rumor, now a thing with teeth and a face. The second was innocence, the kind that allows you to believe adults are fallible but safe, that danger is a story told to other people's children. The third was the comfortable timeline I believed in until last week, school, college, ordinary love that didn't require asking anyone to change what they fundamentally were. All of these lay before me like thin paper cutouts knocked from a stage. They were all replaceable in theory, but not in the right way. Ripping them up was a small, inevitable violence. Alice's fingers tightened on mine. The pressure was not possessive so much as steady, an anchor, or perhaps a measuring stick. The sight of her was one of the few things the storm had not taken. She could have been glass and light and nothing at all, but she was more than that, frail as a promise and as dangerous as a vow. She had told me she could not read my mind. Her eyes had not been empty before, they had been full of a future that refused to behave, shifting and unraveling whenever she tried to hold it. That admission had been its own kind of mercy. If she had been able to reach in and map my fear and longing as clearly as a fingertip traces a vein, I would have been exposed in a way that would have required mending or exile. Instead, she saw me as a possibility she could not make steady, and that uncertainty made her human in a way that sharpened me. She lifted my hand to her mouth. No kiss, only the brief contact of lips against skin, and the cold there was an almost holy thing. There was no breath, but there was meaning. In that touch I could feel the house's watchfulness softening a fraction, like curtains shifting to admit more light. Perhaps she had been afraid for me. Perhaps she feared for herself. Fear hung between us like fog. I had scraped my palm on glass in the dark, something small and human to show for the night. The cut was red and honest, and Alice's fingers hovered over it with an odd, tender curiosity before she took out what looked like nothing at all and set it between us, her awareness, patient and observational. She could not stitch tissue or slow a blood flow, but she could do better than that, she could disarm the theater of my fear. Her presence moderated me. Sitting beside her, the rawness of my wound was less catastrophic than before. We tended to each other's damages in the slow, intimate rituals that had become ours, the checking of a hand, the adjusting of a sleeve, the small tilt of the head that said, "I will be careful." The Cullens, the family that orbited Alice with an attention that bordered on devotion, watched from the edges of the rooms. Their eyes were not accusing. They were cataloging, which carries within it an inevitability. If you catalog enough, you begin to own. Ownership wears many faces. There were fractures among us. Being in a house of those who could kill a fever by breathing too loudly does not preclude the possibility of splintering into factions over what to do with a human heart that beats too loud. There were conversations late into the night, soft, clipped voices that allowed the edges of something like pleading, and each one left threads frayed. The rules that kept the Cullens from becoming monsters were great cloths mended by habit and will, and now they showed stress at the hems. I had seen the way their faces tightened when the wolf's shadow grew teeth-hard on the periphery. Allegiances and forks were not optional, they were made from necessity, and necessity was not sentimental. I thought of Charlie then, of his steady hands and steady temper. The idea of choosing one life over another felt like a theft and a blessing at once. If I stepped across the line, if I accepted what Alice could be, I would take from him the version of me he loved. If I stayed, I would become a witness to something so luminous and forbidden I'd spend my life trying to hold on to the memory. Either way, loss was sewn into the choice like a seam. I touched the scab on my hand and felt its heat. Mortality is a narrow, splendid ache. It insists on being felt fully because it ends. Alice watched me with a quality of attention that embarrassed me with its intensity. It was not gazing so much as measurement. She was trying to stow me into a future that would tolerate me, and every attempt sent her vision skittering. Once she told me she had seen 1,000 variations where we intersected, each a slight tilt that disproved the next. It made her both reckless and cautious. She wanted me without the price, and she knew the price was not for her to pay alone. We walked through the house after the rain stopped, and we walked as though walking itself could disperse something. The glass corridors refracted our steps into more than one of us, and for a moment I had the absurd sensation of being duplicated, Bella, twice, thrice, a chorus of my own hesitations. The living room was a place of confession now. The table had held our afters, the fireplace had warmed our grudges. At some point someone had set out a tray with tea, polishing enough civility onto the afternoon to make the edges manageable. I drank because it was expected and because the warmth soaked into me in a human way the cold could not. When finally we came to the question that had been circling like a hawk, it did not arrive with fanfare. Decisions between lives are rarely dramatic. They occur in a thin, unbearable space where ordinary things are altered. Alice set a hand on my cheek, not to command but to test, and the house seemed to hold its breath. She could have been asking me to trust the world she had been given. She could have been asking for shelter against the storm that would not relent. Either way, there was an offer in the placement of her palm, not a bargain spelled out in terms and conditions, but a raw, honest thing. Stay, she said without speaking, or go, she hinted in her eyes, and I felt each possibility arrive like a tide. I had imagined this choice in so many colors. Sometimes it was dark and slick with blood, a narrow corridor with only one light at the end. Sometimes it was a long plateau under a sky full of stars, where I could keep my human life and steal moments of eternity. Sometimes I saw myself on a shoreline, torn between settling on safe land or slipping into a vast, black sea. None of the images comforted me. Possibility had become a territory where every path required a sacrifice the size of heartache. Outside, the air smelled of tide and pine. The Pax world and the Cullens intersected less by choice than by survival. Wolves would not negotiate their borders for sentiment. They did not know the language of politeness or of petrified domesticity. They knew teeth and stalks and the blunt geometry of territories. The Cullens, for all their effort, were a fragile pact and not a government. We sat between two forces with an ordinary human heartbeat as our only protest against being pulled apart. I considered the notion of barrier, a skin of something so thin you could see the world through it. That was where I stood, membrane between two eternities. The storm had left things rearranged. Scar tissue, both literal and otherwise, had been formed in places I could no longer pretend were whole. The family table would not be the same after tonight. People would move differently in the house, eyes altering paths. The pack would mark the change in ways only it understood. I felt responsible and useless in equal measures. The decision I had to make was not simply about staying or going. It was about what kind of loss I was willing to be. Could I choose eternal stasis and abandon the human life that had held me steady? Could I choose mortality and forever watch what I had left betray me? Alice did not demand an immediate answer. That was something I found more terrifying than insistence. Time is a luxury to immortals. To us, it is a currency that burns. She offered me her hand again, her cold a counterpoint to my blood, and for a moment I let the future be suspended between our palms. I imagined mapping out a life like a cartographer, lines for boundaries, annotations for decisions, and then I realized the map would be useless. Futures shifted like light across glass. Even the best drawn route could be unmade by the turn of a head. In the quiet that followed, my mind stripped itself of rhetoric and landed on a single, honest self, frightened, greedy, grateful. I had wanted to merge with Alice like tide over stone, relentless, patient, eroding everything fragile into something enduring. But I also wanted to keep the small things that anchored me to human life, Charlie's easy exasperation, the clumsy way I brewed coffee, the fact that I could grow tired in the night and go to bed. To trade those for a skin that never cooled and a heart that never ached sounded both noble and monstrous. I thought of Alice's uncertainty, of the way her sight had been a kaleidoscope of possible us. If she could not be sure of the shape our lives would take, how could I be? How could I sign away the only life that belonged to me for an arrangement wrought from possibilities? The house smelled faintly of lemon and rain. The problem was not only what I would gain, it was what I would lose and whether I would be able to live with the absence carved out of my life. Choices had a way of revealing the contours of those around you. The Cullens' restraint had always felt like both a blessing and a condemnation, love tempered with self-control. The wolves would not be as lenient. They would mark boundaries with teeth and blood, and their loyalty would not bend because of affection. The world I envisioned with Alice pulsed with the promise of safety and fear in equal measure. It was not a life designed for simple needs. Alice's fingers tightened once more as if sensing the wrestling in me. There was no drama in her patience. She could wait as only one who did not age could. That patience both comforted me and pissed me off, the immovable calm of one who could watch centuries pass like seasons and still maintain a soft curve of interest. For the first time, I felt anger at the unfairness of immortality. How could I be asked to weigh a lifetime against the possibility when I had so much less time to be sure? I closed my eyes and let the memory of the night's violence float back in shards and then recede. No one had died. No one had been unmade. But something had shifted, and it had written itself into the fabric of us. Relationships frayed like costly cloth and were mended with stitches of different colors. I could feel the hems pulling. I could, if I chose, be the seamstress. Or I could step away and watch the fabric set in a shape that did not include me. When at last I opened my eyes, it was to the sight of Alice watching me with a patience that made the rest of the house conceivable. Her hand was still in mine, its coldness a clean line against my veins. The future, as she had shown it, was not a promise but a series of shadows shifting under the sun. I could wait for the next slant of light to make the map legible, or I could act. A decision is rarely an answer, it is more often an exposure. The moment I chose, something would be revealed and something else would be lost. I felt the pressure of that knowledge as a physical thing, and it pressed me toward the window where the rain had left a single clear streak. Beyond it the forest stood patient and waiting, as indifferent as ever to human indecision. The pack would mark the day we decided, or they would mark it when we hesitated too long. The world pressed impatiently on both sides. I tightened my hand around Alice's and, for the first time since I had arrived in this town of rain and small impossibilities, I let my reluctance and hunger coexist without trying to excise one for the other. The choice would be ugly and holy and everything in between. That was the truth. I had to decide, not in some clean moment of revelation, but in the quiet arithmetic of living, one small step after another, a lifetime tallied in the everyday. I breathed in the damp, steady air of Forks and felt how the decision hovered above us like a storm cloud, patient enough to become rain. My fingers curled around hers. The next move would be mine to make, and no matter how many ways the future tried to show me itself, the shape of my answer would be the thing that finally made it real. Chapter 34, Edges of Self. The rain had a way of making Forks feel like a town that could be erased with a fingertip. It rinsed the edges off signs and cars and the backs of houses until everything looked provisional, like an unfinished thought. I like to think I have always been good at being provisional, willing to fit, to fold myself around other people's lives to make the seams smooth. But the rain that afternoon felt like a test I could not pass by simply yielding. I shut the door to Charlie's trailer and let the sound of water fill the rooms. The house smelled like the ordinary things that anchor me: coffee, the leather of his boots, the faint sheer of an old baseball glove tucked into the corner. I could see him rehearsing moves in his mind, what he'd say at work tomorrow, what I'd need at the grocery, steady motions, steady minutes. He thought of me in the way a man thinks of his daughter, warm and fragile and necessary. That steadiness both soothed and pricked me. I loved him for it, and it also reminded me how mortal I was. How small that particular kind of eternity looked beside the kind of forever Alice had offered in her wayward, slanting glimpses. I drove until the wipers were a blur and pulled off where the road surrendered to the woods. I wanted a place where no one wanted anything of me but quiet. The trees kept the rain soft and made it sound like the world was whispering under a shawl. I walked until the trucks and the streetlights fell away and all I could feel was the wet grit beneath my sneakers and the hollow in my chest that had been filling with other people's desire these last weeks. Desire is an honest thing, it announces itself. Worship, the kind that arrives with polite smiles and hands that never touch, is more dangerous because it masks itself as something harmless. Alice's adoration, if adoration was the right word, wasn't like that. It was sudden and precise and folded into her laugh. Her fingers were always a fraction too cool when they brushed my sleeve, and she seemed to orbit me in ways I could see, the tilt of her head, the flicker in her eyes. But when she had told me that she had not read my mind, I had felt a small, fierce relief. She had seen me the only way she could, in a future that kept slipping from her grasp. There was uncertainty in that, and uncertainty felt more human than a certainty that flattened me into a prize. I rested my hand against the bark of a fir and tried to measure myself by something that did not hold me. The bark was rough and real. I photographed it in my memory, the grooves, the flakes, the way the rain collected in tiny, obedient beads. It was a geometry I understood. I had always been a person who took the world apart mentally to understand where I belonged in it, what I added to the sum, what I subtracted. Alice had refracted light off her skin like a secret language. The Cullens moved with a restraint that could be like discipline or like a cloak. The wolves, whenever they pressed near Forks, were not metaphors but an animal fact with teeth. And me? I kept returning to a small, stubborn sense of null. I was human, therefore transient, therefore inclined to define myself by the people who looked at me. The most dangerous version of being loved, I was beginning to see, was the version that wanted to preserve me as I was. Immortality, as presented by the Cullens, was an endless pause. It would arrest the moving parts of me, freeze them into a hardness that could shine but could not change. Alice's pale fingers, the way her skin shimmered in a slant of accidental sun, those images lodged inside me like seeds, promising a garden of perpetual midday. The thought of seeing her smile across an unending timeline was intoxicating and terrible in the same split inhale. If I became like her, I would always be desired by cold and danger. I would no longer be the girl who learned to bake a burnt cake for Charlie, who bruised her knee learning to drive, who waited awkwardly in classrooms. I would be an idea, beautiful, eternal, and impossible to complicate. I realized I didn't want to be a perfect object even for the person I wanted most. It wasn't merely vanity or fear of death. It was the acknowledgement that becoming a vampire would be a surrender of the narrative of me. I had always defined myself by the thread of being Bella's swan, clumsy, ordinary, anchored to Charlie's kitchen and to the smell of his shirts. Maybe that anchor had been a safety net, and maybe, when I let the thought unfurl fully, a condemnation. To be someone else was an offer and a threat. Alice offered me a hand that felt both cold and alive. Across from that hand sat a life that was raw and finite and made up of small, delicious failures. Choosing either felt like choosing which part of my soul to thin. I thought of the times I had stood in the Cullen house and watched their faces as if they were paintings behind glass. Their courtesy had been as exact as a medical procedure. Carlyle fixed bones with steady hands. Esme arranged the table with a motherly precision that made me ache with longing for a weight I could belong to. They watched me with a sort of wonder that was both protective and predatory, protection often masqueraded as control. If I let them shape me into one of them, they would be tending to an immortal version of me like a gardener pruning a bonsai, forever tending so it would never grow wild. That care was a kindness, it was also an erasure. There was another erasure that frightened me more than the possibility of being frozen, the thought of being loved only as a way to placate others' loneliness. Alice's visions had shown her a dozen ways my life might tilt toward hers, most of them with me as the axis of a story she could inhabit forever. But she had also admitted that the images shivered and reassembled, like light through a glass that could not be held still. The knowledge that her desire for me could be a future clinging to her like a lifeline made me want to disentangle myself politely, fiercely. The hunger inside me was not only for her cold skin. It was for being seen as a person with a course of her own. I wanted someone to want me and also to want me to be more than the one who would cease to be human for them. I wanted to be chosen for the shape of my life, not offered as a shortcut to someone else's eternity. The Cullens wanted to protect. The wolves wanted to possess. Desire took many forms. My reclamation would be mine. I breathed until the ache in my ribs softened into a kind of attention. There were ways to test myself. If I could spend an hour being only Bella, no expectations, no future pressures, what would I do? I thought about the small things I loved and didn't always have the right to love in public. The taste of a soda that should have been cold and too fizzy. The way Charlie's arms smelled after a day at the station. The safe humility of letting myself be ordinary, with the good and the mediocre parts included. I imagined learning again how to take up space without asking for permission from the people who orbit me. The forest hummed with life that did not need me to narrate it. A thrush called somewhere, precise and unhurried. Moist leaves flattened beneath my shoes like a carpet for a queen I had not appointed myself to be. The ground gave me an uncomplicated script: step, breathe, be. I found that the discipline of this plainness steadied me. In the absence of flattery and danger, my center didn't have to fight for air. It would be dishonest to pretend my wanting disappeared. My longing for Alice was a trance that folded around the rest of me. It made the world vibrate in higher frequencies. Her hand in mine was a lesson in paradox. It was cold and demanding and, in its own way, tender. There were moments when I wanted to climb into that coldness and make it my warmth, when the thought of a never-ending tomorrow with her was balm for a loneliness I didn't know how to voice to Charlie. But desire, no matter how pure, should not be the sole architecture of a life. I wanted color, messy, mutable, human color, rather than the precise, flawless silver of becoming what they were. Ownership disguised as affection had always been the hardest thing to spot. The Cullens' rules came from their survival. The wolves' possessiveness came from a code carved into their bones. Both were, in their ways, about preserving the pack. I belonged to no pack by birth. I was not a Cullen and I was not a wolf. It frightened me that the people I loved could make the decision for me simply by virtue of loving me. It frightened me more that I might surrender out of love, thinking my sacrifice noble without ever tasting what it meant to choose for myself. So I made a promise there, under the low sagging branches, to test my edges. Not to prove anyone wrong, not even myself, but to discover whether myself was something I wanted to take forward into an otherworldly dawn or whether it wanted to be a daylight existence with finite chapters. I would not be a vessel of someone else's forever. If I chose immortality, I would choose it from a place that had been allowed to live, err, break, and be mended. If I chose to stay mortal, it would be because I had loved the shape of my life enough to hold it as it was. The idea felt like reclaiming a limb I hadn't known I'd set down. My bones tingled with a cautious exhilaration. I thought of Alice's face when the ridiculous slant of sunlight had made rainbows across her cheek, when she had smiled at me as if she had been waiting for an answer she didn't yet know how to ask. She had offered me her hand without coercion. She had let her future sight show me as an element she could not secure. That uncertainty was the clearest permission I would ever be given. I stayed in the woods until the rain eased to a fine mist and the outlines of the trees returned their definition. I walked back to my truck with mud on my shoes and a steadiness in my pulse that hadn't been there before. I wasn't sure whether I would tell Alice any of this in blunt sentences or whether it would be revealed between us like a secret that both of us had to hold. I didn't know if the wolves would take my small act of self-possession as a provocation or a promise. The future kept reconfiguring in thin, trembling ways. The only thing I knew for sure was that the person I would bring to whatever came next would be someone I had claimed. Charlie would be asleep when I came home, the house a small island of lamplight. I paused in the doorway and felt the ordinary world press against my shoulders like an old coat. The coat was familiar and imperfect, and it fit me in a way that had nothing to do with being desirable. It simply was. I smiled without meaning to and then wondered whether that simple motion would feel like treason to the people who loved me as something to be kept or saved. Maybe it would. Maybe they would hate my ordinary choices or my stubbornness. Maybe they would celebrate them. Either way, the boundaries were clearer now than they had been in the slanting confusion when Alice's light had first caught my eye. I could be loved and still keep myself. I could be adored and still ask for space to decide. I could hunger and still refuse to be consumed. I set my bag down, the room smelling exactly as it had when I'd left it, the harmless ghosts of laundry, the faint film of an unfinished dinner. My life was not grand or elegant. It was a collection of small, unglamorous truths. And for the first time since the slide of color across Alice's cheek, I felt less like a reflection and more like an instrument I could tune. The choice that loomed would not be decided today. Some truths required weathering. They demanded days of small consistencies that could be trusted to reveal what endurance a desire could bear. I was not naive enough to think the wolves would relent or that the Cullens would not continue to offer their hands. I only knew now that when one of those hands reached across me, the hand I would lift in return would be my own. Tomorrow I would see Alice again. Tomorrow her smile would tilt like a blade and her future sight would shimmer, unsettled and true. I would go to her, not as someone surrendered, but as someone who had learned to stand. And when she looked at me with the light in her face, would tell her what I had learned about being alive and small and whole. Chapter 35, A Quiet Offer. The slant of late afternoon broke through the long windows of the Cullen house like an accusation, a narrow blade of gold that should not have existed in Forks and yet insisted on itself as if light could be shameless. It fell across Alice's cheek and turned her skin into something impossible, prismatic and cold, as if the world wanted to show me the evidence of what rumor had dressed in whispers. The beam pried at the smooth planes of her face and left rainbows in its wake, little shards of color she wore like laughter, and in that small, absurd spectacle the rumor that had floated through high school halls and whispered through grocery lines was suddenly a fact standing in front of me, offering a hand. Her fingers were colder than I imagined hands could be and so much more alive. There was a pressure in the touch that did not require warmth to be real. I wanted to recoil, to run back to Charlie's house with its familiar smells of motor oil and television dinners, to the steady, human ordinariness that felt like a shore I could always reach. Instead I let her take my hand, and in that contact something in me unfurled that I hadn't known I was holding closed, an ache that had lived as a rumor in my chest and now became a kind of hunger. We moved through the house like two sprites that didn't entirely belong, gliding past the glass and chrome where sunlight misbehaved. The rest of the Cullens were in the next room, their conversation a measured tide I could hear but not read. They were always together, a circle that made sense even while it made me feel raw and wrong for being a human in the middle of their geometry. Esme's smile reached me as warmth reaching out from a fireplace. Carlyle's eyes always seemed to look past the moment, cataloging. Edward's attention hovered like a stillness, protective without being clinging, while Rosalie watched me with a kind of appraising stillness that was not unkind but not soft either. Jasper fit into the air like a silence you'd wait out. Emmett laughed at a thing I didn't understand and the sound made the room seem larger and safer, which was ridiculous because I didn't belong there and yet the safety had the texture of truth. Alice led me through to the solarium, where the glass domed above us and filtered the outside world into shapes that were almost pagan. Rain had left the panes freckled, and when the light squeezed through it was as if someone had set the world on a slant so I could not look away. She sat down on the chaise and patted the space beside her, and it was an invitation that felt like a dare. I sat, because the rest of the world had begun to feel like something I could pass through without touching, and because when Alice held out her hand the only true response I had was to take it. She didn't say the things I had feared. There was no ultimatum, no polished cruelty disguised as kindness, no, be mine or lose all. For the first time since I'd known that the stories could be true, someone offered me not the violent insistence of a mortal hunger but the opposite, time. Her voice when she spoke was small and bright in that echoing space. I will not force you, she said. I had imagined 100 ways the conversation might go, threats wrapped in tenderness, promises that would clip me clean of my life in a single, cherished sentence, but she named the thing that frightened me most, and did it with a calm that made my insides ache. She told me she had seen me before, images that had shaped themselves into futures and then crumpled like paper in her hands. She saw me in a version of Forks that included them and a version that did not. The vision slid, she said, like panes of glass that didn't quite line up, each possibility nudged the others and nothing ever settled. The certainty everyone expected from a seer, especially from Alice, did not come. Instead there was this strange indecision, and from this she had learned not to make decisions for other people. It was a gentleness as sharp as any ultimatum I'd been ready for. To be offered permission to choose was a violence in its own way, because it handed me the full weight of consequence. The choice she refused to force was mine in all its terror, all its ridiculousness. She could have taken away the most difficult part by deciding for me, by deciding that I would be kept in a forever that would be safe and still and perfect for what she wanted. She didn't. Her patience was aflame, steady and controlled, and I could not pretend I wasn't terrified that in letting me choose she was allowing me to destroy not only myself but the fragile normalcies around me. Why me, I thought, again, because the question had teeth when you let it bite. I was not beautiful or brilliant. I was clumsy, ordinary, familiar. I was someone who walked into situations and left them as quietly as I had come in. The thought that anyone at all, would be willing to jeopardize everything for me felt like theft. Alice's eyes, sudden and earnest, answered without words. She had seen me in her future with that odd, dislocated certainty, and it looked like longing, like something patient and cruel in the same breath. Freedom was not kindness in the way I'd wanted kindness to be. It was a mirror held up that reflected the scale of what would be given away. If I chose to be turned, Dad would lose a daughter shaped by the small human things he considered victories, a laugh, a sunburn, an awkward high school dance. Charlie would have to live with the absence of the person who liked to sit and watch bad television and complain about new motor noises. My friends would only remember me as I'd been, the new me would not fit into any of their frames. The Cullen's secrecy could be compromised, the wolves would mark the line with teeth. If I refused, I would be denying myself the thing that pulled at me like gravity, an ache that had become a direction. Alice didn't promise me eternity in sweet, glossy terms, she promised me no pressure. There was a tenderness in that refusal to decide for me that made me want to be better than I was because she believed I might choose something that would hurt her in the long run. The idea that she could hold off the plan, that she could content herself with presence instead of possession, felt like a test of faith. How could I take that kind of patience and not feel it grind at the core of me until I had to decide? I thought of the wolves. The pack felt like an animalic certainty outside the house, a reminder that the world would not let two contrary truths exist indefinitely. In the quiet that followed her words I could hear the pulse of the town beyond the glass, the rain on the roof, the distant hum of cars on Highway 101, but also the low, seasonal tension that seemed to seep into the town's bones. The pack's loyalty would turn sharp if lines were crossed. It wasn't black and white, even now their presence was part memory, part rumor, part the kind of protection that could collapse into violence if boundaries blurred. The Cullens had rules and codes and a fragile equilibrium they protected fiercely. My choice was not mine alone. Alice's hand found my knee and held it as if she had always intended to be the one to claim this contact. Her fingers were precise, almost ceremonial, and in the hold there was both an apology and an insistence. I wanted to measure the truth of what she offered by testing her, by asking for certainty and being prepared for some grand, uncompromising gesture in return. Instead she gave me a timetable measured in small things, patience, presence, the permission to breathe while the rest of the world waited with us. I tried to thank her and the words came out thin. How did you say thank you for a life not yet decided? How did you express the gratitude and the terror that shared a border in my chest and bled into every other thought? You're not asking me to be anything, she said, voice a whisper. I'm offering a choice. I hate the idea of someone making that decision for you. Her clarity was ridiculous. Here was a girl who had lived centuries and still found cruelty in the theft of another's agency. It should have made me love her and dread her more. The intensity of my gratitude made the terror more honest. If I had been offered an ultimatum, it would have been easier to place the blame on them, on me, on necessity. But when someone hands you the full measure of a decision, it becomes your yardstick, and for the first time I understood how a life could feel like a thing weighed in the raw. I was not brave. I had only been brave in fits and starts, driving to Forks after telling Dad I needed a change of scenery, sitting in science class when everyone else seemed to have a map for the next 5 years. But bravery was something different here. To choose to be left human in a world that would keep asking for me to step into the impossible would be a brave renunciation. To choose to become what they were would be a sacrifice with a cost too vast to estimate. Either way, I would be losing something, either the ticking, fragile warmth of mortality or the possibility of a life lived hand in hand with someone who refracted light across their face. The Cullens were patient, in their way. They had postponed their impulses for decades. They had built rules around their needs, and the house was a monument to that restraint. The thought of binding my choice to that discipline, that I could be trusted to keep some vow, felt like being offered a place at a table I might not deserve. I kept thinking of Esme's hands, of Carlyle's steady voice, of Edward's silent guarding. They were not cold in the way the stories painted vampires. They were cultivated, chosen cold. It compounded my guilt to imagine being the one who could fracture that hard-won peace. Alice watched me like someone reading a book with no beginning and no end, like the pages were arranged and magnificent and precarious. She had always been abrupt, like a sharp light that made you squint until the image sharpened. Now, though, she moved with a gentleness that made vulnerability feel less like a failure and more like an artifact, fragile, valuable, to be preserved if possible. I felt ridiculous to be moved so easily by such ordinary things, the autumn light hitting glass a certain way, someone offering patience when the world demanded decisions, a hand that did not try to possess but chose to stay. Yet those ordinary things were rarities in my life, and rarity has a habit of making everything else seem unsustainable. Outside the glass the town kept on being the town of rain and rumors, of the same old grocery stores and the same old lanes that had swallowed my boyhood and spat me out here, standing on the edge of two possible lives. There were no easy answers. There was, as Alice had presented, the quiet authority of a woman who would not force me to become what she was. The quiet offered her more right over me than any ultimatum could have given. I promised myself I would sleep on it, which felt like a poor effort against the tectonic force of decision. Sleep had always been my refuge when things tilted too fast. Now it threatened to be the place where I would only dream about the wrongness of either path. But night would come, and in the dark I would practice weighing options as if they were coins in my palm. The wolves would mark the night with sounds I could not yet interpret as warning or greeting. Charlie would sleep in his house not knowing the breadth of the possibility his daughter held in her chest. My life had become a tidal thing, full of potential scraping against each other like shells. Alice loosened her grip, and for the first time in a long while I felt the uncomfortable taste of agency settle in my mouth. It was not a sweet taste. It was metallic and honest. It meant that if I chose wrong it would be I who had to live with the consequences, and if I chose right it would be because I had been brave enough to walk into the dark hand in hand with what I could become. The sun sliced through the glass in one last slant as it fell, and the colors on Alice's face went soft and then disappeared. She reached for me and tipped my chin, a motion both tender and proprietorial, and when our eyes met there was no hunger in her look that sought to take, there was only a promise to wait, long and patient as a season. I wanted to stay like that forever, wrapped in a quiet that asked nothing of me but all of me at once. But forever, I knew, was the cost that had to be priced, and I was not ready to be bankrupt. Outside, the wind picked up and I thought I heard a low, resonant sound that could have been a wolf or could have been the town remembering its wildness. Inside the glass I was offered a freedom that stung like salt. The choice lay before me, not in the shout of a threat but in the hush of an offer, and the sound of it cut deeper than any ultimatum. Chapter 36, Rupture. It began with a sound like the sea. Forks carries its weather like a lung, constant, heavy, inhaling the world in gray. Tonight the rain had thinned to a fine wire, and the trees along the Cullen property stitched themselves into silhouettes. I stood at the tall window of their living room because I could not sit at the table and make polite conversation as if the air weren't electric with something like threat. The pack filled the tree line beyond the glass, hulks of fur and muscle moving silently, as natural to the woods as the roots. Their eyes caught the last scrap of light and kept it, wet and unreadable. From here their shoulders looked too human to ignore and too animal to comfort me. My pulse sounded absurdly loud against those quiet shapes. When I was small I used to imagine danger as a visible thing, something that would walk up the street in boots and knock. This danger arrived on 4 feet and with a history in its scent. I had lived so much of my life feeling accidental, like a note dropped from somewhere higher. Now I felt chosen by the weight of their attention and simultaneously disposable, like something fragile that might need to be moved if it proved inconvenient. They had come to ask a question, and questions in other people's languages usually mean decisions in mine. Sam, his presence was a finite, strong thing even at that distance, made a sound that the other wolves answered. They stepped closer to the clearing. The Cullens gathered in the house as a single organism. I could feel them assemble around me like layered armor. Alice hovered near the doorway, too small to be frightening, her hands folded. Carlyle stood with that surgical calm he wears like a cloak. Esme's mouth was small and trembling. Rosalie leaned against a wall with her jaw set, an old bruise of anger in her posture. Emmett's shoulders were knotted and ready to move. Jasper sat silent, a shadow within a shadow, and watched the yard as though mapping every threat. I could not be the kind of brave person who faced things without noise. Instead, my breath became the noise. I let it out in thin exhalations and tried to place my feet so I wouldn't sway. Alice's fingers brushed mine once and cold ran into me like electricity, an intimate, impossible warmth. Her skin still had that refractive quality. The last slant of rain light broke across her cheek and fractures of color crawled and died like tiny stars. There was no way to look at her and not know she was not what I was. The rumor I'd laughed at in Phoenix days had become a private, luminous betrayal. They spoke first on my behalf. Sam came out of the trees and, at the edge of the property, shifted. He took on a shape more like a man to address us. His voice was not rough, but it carried the command of someone who had been the instrument of many choices and knew the cost of indecision. "We won't have you used as an excuse," he said. It wasn't an accusation, it was a boundary. You exist in our territory. You're under their care. That ties us together whether we choose it or not. We remember what happens when our people are weak because of what sits a little too close to them. There are always ways to translate the unspoken in sentences like that. He meant that a human in the web of vampire restraint unsettled the pack's old agreements. He meant that any danger to a human became a wound to the pack, and that wolves do not forgive easy. Carlyle answered in his low, precise way, and his words were a pledge strung tight with logic and compassion. He explained our life here, the pack the Cullens kept, no feeding, no harm. He said we did not ask to be the center of friction. He said we could and would ensure Bella's safety, that they had done everything in their power to create a hedge around her life. Sam's face tightened. Words do not hold predators, he said. We hunt things that threaten our own. You live with the idea that control is enough. You are infinite in your vows, and people change. Our people's memories are longer than marriages, than town ordinances. There are law and ritual and blood between our tribes and this land. If lines are crossed, if one of our young dies because of your hunger or someone is taken, the memory will not be satisfied by apologies. My name was not said in that sentence, but it hovered in the room like fog. The implications prickled along every skin. They were not talking about me like merchandise to be negotiated. They were speaking in the only language they knew, territory and kin, duty and the sharp justice of the wild. When the wolves flatten you into something essential, you lose the comfort of layered, socially acceptable complexity. You become function, threat or not. I wanted to tell them that I had a father who mended things quietly, that Charlie would get up tomorrow, make coffee, and miss me like a normal, human grief. I wanted to say I appreciated the Cullens in a way that went beyond gratitude. They had become a kind of refuge. But those words buckled under the weight of the choice the wolves were laying on us. They didn't want my gratitude. They wanted a simple, impossible answer. Either remove me from your lives, or find yourselves in direct conflict with people who can rip the world open with a single motion. Inside the house, the air felt colder and smaller. The Cullens moved as a unit when the ground threatened to open. Esme's hand found mine and held, as though I could be steadied by another's touch. Carlyle's eyes, always like cut glass, rested on me with something that was a mixture of paternal worry and clinical assessment. Carlyle, I wanted to say, I am not a thing to be bargained away. But what custody battle would secure someone who wanted to remain? What protection would keep a father from being hurt or myself from being the fulcrum upon which generations of instincts balanced? Alice saw everything and nothing. She had told me before, she could not settle my future in her head. Her visions were a map with paths that braided and rerouted constantly. Tonight her eyes looked inward, focused on a present she had tried and failed to chart. She crossed to me slowly, the raindrops on her shoulders catching light like lost coins. "I saw this a dozen ways," she said, voice quick and small. "Mostly endings. Sometimes you are safe. Sometimes it's worse." Her fingers curled around mine and the cold was there, precise and real. I couldn't keep the picture still, Bella. It slipped the moment I tried to hold it. That was the most dangerous part of knowing someone like Alice at close range. She offered glimpses and then emptiness. If knowledge could be a chain, then uncertainty was like a razor. I had never been so grateful for ignorance. Not knowing my fate let me believe I could still influence it. It let me imagine sacrifice that might be mine to make rather than fate handing it to me as punishment. They made me a promise on my behalf. It was not generous. It was not even kind. It was pragmatic. "We cannot give her up," Carlyle said. "We will not abandon someone who has placed herself under our care." Across the yard I could see Rosalie stiffen, a muscle in her jaw working. Emmett spread his hands like a man balancing a weight. There was the kind of silence that does not forgive easy words. If the Cullens claimed me, that simple statement set their loyalties like armor. Armor is useful until something punctures it, and both sides had teeth. Sam's head dipped. "Then we set terms," he said, and the way the words felt like wood dropping into a well. He gave us a deadline, one that was practical and merciless. The pack would watch. If we could keep the humans safe and restrained and away from any threat, they would accept the arrangement. If we couldn't, their patience, he suggested without theater, would end. They would not stand by and watch their land be a proving ground. I heard that last part as if it had lodged somewhere behind my sternum. I had the visceral understanding that I mattered, and it terrified me the way belonging often does. To be necessary is to be valuable. To be valuable is to be vulnerable. There are moments when love and duty become indistinguishable. Sitting in that room, feeling everyone's gaze like slow flames, I realized how my choices would translate into other people's suffering. If I stayed, would tie the Cullens to me in a way that could invite violence upon them, could turn their moral codes into my sentence. If I left, I would face losing Alice, the thing inside me that felt like a star extinguishing. If I were turned, if I asked Carlyle to make me like them, what would I become? Immortality looked less like a bomb and more like a cliff edge. The promise of never ending was accompanied by the cost of making others the center of a war because of me. I thought of Charlie making coffee in the morning, unaware and safe in his ordinary world. I thought of Alice's cold hand and the way her smile could split the air. I thought of Sam's face, steady, the kind of leader shaped by a long line of ancestors who had kept their people through winters no one living could remember. Their memories were not romantic, they were practical, knuckling down through generations of survival. "Do you understand what you are asking?" Carlyle's voice slid under mine. He was asking me, but I knew the question. He wanted me to parse my worth. He wanted me to decide what I would accept to protect the ones who had become my choice. I had never believed myself heroic. My life had been an accumulation of small non-alarms. I was clumsy and tended to love things quietly and badly. Yet here, standing between woods that could swallow and glass that could shatter, I felt the strange geometry of being necessary. It made me smaller and larger at once. Alice squeezed my hand. There was danger in her fingers as well, an edge, a hunger I tasted like cold metal. Not just the physical hunger vampires carried, but the hunger of someone who saw me in possible futures and wanted to hold me in at least one of them. It was not possessiveness, it was a kind of tender violence. I had never been wanted like that. It made my body an instrument of ache. I kept returning mentally to small, absurd acts, the way Charlie's shirt smelled like detergent, the feel of my desk in biology class, the sound of rain on my truck's roof. They were anchors to an ordinary life that could be obliterated by the shift of a single decision. The Cullens' life, by contrast, shimmered with something eternal and terrifying. To step into that forever was to turn from a life where my father might age into one where I would become the reason others might suffer. Make your choice, Sam concluded, and his words were not cruel. They were a tide setting its line. It felt like the room contracted. People were reversible in a pinch. Would they rather pick exile or bloodshed? The plates and glasses in the kitchen looked suddenly like things to be thrown, like instruments of separation. I could see Esme's hands, so often the hands of comfort, trembling at the prospect of a decision made by someone who loved too easily. I should have wanted to run. It would have been easier to saddle myself with shame and leave, to break the Cullens' hearts with my disappearance rather than to have them fight for me. Yet the thought of stepping away from Alice, from this dangerous warmth, felt like a subtraction I could not stand. I'll decide, I said, and my voice felt like it belonged to someone resolute and stupid and desperate all at once. It was small, but it was mine. They watched me. The world narrowed to the circumference of my chest. Things that had been only whispers, immortality, sacrifice, identity, solidified into a shape I had to hold. I was not only choosing for myself, my choice would bend the lines of ancient loyalties. When you are young, you believe you get to make the comfortable choices. When you are loved by people who live longer than your lifetime, every decision curls outward like ripples. Alice leaned forward and pressed her forehead to mine. Her skin was cold, and that small contact felt like a beginning and a warning. I will try to see, she said. I will try, Bella. You cannot be a hinge if you are already broken. There are times when being seen is a violence and times when it is salvation. Her sight, imperfect, frantic, luminous, had made me visible to more than myself. It made me accountable in ways that terrified me. The pack left as simply as they'd come, a line of sentries dissolving into the dark. Their ultimatum hung in the rain like a shape I could not touch, only feel. The Cullens retreated to their rooms and their protocols, each taking up a post that was both love and duty. In that house, people became armor. I stood with Alice in the window, watching the last of the wolves thin into the woods. The rain sounded like applause for things we could not control. My choice hung over us, a blade to be turned. If the world fractured, it would likely be along that scene where my heart sat. I felt like I had been made into a fulcrum without being asked, weighted between two inevitable forces. I did not know enough to be wise. I knew only that I wanted to be wanted by her in the way that did not demand sacrifice, and that sometimes the only way to protect the people you loved was to break yourself open and give them the shape they needed. Tomorrow the town would wake and move and forget to tremble. This was the cruelty of normalcy. Tonight, in rain and glass, decisions were being sketched in the bones of men and wolves and vampires. I would have to choose, and the knowledge of that choice settled in me like cold stone. I placed my hand against the glass, the world beyond blurred with rain and memory, and let my fingertips echo the cold pressure of Alice's. It felt like a vow. It felt like a beginning of the world splitting along an impossible seam. Chapter 37, Embers. The rain in Forks has a soft tyranny. It makes the world small and gray and insistently private, so that when sunlight, rarer than gossip, finds its way through the clouds and the trees, it feels like an apology. One afternoon, a single slanting beam came through the slatted blinds of the Cullen living room and landed on Alice's face. The light split and threw colors across her skin like something fragile torn open, shards of amethyst and sea glass, colors that don't belong to ordinary things. I couldn't have known, then, whether I was looking at a trick of the house or at the truth, that beneath the polite bones and the sudden, conspiratorial smile there was something other that rendered light itself insolent. She reached for my hand before I could think how to pull it away. Her palm was cooler than the air, not numb but not warm either, like the inside of a winter lake, and when I let my fingers curl into hers, the rest of the house held its breath. Being touched by her was an intimate sort of vandalism. It felt like trespassing and homecoming all at once. I had been accustomed to my life being small, a town with one stoplight, a father who loved me and a rhythm I could follow without effort. Alice's touch rearranged those quiet certainties as surely as the beam rearranged the room. We had been stealing hours in that way, merely a few, sometimes less, filling them with the kinds of tiny ordinary things that made up a life I had never thought would include her. She liked the ritual of small domestic acts, arranging magazines on the coffee table just so, setting 2 cups of coffee out even though she never drank it, smoothing the fringe of my hair with fingertips that could flatten steel. For her, these were gestures of defiance against what she was, proof that a life could contain the same trivial comforts as any other, even if the night was hungry and the law they lived by was a silent, sharp thing. I learned how to measure my days by those gestures. I gauged our closeness by the number of threads left untucked on the cushion where she sat, by the way she would hum under her breath as she organized the pantry or fold my sweaters, an absurdly human list of chores that made the house a place to be rather than a museum of stillness. Evenings became a patchwork of shadows and small rebellions, a stolen walk around the garden where the rain left a glossy, truthful sheen on the leaves, a movie watched with the sound turned low so that the Cullens' careful silence wasn't stretched thin, a book read aloud because the sound of my voice in the room seemed to anchor us both in the ordinary. There was a softness to Alice that contradicted everything her skin suggested. She moved through the world like someone who had practiced being punctual with catastrophe, abrupt and brilliant when she announced a new idea, then quietly fierce when she set about protecting it. The family, always the background to her suddenness, was a constellation that orbited around her more than I understood at first. They watched me with the kind of polite hunger people use when they are not certain how much it's safe to love. Sometimes their protection was a comfort, sometimes it felt like a cage with glass thin enough to see the world through but too thick to breathe freedom. The truth was, I let myself believe. It was dangerous and stupid, and maybe it was the only honest thing I had left. In the hollow hours between classes and after Father's garage lights went dim, I would imagine the geometry of a life with Alice, old, impossible, a sameness stretched into a forever. It was a seductive mathematics, no disease to steal at the edges, no dull ache of growing old, the permanence of being beside someone who existed in a hush where time meant nothing. But permanence comes with ledger lines I had to read, my father's face, the steady, human ache of him wanting me safe, the town that knew my name and would miss me, the self that had learned to find meaning in small mortal consistencies. To imagine becoming that permanence was to consider what I would have to cut away. Mortality is an anchor as much as it is a chain. Alice knew this in ways she didn't always say. She had told me once, on a night when the rain was too insistent for any of us to pretend sleep would come easily, that she could not read me. She had seen me, she said in the peculiar, dislocated way of someone who speaks of fortunes as if they were weather forecasts, visions that shifted and changed, yet every future she gave me had been a different shape. That confession was both a mercy and a sentence. I was not an open book to her, not something to be inevitability claimed. The uncertainty was terrifying because it left room for choice. It was merciful because it left room for me to choose poorly and still be human. There were other things I learned by watching the edges of the Cullens' lives, the rules they wore like undershirts, invisible and essential. No foolish displays. No temptation that invited the wolves noticing. No feeding without absolute necessity and preparation. They reminded each other with looks that were more carved than spoken, a quiet code that held them together, a sort of love that knew the shape of restraint. Being part of their evenings felt dangerously like acceptance, a permission I hadn't earned and didn't know if I deserved. The pack's presence made the permission feel fragile, like a candle flickering in a draft. It wasn't overt at first, no dramatic scenes with teeth bared in my face, only the subtle, animal ripples of awareness, dogs that barked at forests and then looked away, an old man at the hardware store pausing mid-sentence as if trying to remember a smell, a line in a gossip thread about those kids. But then there were the times when the atmosphere and forks thickened and the Cullens' composure became armor. They grew still in a way that suggested animal muscles tense beneath polite skin. I began to feel their caution like a second skin, an instruction I had to learn to wear. I told myself often that what we were building was shelter, fragile, certainly, but shelter nonetheless. Sitting in the kitchen while Alice made toast, she insisted Daniel, one of the Cullens, should teach her the way the bread caramelized, not for the taste, but because she liked the ritual of it. I would let my fingers trail over crumbs and pretend those crumbs were as durable as a promise. She would laugh at some private joke and the sound would stitch me closer to her. Her hand would find mine across the table, cold but persistent, and in that contact I kept rehearsing the idea that love could be an engineer, something that built bridges across unbridgeable divides. The problem, of course, is that love does not neutralize nature. The wolves are the ledger lines that make my hypothetical future look shaky. Their loyalty is a living thing, unbending and particular. I had seen them once, distantly, eyes like smoldering coal under pine boughs, and the memory of their attention lingered like a bruise. They would not allow a human's heart to be reshaped into predator without reply. Loyalty is contagious in that way. One tribe's sacrifice inspires another's fury. The pack's presence meant that every time my fingers closed around Alice's cold ones, I was not only inviting a personal transformation but potentially drawing an entire, feral order of beings into a confrontation that would not be pretty. There were nights when I would lie awake, listening to the house sometimes creak and sometimes not, and try to imagine myself a different sort of protagonist in this story. With Alice, the things that terrified me about becoming part of her world revealed themselves as the very reasons the life felt like an answer to a long hunger I didn't know I had. I thought of all the small ways I'd been invisible in my life, at school, in my quiet acceptance of things, and how Alice's attention dismantled that invisibility. She looked at me the way I had once hoped someone might, with an intensity that burned away any claims I had been making to being ordinary. But what at first seemed like validation quickly twined itself with fear. Was I loved because I was me, or because I was a fragile object in a dangerous collection? The question of worth reverberated through me like a warning bell. Her eyes, those abrupt, impatient windows, told me sometimes what a confession could not. When she watched me from the end of the couch, there was a softness in the way her lids lowered that made my chest ache, not pity, not patronage, but something more dangerous. It was desire, but not a consumer's hunger. It was instead something like admiration sired by an ache to protect. That made me feel both treasured and exposed, like an animal wrapped in velvet and left where everyone could see. I wanted to be worthy of being desired and terrified of what that made me ignore. We constructed the domesticities like a fortress. Alice taught me how to make the bed in a way that comforted even if the world outside wanted to ravage us. She taught me to braid my hair where it didn't tangle while we slept, to fold my clothes in the drawer so that they announced my presence even when I was away. We ate toast at impossible hours, the smoke alarm a rare betrayer that next door would find us oddly cruel for burning it by accident. These were not grand gestures, they were deliberate insistences on normalcy that felt, to me, like acts of bravery. It was a quiet rebellion to make a bed together in a house that had been a museum of restraint, to let our hands brush in ways that were not mechanical. We also talked, slowly and in fragments. Alice described her visions like someone trying on clothes that never fit quite right. Sometimes they showed me stable, polite scenes, family dinners, a life of small pleasures, and sometimes they were jagged, edges of danger and flame. She could not stand the uncertainty of her sight. It made her sharp in ways that both comforted and frightened me. She would say, without the habit of justifying herself, that maybe what made her want certain things had nothing to do with seeing them and more to do with feeling a pull she couldn't catalog. Her truth was a messy thing. It was a soul that wanted what it wanted even if the future folded back and refused to divulge the answer. In those conversations I would try to be honest in ways I had learned to avoid. I told her how small I had felt in the world, how being a person who didn't often get noticed had taught me a kind of economy of hope. I wanted to be wanted, of course, but I also wanted to be a person who was chosen because of what I gave and not because of what I was willing to sacrifice. She listened the way good things listen, without hurry and without the assumption that the listener must always be the healer. She did not offer immortality as a cure, she offered presence, and that mattered. Presence is its own kind of covenant. There were moments that felt simple enough to be holy. Once, after a long day of rain, Alice and I sat on the front steps of the Cullen house. The world around us was soft with damp and the smell of wet pine, and for a time the future seemed like a thin, negotiable thing. We didn't speak much. I traced the line of a nick on her knuckle that I had noticed once. She turned her head and watched me like someone watching the surface of a river with a small animal stranded below. Her hand slipped into mine and I felt it, an ember of something hot in the pool of cold that made up her skin. It wasn't the heat of her, it was the heat of the possibility of consequence. We were both small lights in a storm, and for that hour being small together felt like an answer. But embers require tending, and embers can also ignite things you cannot unmake. Every small domestic comfort we conjured was a petition against the larger storms waiting outside the glass and the rain. The pack moved like a weather front, their loyalties are not negotiable and they see the world in absolutes. The Collins rules are not romantic ideals so much as survival protocols. In the middle of our sheltered life, the facts remained: I was mortal, they were not, and two ecosystems can coexist only until the boundaries blur. When I close my eyes now, I can still see the way the light fell across her face that first time, the impossible colors shifting like tiny city lights, and I remember thinking that the world had given me something both miraculous and impossible. I let myself believe for a while that love could be engineering, that two dangerous things could be held together by small, tender acts. The optimism felt like a sin I was in love with. It felt like something to be saved and something that would cost more than I could imagine. There are decisions ahead that I have not yet learned how to make. There will be a point, sooner than my cautious heart wants to admit, when the shelter we have built will need walls that are thicker than habit, when the kindness of a morning cup of toast will not be enough to keep the wolves at bay or to counter the laws the Cullens live by. The choice will not be purely mine, it will ripple outward and force others to mark their loyalties. For now, I watch the ember between us and keep adding tinder with tiny domesticities, delaying the blaze that might ask me to burn everything I know. The warmth is seductive. But ember or inferno, the horizon keeps moving, and with it the necessity of choosing what I'm willing to become. Chapter 38, A Decision Looms. Rain had a way of keeping time in Forks. It tapped against the windows in steady, tiny measures, and the gray held everything in a hush where thoughts could grow loud. I sat at my father's kitchen table surrounded by evidence of ordinary life: coffee rings, a stack of unpaid bills, the faint perfume of his last meal, and I felt as though I were balancing on some invisible precipice. On the other side of the thin glass world, Alice's face would always catch the light the way a cut crystal catches a sunbeam. That memory had the power to rearrange the geometry of my days. Research is a kind of armor. I told myself that as I scrolled, clicked, printed, and scribbled until the pages around me were a small, chaotic moat. I searched the obvious things first: folklore, translated anthologies of undead myths, the slow, improbable logic of vampire stories. Then I turned to the edges where fiction touches the sterile world of medicine, articles about metabolic stasis, neurodegeneration, histories of ritualized transformation in isolated cultures. Forks Library gave me pamphlets on local legends, the internet gave me fevered theories. Somewhere between old wives' tales and the clinical case studies that never quite named their patients, I built a map of impossibilities. There were patterns. Stories always wanted the same things: a loss of taste for ordinary life, a purging of certain drives, a substitution of new needs that the old body could not anticipate. The myths loved symmetry, before and after, blood as both curse and communion. The medical papers were less romantic. They admitted uncertainty in the kind of italicized way that made the margins ache: unknown long-term cognitive effects, uncharted lifelong risks, the absence of human models that last more than a few decades because there had never been consented studies. The closest technical language could get was apologetic and clinical. The metaphors were brusque, like people trying to pin a living bird with statistics. Alice had smiled at me in a way that belonged to sharp things. Her hand had been cold and precise when she took mine. The skin was like glass and yet somehow invited heat. That contradiction threaded through everything I read. Was being desired by her a reward or another kind of erasure? She had not read my thoughts when we first spoke. She told me that she had seen me in a future that kept rearranging like cards in a wind. I wanted to believe that uncertainty meant possibility. I wanted to believe that my own choices could stand in that gust and refuse to bend. But choices are never made alone. The Cullens became a living appendix to my research. I borrowed a cautious sense of their history and a private, pulsing knowledge of how they kept each other safe. Carlyle's work, filtered, framed by human decency, suggested constraints that the texts did not name aloud: the sanctity of consent, the ethical lines that even immortal beings set to stop themselves from becoming purely predators. Esme wrapped hospitality around the family as a kind of armor. Rosalie's silence was a warning I refused to trivialize. Edward watched me with those old, unreadable eyes, and I could tell he carried the arithmetic of impossible odds on his shoulders. The danger lay in what those odds made of people. I spent an afternoon pretending to be composed. I propped my laptop on the edge of my bed in the Cullen spare room, the one with too many windows that made light seem like a fragile language. Alice said nothing while I looked through things she would have known far better than I ever could. She watched me with an expression that was almost a modification of her smile, cautious, like someone who keeps stepping toward an edge to be sure it is still there. She had offered me facts in fragments. There were rules, there were rituals, there were consequences. There was also a fact she refused to dress up. Her sight's mutability made any prediction unreliable. She could not tell me what would happen to me if I crossed over. She could see versions, like overlapping transparencies, and in each one I bent differently under the weight of what I wanted. The web of ownership and obligation closed around the question. Transformation is not a private act. A vampire can give mortality back or take it away. They can shelter you and change the foundation of your life. The wolves, however, do not abide transgressions of their borders. Their loyalty is a blade that remembers how to be cruel and precise. In the books I read, some anthropological, some opportunistic, the Quillet legends were a constant and final authority. The pack is a living thing whose rules are not negotiable. If I stood on the slim edge between human and not human, the wolves would smell that difference as surely as a storm smells rain. They would see me as a threat to their own lifeblood, or at best as a harbinger of choices they could never accept. I imagined Jacob's face, his jaw in its stubborn line, the way he moved like he belonged to the earth, and the thought gathered heat in me. Charlie's steady presence at home was another constant pressure. He would not understand the logic of immortality the way the Cullens did. He loved me as a finite being, the way people love things they can hold and measure, and I wanted, selfishly and fiercely, to keep the shape of that love. Would he see me again after the change? Would he recognize me if the rhythm of my days no longer matched the tick-tock of his kitchen clock? The idea of his bewildered, bereft face was a small, personal apocalypse I was not ready to measure. My fear of losing myself sometimes flared like a match. I pictured the worst in exaggerated bursts, waking to a mirror that knew me but did not remember the grammar of my life, losing the clumsy human pleasures, the warmth of a summer's face, the phosphorescent smell of rain on pavement, to some new appetite that would never be satisfied. I was not naive. I knew vampire stories were built on such traits. The ache of losing Alice was faster and more ferocious. If I refused, if I hardened my heart and chose safety, would I lose her anyway? Would absence hollow me out in a way that no physical change could repair? Alice's hand on mine once had been a promise without words. That memory was both an argument for and against the change. She had come to me with a brightness that made the rain-colored world feel possible. Loving her was like learning a language in which the vowels were absent and the consonants were small, sharp pleasures. To stay human was to keep the life I knew, but to become what she was would be to enter an endless room where the furniture was temptation and the windows never closed. The moral geometry of that room was complex. Was immortality erasure or extension? Did the gift of forever render every small, aching human choice absurd? Jasper's hurt when I imagined the pack's wrath weighed on me as much as Rosalie's disapproval. The Cullen family guarded their codes because they understood what loss looked like. It was one thing to desire something that would refashion the architecture of my life. It was another to bargain with forces that had already drawn blood in the name of protection. The wolves' loyalty to each other and to their territory would not let them accept transgressions. Their answer would not be a conversation. It would be a storm. I thought about sacrifice as an almost domestic thing. People spoke about it like a single, terrible event, the cutting of a rope, the giving up of a crown, but most sacrifices are quieter. They are the compilation of small, daily renunciations, a seat at a table left empty, a voice not raised in a comfort phrase, the slow forfeiture of habits that once meant safety. If I said yes to Alice, I would be making 1,000 tiny sacrifices I could not foresee. If I said no, I would be sacrificing a possibility whose absence might rot me from the inside. The more I probed, the less simple the calculus became. Alice could see framings of futures in which I lingered and futures where I crossed the threshold. The shifting pictures she described were not comfort. They were a reminder that someone else's agency, someone whose gaze bent time, played into my fate. At the same time, Carlyle's quiet ethical intimations made it clear that no transformation could be morally justified unless it were chosen freely by the mortal, and delivered with the consent and care of the giver. That meant my choice could not, in fury, be coerced. In practice, however, nothing was ever that clean. The Wold's sense of protective possession, the Cullens' own fears of losing a member to a life that would be forever dangerous to others, these were pressures in their own right. There was no single locus of authority. I found myself cataloging practicalities the way a frightened child might plan an escape route. Would a transformed Bella be able to stand in Charlie's kitchen and taste nothing and yet still feel his hand? Would I grieve for the mundane in a way that was irredeemable? Could anyone, Edward, Carlyle, Alice, promise me that I would remain recognizably me? They did not promise. They told me instead of hazards and of love. Love is not a guarantee. Love is a risk wrapped in kindness. My notebooks filled with lists and uncertain diagrams. On one page I had drawn a line down the middle, left, things I would lose, right, things I might gain. The left column bled into the right, because almost every gain held the seed of loss and every loss bore some possibility of gain. It read like a map of a country in which the borders refused to stay still. When I stopped, the sound of the rain seemed closer, as though the weather were tuned to the pitch of my pulse. Alice was watching me, and the weight of her gaze was not the clinical scrutiny of Carlyle or the paternal concern of Esme. There was hunger in her eyes, delicate, almost embarrassed hunger, and beneath it a tender cruelty that bound me to the thought of choosing. "You are not alone in this," she said, but she did not speak in words I could put down on a page. It was more of a placement, her hand's echo, a tilt of her head that rearranged itself into comfort. She had offered me a future that would change the meaning of my days, and in her offering she had also given me the hardest kind of truth: the decision would not belong to me alone. The pack would decide with their teeth. The Cullens would decide with their codes. Even Carlyle's conscience would become an element in the equation. Consent, though theoretically mine, would be laced with the obligations and threats the world would thrust upon us. I thought of Jacob's moonlit back in Charlie's hesitant, protective face. I thought of Rosalie's eyes and of Edward's way of measuring risk and love in the same breath. There was a circle of people around me that could not be dissolved by my desire alone. I could not step into forever without the tidal forces of their loyalties rearranging everything. The first time I imagined a life without decision, where something else, a pattern set in motion by others, pulled the cord, I felt small and obscene. I would not let that happen. I owed myself that much. I owed Alice the same honesty. If there was a way to make the choice with eyes open, I would find it. Outside, somewhere on the edges of town, a low sound rose that wasn't the rain. It carried the raw, animal kindness of a thing that has always known where it belongs. I sat very still and listened until the sound resolved into a single, unmistakable presence. The pack was moving, and whatever counsel they would bring would not be simple. The decision was no longer a private act of the heart. It had folded into the loyalties around it like a crease that could not be flattened. I drew in a breath that tasted like cold rain and possibility, and I realized that being brave might mean saying yes, and it might mean saying no. It might mean choosing the life that left me finite and painfully whole, or it might mean stepping beyond the human scaffold into a strange architecture of desire and hunger. Choice felt like a knife and a key at the same time. Alice's hand found mine again, and this time there was less of a question in her touch and more of a readiness. She had seen futures I had not. She had given me pieces of the map and had kept the rest for herself. She could not fold the pack's code into the soft of her palm, nor could she give me the certainty I craved. We were both waiting now, waiting for counsel, for warning, for the pack to speak in the language of its bodies, for the Cullens to weigh the peril of losing one of their own. My next breath was an admission that I could not determine this alone, that love was never a singular thing and that sacrifice was a room filled with many voices. The rain kept tallying its small measures, and in the hush between them I understood the cruel mercy of time. Decisions arrive whether or not we are ready to meet them. Chapter 39, Between Tongues. The door closed behind them with a sound so ordinary it startled me, a normal domestic click that pretended nothing monstrous was waiting in the house. The sound made me fragile for a moment, like glass in the hand that could be dropped and shattered into too many possibilities. Rain hung steady on the windows, making the world outside a watercolor smear. Inside, The light cut along Alice's cheek and broke into colors I had no names for. It caught on her skin and became a thing that should not be possible. Every time I looked at it, the world rearranged itself around that small, impossible fact. The pack filled the living room in the way wolves do, sudden, tidal, a pressure that moved through the floorboards and settled into the bones. They did not sit, they chose places and the places chose them. Sam stood at the threshold as if he were the hinge of the house itself. He smelled like smoke and salt and the rain, still too human for the rest of his presence. The others were closer to the animal that lived underneath that skin, quiet muscles, eyes that did not blink when they were angry. Across the room the Cullens were already arranged like an argument disguised as a family portrait. Carlyle's face was the map of calm he always wore, and Esme's hands folded as if to shelter something delicate. Edward watched me the way a person might watch a storm on the horizon, the interest of a man who knows weather. Rosalie's jaw was a line. Emmett only seemed to be waiting for something to break so he could catch it in his grin. Jasper sat with his hands clasped, the calm of someone trying to keep both himself and a tide under control. Alice, always Alice, tilted her head as if she wanted to focus more on me than on anything else, and her smile was an arrangement of light and permission. Nobody spoke for a moment. The quiet stretched, and in that stillness I could hear small sounds, the rain, the soft tick of something in the kitchen, the way the house breathed like a thing that had learned to hold its breath when necessary. Then Sam spoke, a low thing that did not try to be polite. He started with the logic a leader uses to make a world make sense. Boundaries had been crossed. There were words like safety, and unpredictable, and territory. His accusations were not only about me. They were about fear pressed into language. He accused the Cullens of living in a shade that was not honest. He accused us of hiding a danger that could tear their people from each other. He spoke of children, human children, whom alpha instincts would protect without question. He posed scenarios little and large and let them land on the table like stones. Carlyle answered with a voice tucked into the bones of treaties and years of seeing the worst. He offered the sterile warmth of law and ethics and the constant that he was always trying to be, healer. He said vampires had rules and that those rules existed because blood had a way of taking over without permission. He reminded me, of our promises to keep humans safe. There was an undercurrent of apology in everything he said, as if every argument with another species was a confession he would rather not make. The room thrummed with something close to contempt. Words became weapons, implications thrown like knives and not caught. The pack's directness landed with a bluntness that did not allow for nuance. The Cullens used restraint as armor, phrasing the same ideas as if etiquette could be a shield. Both sides spoke the same language of consequence, and both sides wanted the same thing, certainty. I sat between them like a thin thing that could be folded, and suddenly the smallness of my life felt enormous. For the first time in my new life here, I saw with sharp clarity that the world had become a set of rails and everyone wanted me to stand on one of them. They argued over what would keep everyone whole and what would inevitably be sacrificed. They did not ask me how I felt about being the hinge. That was when my voice rose up like a small, deliberate animal from the center of all the noise. It trembled, yes, like a glass that had been warmed too suddenly, but it held. I surprised myself by the steadiness I could command when I needed to. I told them that I understood fear. I told them that the pack's fear was the fear of parents who had learned how to kill in one motion if it meant keeping their own alive. I told them the Cullens' fear was a patient, desperate love that had trained teeth to be sheaths and intentions to be better than instinct. I told them that I was not interesting because I was secret or because I was a temptation. I was interesting because I was human, and being human is a small, brave violence against the world. I said the thing that no one else would say on my behalf. Do not bargain my life as though it were a coin. Do not hold me up and weigh me against the sum of your fears and call that fairness. Do not ask me to be proof of your codes. My life fits me alone. It does not fit into a roster of threats or a ledger of potential losses. If you tear it into halves and hand them out to people you believe are safer, you take away all the reasons I might choose anything at all. My words were soft. They did not have the thump of arguments. They had the small insistence of someone who had lived long enough in their own head to know the shape of their heart. I told them I was afraid of losing Charlie's ordinary presence, of being pulled into an eternity I had not volunteered for, of being asked to decide under gunfire. I said I wanted Alice and I wanted the life I had known before Forks, like two separate animals, each of which I loved in fear and in truth. Saying that slotted a new sound into the room, something like the squeak of a door that has been forced. Alice crossed to me then, not in an absence of ceremony but in the inevitable gravity of someone who had chased a future down to this very house. Her hand found mine. She touched me and the touch was cold as glass and steady as faith. I felt my pulse like a small drum under her cool palm and realized that every promise I had made in my head, about safety, about choosing, about being good, stretched taut along that tiny bridge of skin. She said then, in the bright, brittle music she used when she wanted to be clear, that she had not read me. That detail lodged in my throat and sat there heavy and small. She had seen 100 possible places I might go and had watched them fold and unfold around each other, but what mattered was that her sight had not been precise. She had chosen to reach anyway. That made us both reckless and brave, that made me feel less like a commodity and more like the center of a storm of choices. I turned back to the pack. I told them that Alice had not deceived them. She had offered her hand. She had come with the whole of what she was, a thing of rules and hunger and a capacity for love that scared her as much as it scared anyone else. I told the wolves that to make a rule about what I should be, to demand I be a thing so they could sleep easier, would not keep them safe. It would only make my life a ledger, and ledgers are fragile when the world shifts. They exchanged looks. Sam's jaw moved as if he were weighing what I had asked of him, and the others hummed with that low anger that keeps pack cohesion intact. He reminded me in a tone that was not cruel that we were living on the edge that one set of teeth could define. He asked how we would stop a younger, hungrier vampire. He asked what measures would be put in place to prevent one individual's lapse from becoming disaster. I did not have a neat plan. I had only a human's desperate, imperfect hope. I told them what I could sacrifice and what I could not. I would live carefully. I would not let myself be put in positions where either side could twist me into a weapon. I would accept boundaries, no late-night unsupervised visits, rules about being in public. I would wear their eyes in my head and the Cullens' laws over my mouth. But I would not be a thing to be given away, and I would not be made to choose under the threat of violence. Carlyle listened like a man cataloging symptoms. He asked about contingencies, about how to enforce the promise I offered. He spoke of patrols and of the fragile scaffolding of civility that the Cullens had built around themselves and around me. Esme reached for my hand, one of those gestures that reads as if it might be a benediction, and whispered that family did not hold like a vice but like shelter. It was a small comfort. No one answered everything. No one could. The pack's hunger for certainty is a law written into their bodies. The Cullens' hunger for preservation is written into their less visible souls. I felt, in the half-light and the smell of rain and fur and something metallic that comes with sharp things, that this meeting had not settled anything except that my voice could stand in a room full of wolves and immortals and make them hear. When Sam finally stood, he did not speak as much as he set his shape into the doorway, a flag that said this was not over. He asked for a period of observation. He asked for distance without violence. He wanted names and schedules and the thinnest possible measures of control that would still leave room for repentance. Carlyle, who had seen centuries and kept his faith in people who broke easily, agreed on paper that there could be parameters. He agreed, in a way only a man who has held someone's life in his bare hands and put it back together again can, to try. After they left, the room smelled like something after a storm, an odd, hollow damp that meant things had been washed but not yet dried. I sat for a moment with Alice's hand still in mine, feeling the cool of her skin and the warmth of my blood beneath it. The Cullens drifted around us like planets tolerating one another, each in orbit, each carrying its own gravity. I thought of Charlie at his kitchen table, of the soft light of the truck headlights on his face. How much could I promise him that I would remain the same when the very fact of being here changed me? How much could any of us promise? Immortality is an offer that does not ask permission from the mortal heart it will uproot. Sacrifice is a thing that tastes like salt and iron. Alice looked up at me with that small, abrupt expression she reserved for when she wanted me to be honest with myself. I will see the ways I can keep you, she said quietly. The certainty in her voice was both a comfort and a threat. It meant she would fight to bend the world around me. It also meant that she would fight even if that fighting cost everything else. Her sight might never have been a lock, but her loyalty felt like a chain. I thought of choosing then, not in the neat, clean sense people use the word when they imagine options on a list, but as something that would reveal itself in the way I moved through the next days, what I refused and what I welcomed. Choice was a muscle I had not yet learned to flex without the tremor of fear. I will not be used to prove or protect either of you, I told them, and my voice carried now without the tremor. I will make my decisions. I will be careful. But if you think you can bargain me for peace, you do not understand what it means to be human. To be human is to have a beginning and an end, and that shape gives the heart its meaning. If you rip that away, you might keep someone alive, but you will erase a person. Silence followed, and it was a living silence. It had weight. It had the dangerous patient quality of something that could be followed by either apocalypse or miracle. They did not come up with a final answer. No one could. The wolves left with a promise to watch, the Cullens left with a plan to protect. I was left at the center with cold glass and warm blood and the sense that I had threaded something between them that might hold if we were all gentle and brave enough. After everyone had gone, after the house felt smaller in the way of rooms that had been emptied of a gathering's heat, Alice stayed. She sat next to me on the sofa, fingers intertwined with mine like a vow deferred. I rested my head against the back of the couch and closed my eyes, and in the small dark behind my lids I could see futures fraying at the edges. I had spoken plainly, stitched words together with a trembling hand, and for the first time I understood the meaning of being the one who must choose. The choice would not be a moment, it would be a series, the small refusals, the careful yes, the slow weaving of a life that would either break or hold. The room hummed with the knowledge that nothing could remain the same. Outside, the rain had thinned to a mist, and a slant of light found Alice's face again and turned it into something impossible. I lifted my hand and she turned her head to meet it, and for a second we held our own fragile constellation between us. Tomorrow the wolves would come again with the weight of their rules. Tomorrow the Cullens would trace new borders. Tomorrow was a line I would have to cross with my bare feet. But tonight, in the damp and the quiet and the accidental gleam of a life that had no right to glow the way it did, I let myself feel the impossible warmth of being wanted, cold and clean and close enough to frighten me. Chapter 40, The Night I Chose. Night in Forks always felt like an apology, rain scratching the glass, the whole town leaning into a low, gray hush as if it could will the world back into being ordinary again. I had learned to live in that hush because it kept everything manageable. The rain smoothed the edges of danger until it looked like an idea rather than a thing. But there are nights when the gray recedes, when some small shard of brightness finds purchase and everything that was comfortable comes into terrible, impossible focus. I woke before dawn with my hand curled around something that was colder than the air and warmer than silence. Alice's fingers were folded through mine, small and precise, as if they had always been meant to fit within the hollow of my palm. She slept with that impossible, peaceful stillness vampires wore, unbreathing, untroubled, and yet her presence felt like a steady rhythm under my skin, the kind of rhythm that writes itself into bones and then refuses to leave. I lay there listening to the house settle and to my own breath, which suddenly sounded too loud, too insistently human. The decision had been moving toward me like tide, patient, inexorable, dampening my ankles until I could no longer stand without choosing to move. I had thought the choice would present itself like lightning, one revelation, one line crossed, and then I'd know. It was not like that. It arrived as a catalogue of small things, a laugh I didn't want to lose, a father's plain face over a plate of eggs, the smell of wet concrete after summer storms, the ache that came with waiting for ordinary things to happen. It arrived in the tilt of my own ribcage, in the way I could feel time as a thing pressing inward, measurable in heartbeats and skin cells and the slow, irreversible march of blood. I counted faces in the dark because numbers make fear make sense. Charlie's was the first. When I imagined becoming what Alice was, the picture that stabbed me was not grandeur or eternity, it was Charlie, sitting at his table, trying to understand a silence in his daughter that could not be bridged by words. I could not become a thing that would break him the way this would. I could not, in that moment, let my love for Alice become a cruelty to the one human who had wrapped his whole life around me. Then there was Alice. Her face is a map of small miracles, the curve of her mouth when she doesn't expect me to be watching, the way the sunlight she never needs slides across her cheek and breaks into impossible colors, the nervous tilt of her head when she is thinking about me. I counted her because without her the math made no sense. Without the cruel and useless ache she had put inside me, choosing to remain would have been simpler, purer, less stained with longing. The truth is I love her like a fever that's finally learned the shapes of my bones. I want to be in the same sky as her for more than a night. But I want to be, I insisted to myself, the same person when I choose to love her. There are other faces, the Cullens, a constellation that can be both shelter and glass. Carlyle's quiet concern, Esme's soft hands and the way she looks at people like she is measuring the room for what it needs, Rosalie's fierce, impossible beauty that hides its own ruin, Emmett's clumsy laughter that shakes the air, Jasper's careful, worried steadiness. I thought of their lives as one unit, their rules like a dam, holding back a hunger I might never understand. If I stepped over that line, I wouldn't just step into eternity, I would step into a family whose dynamics were shaped by 100 small compromises and a single, terrible abstention, never to harm the human weakness of their own kind. Becoming one of them would not simply be an adoption, it would be a surrender to a codified restraint and to a hunger that would never sleep. And then there were the wolves. I had read them in the way the town stiffened at their name. They were not creatures of a distant lore to me anymore. Their presence in Forks was a temperature change you could feel through the soles of your feet. I could imagine Jacob's face, hot, brown, honest, set like a stone when he discovered that the line between human and inhuman had been crossed by someone he loved. The pack's loyalty was not the gentle kind, it was the raw, unrelenting kind that carved boundaries into the land itself. To be with Alice would mean the pack's claws finding the seams of my life. It would put me between two allegiances that did not negotiate. I lay there and made lists of reasons to leave my life where it was and reasons to step into the otherness with her. The lists overlapped until the ink bled and I had to close my eyes. Fear bled through every argument like water through a sieve. Fear that once changed, I would hunger in ways I could not imagine, hunger that would make me dangerous not just to those who hunted vampires, but to the ones who loved me. Fear that being preserved in amber was a kind of death. I would watch the people I loved age and die and never be able to join them again, never grow old with them in some domestic, everyday way. Fear that the person I would become would be a better mirror for Alice than the flawed, breathing girl she had chosen, and that my worth would be measured only in the shape of my usefulness to the family. But fear sits next to desire like a twin, and desire is a quieter, sharper instrument. There is a particular cruelty in the way desire strips you naked to your longing and then demands an answer. Alice's hands on mine made the answer almost obscene in its simplicity, the universes I didn't have without her. To imagine a night without the small spectacular of watching sunlight like glass across her face felt like admitting a physical pain. I could not deny that part of me ached to be with her at full intensity. I wanted to wake to the enormity of her eyes every morning and to be itself made permanent. That desire made the choice harder because it wasn't selfish in the way panic is selfish. Loving Alice was in itself an act of wanting something beyond myself, and the threat that my wanting might force her to change the world ruled my nights with its subtle cruelty. If I asked Carlyle to change me, what would that mean for his ethics, for the fragile moral scaffolding their lives were built on? If I asked Alice to erase the beating of my heart for her, what would I owe in return? A life without the possibility of being hurt is a poor substitute for a life where hurt is possible and where love chooses to remain anyway. In the end, my choice felt less like a decision than a series of small renunciations stitched together. I thought of all the ways I define myself by what I am not ready, not brave, not willing to dismantle my father's trust for the sake of my own happiness. I thought of the kind of courage I could only call moral, a courage to refuse a temptation because it would remake other people in my absence. Staying human might be cowardly, or it might be the only honest bravery I had. I could not trust my clarity when it came to matters of the heart and eternity. So I did the only thing I had been capable of doing for years. I lived the next breath at a time until the knot in my chest loosened enough to name the choice. I told Alice with my hand in hers because anything else would have been a betrayal to the simplicity she offered me. There was no grand speech, no dramatic unspooling. I traced the plane of her knuckle with a fingertip as if learning the map of her. I said the words aloud, but they were small and they trembled, would stay as I was. I would remain human for now. For now meant a kindness and a doom wrapped into one. It meant maybe. It meant not yet. It meant I reserved the right to change my mind under conditions I could not foresee. She listened the way she always did, tilting, quick and precise, like someone taking a photograph of a moment to examine later. Her face folded, the quick bright smile softened, became something more vulnerable. For a second she was older, not in years but in the way she held the silence like a weight, and grief lived there with a quiet dignity. She did not ask why, which in any other story would have been an admission of weakness. Instead she let me narrate the reasons by omission, by the things I could not promise her. When she spoke, it was a voice threaded with iron. There was no coercion, no shadow of disappointment meant to wound me into guilt. She accepted it with a grace that felt like paper in the wind, thin, brave, resisting shape without pretending to be unbreakable. There was grief in her that was entirely hers. It did not need to be fixed by my decision. It belonged to the possible future she had seen and would now contain carefully at the edges of her mouth. We made a pact afterwards, simple and ridiculous and sacred. It consisted of promises that had to be spelled out because our life together would exist across a fissure, no forcing, no persuasion, no bargaining with immortality as currency. She promised not to argue my mortality away when the ache of wanting her grew so loud I might beg. I promised to be honest about the temptations that could push me over the edge, not to deceive her by omission or to pretend my life was easy. We promised boundaries that felt both absurd and religious in the way of oaths, not in the constricting sense of law, but in the wide measure of love that recognizes liberty. We would love each other across the divide, not by dissolving it. Love, I learned that night, could be an act of restraint as much as an act of surrender. To choose not to be with her fully now was not to deny the possibility of forever. It was to admit that forever has a cost that I might not be prepared to pay without taking into account the faces it would hurt. There was, in that recognition, a strange kind of tenderness. I was trying to preserve the honest, broken shape of myself because Alice loved me when I was flawed and mortal and liable to fail. Maybe she deserved someone who chose her without the gilding of coercion. After I made that decision, the house felt different, thinner somehow, as if the air had been reorganized around the new truth. The rain kept falling, but it sounded less like an apology and more like a metronome. I could not promise that staying human would keep me safe from longing. I could not promise my heart would not be a traitor. I could only promise to be present with the risk, to name the days when the weight of wanting her made me reckless, and to let her choose how to respond without ever being trapped into bargaining away my humanity. Alice held my hand when I needed it and let go when I asked to be alone. Grief lived in the small tilt of her mouth and in the long pause between her words. She loved me with a fierce, precise devotion that wanted to change the world rather than mourn it. That desire was both terrifying and beautiful, and I did not take it lightly. Choosing to remain human for now was not the end of the story. It was a new, frail beginning that required more courage than the romance of becoming something else ever had. There would be consequences. Loyalties would be tested, boundaries would be marked, and the wolves would not sit quietly while we rearranged the world to suit ourselves. I could already feel that pressure at the edges of my life, the way a presence could smell of distant tide and heated earth, the way a coming storm can be detected by just the smallest shift in the humidity. Choosing had not closed the door. It had only moved me to stand at the threshold and wait for the knock. I lay there until the first reluctant blues of morning light began to press against the curtains, and Alice's hand and mine warmed with the day's thin glow. I was terrified and oddly exhilarated, like a criminal on the cusp of confession, or a girl who had finally decided that the map of herself was worth protecting. The decision hung between us like a live thing, untamed, uncharted, and when I thought of the future I did not yet try to make it perfect. Outside, the rain changed its rhythm, as if the town had been listening and then had remembered how to breathe. The world shifted, small and certain. We had chosen, together and apart, and the choice would ripple outward like a stone thrown into water. The surface would not stay smooth for long. Chapter 41, Collateral. When I left the room, the quiet felt like an accusation. Sound had thinned to the small things that betray a life, the spoon tapping a saucer, the soft scrape of fabric against a chair. The rain outside made the house feel like it floated in a gray sea, the glass of the Cullen windows kept it at a distance, and light behaved here the way it did in fairy tales, wrong and gorgeous and small. My choice still lived between my ribs like a new animal. It had been simpler, in a way, than I imagined. The decision itself was a single clear thing, no long list of good reasons to be immortal, no tidy catalogue of what I would lose. When I looked at Alice, all the arguments evaporated like fog under a slanting beam. Her skin had turned the sun into color again then, reflecting something impossible back at me that felt like a promise and a dare at once. She reached for my hand as if it were the most natural thing, and I went with her, because I could not bear the thought of a life in which that small warmth did not exist. Now I walked through the glass rooms and watched their faces rearrange. Carlyle's expression was the first to settle into the shape I expected, calm, measured, the professional worry of a man who had spent his life balancing ethical equations no one else saw. His respect had the patient clarity of someone who understood sacrifice as a medical term, not a theatrical gesture. He did not celebrate. He did not scold. He catalogued consequence. That was its own kind of compassion. Esme's hands were folded too tightly in her lap. I could see it in the pale line of her knuckles. She had been part mother to me from the first awkward nights at the Cullens' house, wrapping hospitality around me like a scarf. Her eyes brimmed the way winter rivers brim before they break. The tenderness there for me was almost unbearable. She worried, yes, but her worry braided itself with fierce support. She loved by letting people make their own painful choices, and then standing as the silent scaffolding if they fell. Alice was bright and small and instant joy, but beneath the celebration there was a seriousness that steadied me. When she smiled at me across the room, it contained both light and gravity. She had seen me shifting futures before. This one had stopped spinning long enough for her to hold out her hand like an anchor. Her sight had delivered me to a point I might never have reached on my own. That was frightening, and it was not forgiveness, it was gift. Others wore their feelings like armor they could not take off. Rosalie's face was a mask so perfect it hurt to look at her. Where she had once been warm enough to keep winter out, now she was an iceberg whose edges had been sharpened by disappointment. I tried to read her and found only coldness and, beneath it, a woundedness that was complex and not about me entirely, about the life she had been denied as a human, about her own lone, private coveting of things she could never have. Her anger spat out like a lesson. Some people will be hurt by your choices even when those choices are the clearest sort of truth. Jasper was quieter than I expected, his face the tense stillness before a storm. He had always measured things differently, the residue of old battles and tempering. I think he understood the danger in any transformation, the way appetite could become a weapon, and he counted the price with the same vigilance he once counted tactics in a battlefield. There were loyalties in his quiet that made me grateful, and a wariness that made me careful. Emmett, predictably, tried to fix everything with a joke that flopped. Humor had been his armor and his offering for so long that it slid out reflexively, clumsy and human. He hugged me too hard the night I told them, and I felt his strength as a benediction rather than a mockery. His acceptance was honest in the way only someone who loved ferocity could be. Not all fractures were visible in faces. Some snapped with the small, private rituals of proximity. The way Edward stood slightly apart from Rosalie, the way he watched Alice and me with an unreadable tenderness, an ache that was his alone, left a hollow I could not name. He said so little. Sometimes silence carries a heavier weight than words. There was no drama in him, only the depth of someone who understood the long view and the impossibility of easy answers. But his reserve kept certain doors closed, and I felt the thud of those doors locking behind me like a warning. Charlie called the night after. There was no raised voice, only a slow, human sound that signaled both concern and the emptiness my absence already made. He told me, clumsily, that he wanted me safe. He did not understand the contours of what I had chosen, and no one could blame him. He was, and always would be, my tether to ordinary mornings, coffee on a chipped saucer, a yard that needed mowing, the smell of bacon that meant the world was still the same shape it had been when I was a child. I loved him in a way that made my chest ache. and that love made this wrong and right at the same time. There are always casualties in an intimate revolution. No one is untouched when someone elects to remake the terms of their life. I had thought, selfishly, that the heaviest burden would be the loss of my human future, children, gray hair, the slow softening of a life lived in daylight. But the true collateral was smaller and stranger, the soft disappointments in people I loved, the rearrangement of loyalties as people took new positions around me. The pack exhaled with me and then tightened its lines. La Push smelled of salt and wet cedar the afternoon Sam came to the edge of town. He did not come to argue, he came to mark what had been altered. The pack's relief was a low, animal thing. They had always been the first line of reaction when the Cullens and the world of vampires brushed together in forks. My becoming, or my choosing the path that led to becoming, changed the threat calculus for them. For the first time, perhaps, Bella's swan scent would not be a lure. That fact surrendered something raw in them, the constant animal alert that had kept them on a perpetual watch. Relief, in their mouths, had an exhaustion to it. They could relax their vigilance a tiny notch, and that scared them more than anything. Jacob, when he came close enough for me to see the fleck of blue in his eyes, wore relief like morning. He had been quiet about the way he cared for me in a way that was not ownership but a possession of the heart. His face said he would miss the idea of me as something that belonged wholly to this world, mortal and knowable. He did not accuse me. He did not strike. He only watched, his jaw set, and the pack around him mirrored his wariness with an animal stillness. I could feel the air between my two kinds of houses change, the boundary lines redraw themselves in the dim. It's one thing to make a choice, it's another to watch the world adjust as if the gravity of your decision were a new star and everyone else was rearranging their orbits. There were bridges I had taken for granted that started to creak. Invitations I had expected, barbecue afternoons, a grandfather's fishing trip, were withdrawn with apologetic looks. People stepped carefully around me, as if I might snap like thin glass if they breathed the wrong way. I felt like a vase that had been filled with more than it was meant to hold. And there was the hunger, literal and metaphorical, that stalked the edges of everything. The word vampire carries with it appetites, stories, warnings. The Cullens had their code, would have to learn to live inside it if I joined them fully. To anyone watching, to anyone who loved me, that sounded monstrous. To me, it sounded like a form of devotion. To be desired by Alice was not the same as being consumed. She wanted me whole, not taken. But desire is a complicated thing, it does not respect rules, and it has a geometry all its own. I kept returning in my head to smaller things. The smell of my father's bathroom when I brushed my teeth in the morning, the way the school bus jostled my seat in October, the precise way the rain and forks made the world feel like a watercolor that hadn't quite dried, those things folded themselves like memories into my palms. Choosing immortality felt like choosing to preserve some terrible, perfect piece of myself in amber. It also felt like being excerpted out of a book in which everyone I loved still had chapters to write without me. Alice, somehow, understood all of it. She read me the way she read the future, not as prophecy but as an inventory of possibilities. She did not promise that choosing her would be painless. She promised that she would be there for the pain. She held my face in both pale hands and told me, in a soft language that was mostly gestures and small, urgent movements, that love did not mean a lack of fear. It meant continuing with fear and carrying each other through it. Her hand was cold enough to shock, warm enough in the way that matters. I wanted that feeling like a prayer. The Cullens respected me in the way that people respect other people's autonomy, some bowed to it, some bristled at it, some bore the herd in silence. The pack showed me relief and a caution that tasted of iron and sea. Charlie called and tried to understand with the small vocabulary he had for things he could not see. Rosalie withdrew to a distance that was as much about protecting herself as it was about signaling disapproval. Love, I learned, is not a single thing, it is a net with various strands, and when you choose one path you tug at 1,000 others. Standing at the window that night, watching the rain make a million quick-run rivers down the glass, I felt the first real pang of loneliness that comes after a big decision. It was not loneliness the way people think of it, like an emptiness to be filled. It was the loneliness of consequence, the knowledge that I had cut a chord and that some music would never resonate the same way again. I did not regret it in the way that matters, not really. But regret and resolve are not opposites, they can sit on your shoulder together, companionably, reminding you are alive. Alice's presence behind me was the most dangerous, the most straightforward truth. She stepped close enough that I could feel the faintest breath of cold against my neck, and in that smallness all the future choices condensed into a single, steady point. She did not promise me forever like a bargain. She offered me the right to choose the shape of my life anew, and the courage to face what would be cut off as collateral. I knew now that choosing was not an endpoint. It was a beginning shaped like a wound. The world rearranged itself to accommodate me, to punish me, to protect me, and I would have to learn to live inside that new geography. There would be more decisions coming, harder and more complicated, and there would be days when I wanted to turn back to the safety of Charlie's kitchen and the small certainties of coffee and newspaper. But when I turned to Alice, the slant of light caught her smile and splintered into a thin, impossible halo on the floor. It was the same light that had first told me she was not like anyone else in Forks. It asked nothing of me but an honest answer. My hands, which were still warm, reached for hers. The price of the choice hummed at the edges of my awareness: wolves' teeth, family grief, the slow erasure of ordinary life. But beneath it, something else pulsed, the fierce, steady belief that I could be loved in a way that did not extinguish me. Outside, the trees leaned into the rain as if shielding secrets. Somewhere at the rim of town, the pack shifted its stance. In the house behind me, a family who had become strangers and sanctuaries both rearranged their looks and their loyalties. Collateral gathered like spent rain on the porch steps of my life, and I had to step through it. I slipped my hand into Alice's cold one and took the first careful step forward, feeling the weight of everything I had chosen settle around me like a cloak I would have to learn to wear. Chapter 42, A Promise of Breath. The light cut the kitchen like a ruler and stopped across Alice's face in a perfect, incredulous strip. For a second it was only brightness, sharp, honest, the kind that makes everyone's missteps visible, and then it was something else, prismed, alive, as if the small, ordinary sun and Forks had been betrayed into painting her in impossible colors. I had seen that beam once before and it had sounded the clanging bell of rumor into the hollow of my skull. Seeing it again made the rumor musical and immediate. She was sitting at the table, one hand curled around a mug that held nothing warm, the glass of the house spilling rain gray onto the lawn beyond. The rest of the Cullens were out, emissaries of normalcy in different rooms, voices lowered so that secrets didn't gain velocity, but Alice had stayed. It was the kind of thing she did. When she wanted a person to be seen, she made sure they were not alone in a room. She waited like that now, small and abrupt as light itself, and when I walked in she smiled in a way that belonged to things that knew their beauty as danger. I had rehearsed this 100 times in the hollow of my own head, what I would say, what I would demand, what I would refuse to give, but the rehearsed words scattered like ash when I saw the way the light struck her skin. It made her look like a prism someone had pressed against the world and then abandoned. It made me want to reach out and press my palm against the same surface, to see if the colors would smear and stain me. Instead I stood with my umbrella damp against my sleeve and let the silence weigh between us until Alice set down her mug and pushed her chair back as though nudging air aside to make more room. She had not read my thoughts then. Her fingers tapped the table in a rhythm I had come to understand, question, careful. She had seen me in a future that kept tilting and sliding away, that much she had told me before, but sight that flutters like a moth around possibilities was not the same as peeling away the skins until everything underneath was exposed. That difference felt sacred and fragile. It doesn't have to be grand, she said. The voice was smaller than the image in my head of all the things she could be. She was abrupt, yes, but also soft where she chose to hold softness. We can make rules. I laughed then, because the absurdity of trying to fence and sign and stake a feeling with anything as ephemeral as words seemed laughable and honest. But I wanted rules. The world had shown me its appetite. Wolves whose lungs remembered the taste of what we were, vampires whose self-control was both marvel and trap, and I wanted the small, rational bulwark of agreement because rational bulwarks were what kept fathers and children safe. I wanted to promise something that would make sense under the ordinary constellations. Exactly, I said. My mouth felt dry in a way the rain did not soothe. Rules can be small. So we made them there, with the rain like a metronome and light, absurd and miraculous, sliding across Alice's cheek. Our covenant was a patchwork of necessities, not a great scripture of love. It was stitched from the white thread of things that could keep us breathing. No forcing of fate. No decisions made from desperation, from impatience. We would not let the idea of what we could be become an altar on which either of us sacrificed sense. Alice promised, in the unpressured way that was hers, that she would not try to hasten anything with me. No hasty flights from grief, no sudden offers of forever when the only thing I had asked for was a hand to hold. She understood that immortality brandished as a gift could be a guillotine. Secrecy, not secrecy for secrecy's sake but for safety. The Cullens hid because the world beyond Fork's small geometry did not know how to love things that loved differently. The pack smelled the edges of what we were with instincts as sharp as knives. We agreed to preserve the veil until we had found a balance, until there was a way for me to stand in both worlds without either ripping me into two strangers. I would not broadcast the truth to my father or my friends. They were fine things, human and clean, and fine things did not need to be pricked. We promised protection. Not grand, cinematic heroics, but things measured in choices. Would not wander alone where the pack roamed. Alice and her family would not put the rest of the school in danger simply because they loved me. They would keep their distance when necessary. I would step back when asked. There was something like humility in that clause, the kind that acknowledged the monstrousness of what we were trying to wedge into a small human life. Then there was the hardest part, the thing I had feared saying aloud, a promise to myself. I told her, in words that were rusty and honest, that I loved her, but not to the point where I became indistinct. I would not give her my future without choosing it with both hands. I would not allow the idea of becoming something eternal to become a sedation that made me forget my own skin. I wanted her, I wanted what she offered, but I wanted to keep the shape of the person who wanted it. Alice's eyes, so like glass and like someone who had always been 5 seconds ahead of herself, glittered. It was easier for her to promise 1,000 patient things because patience was not new to her. She had waited centuries, she had learned to fold time into a cushion and sit. But she had not had to wait for a choice like mine, not out of necessity, not out of a claustrophobic insistence on selfhood. I could feel the careful scatter of her past futures, the ones she had shown me, the ones that bent and broke in her head when she tried to fix them, like paper cards trembling. "I will wait," she said. The smallness of the statement made it fierce. I don't mean in the way that ruins will wait, cold and relentless until everything soft is ground out. I mean I will wait while you choose. I will watch you become the kind of thing you want to be. Watching her try to articulate patience for me felt like watching someone rearrange glass to make a window. She meant it. It was not a promise she could have given lightly because the sort of waiting she had practiced had mostly been for the survival of a family or for the slow maturation of an intention. Waiting for me, who was mortal and messy and stubbornly unfinished, was a different color of patience, one sharpened by the knowledge of hunger and of the pack's patience in the opposite direction. There was another clause, spoken without the theatrics of a ceremony but with a weight I felt pooled in my bones, a vow to keep my ties intact. To keep visiting my father, to keep the simple rituals that made my life mine, coffee that burned the roof of my mouth, the way my hair tangled, the clumsy human warmth of it. They would not ask me to sever my world to stitch a new one in its place. That was for me to choose when I had decided I wanted it, and not because an immortal heart beat too loud. We signed the covenant with hands instead of ink. Mine was warm and damp from the rain, hers was cool as the underside of a winter leaf. When our fingers met, the world narrowed into the single, bright point where cold met heat. Her skin was like glass and like the inside of a river simultaneously, crystalline, smooth, with a temperature that made the word alive stretch and question itself. Light splintered across her knuckles, it threw my own outline back at me in unexpected shards. I felt alarmingly seen and oddly safe, as though leadership and surrender could hold hands without falling. A promise is a fragile thing. We both knew that. The pack's hunger would not be stopped by our words any more than the weather could be halted by our choice to stay indoors. The Cullens could be model citizens of restraint for as long as they liked, but wolves smelled the nearness of something they did not trust. Their loyalty was a kind of geography, and geography shifts if you step across it without asking permission. Secrecy would not be a shield forever, secrecy would be a borrowed hour. There were practicalities that settled into the small room with us. Alice insisted that she would always announce when she could sense the pack drawing near. Her visions were fickle, yes, but she could smell the tension in a way she refused to let go of. I agreed to avoid La Push at dusk and dawn, those in-between hours when animal hunger was most likely to scan the edges of human life for the scent of something that tasted different. We agreed, too, that the rest of the Cullens would be my guardians when it made sense, a show of presence when threats perimetered too closely, a lesson in restraint when longing made the rules blur. Underneath these practicalities was something that hurt and thrilled at the same time, the knowledge that I was choosing a life built around edges. If I stayed close to the Cullens, I would be invited into magnificence and danger in equal measure. If I stepped back, it would preserve my father's ordinariness and the small town's reign and the way Charlie's voice dangled like safety. There was no neutral ground, only a narrow bridge between a life that could end and a life that could not. Alice's hand tightened once, a tiny pressure like punctuation. Her smile was the kind that was private, curving in on a secret she kept with herself for good reasons. "We won't be reckless," she said. "We will be careful for each other." "I don't want you to wait forever," I said. The confession wasn't in the covenant, it was in the margin of it, a footnote scribbled with fear and longing. Not because I need a deadline, but because waiting can become a trap. "I don't want you to starve yourself for the shape of me." She let a minute pass, that exquisite patience folding itself into an answer like fabric. "I won't starve," she said softly. "You are not a thing to be consumed. You are the thing I want to spend an eternity beside, not the thing I would replace the world for." The words were dangerous and tender both. Dangerous because they promised something extravagant, tender because they were an attempt to name restraint. I believed in her. I believed mostly because of the little things, the way she moved through rooms with an instinct to preserve rather than plunder, the way she had waited on us as a family through mistakes and scoldings and the savage silliness of wanting normal lives. Belief felt like a risk in itself, like stepping out into rain without an umbrella. But I was tired of always measuring fear and wanted, tired of balancing hunger on a scale that never tipped to satisfaction. We talked until the edges of the evening blurred and the rest of the Cullens came drifting back like constellations reassembling. Our covenant was not poetry, it was a list of promises and cautions and a firm insistence that I could be loved without being consumed. It was small and imperfect, exactly what I needed, enough to hold me tonight, enough to give Alice the sense that she could stay put without setting off avalanches. When the conversation wound down and the house began to settle the way only a place that held years of careful habit can, Alice leaned across the table and put her forehead against mine. Her skin felt cool and alive against the fever of my own. The stray light that had found her at my arrival lingered like a question we had both answered in a whisper. "Promise me you'll keep breathing," she murmured, not as a command but as an offering. "Keep the things that make you you." I wanted to tell her that I didn't know how to count breaths any longer. Some days they were filled with the metallic ache of wanting, other days they were ordinary and grateful. Instead I brought my hand up to hold the back of her neck, to anchor myself to this moment where we were two people making a map of edges. "I promise," I said, and meant it with all the smallness and enormity a human breath could carry. "I will keep breathing, and I will keep choosing." Outside, across the rain-black yard and the faintly lit road, the world turned indifferent and patient. I could not unhear the wolves' lungs in the distance, could not unlearn that the promise we had stitched might be tested by teeth and by the slow corrosions of time. But we had made the promise in the light that betrayed us and in the hush where all the family's secrets lay waiting. We had shaped it with hands and words and a touch that meant more than any official oath. We folded the covenant into the small rituals of our days after that, notes tucked into pockets of plain sweaters, a look in the cafeteria that spoke of absence and caution, a hand at the small of my back when we walked past places that could mark us. It was not a shield so much as a guide, a way to move through a narrow corridor without losing sight of who we were. I lay awake that night listening to the rain scribe its thin, steady lines on the roof and thought of promises and of the way light had split across Alice's face. A promise was a kind of breath, starting, stopping, returning. Breath kept you present. Breath kept you human. Morning came in the particular hard-edged way the Pacific Northwest reserves for its skies, and with it came a new rustle of movement in the trees. Not yet wolves, not yet the blunt, inexorable decisions that would demand that I choose. For now there was only the covenant folded like a paper boat in my pocket and the knowledge that someone I wanted badly had chosen to wait, not because waiting was easy but because it was necessary. The promise sat between us, small and imperfect, and it was enough for now. But the world beyond that kitchen window was patient and cunning. It would not wait forever. Chapter 43, Soft Resolutions. The rain and forks has a way of making everything private. It slides down windows in neat channels, muffles the world into a softened outline, and leaves small, bright things, a red bicycle left against a fence, a newspaper crushed on the sidewalk, with an incidental importance they wouldn't have under a clean, bright sky. That afternoon the rain made the glass of the high school corridor into a mirror. Alice stood pressed against it with her face turned toward the lone square of slanted sun that had chosen, as it sometimes does in this town, to forget the clouds for a heartbeat. Light found her as if it had been waiting for her all along. It cut across her cheek and fractured into a spill of colors, like a dropped prism catching the room. I remember thinking, as the rest of the world blurred into rain and rumble, that I had been waiting for that moment too, not the light itself but what it revealed, not the colors fanning out on her skin but the way she did not look human in that particular way. It was a small, terrible confirmation of everything I had been hearing like a rumor at the edges of my life, that there was something in forks that did not belong to ordinary rules. Alice turned toward me with a smile that belonged to something both young and ancient, and for a few heartbeats the hallway narrowed to the width between us. She didn't read me then. She had told me, later and with a quick, bright sort of apology, that she had only seen me in a future that kept shifting like a card table in a wind. I had wanted the certainty of her sight more than anything, or perhaps, more accurately, I wanted the certainty of anything in a world that felt constantly provisional, and she could not give it. But she gave me her hand, and the contact was a different kind of evidence, cold as winter glass, but not dead. It was the small, undeniable answer to questions I had not yet learned to ask aloud. After the knives and the snarls and the hard-edged negotiations that come when territories are edged and fangs and loyalties are counted, a cautious peace settled over us like a shawl. It was not a peace with a clean, untroubled surface. It had seams and stitches and places that still ached when you touched them. But it kept the wolves on their side of the world most nights, and the Cullens on theirs. It let me go to school without seeing ranger bodies moving at the edges of my vision. It let me sleep without dreaming of teeth. Our routines returned as if they had been waiting to be resumed, patient as the rain that never quite stopped. I learned the Cullens' rhythm the way you learn a room you will soon be living in. Take your shoes off, leave your muddy jackets by the door, make room in the fridge for things that don't go bad after a week. They gave me space with the careful politeness of people who have practiced boundaries until they are nearly graceful. Carlyle would nod, his voice always softer than the room required. Esme's hands would find mine in a way that calmed my mouth. Jasper would pretend to read a paper and succeed in pretending. Rosalie would be, as ever, a steady and controlled indifference that cracked sometimes at the corners. Emmett's laugh was a relief that felt like the exhale you don't know you've been holding. And Alice stood for me like a thin, steady light. She made 1,000 small arrangements that were not arrangements at all, a book placed where my hand would find it, a jacket draped over the vacuum cleaner to say implicitly that I was welcome to curl up by the fire, a quick touch at the small of my back to steer me away from a scrape of conversation that might have been dangerous. Her visits were punctuated by those absurd, intimate decisions that felt like declarations because I had never expected to have declarative things in my life again. We learned the architecture of each other slowly. She taught me what to expect from silence, not avoidance, not abdication, but the specific kind of presence that does not demand words. I practiced returning it. School, which once felt like a theater where every glance had a moral weight, softened. Gossip still existed, like a background radio you learned to tune out, but it no longer hummed with the electricity of danger. People acted as if they believed what they had been told, that the Cullens were a strange, reclusive family with odd eating habits and a taste for good clothes. No one connected us in the way that would have been true and ruinous. There is a kind of mercy in ignorance, and in that mercy I found new corners of myself. I measured the days by small, domestic things. I had not known that I would love the way Alice arranged the tea things in the kitchen, the delicate, implacable order of her cups, or the way the light in the dining room picked out the angles of her face with jewelry-like precision. There were evenings when we would sit across from each other at the long Cullen table, our hands finding each other in the middle of a sentence, and the rest of the world would be a muted, irrelevant detail. Those were the times that taught me more about desire than any fevered, dramatic moment could have. Desire, I learned, was not only about the ache that kept me awake at night. It was also about the comfort I felt when cold fingers traced the tender line of my wrist and stayed there, an anchor. She was always cold. That was the part everyone noticed first, the skin that did not rise with breath, the small shock when my hand brushed her. It felt like touching glass that had been polished by glaciers, implacable, honest, unyielding to heat. Yet where she touched me, warmth returned in a way that made the coldness paradoxically more intimate. To be desired by someone whose body belied the concept of warmth was to learn another grammar of love. Love, in that grammar, was a series of choices repeated until they hardened into habit, the choice to keep standing close, to keep returning a glance, to keep agreeing to the simple, terrifying intimacy of shared sleep on a sofa that would not creak beneath a living heartbeat. There were quiet, brutal moments when the old arguments returned like ghosts. I would lie awake and imagine different ends, one in which I crumbled around the edges and could not stand the strain of being the fulcrum between two species, another in which I accepted without reservation the possibility that I would one day answer for a life that was no longer only mine. Immortality is a question that sits at the edges of everything when you are in love with someone who does not age. It looms like a mountain in the distance, beautiful and threatening, and there are times I catch myself wanting to climb it without seeing the path that will erode beneath my feet. Alice saw possibilities and then retracted them, not because she was fickle but because the future was a place she could not nail down. Her visions moved like wind-driven leaves, sometimes precise, sometimes scattered. She had seen us in many permutations, a life where we kept careful distance and were happy enough in small ways, a life where we were reckless and everything burned, a life where I was wrapped in the family as one of their own, and a life where I was someone else's casualty. Each time she explained what she had seen, her hands would twist in exactly the same way, as if she were trying to hold the future still and only succeeding in bruising her palm. That uncertainty should have been a condemnation, but it was also strangely liberating. If she could not promise, then perhaps my choice was truly my own. There is a different kind of terror in autonomy than in fate. Fate can be argued with, it can be bargained with at least in imagination. Autonomy is a responsibility that has to be carried every day in the small decisions that add up like wet leaves. To choose Alice was to choose a life with edges. To choose otherwise was to choose ordinary mortality and the slow, unremarkable grief that comes from letting the thing you wanted most slip into someone else's hands. The wolves ground the other axis of my choices. Their presence has a kind of animal honesty that made the Cullens' cultivated restraint look flimsy by comparison. I could feel them in the air like a change in the weather, a tautness in the woods, a scent riding on the rain that was not quite the smell of water. They did not make direct threats so much as mark boundaries, a possessive, territorial choreography that would not tolerate trespass. Their loyalty is a language of force, and the way it wrapped itself around La Push and beyond was a lesson in the limits of language. I could not forget that one of my options, in any future, involved standing under a tide of teeth or beneath a wall of silence from people whose rules I could never change. Still, the immediate alarm had passed. The pack had moved from enraged vigilance to careful observation. Perhaps they recognized that the Cullens had done their part in the uneasy truce, perhaps they had found other things to anger them. Either way, we had room to breathe, and within that room I practiced being content. Contentment is a practice because it is never entirely trustworthy. A small, anxious part of me kept score. I catalogued the nights when she slept with her head on my lap and did not move. Those nights felt like proof of a kind I could file away against darker times. I marked the hours when she laughed at something I had said, a clear, sudden sound that pulled at me like a tide. Each instance of small happiness accumulated into an argument I could bring myself to believe in, that maybe slow love could be enough. That maybe being kept in pieces rather than being promised a whole life all at once was not a lesser thing but a different sort of hazard, and perhaps a more honest one. There were sacrifices, quiet and patient. I stopped promising myself that I would always be the kind of person who found contentment in the steady and the safe. I allowed myself to be changed by small rebellions, staying out past the rain to stand in the street under a weak moon, letting Alice take my hand in public halls, learning how to listen for the difference between the sound of rain and the sound of someone's restraint breaking. I gave up a certain kind of neat future in exchange for the messy present. That felt like finally being honest about what I wanted and what I was willing to risk. Sometimes, when the night drew sharp, I would go to the big picture windows of the Cullen house and look out across the property. Forks spread away like a map drawn in a very slow hand. The sky was an even, gray wash, and in the distance La Push showed as a darker smudge against the horizon. In the house behind me voices moved like tides through rooms, human chatter, muffled music, the soft clink of dishes. Alice would appear at my elbow without a sound, her breath against my ear cold and real. She did not need to speak for me to understand that this was as much a home for her as my father's trailer was for me, and yet there was a quality to our togetherness that felt stolen sometimes, as if we were thieves of small, perfect moments. "Do you want me to stay?" she asked me once, not a question of voice so much as of the way she angled her body to take up space beside me. The rain translated in the distance like 1,000 tiny percussionists. I could have said yes and meant it. I said yes anyway, because saying yes is a way to anchor the present. She smiled in a way that made the lines of her face softer, and when our hands found each other on the glass the cold felt less like an absence and more like an outline of something that wanted to be filled in. There are nights when I miss certainty like a tooth that aches if you chew on something hard. Forever is the easiest promise to believe in the way it requires no constant tending. The Cullen's eternity is not an easy thing to imagine for me. It is a continent with jagged edges, and I am only a pilgrim passing through. But perhaps forever is not the only model for a life that is worth living. Perhaps there are other, smaller eternities, the kind you make out of ritual and touch, of mornings that repeat themselves with a kind of tenderness. I practice being content not because I have stopped fearing the taste of loss but because I have learned that fear is not the only possible response. I practice to make room for the way her cold hand fits in mine, for the way the rain and forks turns the world into a private place. I practice to remind myself that the slow building of a life is sometimes the only honest way to build anything at all. Outside, the rain eased to a fine mist and the windows glowed like wet silver. Inside, our small world held, for the moment, the peace of the ordinary. I let myself rest on that fragile edge, aware that edges are where things break and where they begin, and I watched Alice's profile against the pale light, thinking of futures that would not hold still and of a choice that had to be made again and again. I could choose to hope. I could choose to wait. I could choose to count the small certainties and call them a life. So I did the simplest, most dangerous thing I knew how. I kept choosing, and in the choosing the shape of us hardened enough to be real, if only for now. And for the first time in a long while, waiting felt like something other than a sentence. Chapter 44, Map Still Shifting. The rain had been a steady, small percussion all morning, the kind that turned forks into a place of softened edges and postponed decisions. It made the world easy to hide in, gray, forgiving, as if nothing wanted to be remembered in any sharp detail. I liked that about forks when the truth was a cinder I had not yet learned how to hold. I liked it when the ordinary could be a shield. It was Alice who broke the weather. She moved through the living room like light finding its own channel, small steps that were emphatic and too fast for my heart to follow. The rain thinned around the house as if the world itself were making allowances. Then, impossibly, a slant of sun showed up through the clouds, a narrow, insolent strip that found her and loved her in public the way everyone else loved innocuous things. It cut across her face and shattered. 1,000 pieces of color lay against her skin, prism light making her into a thing less than human and more than anyone deserved. I had believed the rumors at school without being able to believe myself. Rumor feels like a story you can step back from. Touching it is different. Alice under that sun was different. She saw me look. Her smile was quick and bright and utterly without guile, the kind that belonged to people who know the flavor of forbidden fruit and had no intention of sharing it. She held out her hand, cold, close to glass, to a gesture that had nothing to do with politeness and everything to do with invitation. For a dangerous moment I thought I would be swallowed by the cool of her palm. I stayed where I was because staying was something I was learning to do, to stand and let what came to me come. Her visions had left us after a night that felt too permanent for how new everything between us was. When she told me she did not read me, that she had only seen me flitting on a future that would not stay put, the admission had been a sort of mercy. No one could lay me bare if no one could be sure of what I said or what I did next. But the blank in her eyes at the time had felt like a promise that we were still possible, a future not decided, only futures that moved around each other like planets that might align. Now the light on her face grew more complicated. Her fingers tightened over mine the way someone might take hold of a map that was blowing in the wind. She closed her eyes, and the room thinned again to the pressure of breath and blood. There are things in her gifts that look like music and things that look like weather. This was a map that tried to rewrite itself. She saw beyond the slant of our afternoon. Her face, with its scattered colors, went very still. Her small mouth parted as if to shape a word and then shut again. For the first time the certainty in her sight settled long enough that I could feel it, a weight behind her ribs, like someone carving a notch into wood. She was working, she wanted a line that would hold. I wanted to be careful with what I might do to make that forging easier or ruin it entirely. I had a glimpse, she said finally, her voice a strange, even thing that didn't quite fit the way her hands trembled. It came back. Not all of it. Not the steady road. More like, she searched for an image. Like a coastline that keeps eroding. The edge is changing. Coastline. La Push. The Pack's territory, the place where the sea met the blood and loyalty of people who never claimed to be anything other than themselves. My mouth went dry a way only actual fear could create. The Pack was a presence that had always been more felt than seen in Forks. They were a thrum under the town's skin. To think of them as one of many worries was to misunderstand their scale. She laughed, a sound that didn't reach celebration. It's not just them, she added, even though her eyes were shut as if the sight was a landscape behind her eyelids that hurt to look at. There's something older than the Pack. Older than the Cullen rules. It isn't like anything I've seen clearly before. I imagined something older than wolves and older than the unnatural quiet of our family dinners. It made the room colder, like stepping into a place where someone else kept the thermostat at a different century. It made me feel small and dangerously exposed. My mortality, usually so manageable in the back of my throat, rose up like a thing that wanted to be tended. How do you not? I started. The question died on its way because the way she saw futures wasn't for reading in a book. Her visions had always been partial, as if she watched life through a window smeared with someone's thumb. To ask for clarity was to ask for a miracle. To ask for certainty was to ask her to wreck the one thing she had gone so long without being able to promise. She let go of my hand and reached instead for the arm of her chair, index finger tracing a path along the fabric as if she were outlining the shore she had seen. I can't get a frame, she said. I can't get faces beyond the edges. Just movement. Tidal things. History repeating but not the way we expect, layers of old hunger. It thinks in slow cycles. The word hunger made my skin understand her too literally. Hunger had rules here, for the Cullens, a hunger that was iron-hard, disciplined, wrapped in acceptable means of survival. For the wolves, a hunger that was animal and immediate and honest. For me, for the small, mortal self I clung to, hunger was less obvious. It was the quiet ache that woke me in the hours when ordinary things refused to explain themselves to me. It was how my gaze followed Alice until I could not tell whether I was looking for her or for myself inside her. Alice's eyes opened then, and their color did something that made me forget the weather and the room and the rules. You are not safe, she said, but there was no accusation in her voice. It was a fact checked and repeated to make sure we'd both understood. Not because of what you are to them, but because of what you are to me. You attract things now because you are near me. I see lines connecting, and they pull toward you. I wanted to object, to tell her that I had always been a small, present danger, to myself, to Charlie's peace of mind, to anyone with a triangle of worry in their life. But the idea of being dangerous and new, cosmic waves was more terrifying than anything I'd known. If my presence could gather attention the way a lantern gathers moths, what did that demand of me? Retreat? Sacrifice? A life confined to the edges of my father's house, where chains of predictability could keep the dangerous from sniffing me out? Is it the pack looking? I asked. It felt too small, a child's question in the vastness she had suggested. But the wolves had been a steady element of our lives since I'd walked into Forks and written their existence into the margins of my days. It seemed cowardly to pretend they weren't a part of whatever map she tried to draw. She hesitated like she was poring over a faded line, trying to decide whether it was coastline or fault. They're in it, she admitted. But they're not the source. They're responding, like everything else. The pack's edges harden, and that echoes outward. Whatever else is out there, it moves slower than the wolves and older than the forest. It's patient. It hurts by history, not hunger. This was a word game I didn't want to play. Old things in stories often meant cruel things in reality. Ancient grudges had the dangerous quality of being uncomplicated by mercy. If this was antiquity pushing itself into our present, there would be no neat conversation to be had. There would be treacheries wrapped in the language of ancestors and obligations. It was you I saw most clear, she confessed, and her voice made me feel like someone whose qualities had been pronounced in statements too large to be true. You at the boundary. Not as someone to be eaten. Not out of appetite. But as a doorway. You are small and bright and mortal. You are something that could be used, Sarah. She did not have to explain who Sarah might be. The name did not belong to a person in my life. It hung there like a notation on a new map, and my tongue felt too big for my mouth with fear and curiosity. The word doorway was worse. Doorways were instructions. They served entrances and exits. They were promises or betrayals. I don't want to be one, I said, because it was the truth even when it had the weight of being foolish. I did not want anything to make me the center of anything that demanded sacrifice. I wanted to sit under Charlie's roof and fall asleep to the sound of his television and be small in the way that keeps people from remembering you too loudly. I wanted safety that was mundane and human. Alice's reflection rippled across her face again, the refracted light like 100 small summers. You already are, she said softly. And you will be noticed whether you want it or not. The question is what you will do after that. Where will you stand? Who will you trust with the map? Her hand found mine again, fingers cool and immediate. She held me not like someone who wanted to keep me, but like someone who wanted to mark me. You think because I see you that I can protect you, she added, a flicker of caution at the edge of her eye. But some of what I saw proved that watching is not always the same as changing. I can try to move us, but the future resists. It is stubborn. It is crowded with other wills. The Cullens maintained order the way a surgeon holds a scalpel, precise, careful, and entirely unwilling to let chaos into their practice. That discipline is what drew some of them into the family in the first place. They taught themselves how to be humane in a way that demanded a cruelty toward easy impulses. I had admired that with the adolescent hero worship of someone who had stepped into the pages of another life and found reasons to stay. But admiration does not make you safe. It makes you complicit. Does this have anything to do with the homestead at La Push? I asked finally, because I needed a point to hold to, a rock in this moving water. The question was clumsy and human, clumsy enough that I loved it. Questions like that made me me. Alice turned her face to the window where the rain had started again, which made the world smell like wet earth and small beginnings. It touches the coast, she said. And it touches the woods. It touches places that people think are memory. But it isn't really one place. It's a patchwork. And every patch knows the others. Her hair caught the light and scattered it like a signpost. There are people in it who remember things that other people forgot. They remember names and bloodlines and debts. They remember oaths. The pack remembers differently. The Cullens remember in a way that is strict and clinical. But there are other kinds of memory that do not serve rules. The room felt smaller. It felt like a drum that would snap if too much pressure were placed on it. I imagined, with a sudden and intrusive clarity, the pack standing with their backs to the sea, teeth bared at something that had nothing to do with their territory lines. I imagined my life pulling taut like a wire stretched between two immovable points. Myself began to speak in small, shy ways. What did I have to offer? Love? Fragile as paper, flammable as dried twigs? My presence had already proven to be a catalyst, but catalysts were dangerous. They were agents of change, and sometimes they detonated things in ways that left no salvageable pieces. Can you see where I end up? I asked. She smiled, and the colors on her face pared down to an almost worn tenderness. Not exactly, she admitted. I see choices like branches, and you on them at different times. Some paths are small lights like a candle, some paths are long and cold, lit by things that are not sun. There are many possible yous. That's why it's still shifting. Because you're not blank, you decide as you go. The idea that I might still decide was both relief and terror. It meant responsibility. It meant that the future had an elasticity that could be pinched and stretched by the weight of decisions. I liked the idea of power, in a way that felt obscene. I had not been given much before: a family that loved me, a town that had no future for me, a body that would not last. The thought that my choices could bend history in small ways was like a small, dangerous drug. Alice's hand tightened around mine like a promise that had already been renegotiated. I will show you more, she said. If you let me. I will try to map it better. But you must understand, every time I look, the view changes. We might be close to something, and then someone else will move and the coastline will reappear miles away. You mean I can change it, I said, because denial had the blunt strength of iron. You mean my being here could make a difference? Yes, she murmured. And sometimes that is what makes me frightened. Because difference requires sacrifice from someone. It requires giving up a kind of safety. It asks that you be visible when everything around you wants the opposite. The room went quiet, not the muffled quiet of rain, but a taut silence where every motion in the house sounded like an announcement. The Cullens were always around us in some way: a loaf of bread on the counter left by Esme, Carlyle's book lying open to a page he would never let go of, Edward's measured breathing from the study. Their presence was both shield and cord that tied us to old, careful rules. I wanted both the safety and the freedom of ripping those cords. I wanted to be selfish in ways that felt almost holy. Outside, a low sound rolled across the town, not thunder, not wind, but a solitary, long howl that made the hairs along my arms stand up in precise rows. The sound threaded through the house like a warning bell. My chest tightened and I imagined the pack aligning themselves like magnets to something I couldn't see. Alice flinched, tiny as a bird. Her vision had been interrupted by a reality neither of us could ignore. They know, she said, the word use like an arrow. Or they're feeling it. The pack is shifting. The dogs and the people who know the old languages are uneasy. Whatever is coming hasn't made a full appearance, but it's making itself known. It's testing boundaries. Can we stop them? The question came out smaller than I'd meant, and more faithless than the truth. Stopping anything meant choosing who to hurt. It meant deciding the shape of a sacrifice. Alice's gaze went somewhere inside herself, where visions braided with feeling. We can try, she said at last. We can set up lines of defense, tell the pack what we know, make pacts. But some things respond to more than pacts. They answer to names and to remembrances. They require people who remember them accurately enough to make bargains. Naming things made them real and binding. It made me imagine a set of impossible treaties written in sea salt and blood and the ordinary names people keep in their hearts. The Cullens had rules, the pack had loyalty. What we lacked, what I lacked, was the history that others used as currency. I had my mortality, which was not a bargaining chip anyone wanted to own. I had the way my body betrayed its limits. Alice squeezed my hand until the cold reached me like an invitation. You are part of the map now, she said simply. Not because you asked to be. Because you are luminous in spite of everything, and those lights are visible. She let the words hang like markers on a chart that would not stop changing. We choose who we tell. We choose what we defend. But we must be ready for the shore to move. I pictured the coastline she had named, the sea undercutting earth until things slid and fell into new shapes. I pictured myself on a narrow spit, the ocean smart and indifferent to my smallness. The thought tightened something in my chest until I could breathe correctly again. Then teach me to hold my place, I said, and I meant it in more ways than one. Teach me to be brave. Teach me to be clever. Teach me to be whatever kind of human could stand between tides and teeth. Alice's laugh was soft, a sound like someone who has been promised something they have longed to give. I will, she promised. But maps are shared things. This is not only my gift to you. It will belong to the family, and to the pack in pieces, and to you in the way you choose to keep it. Her pattern of speech was precise. The family and the pack, the two great circles of my new life, would be involved whether I liked it or not. To be part of their map meant my life was no longer a simple line. It meant I would be drawn across papers I had never read. Outside, the rain slowed and the sun broke through for a moment, striking Alice's face and making her into a map that refused to be read. For a heartbeat, I saw a coastline, then nothing, and then a hand reaching for me across water that might have been warm or might have been composed of old things no one should touch. The future kept moving like this, a tide that slid in inches and then miles. I thought of maps that change, of cartographers sketching in corrections, of sailors who read currents with their bones. I thought of myself as someone who had been plucked from ordinary and set on a table where people argued about boundaries. Whatever comes, Alice said quietly, we will decide together. The map will keep shifting, Bella, but we can choose where to stand so the worst of it doesn't find us entirely unprepared. Her hand tightened until the edge of pain was a possibility, and something in me, some small, stubborn thing that had always wanted to be chosen, rose to meet that pressure. It was fear, and it was hunger, and it was devotion all braided together. I did not know how to answer everything she had said. I did not want to know, fully, what being a doorway might demand of me. But I knew I did not want to step away. The idea of a coastline changing without me in it felt like being erased. So I leaned forward, toward the map she held in her palm and toward the slants of light that cut across her face like promises. I rested my hand where hers lay, and for a moment the world seemed to wait. Outside, somewhere between the shore and the forest, something older shifted and remembered the taste of things that had not been allowed for a long time. I felt it like a small pulse at the base of my skull, a tide that pulled and instructed. I realized then that our quarrel, whatever storms we had weathered, was only a beginning. The horizon was not the end so much as the first place where the world would show its teeth. Chapter 45, Warm Hands, Cold Skin. I woke because her hand was there. Not because of the pressure, not because she had to squeeze to be sure I was still breathing. It was smaller and cooler than my own, a foreign palm cupped against the hollow of my wrist, and the sensation of it pulled me from whatever thread of sleep I had been clinging to. Outside the window forks breathed in rain, the street lamps smeared into halos across the slick glass. The house itself was quiet in the way that everything is when the world is temporarily put on hold, the Cullens' measured hush wrapping us like a fragile, jeweled cloak. I could hear my own blood in my ears and, beneath that, a steady, slow sound that was not mine and that always made me simultaneously safe and ridiculous, Alice, continuing to be uncanny even while pretending to be ordinary, perfectly still beside me. Her hand was cold. It should have been only cold, the way ice is only cold, but there was something else in the warmth of her touch, an insistence like the press of a friend who refuses to let you believe you are alone, or the stubborn ember of heat that lingers after a campfire is left to die and becomes a memory of warmth to the fingers that remember it. I lay very still and let myself be mapped by that duality, skin that did not match the meaning of touch and a meaning older than the temperature could explain. I had thought I understood what sacrifice meant. I had learned the language of small losses, moving away from Phoenix, losing the naive sense that life couldn't change so quickly, trading familiarity for a town with a steady gray sky and gossip that lives like lichen on the rocks of rumor. Those were sacrifices that fit into polite sentences and condolences. But there is another sacrifice, one that doesn't count in practicalities, the willing surrender of what you think you are, the way it asks you to give up the certainty of your own edges and become something else for the sake of another rhythm. Love, when it demands that, is not civilized. Alice had not asked me to give up my life. She had not yet asked. That made her offer more dangerous than any ultimatum. To love what she is was to flirt with the possibility of an end I could not comprehend, eternity folded into a single, endless sentence. My name echoed in a voice that never knew age. To refuse her was a denial of a part of myself that had unclenched at her nearness, a small part that had always been waiting for the recognition in someone else's eyes. To remain human at all was a deliberate compromise, an admission that mortality had its treasures too, that the sharpness of a finite life made every moment luminous in its own way. I thought of my father. Charlie's steady, grinding love has a tactile smell to it, motor oil and fast food wrappers, a baseball cap worn in the curve of a man who gave what he could without ceremony. He kept me fixed on earth with the patience and clumsy devotion of someone who had never had to romanticize love. If I chose the other road, if I let myself be remade into something not alive as everyone else knew alive, what did I owe him? The fairness in my chest that still belonged to him felt like a chain that would not let me fall without pulling at his life too. Cake of decisions and fear, stacked in the dark. I turned my wrist a fraction and let Alice's fingers recalibrate to my pulse like a secret instrument. She had told me once, in that quick, abrupt way of hers, that she didn't read my thoughts. She had seen me instead, visions of futures that shifted when I blinked. Her certainty was an odd comfort and an odd torment. She could not promise what would be, only what might be, and sometimes even that fell apart between her hands. I did not ask how she coped with not knowing, because it seemed like the point of being human was to live in the specularity of small, terrifying not knowingness and find a way to move forward anyway. There is a cruelty in being wanted by something that cannot be satisfied in the ways you can imagine. Vampires in my childhood stories were all thirst and hunger and the kind of romantic cruelty that made girls swoon and mothers answer the phone with clipped warnings. Alice was none of those tidy things. She was abrupt and bright, as if someone had polished her edges until they caught and threw light. The light, when it fell across her face, was fractured into impossible colors that belonged to minerals and not to skin. I remembered the first time I'd seen that slant of sun at school and felt my life quietly tilt. That beam had exposed more than her complexion. It split the air between us and made rumor into fact and made me into the person who could not pretend not to want. What made the wanting dangerous was that Alice was not a simultaneous hunger. Her hands were cold and her heart, if you could call what she had a heart, was guarded by a whole family's set of rules and a discipline I admired and feared. The Cullens were a constellation, each one a star that burned controlled and bright and, together, they made a sky that was both protective and inescapable. They offered me a shape of belonging that came with guidelines and watching eyes. It was a sheltered place, but even that shelter was glass. I was allowed in, but my entry only highlighted the transparency between what I was and what I might become. The pack's presence hovered in the same air like a warning kept in the pocket of the world. La Push was a different sort of authority, teeth and land and a loyalty that did not parse nuance. I could feel their attention as a raw, wet thing sometimes, in the way the boys at school glanced, in the way the roads felt watched. They would not understand the quiet domesticities of the Cullens. They would see only the fact of an unnatural family and a girl who had one foot balanced precariously on either bank. Desire pressed from both sides, wolves with a hunger that was older and more elemental, and vampires with an appetite that had learned to mimic civilities. And in the middle of that pressure stood me, a thin-limbed borrower of time trying to learn the new grammar of want. I had always been efficient in grief. If there was pain, I catalogued it and worked around it. But this was not a wound I could purge with lists. When I thought of surrender, it was not only the giving up of mortality that alarmed me, it was the handing over of the petty, stubborn parts of myself that made me who I was, the way I liked the rhythm of rain, the taste of coffee in my mouth at dawn, the ache of being Charlie's daughter and not any other label. To become immortal would not simply mean living, it would mean allowing a different set of pleasures to replace the old ones. That replacement felt sacramental. It felt like marriage and conversion and childbirth all braided into one choice. I could not make that kind of promise lightly. And yet there was the reverse, the idea that staying human would be abstention rather than fidelity. Not to be taken for granted, Alice's attention was a violent thing, a light that demanded response. There is a peculiar vanity in being desired by the impossible, a feeling of worth that, while intoxicating, is also terrifying because it reflects something back at you that you had not known to hope for. I had always been a neutral background in other people's stories. Alice made me a fulcrum. That truth was both the deepest comfort and the most dangerous bruise. We lay there in the liminal hour, the house breathed, and I let my fingers find hers. Her skin was as unyielding as glass and as alive as breath, a contradiction that fit her precisely. In the dark I could see the ceiling through my closed lids and imagine futures like collages pinned to a corkboard. Alice had told me, not with words but with that sharp look that meant she was about to show me something of herself, about a vision she could not stabilize. She'd seen flashes, rooms I did not know, faces that belonged to years I had not lived, an ocean pulling at something universal and old. The last thing she had seen had been obscured by static, a shadow older than even the Cullen stories, and the way she had pressed her fingers to me after had felt like a vow. When people talk about immortality in romantic terms they always forget the other cost, not just the years and the sameness but the weight of being remembered. To be eternal is to be archived, to be judged by the long view, and I had no appetite for being reduced to a memory in someone else's mind. I loved the idea of being loved, not of being preserved for posterity. That was my small, human arrogance. I wanted more than to be held in perpetuity. I wanted to change, to be seen anew by the person who loved me, and to be allowed to remain fragile, to be allowed to break and be mended in the time I had. So I chose, or thought I chose, and I did so in the same quiet way people make other impossible choices, by refusing to decide everything at once. For now I would remain human. I would walk the short arc of my days and not step over the threshold into something I could not step back from. That was cowardice and courage braided into a single action. It was also love. Choosing to stay human so that I could feel the sharpness of mortality close at hand, that was my way of honoring both Charlie and Alice. I wanted to be loved by Alice not because she could make me immortal, but because she loved me now and I could return that love in the only language I knew, the utterance of being wholly present in a finite moment. Alice tightened her grip by a fraction and something in the world reorganized itself to accommodate that small permission. She did not say the things I wanted, she did not need to. Her presence spoke in abrupt, bright sentences, the way she dressed, the sudden tilt of her head, the way she avoided overt possession with an almost perverse delicacy. She had a way of loving that was paradoxically both all-consuming and careful. Loving her felt like stepping close to a cliff that had been carved into something worth falling over. There are nights when the future is a line and nights when it is a fog. Alice lived in the fog and sometimes in the sudden slice of clarity that made me stagger. Her visions were not prophecies as much as invitations to consider possibility. The last of hers that had frightened me, one that kept bone cold in my chest, ended on a note that tasted like iron and old earth. She had not spoken the words clearly, she had only given me the look that said she had seen something too large to translate. That look had a weight to it, the way an old photograph can be heavier than the paper suggests. I felt the boundaries tightening, like the pull of tide before a storm. The Cullens would gather, their courtesy folding into a council I would not be part of by blood. The pack would sense the disturbance and judge it in ways I could not parse. In a twist of cruel humor, my decision to remain who I was would not keep the world indifferent. It would force others to act. That was the thing about love that is forbidden, it refuses to be passive. It demands movement, alignment, betrayal, and defense. In the darkness, I mouthed no words and made no promises beyond the honest one I had already given myself, I would stay. I would let this love be a bright and precarious thing that lived between us, not a lever to wrench destiny. I would let my mortality be my definition for as long as I could bear it. That felt like a renunciation and like an embrace all at once. Her fingertips found the place behind my elbow and traced, almost reverently, like she was memorizing me. I held on to that, to the small domestic miracle of being known. She was a creature who had been around longer than my species, it felt sometimes, in temperament if not in years. The idea that such a creature could choose to fold her life gently around mine was a grace so sharp it could cut. And as I lay there, enumerating the ways to be brave and the ways to be foolish and finding room for both inside me, Alice's eyes turned toward the ceiling and away from me in the way of someone watching a film no one else could see. There was a brief flash of the exasperated smile she used when a vision annoyed her, a flash of something else after that, her face slackening in a way that stole the air from my chest. She had not told me everything she had seen. She never did. But as the rain stitched the night together into a soft, wet curtain, one last image lingered in my mind the way a tide dwells at the edge of a shore, a presence older than stories, patient and waiting, and a final line in Alice's vision that she could not, or would not, explain. A sentence that pulled at the edges of our fragile plan and suggested that whatever choice I made now would be only the opening sentence of a story that had been written long before I learned to read.